Chapter 91, Won by a Nose. He went dizzy on sight. The chessboard was like a swirling vortex pulling his thoughts in. However, he was not unfamiliar with it. He immediately took a deep breath and stayed calm. Suddenly, he was in a different dimension. He was not looking at what the others were looking at. The chessboard had infinitely expanded, creating the heaven and earth dimension. The dimension was too big. He did not know how to start as a chess player. He felt like an ordinary man who had suddenly become president and had no idea how to run a country. Bam! Endless insights were coming at him, almost overwhelming him. He almost forfeited. Was this what they called forces of the world? He felt the large impact from it in this dimension. He knew he would be a goner if he was not powerful enough. As the chess fanatic, he was afraid yet excited. He stared at the chessboard. It seemed like he was looking for an opening. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had to nail it. Finally, he decided on how to start the game. He placed his chess piece in the center of the board. Tap. The white chess piece landed as the chessboard glowed. Li Nianfan smiled at the chess fanatic. The way the chess fanatic held the chess pieces and looking at his moves, he seemed to be good at chess. He looked like he had a lot of practice, unlike the players before him who could not even hold a chess piece properly without shaking. The previous players did not know how to play, let alone how to start an opening. However, his chess moves were aggressive. Li Nianfan thought it might be because this was their first game. Li Nianfan smiled with a black piece in his hand and placed it on the board with an audible tap. Star position on the top left corner. The chess fanatic was surprised by that. He was going through the motions as he felt the change in tides. He felt like he was hallucinating, that he was a true chess player, using heaven and earth to play chess with the expert and manipulating the forces of the world. This god-complex feeling made him feel eerie. Tap, tap, tap. Li Nianfan and the chess fanatic kept making moves. The tapping sounds were loud and clear, sounding crisp from the yard. Lin Mufeng and Sun Qiansan were a quiet audience. They looked at the chess fanatic with envy in their eyes. As the audience, they could feel the changes in his aura. They sensed the insights surrounding the chess fanatic. It was like an insights baptism ritual. How lucky! Even fools could tell the expert was helping the chess fanatic. Li Nianfan was indeed helping him. Li Nianfan could tell he was at the beginner level from the start. His skills might be on the same level as Daji's. He could defeat him easily, but deep down, he did not want to. The chess fanatic and Daji were different despite being at the same level. Daji was forced to learn from Li Nianfan and she was not so agile in chess. The chess fanatic already knew how to play chess. He was a fast learner, too. Therefore, Li Nianfan would miss a few moves on purpose to help him revive from dead-end moves. He did not disappoint Li Nianfan either. He saw through it and was a fast learner. Li Nianfan had fun. Half an hour later, the chess fanatic moved the final white chess piece and sighed softly. "Mr. Li, I lost." "Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. It's just a game. The most important thing is to have fun," said Li Nianfan while smiling. He was truly an expert. The heaven and earth dimension was used just for entertainment. The chess fanatic got up and bowed at Li Nianfan. "Thanks for the advice, Mr. Li. I learned a lot. I would love to bow as your disciple in the future." "No, absolutely not." Li Nianfan hurriedly stood up and stopped him. He said exasperatingly, "You're a cultivator. Chess is just my hobby. How could I take you in as my student?" This old man was truly obsessed with chess. Li Nianfan could not believe he wanted him to be his teacher after just one chess game. Although it would feel good to have a cultivator as your student, he was still a cultivator nonetheless. Plus, Li Nianfan did not know how old he was. He could not accept him as a student. He thought of those novels in the past realm where the incredible Bigshot characters were infatuated by the main character. They followed the main character to the ends of the earth. Although it seemed awesome in theory, it was unrealistic when it happened in real life. He felt weak. The chess fanatic looked rejected. Sigh, maybe the expert did not want to accept him. Of course, he did not deserve to be his student, right? He felt nervous and asked, "Then, can I come over and play chess with you in the future, Mr. Li?" Li Nianfan laughed and said, "Of course, you can. I was starting to worry that I'll never be able to find a worthy opponent." "Thanks a lot." The chess fanatic looked excited. Then, he felt slightly embarrassed. "But my chess skills aren't up to par yet. You'll have to go easy on me, Mr. Li." "No problem, chess skills isn't something you can achieve overnight," Li Nianfan said. Speaking of chess, I remember this chess story. May I know what story, Mr. Li? The chess fanatic was listening attentively. Lin Mufeng and Sun Qianshan were listening closely, too. They were excited. Stories from the expert were always extraordinary. Li Nianfan saw that they looked intrigued, so he continued, once, there was a guy. He was ordinary but he refused to let his fate be decided in the hands of others. So, he went exploring alone in the depths of the mountains and found God. He battled God by playing chess. In the end, he bet his life as his final chess piece. The original story was long and complex. He was too lazy to recite it, so he gave them the recap version. Regardless, Lin Mufeng and the others still got goosebumps from that. Li Nianfan was telling a story. Unless they were fools, none of them would ever treat it as a mere story. Maybe this story was a personal experience of the expert, just like Journey to the West. Refused to let his fate be decided in the hands of others. Did that mean he refused to be a pawn? He also found God and chess battled God. He risked his life to transform himself from a pawn to a player. How awesome was that? The most important part of that story was that the guy was just an ordinary man. What type of godly character could do that? How mysterious and unpredictable. Then what? The chess fanatic stood up and stared at Li Nianfan. He was so nervous, his voice trembled. Li Nianfan slowly uttered each word, one by nose. Chapter 92, The Mystery in Mr. Li's Words. One by nose? Boom. Those 4 words blew their minds. They felt as if a bomb was set off near them. They went stiff and stood still. The words "one by a nose" rang repeatedly in their ears. They had goosebumps all over. That was God. How did you defeat God? They did not need to know the details. They could already imagine it with those 4 words. A cultivator hated the existence of a destined fate. They chose to become cultivators in the first place to defy God. Since he went too far and could no longer become an immortal, what was wrong with risking his life? So what? He won against God. Won by a nose. That was something all cultivators wanted to do but could never wish for, right? At that moment, they worshipped the character Li Nianfan was talking about. That character must be at the same level as him, an absolute big shot. The chess fanatic was in a daze. He was spacing out, oblivious to the world around him. He looked like he finally saw his idol. He was feeling emotional and breathing heavily. If it were him, could he ever beat God in chess? After a long while, Lin Mufeng spoke up, "The character in this story is outstanding." Li Nianfan nodded. He was touched when he first heard the story, too. The story was not about the plot or the message, but about an unbreakable spirit. The underdog spirit would never be uncool. He looked at the sky and said, "It's getting late. How about you 3 stay for a meal?" Lin Mufeng and Sun Qianshan were overjoyed. They did not expect the chess fanatic to interrupt. "No, thanks. We shouldn't continue bothering you, Mr. Li." Lin Mufeng and Sun Qianshan choked. They almost spat out blood. They looked at the chess fanatic with an extremely complex gaze. "Idiot, stupid, useless teammate. Do you know what Mr. Li eats? Do you know what a big opportunity that was? Do you have any idea what you just did?" If it was not for Li Nianfan's presence, they would have split his brain in half right there and then. "Are you sure you're not staying?" encouraged Li Nianfan. This, that, we. Lin Mufeng felt like his brain was loading at high speed. He was trying to come up with a sentence. He clenched his jaw and was about to shamelessly accept his invitation. However, the chess fanatic spoke up again. "That won't be necessary, Mr. Li. We've bothered you long enough today." Li Nianfan nodded. "Oh, okay." Lin Mufeng and Sun Qianshan went stiff. They could only get up and say, "Ha, Mr. Li, goodbye then." The chess fanatic blocked their opportunity for good. There was no turning back at that point. "Yeah, bye." Lin Mufeng and Sun Qianshan immediately looked unhappy as soon as they walked out of the 4-part architecture. They glared at the chess fanatic with hatred in their eyes. The chess fanatic felt embarrassed. "What's going on?" asked the chess fanatic. "Why didn't I realize that you're a dumb pig? Think about it. Mr. Li's an expert. He wouldn't be eating ordinary food, right? I shamelessly stayed until now. Why would I do that, you ask? It's because I wanted to have a taste of his heavenly food. It's just a small wish of mine, and thanks to you, it's all destroyed." Lin Mufeng was pissed off. He ran it on and on at the chess fanatic. Sun Qianshan almost cried. "Last time, I only had the leftovers. I thought I'd be able to get a proper meal this time. Now it's gone. Sorry, the chess fanatic said in a very apologetic tone. He stopped and said, I feel like there's a deeper meaning in Mr. Lee's words, but I can't seem to solve the riddle. I feel like it's right in front of my eyes but I just don't get it. That's why I was in such a rush to leave. Deeper meaning? Lin Mufeng and Sun Qianshan raised their eyebrows and fell into deep thought. They were conscious of staying respectful ever since they stepped inside. They were in shock after hearing that story but did not put much thought into it. The chess fanatic reminded them and Lin Mufeng almost jumped. How could he forget? Every word that the expert said would have some sort of mystery to it. Furthermore, the expert told them a story. There must be a hint in there. He needed time to process it. Suddenly, Sun Qianshan widened his eyes fearfully. Do you think Mr. Lee's trying to mimic the character in the story? To beat God? Gasp. Lin Mufeng and the chess fanatic gasped at the same time. Suddenly, they had cold sweat all over. It was a big possibility. Lin Mufeng said in a trembling voice, if that's the case, Mr. Lee might be saying that he wants us to be his chess pieces. To battle God in chess. In the story, the character used his life as a trade for the final chess piece before he defeated God. The expert would obviously want to pick his chess pieces, too. He was trembling, not because he was afraid, but because he was excited. Just the thought of battling God made them pumped. They were aware of who they were. They could never battle God, but they could go against God as chess pieces. Even though they were just chess pieces, they would be proud chess pieces. It was the ultimate honor. Sun Qianshan looked up at the moon, too. He said, are you saying that Mr. Lee accepts us as his chess pieces? Most probably, Lin Mufeng groaned and said. I think we impressed the expert with the refrigerator mission, so he's accepted us as his chess pieces. It means we passed the test. Sun Qianshan laughed. Ha, awesome. This means we're on the expert's team. Lin Mufeng got serious and said, remember not to get cocky. We're just chess pieces. Mr. Lee must have other candidates, so we're not the only ones. We need to step it up from now on. You're right. Sun Qianshan and the chess fanatic nodded at the same time. Sun Qianshan and Lin Mufeng were energetic. The chess fanatic, on the other hand, furrowed his brows and mumbled, why do I feel like I'm missing something? Lin Mufeng smiled and advised him, every word said by the expert has some sort of mystery to it. You should try to recall his words and decode the meaning from there. The chess fanatic took a deep breath and focused. He tried his best to recall every word from the expert. He recalled when the expert rejected him as his student. He suddenly wore that same sad facial expression again. However, he snapped out of it in the next moment. He suddenly had an epiphany. He thought about when Li Nannan rejected him. You're a cultivator. Chess is just my hobby. How could I take you in as my student? Chapter 93, Finally my time to shine. The expert said I'm a cultivator and chess was just his hobby. I'm a cultivator. The chess fanatic was hysterical, grinning like a Cheshire cat. I got it. I finally got it. His hair was flowing in the air and he looked a bit crazy. Lin Mufeng hurriedly asked, chess fanatic, what is it? Did the expert give you any hints? Not hints. Advice. The expert was trying to advise me. The chess fanatic was frantic. He said I'm a cultivator and chess was just his hobby, so he can't take me in as his student. The key point of this sentence is that I'm a cultivator. I'm a cultivator on the cultivating journey. How could I learn chess wholeheartedly while cultivating? I don't deserve it. Chess, in itself, takes full focus and determination. I'm doing three things at once. No wonder the expert won't take me in as a student. The chess fanatic was getting increasingly emotional. He started to tear up. The expert also talked about the story. The main character is an ordinary man. I see it now. All along I've been on the wrong journey. Ha, I finally got it. I finally understood what went wrong. Lin Mufeng looked at the chess fanatic and asked, chess fanatic, what are you going to do? I'm going to quit my cultivating journey. From now on, I'm focusing on chess. The chess fanatic looked determined. He looked like he had made up his mind. I'm going to a quiet hideaway. Don't look for me. Farewell. He left as soon as he finished his sentence. Lin Mufeng and Sun Qianshan watched the chess fanatic leave. They were dumbfounded. Old man Lin, did he just say he's going to quit being a cultivator? I think so. Did he really? Get it? He's quitting? At the four-part architecture. Li Nannan watched the three cultivators walk out. He smiled and shook his head. Thankfully, they did not stay. He had been a bit poor recently. He did not have any wildlife or meat. If they stayed, he could only serve them fruits and vegetables. It would not be classy enough. Sigh, how pathetic it was not being able to go hunting. Li Nianfan sighed and looked at his latest refrigerator. He was immediately in a better mood. He would be able to have more delicacies from now on. These cultivators were so polite. They always came to visit him with gifts. He walked in front of the refrigerator and felt refreshed. It was like standing in an air-conditioned room. This is the best. Li Nianfan grabbed a stool and enjoyed the cool air. He said, "Daji, I'll make you an ice pop in a short while. You're in for a treat." Ice pop? What's that? Daji was confused. She thought it might be an ice-type weapon. Li Nianfan explained, "It's a delicacy. It's long, hard, cool, and cold. There are all kinds of flavors and it's lickable. You'll like it for sure." Wow. Daji licked her lips. She looked excited. What does it look like? Ice pops must be awesome if the expert described it like that. There are all sorts of shapes, said Li Nianfan. He smiled and continued, "But you'll have to wait. I'm going to make a lantern first." "What do you need a lantern for?" asked Daji. Li Nianfan had a small carving knife in his hand and a stick in the other. He replied, "Yesterday, I noticed that there isn't any light source on our way home. It was inconvenient, so I figured I should make a lantern." "I see." Daji nodded. She had a lot of respect for her master. He could see clearly in the dark but was still considerate of others, and he was incredibly detail-orientated. Li Nianfan closed his eyes. He came up with a brief lantern design in his mind after a while and started to craft a lantern. He was crafty with his fingers. The carving knife moved fluidly without any troubles. He did not hesitate because he was confident. He clearly knew what he was doing. He could carve anything he wanted with his small carving knife. He gently picked at the material with his knife. This small carving knife had been in his possession for the longest time. It was a small item, but it was very useful and convenient. He remembered that this item was awarded to him by the system after he achieved the max level in carving. The system was trash. However, the gifts were truly handy. Shobai, the water purifier, the air purifier, and this small carving knife had been in his possession for years. He had never faced any problems with them. Li Nianfan used bamboo sticks to craft the body of the lantern. The lantern was round. He did not want it to be very fancy. He just wanted it to be useful. Li Nianfan used some willow from his backyard as a rope for the lantern. The willow was flexible and not easily broken. It also looked better than a rope. It was his obvious choice of material. Soon, the lantern frame was completed. Li Nianfan set it aside and started making the outer part of the lantern. The best materials for that were either cloth or paper because they were opaque and allowed light to shine through from within. Li Nianfan chose red cloth because it was more durable than paper. He customized the red cloth and placed it on the lantern frame. The lantern was almost complete. Now, he just needed to do the final step. Li Nianfan took out the stationery he prepared. He held his writing brush and dipped it in yellowish ink. He glazed the tip of the brush and placed it on the red cloth. In one wave of motion, he wrote a big Fu, which signified fortune. Li Nianfan smiled. Done. Daji stared at Li Nianfan the whole time like she was bewitched. She only snapped out of it when he was done with the lantern. What was that? She thought his movements were graceful and beautiful, impeccable, like how God controlled the movements of the earth. It was like an illusion of merging heaven and earth. One could not help but stare and fall in love with it. She could not describe this feeling, but she knew she was shocked. Li Nianfan examined the lantern and nodded satisfyingly. He mumbled, "The lantern is done, but I need a light source. Time to buy some candles." He needed a light source? Daji jolted. Her master would never use an ordinary candle, right? This must be a hint. Daji was pumped. She thought to herself, "It's finally my time to shine." She had to watch as waves of cultivators kept bringing him gifts and treasures. They all tried to impress Li Nianfan and she was worried because she needed to do that, too. She kept coming up with ideas on how she could help her master, so now was her chance. She glanced around with her pretty eyes and thought to herself, what could be a light source? However, before that, she had something more important to do. Chapter 94, Yeah right. At night. The mountains were quieter than usual. It seemed like the sounds of demons had vanished. Li Nianfen was slightly surprised, but he also did not care. He prepared to go to sleep. As time passed, it was midnight. Daji walked out of her room and bowed at his room. She thought to herself, "Master, tonight's the night I help you with your worries." She looked up at the bright moon in the night sky. Then, she snuck out of the four-part architecture. The bushes were thick in the deeper parts of the forest. The ground was caved in at the center, like a natural giant bowl created by Mother Nature. In the middle of the bowl, there was a single spot that was illuminated. It was rowdy and noisy with laughter. Countless demons had gathered there. They had human bodies but animal heads. A few of the demons that refused to be in the half-human half-animal state were still in their animal form. For example, the six-tailed fox. She was running in between the demons. Then, she leapt to a big tree. She could see a lot of demons from the tree. Some were flying in the sky, some were crawling or running. There were also demons hanging on the tree. They were everywhere. The little fox was trembling in fear. Her white fur was shivering, too. She looked at the jade pendant on her neck. She was scared. What should I do? How can I get away from all these demons? Sister told me that this jade would protect me. How would I know if what she said was true? Suddenly, a green python demon slithered next to her and said, "Little fox, piss off. This is my spot." The six-tailed fox bared her teeth at the green python demon with her tails up. The green python demon hissed and was on its guard. "What you looking at?" The little fox's ears curled back. She scoffed and said, "Fine, I'll move." She leapt down from the tree and was among the demons. Kaboom! Suddenly, there was an explosion. The ground shook. A black boar demon descended from the sky and stood at the center of the demon crowd. He had a giant belly and a pig head with two huge tusks that were shiny. He glanced at the demons with squinted eyes. "I used to be the Silver Moon Demon King's first lieutenant. We all know that everybody has gathered here today for the Demon King position. As always, we shall follow the traditional rules. The new Demon King would be decided based on capabilities. Everyone here shall bear witness." The demons all chanted, "Demon King, Demon King." Roar. That was a roar of a tiger. The roar was so powerful that it bent the trees. It overpowered the demon chants. "Count me in for the Demon King position, too." A tiger demon slowly stepped out from the crowd. The tiger demon glanced at everyone arrogantly. Many demons cowered at his glare. They were respectfully fearful of the tiger demon. "Count me in, too." A lion demon stepped out and locked eyes with the tiger demon. Then, a black bear demon also stepped out. "Me, too." Everyone went from being noisy to quiet. The bear demon, tiger demon, and lion demon were three huge demons. They looked very powerful and it made all the other demons cower. No other demons dared to step out. The black boar demon yelled, "Are there any other demons that wish to step out?" The tiger demon sneered, "We don't need to wait. Aside from the three of us, who else would dare run for the Demon King position in our turf? Let's begin." Me." It was a meek voice. It drew the attention of every demon. "What?" The tiger demon glared at the white furball and snorted. "Oh, it's a small six-tailed fox." The tiger demon walked toward her and burst out laughing. "Little fox, you haven't even grown out your seventh tail yet. How about you grow up first? Better luck next time." "Sister told me to not be a coward." The six-tailed fox clenched her jaw and leapt onto a big rock. She spread out her six tails and said, "I'm taking the Demon King position." She tried to be loud but it was not intimidating at all. If anything, it was somewhat cute. Snort. Suddenly, everyone burst out laughing. Everyone was laughing at her. The tiger demon squinted and moved closer. The head of the tiger demon was as big as the six-tailed fox in her entirety. The tiger demon teased, "This little foxy is quite cute. I might take you in as my demon wife when I'm Demon King." The six-tailed fox was instantly pissed off. "Ew. Yeah right, you ugly thing." She was so angry that she instantly raised her butt and farted in his face. The tiger demon was close to her when he was flirting with her, so she farted right in his face. Even his facial hair moved from that fart. He was startled. The fart did not cause any harm, but it was the most humiliating attack ever. Die. The tiger demon was menacing. He was ready to kill. He raised his paw and attacked. The six-tailed fox easily dodged it with a hop and ran away. Boom. The big rock she stood on was smashed into pieces. The tiger demon locked onto his fleeing target. His orange eyes squinted and his fangs were bared, dripping with saliva. He opened his mouth and aimed at the fox. Blades of wind started to appear. Zoom. The trees and bushes were cut in half by the wind blades. All the demons dodged it, but some unsuspecting demons were not fast enough and paid the ultimate price. The six-tailed fox looked scared, squeaking as she avoided the attacks. Ha! The Tiger King smiled coldly. With one wave, the wind started to change. The six-tailed fox felt as if she was running against the wind. Her white fur was ruffled and messy. She could not move forward and felt like she was being pulled back by the wind. The wind got stronger and eventually, it was like a magnet, pulling the six-tailed fox towards the tiger demon. "Since you're not willing to be my demon wife, I'll just eat you." The tiger demon had a menacing smile. He opened his bloody mouth and was ready to swallow the six-tailed fox. The six-tailed fox was petrified. She cried and screamed, "I don't want to be eaten. Sister! Sister, save me!" Chapter 95, Who Agrees? Who Opposes? The six-tailed fox was getting closer to the tiger demon. Suddenly, the jade pendant started shining as it flashed a bright red light. A huge flame erupted from within it. Shriek! Along with a high-pitched shriek, a phoenix rose from the flames and spread its wings. The bright red flame lit up the forest. Suddenly, it was like the whole world was up in flames. All the demons were afraid. Their eyes reflected the fire as they held their breaths. The high temperature made them sweat. Is this the phoenix spirit? The tiger demon froze. The phoenix was coming at him. His fur stood on their ends at the threat of death. Roar! He roared for the final time, using all his might. His golden core escaped from his mouth. It was incredibly bright. Suddenly, a demonic tornado surrounded him. The phoenix spread its wings. Flush! The flames were like giant snakes rushing toward the tornado, engulfing it. Everyone watched the scene unfold. The tiger demon did not even have time to make a sound. His huge body was gone in a brief moment. Nothing was left of him. The phoenix spread its wings again and transformed into flames. Then, it returned into the jade. The world was peaceful again. The jaws of all the demons present were on the ground. The tiger demon evaporated. It was like a dream. Tap, tap, tap. The bear demon and lion demon took 3 steps back at the same time. They stared fearfully. The six-tailed fox dropped to the floor. She, too, was frightened and shocked. She looked at her jade pendant, then looked at where the tiger demon stood. A shiver ran down her spine. Holy Mother, the jade from Sister is way too powerful. Immortal? Immortal item? The boar demon shivered. He was practically mumbling. The green python demon from earlier was so terrified that it almost became a dried snake. It fled into the woods immediately. Offending a Bigshot? What a near-death experience. The six-tailed fox calmed down. She straightened her fur and stood up. Anyone else? Gulp. Everyone gulped simultaneously. They looked at the six-tailed fox with fear, respect, and annoyance in their eyes at the same time. The lion demon growled, "How could you pull up with an immortal item? We demons compete with our demon skills. You're just a small six-tailed fox. What makes you deserving of the Demon King title?" "Yes, that's right. You're just a small fox with a lucky item. Rule us? No way." The demons yelled and opposed. The six-tailed fox was anxiously jumping up and down. She did not know what to do, so she scratched her head with her paw. Suddenly, a female figure walked out from the woods. Her flowy white dress stood out in the night. Who opposes? Every demon was surprised by the cold voice. The six-tailed fox was overjoyed at the sight of her family. "Sister? Human girl?" The lion demon sneered. "You dare come here alone? Do you know what this place is? This is in the middle of nowhere and you all look terrifying. So, of course, you're all demons." The lady in the white dress smirked as her eyes glinted. "Coincidentally, I'm a demon, too." Whoosh! 9 pure white tails spread out from beneath her dress, luminescent under the moonlight. Her 9 huge tails swayed. The demons were stumped by her powerful aura. "Nine-tailed fox? Weren't you captured by the cultivators from the Lynxian palace?" The lion demon was in disbelief as he widened his eyes. Dodgy glared at the lion demon and said coldly, "This is your last chance. Comply, or die." Ha! No wonder this six-tailed fox dared to step out. She is you to support her. The lion demon squinted. His senses were heightened. he said with a menacing grin, "but, you just transformed. That means you'll need to start cultivating all over again. You should be hiding. What gives you the courage to run for Demon King? You must have a death wish." Roar. Then, he showed his true colors. He transformed into a humongous lion. His demon powers growled in him like thunder. He said, "That jade pendant was a defense immortal item, so it won't attack. We'll just leave the six-tailed fox alone. Everyone, kill this nine-tailed fox. We'll divide her core. Small demons, follow my lead." Whoosh. Flames appeared on the lion demon as he leapt at Daji like a lion leaping through a ring of fire. 30 demons followed him, screaming and ready to kill. Her dress was blowing in the wind. She looked like a fairy. They did not faze Daji. She approached the demons with light footsteps. This scene was like the Beauty and the Beast. The contrast was astounding. The temperature surrounding Daji was freezing as she moved. Her eyes turned blue. She gently said, "Since you've all chosen death, so be it." Crack. The ground immediately froze. The trees, the grass, and the soil were covered in snow. It was like an ice age. The lion demon was startled. He was flaming, but he still shivered from the cold. He knew he had messed up. Boom. He opened his mouth and out came a huge fireball like a cannon. However, the fireball was frozen in place as it approached Daji. The flames went out. The lion demon was terrified. He turned around without hesitation. Retreat. He was too late. He had only turned around halfway and was suddenly frozen in place. His mouth was open but no sound came out. The demons behind him were utterly horrified. Some of them did not have the time to react, so they were all frozen into statues, too. The other demons were petrified. They went blank and did not know how to react. Daji glanced at them with her blue eyes. She sounded like a goddess, cold and powerful. "My little sister wants to be the Demon King. Now, who agrees? Who opposes?" Chapter 96, Light Source, Breakthrough. It was quiet. The demons did not dare to breathe loudly. Their throats were dry and they could not speak. This woman was horrifying, a million times more horrifying than the previous Silver Moon Demon King. Plop. Since they were too scared to speak, they could only use their body language. The black boar demon knelt to the ground. He feared that he would be made into an ice statue if he reacted too slowly. Then, there were a lot of plops. The demons gave in and kneeled on the ground. Only the bear demon and a few others remained standing. Daji glanced at the bear demon with her pretty eyes. "What else do you have to say?" At that moment, the bear demon felt as if his heart jumped out of his throat. He almost pissed himself. The bear demon unfolded his hands in a sort of prayer as he plopped onto the ground. Then, he bowed. Don't be mistaken." The bear demon tried his best to force a friendly smile. He was already crying. "I had shaky feet and couldn't move. I couldn't control it at all, but I'll comply. My biggest strength is loyalty. Please, spare me." Daji looked away and her changed back to its original color. She waved at the six-tailed fox. "Get over here." The six-tailed fox hopped over and leapt into her arms. She said adoringly, "Sister, you're awesome." Daji shook her head and said, "It was all thanks to my master's help. Also, you benefit a lot from master, too. Also, you're way too careless. You haven't even grown out your seventh tail yet." "Humph, sister will be here to rescue me anyway," said the six-tailed fox happily. Daji shook her head and said, "You have more demon skills in you than you think. You'll have to learn how to utilize it to your best capabilities. If there are any problems as the Demon King, you can come and find me." "Yeah," six-tailed fox nodded obediently. Daji turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, a light caught her eye. She was startled. Then, she had an idea. She turned around and looked at the light source. The forest should be incredibly dark, but it was not. This was because the demons were holding torches and the place was full of fireflies. Fireflies. Among the fireflies, 2 of them were spirits. They were considered 2 tiny demons. These 2 lead the fireflies, scattering across the forest to light up the night sky. The firefly demons noticed her gaze. They shivered in fear. They started trembling when Daji walked toward them. Their lights were flickering because they were afraid. They wanted to flee but could not move an inch. Daji smiled. She was slightly excited. She found the light source for the lantern. What was more suitable as a light source than the fireflies? The 2 firefly demons could provide light at all times. They could also control their brightness. More importantly, they could be voice-controlled. Master loved voice-controlled items. He would love this voice-controlled light source. Daji patted herself on the back. She said to the two tiny demons, "I have an opportunity for you too. Do you want it?" Opportunity? The two tiny demons were startled. They stared at Daji in disbelief. Then, they started shaking in excitement. Opportunity from a Bigshot. Holy crap. They went blank. They tried reconfirming with her. "Duh, Demon King, are you serious?" Daji smiled. She was pretty. "Why would I lie to you? If you do a good job and impress my master, it might be the breakthrough of your lifetimes." Master? Breakthrough? They were so ecstatic they could blow up. They were shining at maximum brightness. The other eavesdropping demons were shocked and baffled. The nine-tailed fox had a master? What kind of character would that be? Incredible, unimaginable. The word breakthrough was more significant than opportunity or luck. Luck and opportunities were temporary. Breakthroughs could change your life. Breakthroughs were the biggest opportunity of one's lifetime. It could change one's fate. Why would the nine-tailed fox ever promise them that? They did not know the reason, but it did not stop them from being envious of the two tiny firefly demons. The firefly demons only had their consciousness. What could they do? Why were they the ones chosen by the nine-tailed fox? What did I do wrong to not be chosen? Daji looked at the dumbfounded firefly demons. "Are you two willing to do it?" "Yes, yes we are." The two demons nodded continuously. They were feeling excited and touched. They did not know why they were chosen by the Demon King, but they had to give it their best shot. Daji nodded and ordered, "Pick 30 bright fireflies and come with me." They immediately replied, "Yes, ma'am." Daji brought the fireflies to the four-part architecture. It was already daybreak. Daji opened the bag in her hand and stared at the two tiny demons inside. She said in a serious tone, "Let me be clear with you again. From now on, I'm just an ordinary girl and you're not demons, just an ordinary lighting tool. Also, most importantly, no matter what you see, no matter what you hear, you have to pretend to not understand it. My master loves role-playing as an ordinary man, so you have to just go with it. Don't ruin his mood. Otherwise." They felt her menace, so they quickly nodded. "Got it, we got it." Daji nodded and walked into the four-part architecture slowly. Nannan was awake early as usual. He was doing some special movements. The movements were soft and comforting. It did not look intimidating. It was kind of relaxing. Daji observed him for a while before she shook her head. Master said this enabled him to be strong and healthy so that he could live longer. It seemed extraordinary, but she did not understand anything about it. Chapter 97, I am a lighting tool. After a while, Nannan was done with his yoga. He saw Daji standing at the door. He asked curiously, "Daji, where have you been?" Daji smiled softly and said, "That day you mentioned missing a light source for the lantern. I had an idea, so I went to look for one last night. I finally found one." The two firefly demons were thunderstruck by her demeanor. They could not believe it. What was going on? Was this the same nine-tailed fox? They did not expect the cold-hearted, powerful nine-tailed fox to have a soft and feminine side. Must be two different people. What kind of god was her master? How was he able to tame the nine-tailed fox? The two demons looked at Nannan. He seemed completely ordinary. Their demon king was right. Her master loved role-playing as an ordinary man. Nannan asked out of curiosity, "Oh? What kind of light source?" Daji raised her bag and smiled. "This. Fireflies." Nannan laughed. "Fireflies? What a creative idea. Show me." Daji passed the bag over to Nannan. Flying lights could be seen from outside the bag. They were flickering brightly. Daji said, "These fireflies aren't small and they're extremely clever. You can order them to control their brightness." Voice controlled? Nannan's eyes lit up. The things from the immortal realm were truly extraordinary. Every item could be voice controlled. He grinned and tried. "Brighten up." The bag glowed brighter. "Good, good, awesome." Nannan nodded in satisfaction. He felt touched as he looked at Daji. She went to find him a solution just because he mumbled something unconsciously. Also, she bravely went into the woods alone to capture the fireflies. It was difficult to capture fireflies, especially in the immortal realm. He got lucky when he adopted this beautiful and considerate woman. However, it was dangerous for a woman to be in the woods alone at night. She was risking her life. "Don't do that next time. It's too dangerous." Li Nianfan scolded her, trying to look serious. "Is the master worried about me?" Of course, the master probably knows about how I helped sister with the Demon King title. He must be worried that I'd get ambushed by demons. Daji thought it was sweet. She bowed her head and obediently said, "Okay." Li Nianfan suddenly felt bad when he saw Daji looking like that. He said, "I like this a lot. Thank you." Daji was beaming. "It's what I should be doing." The two firefly demons were baffled. The nine-tailed fox was behaving coquettishly. Where was her Demon King aura? The demons noticed Li Nianfan looking at them, so they tried to look alive. They blended in with the other fireflies. "Nothing to see here. I'm just a normal firefly. I'm an emotionless lighting tool." Li Nianfan took the bag and walked over to the lantern, transferring all the fireflies into it. Instantly, the big red lantern was lit. The golden fu was beaming, too. The fireflies did not disappoint Li Nianfan. They were brighter and more magical than an ordinary lantern. The two tiny demons were initially curious about Li Nianfan. However, once they were trapped in the lantern, the feeling of fear replaced their curiosity. They felt bound as soon as they entered the lantern, like they were born to be a part of this lantern, like they were its natural light source. They were horrified. This was against the laws of nature. Nobody had ever done this before. It was unheard of. They looked at each other and remembered when Daji said this would be the breakthrough of their lifetimes. It did change their lives, but the breakthrough was, to become a lantern? It seemed to be a scam. They landed on the lantern frame and admitted to their defeat, drooping their heads disappointingly. Suddenly, one of the demons was surprised. It slowly looked up at the lantern frame and sniffed it. Buzz. Its brain went dizzy, but it was somehow comforting. It felt a pleasure it had never felt before, a refreshing type of clarity. Animals would transform into demons once they developed a consciousness. Then, they would train their spirit to become more powerful. Finally, they would become powerful demons. The firefly demons had developed consciousness, but they were not strong at all. It suddenly had an idea to train their spirit. "This bamboo." It stared at the bamboo dreamily. "What about it?" asked the other demon. "I took a sniff of the bamboo, and developed a cultivation method." "What? You're dreaming." The other demon stared back in disbelief. "How's that possible?" It took a deep sniff without hesitation. Then, its body shook. When it opened its eyes again, its light was flickering like crazy. The firefly demon was shocked and hysterical. How could this be? It looked at the bamboo again, feeling goosebumps all over. The firefly demon was excited and terrified at the same time. What was this? It could help with leveling up the spirit and Tao. It looked at the other ordinary fireflies. These fireflies were different. They had stars in their eyes. It was the first sign of consciousness development. Chapter 98, Be a Proper Light. Yikes! They gasped at the same time and looked at each other. They were both terrified. Did someone use this immortal item, for a lantern? Incredible, unimaginable. Their hearts were racing. They suddenly felt like it was nice to be a lantern. They looked at the other fireflies anxiously. At this rate, these ordinary fireflies would develop their consciousness. If they did not do something about it, they would be surpassed as leaders of the fireflies. Training time. They had to start training since they found a new cultivation method. They did not dare to relax. However, they were once again stumped. They felt dizzy, like someone had smacked them on the head. The spiritual chi in here was insane. It was too much. Too intense. It made their cultivation process way too fast. It even made them feel like they could take a deep breath in replacement of a whole day's worth of training. What kind of godly speed was that? They were too scared to continue training with that speed. What else is in this lantern? Asked one of the firefly demons in a trembling voice. Everything in here had surpassed its knowledge. It was as if an ordinary person went to the heavenly temple. It was a genuinely terrifying kind of excitement. The other firefly demon gulped and said, I don't know, but I know the materials are impeccable." They carefully flew inside the lantern and observed every corner. They were envious of the other fireflies. Ignorance is bliss. This is the luckiest day of your lives. Then, they looked at the same spot, a spot where the bamboo sticks met. The crossover was tied together using willow as a rope. Instinctively, they felt afraid when they got close to it. Big shot. Absolute big shot. They avoided it and continued with their observation. The most obvious part of the lantern was the red cloth. Nothing seemed to be wrong with it. However, there was a foo written on it. They were thunderstruck, almost like they might blow up. It was beyond their knowledge of the world. Like an ant discovering the sky. Too scary. The word signified fortune. They stopped observing and looked away, trembling in a corner. They felt weak, small, and insignificant. Li Nianfan and Daji were eating breakfast. Their meal was slightly better, all thanks to the basket of eggs from Andy Zhang. A fried egg, porridge, and salted vegetables was an enjoyable breakfast. It would have been perfect if they had milk and bread. They could not keep having porridge for breakfast forever. Suddenly, Li Nianfan looked at the lantern and asked, "Oh yeah, what do fireflies eat?" He finally had the perfect light source. It would be a shame if they starved to death. He could not do that to those poor bugs. Daji thought about it and answered, "I think, do." Li Nianfan was startled and he laughed. "Do? Just like little fairies." He looked at the lantern and said, "Maybe I could replace it with porridge juice." Soon, he poured some porridge juice into the lantern. The two firefly demons jolted when the porridge juice was poured in. They were easily frightened, like a poor man visiting the home of a rich person. They sighed in relief when they realized it was just porridge juice. Then, they curiously examined it. Was this porridge? Compared to dew, the juice was whiter and stickier. It also had a unique aroma. They wanted to try it. Before they became demons, they only ate dew. Once they became demons, they became picky eaters. Deep down, they despised porridge. However, this porridge smelled so good. It was also given by a big shot, so they had to try it. Maybe they should try a sip? They slowly flew towards the white porridge juice. Slurp. They took a sip and suddenly, they were overwhelmed with the aroma and flavors. Delicious, super delicious. They only ate dew because dew was clean and refreshing. It also had a hint of floral sweetness to it. They did not know why, but this porridge juice was better than dew. Also, it was unforgettably tasty. Such wonderful food existed in this world. They were satisfied. It was a pleasure being able to eat such wonderful food. Their bug lives were worth it. Suddenly, their spiritual chi erupted like a volcano. It was pouring out. Buzz. They felt like they had leveled up as waves of insights poured into them, widening their minds. Then, their bodies started to expand, too. One firefly demon had a hoarse voice as it was trying to hold it together. "I can't do this. I think I'm leveling up." The other firefly demon replied, "Me, too." They always wanted to level up but to no avail. They did not expect to be leveling up at the wrong time. They had to suppress it. It was unreal. I can't hold it anymore." One of the demons was expanding in size. "No, I can't get bigger, I mustn't expand. I'm supposed to be an emotionless light. I'll expose my identity if I keep expanding." "Light? Light? I got it." The other firefly demon caught on and yelled, "We have to focus all our powers on our tail lights. Be a proper light." Chapter 99, Too much pressure that you have dementia. The two tiny demons focused their powers into their tail lights. The pressure on their bodies was lighter and their tail lights were brighter. Phew. They both sighed in relief. They would have blown up from that sudden wave of power if they did not find the solution. They glanced at the porridge juice shakily. They were petrified. What an expert. Even the porridge was precious and valuable. They only took a tiny sip of porridge juice and were overwhelmed. The nine-tailed fox and the expert were eating bowls of porridge. How luxurious of them. Such a special lantern, such a magical porridge. No wonder the nine-tailed fox was so powerful. She met an expert. When she promised them a breakthrough, they did not expect it to be this kind of breakthrough. It was hard to be unsuccessful when you were with the expert. Li Nianfan noticed how bright the lantern was and he smiled. "It looks like they love the porridge juice. Look how happy they got." Daji nodded and said, "Yeah, not everyone gets to taste your porridge, Mr. Li." "Ha, when it comes to food, I really am the best," laughed Li Nianfan. Then, he felt bad for the fireflies. But they shouldn't always be bright. It doesn't waste electricity, but they must be tired. They shouldn't be bright during the daytime, only when they need to. The fireflies dimmed as soon as he finished his sentence. Li Nannan was amazed. Even the fireflies are intelligent in the immortal realm. At the north side of the Ganlong immortal dynasty, it was dry land and there were not a lot of trees around. The sun was high up in the sky, making the weather incredibly hot. An old woman and a young girl were on their way. The old woman said to the young girl, "Nannan, we're almost there. I know it must be tiring to follow along." She could not figure out why someone like Nannan was sent to her unknown sect that was in the middle of nowhere. Was the expert planning something? She was not a powerful cultivator, but she had lived for hundreds of years. She had seen and heard enough to know that experts worked in mysterious ways. Very few people could understand it. It was great that the expert saw something in the Golden Lotus sect. No matter what, she had to treat Nannan well. She must protect Nannan at all cost. A one-day trip was prolonged into a 3-day trip because she became rich overnight. Her space ring contained endless treasures, so she was scared of being robbed. Also, she had Nannan on her side. She had to ensure her safety. Therefore, she was extra careful on the road. She would avoid road trails if she had any doubts. They finally reached the turf of the Golden Lotus sect. "It's okay, Master." Nannan shook her head and said, "You only told me half the story of the Golden Lotus sect. What happens next? Did the Sky Knife sect borrow us the elixir?" The old woman shook her head and replied, "Of course not. Not only that, but they also mocked and humiliated us. The Golden Lotus sect was almost vanquished." Nannan was unfazed. She asked, "Oh, what happens next?" The old woman smiled and finished reciting the story. She realized her new student was interested and passionate about the history of the Golden Lotus sect. She was also interested in news and information regarding the cultivation realm. The old woman would not hide it from her. She told Nannan everything she wanted to know. The two reached the Golden Lotus sect without noticing. They were a sect, but they were truly poor. The gates were made of clay and it was crappy. Beyond the gates, there were a few buildings around. The main hall was decent, but it was also old. The walls were dried up and there were only a few disciples around. It was a miserable sight. The old woman brought Nannan to where she stayed. It was not far away from the main hall. It was the best spot from the looks of it. "Nannan, this is your room from now on. I'll live next to you, so you can come to me if you have any problems. Don't worry about anything," said the old woman kindly. "Then," she said, "you should stay here first. I'll go look for my sister." She left in a flash, heading toward the small yard next to the main hall. She rushed through the small yard and arrived at a room. She pushed the door open. "Sister, I'm back." An old woman laid on her bed weakly with her eyes closed. This was her sister, Wu Hanyan. She had white messy hair and wrinkles all over her face. She looked like an old woman on the brink of death, hanging on to her last breath. She was only older than her by 3 years, but she looked like she was older than her by decades. There was a dark spot between her eyebrows, a sign of fatal poisoning. Wu Hanyan did her best to open her eyes. She said in a weak and hoarse voice, "You finally came back. How was your trip?" The old woman was emotional. "Sister, I found an incredible student." "Really?" Wu Hanyan did not expect good news, so she was very glad to hear that. She hurriedly asked, "Is it a decent spiritual root?" The old woman shook her head. "No." Wu Hanyan trembled and asked, So it's a superior spiritual root?" The old woman still shook her head. "Not that either. She's an inferior spiritual root." Wu Hanyan was visibly disappointed. She smiled bitterly and said, I'm at the brink of death, yet, you still want to tease me." The old woman quickly replied, "Sis, I'm not making fun of you. This student is unlike any of the other spiritual roots. She's the Golden Lotus sect's breakthrough. This time, we'll be successful." "Do you know what you're talking about?" Wu Hanyan turned to look at her sister. She suddenly realized that her sister was no longer the 28-year-old woman she once knew. She had already gone through the cruel passage of time. They were two old ladies now. She felt sentimental at that moment, a miserable kind of sentiment. She sighed. "You went through a lot over these years. You're under too much pressure, so much that you have dementia and now you're imagining things. Fine. After I die, go ahead and break up the Golden Lotus sect." Chapter 100, Shockingly sat up at the brink of death. "Sis, I'm not imagining things. I'm as clear as day," exclaimed the old woman. She waved and endless spiritual herbs spilled out into the room. The room was filled with medical aroma. This is... Wu Hanyan's eyes were wide. She was weak, almost dying, but she sat up from her bed and stared in disbelief. It was unreal. Am I imagining things? I'm dying. I must be dying, mumbled Wu Hanyan. She teared up. But seeing something this majestic before dying? My life's worth it. I can die in peace. The old woman laughed at her sister and said, "Sis, you don't have to die in peace. You can totally live in peace. It's all real, it's not an illusion." She took out a bunch of spiritual herbs and continued, "This elixir could cure the wasp venom in you. Hurry up and eat it." "This is real?" Wu Hanyan stared at her sister in disbelief. "Did you discover the stash of a god?" She replied, "Sis, this is all because I took in that student." "That inferior spiritual root student? Who is she? Where did she come from? And why our sect?" Wu Hanyan was utterly confused. She looked like she had countless question marks above her head. "I'm not sure about her background either, but..." The old woman had a fearful look in her eyes. She took a deep breath and continued, "I know she has a brother, and he was extraordinary. The words he wrote were full of insights. Even the Holy Emperor was impressed with it and paid his respects." "Insights? Holy Emperor?" Gasp. Wu Hanyan gasped and almost died for real. She was too shocked to function. Her heart was racing like crazy, too. Insights and the Holy Emperor were beyond her. It was something she looked up to but could never attain. Now, they just recruited a student with insights, and the Holy Emperor was involved. They also got all these spiritual herbs. Unbelievable. What type of heavenly disciple did they take in? When did the Golden Lotus sect get this lucky? Wu Hanyan was baffled. It was all right in front of her but she still refused to believe it. She looked at her sister and asked, "Is it true?" "Sis, it's absolutely real." The old woman nodded and said, "Hurry up and take the spiritual herb. I'll tell you the rest of it while I cure your poison. I'm worried you'll get overwhelmed." Wu Hanyan continuously nodded. "Okay." 2 hours later. The sky went dark. The old woman and Wu Hanyan opened their eyes at the same time, sweating bullets and panting. They looked at each other and smiled. Phew. Wu Hanyan sighed in relief. She looked re-energized. "It's been far too long since I've felt this good and relaxed." Her sister laughed. "Sis, now do you believe what I said?" "Incredible, truly incredible." Wu Hanyan shook her head and exclaimed. She had a respectful tone in her voice. "I can't believe someone like that exists in this realm, and he chose the Golden Lotus sect. It's unbelievable." While she was healing, her sister told her everything. She was shocked from the beginning of the story until the very end. An extraordinary man with his writings full of insights. The Holy Emperor trying to impress him. How he probably killed the demon man. Wu Hanyan was especially shocked by the Holy Emperor's statement. The Golden Lotus sect might surpass the Ganlong immortal dynasty because of this disciple? Everything she said was hard to process. Wu Hanyan was serious. "We have to treat this little girl well." "No. Not only should we treat her well, but we also have to treat her like she's more important than our lives." Nannan indirectly saved her life. She also had the ultimate Bigshot backing her. He was someone they needed to worship. The old woman nodded understandingly. "Of course, I'll let her stay in the room next to mine so I can take care of her." Wu Hanyan immediately said, "Let's go. We should go see her." The two of them teleported to her room. Knock knock. The old woman knocked and asked, "Nannan, are you asleep?" "Not yet." Nannan opened the door and looked at the old woman. "Master." The old woman smiled and introduced, "This is my sister, the sect master of the Golden Lotus sect." Wu Hanyan smiled. "Nannan, the Golden Lotus sect welcomes you. Greetings to the sect master." Nannan let them into her room and continued drawing on the walls. The old woman and Wu Hanyan watched her out of curiosity. The wall was filled with the names of sects and people. More importantly, the names looked familiar. They were names of the enemies, more specifically the enemies of the Golden Lotus sect. These were the names that the old woman mentioned in her story on the way here. 2 names at the top were struck through by Nannan. Leopard Demon and Demon Man. The old woman was stupefied. She asked, "Nannan, what's this?" "These people are my recent biggest enemies, I'm cleaning them up one by one from now on. This blank area is for future enemies. Nobody messes with Nannan." Gasp. The old woman and Wu Hanyan gasped at the same time. They were surprised. They also felt goosebumps looking at the wall of enemies. Nannan had the potential of a little demonic girl. They shook their heads and laughed. The Golden Lotus sect would not be peaceful from now on. Then, They looked around the room. They noticed Li Nianfan's writing hanging on the wall. "I am not ordinary. I leadeth an immortal life. Bzzz." They felt a buzz in the air when they caught sight of the writings that Li Nianfan gave to Nannan. The words were full of insights, and the room was now transformed into a holy place because of the writings. Wu Hanyan heard about the writings from her sister, but now that it was right in front of her, she felt the strong impact it had on her. This was heavenly writings. The writings were a breakthrough. What kind of cool character could have casually written something like that? That person was the brother of Nannan. Scary. Too scary. Chapter 101, A Letter from Nannan. Meanwhile, Nannan took out a letter and said, "Master, I wrote my brother a letter to tell him that I'm well, but I don't know how to send it out." A letter for her brother? The old woman's heart sank a little. She said hastily, "Of course. Give me the letter. I'll help you send it to your brother." No matter what it took, she had to send this out at the fastest speed and efficiency. She decided to deliver this letter herself by handing it to the Ganlong immortal dynasty. They would then pass it to him. The old woman and Wu Hanyan walked out of Nannan's room with mixed feelings. Although that piece of writing was a priceless treasure, they did not think about stealing it. They exchanged a solemn look with one another. Meanwhile, Wu Hanyan jolted as she turned to look at her surroundings. Her eyes were filled with a bewildered wonder. The old woman did not understand what she was doing. After a moment, she was stunned, too. A thick and soaring chill shot up into the sky, sending chills all over her body and scalp. Somehow, the once desolate area around Nannan's room was suddenly filled with plants and flowers, blooming with a tangy fragrance. 2 days later. Early morning. Below the four-part architecture. 2 orbs of light flew from the fallen town and landed by the foot of the mountain. It was the Holy Emperor and Luo Shiyu. They looked up the mountain with an impressed and solemn look. The memory of the demon man dying in front of their eyes was still fresh like it happened yesterday. None of them would ever forget the sight. Whenever they thought about it, they could not help but feel amazed at how powerful the expert was. He was so powerful that even the thought of him made one's heart throb uncontrollably. A moment of silence. The both of them took a deep breath before walking toward the four-part architecture. They even controlled their breathing on the way up, terrified of making too much noise from walking. This was different from before. Now, they had a new sense of fear in them. They used to visit him out of respect and anxiety, but now, the strongest feeling they had was fear. Although they knew that the expert should never be offended, Li Nianfan had always treated them with friendliness. Especially when he was in a good mood, he would casually present them with some opportunities. Therefore, they gradually viewed him as a friendly expert. That was until they watched the demon man die. How terrifying. Not one trace of the demon man was left in this world, he completely vanished. It was not until then that they realized the expert had emotions, too. Once he was mad, one would feel worse than death. It happened right in front of them. How could they not be terrified? No matter what, they had to be on their best behavior in front of the expert. They had to be extremely cautious and careful so that they would not offend him. Suddenly, Luo Shiyu had a thought. She said, "Father, I heard that someone was practicing demonic powers, even inside our Ganlong immortal dynasty." "Yeah, indeed." The Holy Emperor nodded. Then, he sighed. "I've asked someone to check it out. According to them, these people are looking for something." "Looking for something?" Luo Shiyu halted. "Aren't they here for the Forbidden Valley?" "If they were here because of the Forbidden Valley, they wouldn't have made a big scene out of it." The Holy Emperor shook his head. "All right, let's talk about this later. The most important matter at hand is to visit Mr. Li." Luo Shiyu was still worried. "I'm just worried that these ignorant demons might disturb Mr. Li." The Holy Emperor frowned. These demons had no boundaries and moved silently. Nobody could guess what they would do or where they would appear next. The Holy Emperor said, "You're right. We're not worried about Mr. Li's safety, but if they affect Mr. Li's peace, it'd be bad for all of us." As they spoke, they arrived at the four-part architecture. They stopped in their steps but did not call out. Instead, they walked cautiously to the door and knocked on it 3 times. Click. Xiao Bei opened the door. Seeing that it was the Holy Emperor and Luo Shiyu, it said, "Welcome." "Hello, Xiao Bei." The Holy Emperor and Luo Shiyu smiled at Xiao Bei with a friendly look before walking into the four-part architecture. Li Nianfan was brushing his teeth. He smiled and said, "Yo! I didn't expect to have guests this early in the morning." There were still some bubbles lingering at the corner of his mouth. He then took a mouthful of water, gargled, and spat the water out into one of the bonsais. The Holy Emperor and Luo Shiyu greeted, "Greetings to Mr. Li." They were wondering what Li Nianfan was doing, but they did not dare to disturb him. Perhaps it was something ordinary man would never understand. They then looked enviously at the bonsai which had been spat on by the expert. No wonder they were growing so well. Being spat on by Li Nianfan daily was the biggest opportunity ever. Li Nianfan smiled. "You're too humble. Please, take a seat. Xiao Bei, get them 2 glasses of water." The Holy Emperor and Luo Shiyu jolted with delight. Spiritual water for them? They happily sat down on the stone chairs. After accepting the spiritual water from Xiao Bei, they both took a sip. Ah! Nice. Li Nianfan's house felt the best. From the moment they entered his yard, they felt unusually at peace and their happiness levels kept increasing. Furthermore, the spiritual water was so cooling and full of spiritual qi. Only available at the expert's house. The expert's life was indeed stress-free and problem-free with no external need or demand. Even an immortal would envy his way of living. Anyone would want to live like this even if they could only be an ordinary man for the rest of their life. Sigh. Whatever. Nobody else deserved this. After finishing half a glass of spiritual water, the Holy Emperor took out a letter and said, "Mr. Li, the Golden Lotus sect has asked me to hand this to you. It's from Nannan." "Nannan wrote to me?" Li Nianfan smiled. This girl was not forgetful after all. He accepted the letter and opened it. The writing was not the neatest, but one could tell Nannan did try her best. In the letter, she told him that she was now safe, that she had officially joined the Golden Lotus sect and would start cultivating soon. She mentioned that her seniors treated her kindly and she told Li Nianfan not to worry about her and that she would work hard to become the best cultivator. What a girl! Li Nianfan smiled and replied to her in his heart, "Good luck, Nannan." When Li Nianfan was reading the letter, the Holy Emperor was looking around at his surroundings. He realized that the expert's inner court looked completely different since the last time he came. Chapter 102, First Eyes Pop Experience. Compared to the last time he was here, the inner court had many new additions. It looked like a mini forest now. Although he heard from Luo Shiyu that the expert made the elixirs into his bonsai, seeing them with his own eyes caused his throat to turn dry and his heart to throb hard. These were the top-graded elixirs, ones that could not be reproduced. Not only did he use them as decorations, he even grew them so well. The world of a Bigshot was indeed beyond one's imagination. He then looked at the table with a crystal ball on it. He wondered why it somehow resembled the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion's preaching pearl. The preaching pearl was the most precious treasure of the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion and not many people had seen it before. The expert simply placed it on the table? As a decoration? For everyone to see? Gulp. The Holy Emperor swallowed a mouthful of saliva, trying to divert his attention. Humph? The rockery? His pupils dilated. An audacious speculation appeared in his mind. Luo Shiyu told him that the last time she came with Qin Manyun, the expert seemed to be interested in their 1,000-year black ice, even calling it jello. So, they actually brought over the entire 1,000-year black ice for him? Wow! How generous! Unfortunately, the Ganlong Immortal Dynasty had few treasures. They had nothing to offer him other than fulfilling any task given to them. Li Nianfan kept the letter and said to the Holy Emperor, "Thank you for bringing the letter over for me. Thank you so much." The Holy Emperor said hastily, "You're too humble. We were coming to visit you anyway." "Ha ha ha. I guess you two came for a meal, eh?" Li Nianfan smiled as he looked at the Holy Emperor, almost as if he could see through everything. This bunch of cultivators had always been friendly to an ordinary man like himself. They were friendly, appreciated his art, and liked his food. The Holy Emperor frequently came to visit him. If he was not here for his writings, then, of course, he came for a free meal. This. The Holy Emperor's face turned pale. His heartbeat fastened. He was dumbfounded. Luo Shiyu's mind went blank as well. Her body went stiff. She did not even dare to take a full breath. The experts saw through them. Why did they even try to hide it from him? What now? Was he mad? They did not dare to meet his eyes. Their hands and legs had gone chilly, and within a few seconds, they were covered in cold sweat. With no other choice, the Holy Emperor bit his tongue. He did not try to hide it from him any longer. "There's indeed nothing we can keep from Mr. Li, you're right. Well, I haven't been having any fancy meals these days. As you know, it hasn't been very safe. I can't go out, So I've been eating quite plainly. Li Nianfan shook his head hopelessly. Due to the increase in demon activities, he had not gone out hunting lately. He continued with a smile, however, I do have a delicious treat for you. You came at the right time. Phew. Seeing that Li Nianfan was not mad, the Holy Emperor and Luo Shiyu let out a sigh of relief in unison. They felt as if they had gone from hell to heaven, walking out from the gates of hell. The Holy Emperor was still feeling uneasy with Li Nianfan's attitude. He said, "Don't worry, Mr. Li. We've already delivered the letter. We should go." Li Nianfan said, "All right, don't reject me. Stop the pretense." The Holy Emperor stopped talking all at once. He really wanted to eat, really wanted to eat. This was the expert's food. No ordinary food. Even an immortal could not get the chance to eat it. Beside him, Luo Shiyu was already salivating in anticipation. With much anticipation, they watched Li Nianfan walk to the stream beside the thousand-year black ice. A part of the stream was frozen into ice, and there were some wooden strips on top of it. As the Holy Emperor hesitated, he suddenly saw the azure-blue hexagonal object resting at the center of the frozen stream. He stared at it with a look of disbelief. That. He rubbed his eyes again and looked closely. Ice crystal. It had to be the ice crystal. He just realized there was an ice crystal in the expert's stream. What was that about? He was using the ice crystal to freeze his stream? So sumptuous. He took a deep breath as he tried to calm down from the shock. Li Nianfan called out, "Daji, the ice pop is ready. Come try some." "Coming." Daji answered from inside the room. With that, Daji opened the door and walked out with a look of playfulness and anticipation. Li Nianfan looked up to see Daji's face that was as soft as a baby's. Her cheeks were covered with a light powder while her lips were red and glowing. She had put on some makeup. Recently, Li Nianfan had been feeling bored, so he made some items for the ladies and Daji surprisingly liked it. When he used to live alone, he was not interested in these ladies' items. But now that Daji lived with him, he thought he could make some items to spice things up a bit. "How is it? Does it look nice?" Daji looked at Li Nianfan in anticipation. Li Nianfan smiled and mocked, "Had your lipstick stayed behind the lines of your mouth, I'd give you full marks." Daji scoffed playfully, "This is my first time. I wasn't able to control it. Of course, I went a little over the line." "All right. Now, let me present you all with the new dish I invented." Li Nianfan smiled as he took out the ice pop from the refrigerator. To prevent the ice pop from breaking, he took them out gently. He even made a mold for it to make them look more appealing. The Holy Emperor gradually came to his senses. He asked, "Mr. Li, the dish you made is cold?" He had eaten food for so many years, but he did not know food could be eaten cold. It's eaten cold to relieve the heat." Li Nianfan nodded. "This refrigerator's not bad at all. It can keep food fresh and even make ice pops." "Refrigerator?" The Holy Emperor looked at the ice crystal. Duh. This was an item that could preserve one's life. Of course, it could preserve food. Perhaps only a godly figure like Li Nianfan had the right to use the ice crystal to make food. Meanwhile, Li Nianfan distributed the ice pops to each of them. When the Holy Emperor accepted the ice pop from him, he jolted with a look of surprise in his eyes. The ice pop had an ordinary appearance, a long rectangular shape. Its color was yellow, reflecting the sunlight. A faint fragrance exuded from the ice pop, arousing one's desire. A single look at this ice pop was able to make one feel more refreshed. What a mysterious dish! It was merely ice, but it had the faint scent of a tangerine. It was probably food eaten by immortals. Chapter 103, A Bite of Ice Pop, A Chance to Baptize. Lucky us! Lucky us! The Holy Emperor and Luo Shiyu silently cried in joy. I knew bringing the expert the letter was the right decision. When the expert's happy, anything he offers is a treasure. This ice is actually edible. And it has a faint yellow color. More importantly, this ice was made by the ice crystal. This is definitely made with a special technique. It's probably food for immortals. Li Nianfan did not care about their reactions. He could not wait any longer. He licked his ice pop. Instantly, a cooling feeling spread all over his body, refreshing his mind. One word, cool. The ingredient he used to make the ice pop was tangerine. Its sweet and sour taste stimulated his taste buds. Li Nianfan closed his eyes, feeling the greatest pleasure in his mind and body. This feeling, So nostalgic. Seeing that Li Nianfan was enjoying himself so much, the Holy Emperor did not waste any more time. He raised the ice pop to his mouth. Instantly, a dark chill washed over him. The cold chi had solidified, floating in front of his eyes. Even after cultivating for so many years, it still sent chills all over his body. It was indeed the chill of the ice crystal. So terrifying. The Holy Emperor took a deep breath. He moved his spiritual chi to its peak. His face darkened, as if facing his greatest enemy. This was the ice crystal after all, very deadly. Of course, he had to be cautious. After some mental preparation, he cautiously stuck out his tongue and touched the ice pop with the tip of his tongue. DZZ. At the point of contact, the Holy Emperor could feel an extreme chill surrounding his tongue. Instantly, his tongue was covered with white frost. As he was about to use his spiritual chi to melt the frost, the chill from the ice pop intensified, almost freezing up all the spiritual chi inside his body. It even slowed down his transformation of chi. Then, his face changed color. Before he could even think, he felt his blood freeze. Layers of frost coated his vessels, making it difficult for him to breathe. Though the changes on his face were not apparent, he had already frozen up like an ice sculpture on the inside. This. How could the chill of the ice crystal be so intense? His pupils dilated. He was beyond shocked and overwhelmed with intense terror as his life could vanish at any moment. Besides thinking, he was unable to do anything else. Just as his consciousness was about to freeze over as well, a sense of sour sweetness suddenly burst in his mouth. This made him realize that the ice pop he licked had begun to melt inside his mouth. He felt as if he was bathing in an ice bath. It was no longer attacking his taste buds. Instead, it was like a refreshing breeze, making him feel relaxed. Swiftly after, the cold melted liquid flowed down his throat, shivering his cells and cleansing every pore. Voila! The Holy Emperor's body jolted. He felt as if his entire body had been renewed. Even the parts in his body that had frozen melted like winter into spring. His vitality started to recover. Ah! He could not help moaning as the fatigue in him instantly disappeared. So delicious. So refreshing. He swore that this ice pop was the most precious and delicious thing he had ever eaten. Even more precious than any elixir. He took a deep breath and he could still feel the lingering icy feeling in his mouth. His spiritual chi not only recovered, but it became even stronger than before, making it easier for him to control. This was quenching? His lips parted slightly. He did not know how to describe his current feelings. The chill from the ice pop was able to freeze the spiritual chi inside his body. At this instance, he felt joy from within. So, this ice pop was a type of trial. At first, it froze his body and made him feel the extreme chill of despair. Following that, the melted ice pop gradually became sweet and sour, delicious and nourishing, restoring his body to its peak. From the first taste, one would feel an impending death, but if one were to persist through it, it would restore one's vitality, along with many other benefits. That's right. A rainbow would only appear after a storm. One had to go through pain to understand how precious sweetness was. There was no free lunch in the world. One had to have fearless courage to earn opportunities. Mr. Li was obviously testing our hearts and souls. What a good and considerate man. By now, not only his spiritual chi, but he felt his mind had been baptized as well. The Holy Emperor looked at his ice pop blankly. Who could have imagined this ordinary-looking food would contain such a huge opportunity in it? Food of the immortals. This was indeed the food of the immortals. His heart was beating rapidly as his respect for the ice pop intensified. He almost had no courage to continue eating. Although this ice pop was an opportunity, every lick would freeze his body to death. This required a huge amount of courage. The taste was good, it was just rather risky. The delicious food of the expert was indeed not that easy to eat. The Holy Emperor stole a glimpse of Li Nianfan. He saw that he was eating it with a calm face. The ice pop in his hand was almost gone. He was even chewing the ice. This struck more fear in the Holy Emperor as he looked at Li Nianfan with the utmost respect. One small lick of the ice pop required him to withhold his entire cultivation, yet the expert felt nothing. He was even chewing it. Terrifying. So terrifying. Beside him, Luo Shiyu jolted as her face turned pale. She staggered. She was the least cultivated, so her experience was more intense than the others. The moment she licked it, she felt her consciousness freeze. If it was not for the final burst of delicious sour sweetness, she would have turned into an ice sculpture. Luo Shiyu looked at the ice pop in her hand, confused by her love-hate relationship with this delicious food. As for Daji, her reaction was more normal. Every once in a while, she would stick out her small tongue to lick it gently. Then, she would close her eyes as if she was savoring the taste. Looking at the Holy Emperor and Luo Shiyu, Li Nianfan could not help saying, "The both of you are eating so slowly. The ice pop's melting. Is Mr. Li looking down on our lack of cultivation?" Gulp. The Holy Emperor toughened up and took a big lick of the ice pop. Instantly, his entire body froze up. A chilling wave washed over him, making him tremble. However, he did not dare to show his reaction and forced a smile instead. Yum. So yummy. Luo Shiyu also took another lick. She did not lick as much as the Holy Emperor as she did not want to die from it. Li Nianfan smiled and shook his head. He thought it was probably their first time eating an ice pop, so they could not bite into it. He remembered his first time eating an ice pop back then. He wanted to take his time to enjoy it, so he only licked half of the ice pop while the other half melted, resulting in a mess. Chapter 104, A Deeper Meaning. The Holy Emperor and Luo Shiyu had almost reached their limits. Finally, they managed to finish eating their ice pops as soon as they could. They felt as if they had died more than 10 times. The worst part was that every time, they had to keep a calm face to conceal their true feelings. Sigh. So difficult. The Holy Emperor said, "Mr. Li, thank you for today. We'll leave now." They had died one too many times today, blasted with lots of new insights. They had to rush home to digest them all. "You are welcome." Li Nianfan smiled. Then, he continued, "Oh right, do you know if any big events are happening?" Big event? The Holy Emperor paused as his face turned serious. Mr. Li's words must have deeper meanings. He thought quickly on his feet, trying to decipher the expert's deeper meanings with no success. He was panicking. After a moment, he bit his tongue and asked with a low voice, "May I know what event you're referring to?" Li Nianfan said, "Something like the Lunar New Year festival the other day. I want to bring Daji out to have some fun." He was bored staying at home all the time. Since he was here, he thought he should explore the immortal realm, especially now that he had Daji. They should both go and see the outside world. This. The Holy Emperor's forehead was already covered in sweat. He was too dumb. He still had no idea what the expert was implying. What did he mean by an event like the Lunar New Year festival? So anxious. Seeing that the Holy Emperor did not speak for a while, Li Nianfan smiled. "If there's none, it's fine for now. Just tell me when the next one comes." Perhaps there were only a few events like that per year. It was likely no events were happening at the moment. The Holy Emperor nodded hastily. "Will do." Li Nianfan walked the Holy Emperor and Luo Shiyu to the gate. Then, he suddenly said, "Oh right, I have one more thing to trouble you with." He walked into a room before coming out with a small box. He handed it to Luo Shiyu. "I promised Qinmanyun this sheet music, but she hasn't come by lately. Is it possible for you to hand this to her?" "Sheet music? To Qinmanyun?" Luo Shiyu and the Holy Emperor stared at the small box with red eyes. Lingxian Palace. Qinmanyun. Oh, how skilled were they to be favored by the expert. The Lingxian Palace cultivated the insights of music, so a music sheet from the expert was probably more precious to them than the highest grade of any of their own cultivational items. Luo Shiyu had mixed feelings, but she did not dare harbor any ill thought. She said respectfully, "Don't worry, Mr. Li. I'll bring it to her." "Thank you so much." Li Nianfan smiled. He had one less thing to worry about now. Luo Shiyu and the Holy Emperor walked out of the four-part architecture. Looking at the small box in her hand, their eyes were filled with envy. A big opportunity. This was definitely a big opportunity. The value of this music sheet would be the same as his words on a piece of paper. Sigh, the Lingxian Palace brought over their entire 1,000-year black ice for Mr. Li. They're quite good at licking the expert's boots. The Holy Emperor sighed with envy. The old dude Yao Mengji pretends to be arrogant, but behind the scenes, he's just another bootlicker of the expert. He could not help feeling bitter when he thought about how he failed to understand the deeper implications of the expert's words. Perhaps Yao Mengji was able to grasp his deeper implications and thus, becoming the expert's favorite. "Shiyu, do you have any thoughts on the event the expert mentioned?" the Holy Emperor asked. Luo Shiyu frowned. "I don't know. But now that I think about it, it's probably not just any ordinary event." The Holy Emperor sighed. "I thought so, too." Sigh. If only we can understand the expert's words quicker, we would have become his favorite. Luo Shiyu said, "Father, what we have to do now is to complete the task the expert gave us." "You're right. To make sure nothing goes wrong, I'll go with you to the Lingxian Palace." The Holy Emperor nodded. Instantly, the both of them turned into light and flew straight to the Lingxian Palace. Although they knew that the music sheet was a great treasure, they did not have any thought of owning it, not even the slightest curiosity to open it. 4 hours later, Luo Shiyu and the Holy Emperor landed outside the Lingxian Palace. After passing on the message, someone came out instantly to invite them into the main hall where Qin Manyun welcomed them. Qin Manyun smiled. "Greetings to the Holy Emperor, Shiyu. Long time no see." Luo Shiyu said, "Sister Manyun, we came on behalf of Mr. Li to hand you something." "Mr. Li?" Qin Manyun's eyes lit up. She asked hastily, "What did Mr. Li ask you to hand me? Did he say anything?" "Mr. Li said it's a music sheet," Luo Shiyu said. "Could it be the music sheet to ambush?" Qin Manyun's breathing quickened. Her beautiful eyes looked right into Luo Shiyu's. "Show it to me right away." Recently, she had been residing in the Lingxian Palace. The tune of ambush would be ringing in her head, on a loop. However, she did not dare to ask the expert for the music sheet. Before the sect master went into retreat, he warned her not to misbehave. So, she could not visit the expert out of the blue to get the music sheet. Thus, she had been waiting silently, waiting for the right timing to visit Li Nianfan. Who would have thought that the expert would ask them to bring it to her? How shocking! As Luo Shiyu took out the small box, she asked curiously, "Sister Manyun, how did you do it? What made Mr. Li send this to you?" "Of course, it wasn't me. It was my teacher." Qin Manyun smiled and continued, "Since Mr. Li's an expert, his every word contains deeper implications. My teacher would analyze every word of his until he fully understood its deeper implications, to ensure he fully understood everything the expert asked him to do so that he wouldn't miss a thing. Perhaps that's why Mr. Li is pleased." "I knew it." The Holy Emperor sighed. A brain was a useful thing. Knowledge could indeed change one's fate. Luo Shiyu nodded and handed the small box to Qin Manyun. Qin Manyun's face lit up with a faint blush. She opened the box in anticipation. Click. Inside the box laid a cotton sheet. She unfolded it. Printed on it was the music score of Ambush. Phew! Qin Manyun took in a sharp breath as her beautiful eyes skimmed through the music sheet. Her breathing quickened as a big grin appeared on her lips. Music sheet of the Immortals. Definitely music for the Immortals. As the Saintess of the Lingxian Palace, she had learned music from a young age. She could tell from just one look that this music sheet was greater than any music sheet in the Lingxian Palace. Once they learned it, they would be able to play music of the Immortals. It took a while for her to repress the excitement rising in her. A moment later, a flashing light passed through her mind. Wait. Why would the expert ask them to send her the music sheet out of the blue? There must be deeper implications. Chapter 105, so that was the expert's hint. Qin Manyun started to think quickly. She remembered that both her teacher and herself were not able to interpret the expert's hints completely. Hence, they did not receive the music sheet. But the expert sent them the music sheet. It was not as simple as it seemed. Before her teacher went into retreat, he urged her to try and understand every clue the expert gave, to never be careless, and always complete the tasks given by the expert. She looked at Luo Shiyu and asked with a solemn face, "Shiyu, was there any message for me from Mr. Li?" Luo Shiyu frowned and shook her head. "I don't think so. It can't be. Mr. Li must have given me some hints." Qin Manyun's frown deepened. The Holy Emperor said, "Mr. Li did ask us to look out for any big events. Do you know what he meant by that?" "Big event?" Qin Manyun shook her head, feeling confused. If only her teacher did not go into retreat. Only he could understand the expert's deeper implications. Her understanding was indeed too shallow. Qin Manyun said, "It seems that this is an obvious hint. There must be something. I'll ask around. Be it a big event of the ordinary man or the cultivators, we'll pay close attention regardless." The Holy Emperor agreed. "I'll keep an eye out as well. The event Mr. Li wants to join must be a special one." Qin Manyun asked, "Was there anything else Mr. Li said?" "Probably not," the Holy Emperor said with uncertainty. "We have to be certain there's nothing that we've missed." Qin Manyun shook her head. "If it's possible, could you tell me everything that happened today? Every word Mr. Li said. Please." The Holy Emperor smiled. Sure. I do want to know if Mr. Lee had any other hints. It's best for all of us to analyze this together so that we can help Mr. Lee. With that, he and Luo Shiyu started recalling their meeting with Li Nianfan. Qin Manyun listened with full concentration, analyzing it the way her teacher would. She even took out a pen to write down some notes. Suddenly, Qin Manyun's eyes sparkled like never before. She said excitedly, "Say it again. Tell me what Mr. Lee just said." Luo Shiyu paused slightly. Then, she imitated Li Nianfan's tone and said, "Well, I don't have many fancy meals these days. As you know, it hasn't been very safe recently. I can't go out, so I've been eating quite plainly over the last few days." "I got it. I got it." Qin Manyun cried out in excitement as she jotted it down. Luo Shiyu and the Holy Emperor inched closer as they asked in anticipation, "What is it?" Qin Manyun drew a line to separate the sentence into two parts. "Look, there are actually two hints in here. First, Mr. Lee said it hasn't been very safe recently, so he can't go out. The second hint is that he's been eating quite plainly." "Oh, I see. I see." The Holy Emperor and Luo Shiyu suddenly realized the hints. They were impressed by Qin Manyun. No wonder she was the saintess of the Lingxian Palace. What a detailed way of thinking. No wonder they were the expert's favorite. If it was not for her, they would have missed such an important hint given by the expert, eventually resulting in a crime. How could they miss such a simple clue? So bad. But why hasn't it been safe lately? Qin Manyun asked curiously. She had been staying inside the Lingxian Palace, so she was not aware of what was happening outside. "If I'm not mistaken, the expert must be referring to the demons," Luo Shiyu said. "They started having more activities recently, and they're venturing into the Ganlong Immortal Dynasty territory. Unless these demons are coming for Mr. Lee?" Qin Manyun reasoned out loud. Then, she said decisively, "No matter what, we need to take action. I'll send some people to find out more about these demons. If possible, we should destroy them all at once." Since it was hinted at by the expert, they had to sort it out without any delay. Instantly, Qin Manyun ordered her men to take action. Following that, they looked at the second hint. Qin Manyun said, "If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Lee wants to eat wild meat again, demon meat." She knew this well enough. The last time Li Nianfan went hunting, he killed the Silver Moon Demon King. "I'm beginning to understand," Luo Shiyu said. "I've realized that Mr. Lee likes buying fish from a stall in the fallen Immortal Town Market. Recently, a water demon has been visiting the Clear Moon Lake, which has affected the quality of the fish the fishmonger sells. Mr. Lee even complained about not being able to eat fish." "How could you forget such an important piece of information?" Qin Manyun's eyes lit up. She asked, "Is the water demon a fish demon?" Luo Shiyu nodded. "I heard it's an abalone demon." "Abalone is a fish, too. Mr. Lee said he wants to eat fish, he must have meant the abalone demon." Qin Manyun's face was full of awe. "Let's go to the Clear Moon Lake and hunt down this abalone right away." The Holy Emperor and Luo Shiyu were excited that they could finally do something for the expert. Just as they were about to leave, the 5 elders of the Lingxian Palace landed right in front of the palace's main hall. The 5 of them were dressed in grey robes, their long hair and beards blowing with the wind. However, they did not seem too pleased. The eldest man raised his eyebrow at Qin Manyun and asked, "Manyun, I heard you made an order to fight against the demons, is that correct?" Qin Manyun nodded and said solemnly, "That's correct. This is an urgent matter and we need to complete it right away." "And it's because of the so-called expert you talked about?" the second elder asked. Qin Manyun nodded. The 5 elders frowned in unison. The big elder sighed. "Who is this expert? He convinced our sect master to give him our most precious 1,000 black ice, and now you're using the entire sect's manpower to work for him? What for?" Qin Manyun took a deep breath and said slowly, "The fewer the people who know about the expert, the better. Please, excuse me for not being able to tell you more. All you have to know is that the realm of this expert is beyond immortal. This will be the biggest opportunity the Lingxian Palace has ever had in years." "Beyond immortal? Biggest opportunity?" The faces of the 5 elders darkened. "Do you know what you're talking about?" It sounded way too absurd. Even a 3-year-old would not believe it. Yet, the sect master and the saintess said it was so. Hence, they had no choice but to believe them. Chapter 106, 1 verses 5. Qin Manyun looked at the 5 elders. "I know what I'm doing. Are you doubting my teacher as well?" After a moment of thought, the big elder sighed. "Manyun, I'm afraid your teacher's having an interrogation of insights. What? Qin Manyun cried out in shock. Luo Shiyu and the Holy Emperor's expressions darkened. Any cultivator would know what an interrogation of insights was because the interrogation was too scary. The slightest damage one could sustain was the damaging of insights, while severe damage meant the destruction of one's insights. For cultivators of the combination realm, an interrogation of insights was as dangerous as a death sentence. The realm after combination was cross-tribulation. As the term implied, one would have to survive a calamity to reach the cross-tribulation realm. The first calamity was the interrogation of insights. If the foundation of insights were not well established, one's insights would be destroyed, and in some cases, it could even result in the death of the cultivator. After passing the interrogation of insights, the next calamity would be natural tribulation. It was too dangerous. Therefore, most cultivators would stay in the full combination realm and try to repress the urge to break through if it was not out of necessity. However, Li Nianfan's music was so powerful that Yao Mengji could no longer stay in the combination realm. Thus, he had to break into the cross-tribulation realm. The sect master is breaking through from combination into cross-tribulation. It's extremely dangerous as only 1 out of 10 would survive the transition. This is the danger we're facing now, so we cannot take any more risk, the big elder said solemnly. I think we should set this aside for now and wait for the sect master's successful breakthrough. You're wrong. Unexpectedly, Qin Manyun shook her head and proceeded to enunciate, at this point, we should complete the task given by the expert. The 5 elders looked at Qin Manyun. They did not follow. Qin Manyun explained without changing her expression, 5 elders, my teacher is about to cross a natural tribulation. Other than the expert, I can't think of anyone else that could ensure his safety. The second elder doubted, you really trust the expert? If you don't believe my words. Qin Manyun narrowed her eyes and bowed slightly. Then, please, allow me to prove it to the 5 elders. The expressions of the 5 elders darkened as they exchanged looks with one another. They looked at Qin Manyun in shock. Did she challenge them? The biggest elder frowned. Are you sure you want to challenge us? Qin Manyun nodded. Since the 5 elders don't believe me, I'll have to convince you with my ability. I just received a music sheet from the expert and I'd like to play it for the 5 elders. Ha, a new music sheet? The third elder smiled. Oh Manyun, you're too young and inexperienced. You just received a new music sheet and now you're challenging us with that. You're too immature. The fourth elder frowned. You're too confident about this expert friend of yours. Do you really think you can be so arrogant after receiving a music sheet from him? It's not that easy getting to meet an expert. Although the sect master told us about him, the Lingxian palace is currently in danger, so we can't be careless. Anyway, prove to us how great this so-called expert is. The fifth elder said and looked at Qin Manyun. Which one of us would you like to challenge? Qin Manyun took a deep breath and her eyes gradually sharpened. She declared with a determined tone, I'd like to challenge the 5 of you all at once. The title of the song, Ambush. The song was named Ambush, so of course, she could not let the meaning of the song down. Also, she recalled how Li Nianfan performed the song the other day, and how her teacher was enlightened from the music, so much so that he would risk his insights to understand the insights from this song. The truth was worth risking one's life for. She had learned a lot from her teacher, so she should also reflect her teacher's courage and spirit in going through the interrogation of insights. You want to challenge the 5 of us? The big elder's face darkened. The 5 of us play in different tones. Do you know what that means? 5 tones represented 5 different styles. In other words, 5 different Daos. What kind of tone could defend itself from a joint attack of 5 different tones? The second elder scolded, Manyun, though you've met an expert and seen more of the world, you shouldn't be so arrogant. Qin Manyun remained unperturbed. I'm not being arrogant. You'll understand later. So be it. If you're right, we'll do as you ask. The big elder accepted the challenge. I really hope you can surprise us. The Holy Emperor and Luo Shiyu exchanged a look but remained silent. This was a matter of the Lingxian palace. They should not get involved. At the same time, they were also curious about how powerful the music sheet was for Qin Manyun to be so confident. As for who would win, they believed in Qin Manyun. After all, this was a music sheet given by the expert. The 6 of them transformed into orbs of light and flew into the air above the Lingxian palace. The 5 elders surrounded Qin Manyun, sitting in the air as if there were invisible chairs. Qin Manyun had the same posture, too. A breeze blew, making her white dress sway in the air like an immortal. This beautiful sight attracted many of the disciples of the Lynxian palace. However, when they looked up, they were caught off guard with surprise and shock. The saintess was challenging the five elders? How could it be? This was so wild. So unbelievable. Feeling the gaze of the disciples, the big elder frowned. Waste no more time, let's start. He raised his hands. Instantly, a guqin appeared in front of him. Chinmanyun and the other four elders took out their own instruments swiftly after. The six of them did not start playing all at once. Instead, they remained calm as a wave of qi started circulating between them. It was as if the wind had stopped blowing. After a long while, the big elder's right hand brushed through the strings of his instrument. Dong. The sound of the strings was like water cascading down a fountain. Above him, clouds started to change into different shapes according to his music. Finally, they turned into the shape of a towering mountain. It looked as if it was a tall water fountain falling downward. Just like a 3,000 feet tall water fountain. A strong wind started blowing, causing the big elder's clothes to flap wildly in the air. However, his hair and beard seemed unaffected, only moving slightly. The music was neither intense nor arrogant. It gave one a feeling of awe, like how an ordinary man steadily climbed a mountain with no peak, getting more tired and less confident with every step. Dong. 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 The second elder started playing. Both of his hands brushed the strings rapidly. His unruly hair was blowing in the air like a mad old man. His music was rapid and urgent. A gust of wind howled like a flock of demons ready to ingest their prey. Chapter 107, I'm a Professional. Dong. 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 The other three elders joined in, rapidly plucking at their strings. The music contained sadness, friendliness, arrogance, and many other emotions. At one point, the music was like a downward stream, flowing directly at Chinmanyun, who was positioned in the center. This was known as the interrogation of tone. Although it did not interrogate one's insights, to a cultivator of instruments, this was just as deadly. The combination of so many tones was able to destroy one's cultivation. Chinmanyun sat cross-legged. She raised her hand and started plucking on her strings. Dong. As the string vibrated, an invisible wave rippled out from her in all directions. When the 5 different tones collided with hers, they all jumped to a stop and were transfixed in their spot. It felt like a courtier meeting an emperor. Although the emperor only made one sound, the courtier would not dare make another move. The faces of the 5 elders changed instantly. On their faces were looks of disbelief. Although they continued playing, awe and respect aroused from the deep ends of their hearts. Their looks were equivalent to that of the greatest swordsman who happened across the greatest sword. An inevitable look of awe plastered their faces in anticipation. Dong. Dong. Chinmanyun's hands did not stop moving. Instead, she picked up her speed, which in turn, changed the tune of the music, making it quicker and more urgent. Instantly, a gust of wind blew. The towering mountain cloud above the big elders had trembled and then collapsed into waves of remnant clouds, rushing toward Chinmanyun. Blow. The wind was getting stronger and it was getting harder to keep one's eyes open. Each of the disciples of the Lynxian palace took a deep breath as they looked up at the secluded saintess with the deepest awe and admiration. Meanwhile, their brains started humming along with the vibration of the strings. Although Chinmanyun was not challenging them, they were dragged into the rendition of the song, overwhelmed with emotions. Mid-air. The frantic surging of clouds tumbled above Chinmanyun, layer after layer, forming a vast bottomless swirling whirlpool of qi. It was as if Chinmanyun was playing solo. The tones of the 5 elders had been neglected. After all, how could a firefly compete with the moon? The big elder muted his instrument. He really wanted to continue playing, but he realized that he was incapable of doing so. The other 4 elders did the same, too. They all felt insignificant in the presence of her music, as if they had no right to make music alongside her. In fact, they almost felt as if they could never play music again. They did not want to interrupt Chinmanyun's music. The tone was too beautiful, like the preaching of wisdom. It was soothing their hearts. At this moment, Chinmanyun had won. Yet, she did not stop. She played even faster than before, entering a wild state. She closed her eyes and let the music flow like the wind, circulating her. Wait. This did not feel right. This wasn't how Mr. Lee played it. In her mind, she kept recalling the familiar scene of Mr. Lee playing the song. She could almost hear it in her dream every night. Meanwhile, The 5 instruments in front of the elders started vibrating gently. Their strings vibrated in the air, releasing tones that harmonized with the melody Chin Manyun was playing. The harmonization of tones. Whoosh! The winds blew on the trees, causing the leaves to fly into the air like a wave. In the air, the passing birds flew in circles and chirped in response. Even the sound of the wind was in sync with the rhythm. This song became an orchestra of nature. Manyun's having a breakthrough. The 5 elders looked at Chin Manyun with complicated looks, emotional and joyful. They watched her grow up ever since she was young. They never thought that the little girl they once knew would have such a special encounter, an encounter that would make her stronger than the 5 of them altogether. The second elder sighed. We were mistaken. The sect master and saintess are no ordinary people. If they say the man's an expert, he must be an expert. The big elder nodded. Let's just hope the expert doesn't blame us for doubting him earlier. I'd rather die than offend an expert. Vroom. Suddenly, wild winds swept up all the spiritual chi and condensed it above Chin Manyun. They merged with the clouds, forming a big funnel. It was a spectacular sight. After a moment, the condensed spiritual chi fell from above, washing enlightenment all over Chin Manyun. As her momentum grew stronger, the spiritual chi in the air weakened. By then, her momentum had already reached its peak. Yuan Ying, late period. The music stopped abruptly. Everyone's ears were suddenly ringing, feeling empty due to the unresolved music. Chin Manyun gradually opened her eyes in awe. Though she gained a new understanding through playing the song, it was nothing compared to what the expert did. As expected, the expert's level was not something she could ever reach. Congratulations for breaking through. The big elder went to her with the other 4 elders. He asked sincerely, is this the tone of the expert? We were frogs in a well for doubting this immortal tone. How embarrassing. With that, the 5 of them bowed at the invisible notes in the air sincerely, as if apologizing to the expert. Chin Manyun shook her head. The expert's tone is way beyond this. What I played was not even a tenth of his tone. You aren't frogs in a well. The expert's realm is just way beyond our imagination. Gasp. This. The 5 elders were in awe. Chin Manyun was already doing so well, yet she claimed that was not even a tenth of the expert? How would it be like when the expert played? Imagining it made one's scalp itchy. The big elder looked at Chin Manyun with a nervous look. He asked with a trembling voice, the expert really gave the music sheet to us? Chin Manyun nodded. Excellent. Excellent. The 5 elders cried out excitedly with their faces flushed red, almost fainting from delight. This is the biggest opportunity for our Lingxian palace. This is the music sheet of immortals. This will bring glory to us forever. Oh right, I forgot to mention. Chin Manyun paused before she continued, my teacher's Tianshan zither was mended with enlightenment bamboo given by the expert, enlightenment bamboos that the expert treated as rubbish. What? The 5 elders' brains exploded. They could not believe their ears and started to feel lightheaded. Enlightenment bamboo? Rubbish? What, how? Unbelievable. Scary. They finally understood why the saintess and sect master treated the words of the expert like an edict, doing anything just to please him. If they had the chance, they would lick his boots, too, and more professionally. The second elder asked with a trembling voice, what you said was all true. Chin Manyun smiled and asked him rhetorically, what do you think? Expert. A true expert. The big elder cried out without hesitation, his face redder than before. He said with a determined tone, we have to please him. Chin Manyun sighed. We kept this a secret because we wanted to maintain his privacy. Of course. Of course. The 5 elders said in unison. This is a big deal. We'll make an oath to never speak a word of it. That's for the best. Chin Manyun nodded. The big elder asked, didn't you say you were going to help the expert out? The Holy Emperor nodded, that's right. The expert wants to eat the fish demon in the clear moon lake. We're about to kill it. The big elder said hastily, what are you waiting for? Count me in, hurry up. The second elder said, it'd be my pleasure to serve the expert. I doubted the expert earlier. I need to make up for that. The other 3 had already transformed into lights. Let's go. Let's go. Chapter 108, I can brag about this forever. At the clear moon lake. The lake was huge. Due to its surrounding mountain and terrain, it was shaped like a half-moon, quietly embedded into the ground. The lake's water was calm like a mirror, reflecting the sparkling sunlight. The lake spanned all the way here from the sea in the east, forming a long river along the way that divided the immortal realm, the north and the south. According to legends, the clear moon lake was the mother lake that provided for thousands of ordinary men. There were many fish and shrimp inside the lake, making it ideal for fishmongers. However, the usually crowded lake was strangely calm and quiet without no one in sight. Be it by the lake or offshore, the sight of wreckage everywhere was shocking. Meanwhile, a man appeared by the clear moon lake. He approached the lake cautiously without making a sound. He had hesitation in his face, doubting whether he should take the risk or not. Finally, he bit his lip and gradually approached the clear moon lake. If Li Nianfen was here, he would have recognized that this was the fishmonger he always bought fish from. The fishmonger stood on a wooden platform by the lake, and in a fluid movement, he pulled up the fishing net. It turned out that he took the risk a few days ago to place the net here and had been waiting for the right time to harvest. The demon can't know everything. I won't be so unlucky, I guess. The fishmonger felt uneasy and his hands trembled. However, the fish net was heavier than before. This meant that there was something in there, but the fishmonger was unable to feel delighted. Hurry up! The fishmonger's forehead was covered in sweat by now. He pulled desperately as the veins on his arms bulged. Finally, the top of the net was coming into sight. Soon. The fishmonger called out in joy and pulled harder. He said joyfully, "Once I pull this up, I'll be able to brag. This is definitely the most glorious harvest I've ever had, definitely worth the brag. Also, Mr. Li complained that I had too little fish the other day. When he learns that I risked my life getting so much fish from the clear moon lake, he'd be shocked and impressed. Wealth is indeed built upon danger. I'm glad I took the risk." A smile appeared on his lips as he thought about it. He became more energetic. Puff. The fishing net finally appeared in sight, but it was not the sight of many fish jumping as he expected. Instead, it was a huge fish head. The fish head itself was as big as the fishmonger. Its mouth opened wide, revealing chilling sharp teeth. Its body had been bitten off and fresh blood was still flowing from its head, dyeing the lake red. The fishmonger jumped and fell to the ground. His face was as pale as paper. "Duh, demon." Instantly, a huge shadow shot up from beneath the lake. Splash! The fish head was swallowed by a big mouth. He took another look. It was a dark-colored abalone, even bigger than the average adult. "Demon! Demon!" The fishmonger cried desperately. However, he took the shock quite well as he did not freeze up. After screaming, he turned to run away at the fastest speed he could manage. On the back of the abalone demon was a huge and heavy shell. It squirmed its front slightly, forming a strong suction force that sucked in the fishmonger. The fishmonger clung to a tree. Before he could even take a breather, the tree was sucked out of the ground, flying toward the abalone. "I'm dead. I'm dead." As the fishmonger flew in the air, his mind went blank. He repeatedly cried out "I'm dead" with tears rolling down his cheeks. "Demon! Why harm the innocent?" Meanwhile, a powerful voice resonated in the air. Dong! Swiftly after, a powerful note was heard. Although it was just one note, it caused the lake to surge wildly with momentum. The lake's water transformed into a huge wave, crushing the abalone demon, transfixing it into its spot. Splash! The fishmonger fell back on the ground. He was terrified. It took him a while to snap back to reality. Looking at the subdued abalone demon in front of him, his eyes widened. Instantly, he turned and ran away. "I'm alive. I'm still alive." The joy of surviving made his brain work quicker. "Damn! How cool was that? I survived the demon's mouth. I can brag about this forever." The big elder stroked his beard and smiled with satisfaction. "Mission completed. Hurry up. Bring this abalone demon to the expert." Everyone nodded, smiling. "Good, good." Meanwhile, the Holy Emperor saw that Luo Shiyu had zoned out. He asked curiously, "Shiyu, what is it?" Luo Shiyu gulped and felt her heart throbbing. She said with a hoarse voice, "The man seems to be the fishmonger Mr. Li usually buys from." "The fishmonger the expert buys from?" Everyone frowned at first. But everyone was smart. It only took a moment for terror to overwhelm their brains, making their scalps itchy as if ready to explode. Finally, the terror turned into chill. Gasp. Terrifying. Terrifying. Trembling, Qin Manyun said, "Mr. Li decided to have you bring me the music sheet today, along with his hints. Does this mean that he saw all this coming? Did he want us to save the man?" The Holy Emperor took a deep breath. "Very likely. Luckily, We understood Mr. Lee's hints. If not, he might be upset if we weren't able to save the fishmonger. The big elder said solemnly, yes, although the fishmonger's merely an ordinary man, the expert always buys from him and they know one another. Being able to save him is our blessing. They felt lucky to not have taken the expert's hints lightly. They arrived at just the right moment and were able to save the fishmonger. Indeed, the expert had the layout of the world and the control of everything in it. Yet, he lived in the shell of an ordinary man without having to do things himself. What a true expert! In the future, any task given by the expert had to be completed and treated as the top priority. The big elder recomposed himself and said, "All right, hurry and bring this abalone demon to the expert. We'll part here." "Okay." Chin Manyun nodded and parted with the 5 elders. With that, Chin Manyun, Luo Shiyu, and the Holy Emperor turned into light and flew away in the direction of Li Nianfan's 4-part architecture. Chapter 109, What a Big Abalone! The 3 of them arrived at the foot of the mountain in the afternoon the next day. Although they did not sleep, they felt energetic, full of anticipation and excitement. They were about to meet the expert. Who would know if the expert would be pleased by this abalone demon? Halfway walking, the Holy Emperor stopped in his footsteps. "Father, what is it?" Luo Shiyu asked curiously. After a moment of thought, he said, "I feel that it isn't very appropriate for me to go with the 2 of you." Luo Shiyu and Chin Manyun looked at him, confused. The Holy Emperor smiled. "I'm an old man. What fun is there for me to go with the 2 of you? Although Mr. Lee's an expert, he's a man after all. Men and women get along better. He might not be pleased if I tagged along." The Holy Emperor would do anything to avoid any chance of offending the expert. Although Li Nianfan was an expert, who knew what his thoughts were? Perhaps he liked beautiful women? If not, why would Daji be by his side? Furthermore, even if the expert did not think so, it was naturally easier for men and women to get along. Why would he take the risk of offending the expert? However much he wanted to get closer to the expert, he was more terrified about annoying him. Chin Manyun and Luo Shiyu looked at each other, blushing. Although they knew that they had no chance with the expert, they could not help fantasizing about it. Luo Shiyu said, "All right, father. We'll go without you then." The Holy Emperor nodded and reminded, "Okay, be careful. Don't offend Mr. Lee. Also, take note of the deeper meanings he implies." "I know," Luo Shiyu said. With that, the 2 of them continued walking up the mountain. Soon, they arrived at the 4-part architecture. They could not help feeling nervous. This was the second time the 2 of them came together. The first time they came, they even played chess with the expert and lost terribly. How embarrassing. Chin Manyun asked, "May I ask if Mr. Lee's home?" Li Nianfan answered with a languid voice from inside, "Yes, come on in." Click. Xiao Bei opened the door. Luo Shiyu and Chin Manyun said, "Good morning, Xiao Bei." Xiao Bei answered, "It's almost noon already." Chin Manyun and Luo Shiyu smiled and walked into the 4-part architecture. Li Nianfan was observing the growth of the spiritual herbs in the inner court. He said to them, "Oh, it's you. Good morning." Daji was sitting on the stone chair by the side, studying the chessboard. She merely nodded at them. Luo Shiyu and Chin Manyun became nervous. They said in unison, "Greetings to Mr. Lee, Mr. Ji." Li Nianfan already knew what they were here for. He smiled at Chin Manyun, "Have you received the music sheet?" "Yes, I did. Thank you for sending it over." "I'm sorry for the inconvenience caused," Chin Manyun said apologetically. "We happen to have some wild meat here. We hope you like it." Chin Manyun raised her hand. Instantly, a dead human-sized abalone appeared in the inner court. "Wow! What a big abalone!" Li Nianfan looked at the abalone in awe and shock. He then smiled. "You're too kind. You guys always show up with gifts. So polite. So very polite." How nice it was being friends with these educated cultivators. Gave her a music sheet, and she instantly brought over a gift. Such great etiquette. Judging from the head of the abalone, it could be a demon. No wonder this was the immortal realm, even the abalone could be so huge. This was the benefit of befriending cultivators, they could hunt demons. How would this be possible back in the previous realm? Unimaginable. Looking at the expert's look of satisfaction, Chin Manyun and Luo Shiyu were delighted. They said, "We're glad Mr. Lee likes it." Luckily, they understood his hint. It seemed that the expert was very impressed. "An extra dish for lunch today. Why don't I make an abalone herbal soup?" Li Nianfan licked his lips. I haven't had it for some time. The two favorite ways he liked to have abalone was either in an abalone soup or steamed in egg. Abalone was fresh and tasty. It came with many benefits. These two ways of cooking it would unleash its full flavor while retaining most of its nutrients. Unfortunately, there was no egg here. Nonetheless, abalone soup was not a bad choice either. Just like the eagle soup, he could use the spiritual herbs as condiments and it would be delicious. Would you like to stay for lunch? Li Nianfan asked nonchalantly. Since they brought this all the way here, he had to be polite. Luo Shiyu halted, and her heart started beating rapidly. Her little hands clenched into fists, feeling uneasy and excited. Can we? Why not? Daji and I can't finish such a huge abalone anyway. Li Nianfan was amused. They must have missed his food but they were just too embarrassed to say it. To win over a cultivator's heart, one had to first win over their stomach. I bet I'm the only ordinary man with so many cultivators as friends in this immortal realm. He thought to himself. But you might have to wait for a while, it takes some time to cook it, Li Nianfan continued. No problem, we can wait, Luo Shiyu said hastily, afraid that Li Nianfan would change his mind. Li Nianfan nodded and started sizing up this huge abalone. His first impression of it was how huge it was. Then, he noticed the faint pattern on its shell. It seemed unique. It almost had a faint glow. The shell would make good defense material. The outlook of the meat was similar to the abalone in the previous realm, just that it was of a darker shade and had thorns around it. He would not be able to fit the entire abalone into the pot. It had to be sliced first. Li Nianfan narrowed his eyes and said to Xiao Bei who was sharpening the knife. Xiao Bei, it's showtime. Remember to retain its sweetness in the soup. Xiao Bei walked over and said, Don't you worry, my dearest master. Your professional chef Xiao Bei is ready. I'll sit here and wait, then. Li Nianfan laughed and sat opposite Daji. Since Xiao Bei was preparing the meal, he could play a few rounds with Daji. Since he had a robot around, he did not have to wash or prepare dishes. Or else, what good was the robot for? Li Nianfan said to Luo Shiyu and Qin Manyun, Oh, right. Do feel free to walk around. You can also watch her play chess. He did not invite these two women to play with him. They were such bad players and he was not interested. Okay. Luo Shiyu and Qin Manyun nodded. They had no courage to walk around, so they remained seated on the chairs. Although the expert gave them permission to walk around, who had such courage to do so? Did he think they were dumb enough to do so? Chapter 110, Glowing Food. Luo Shiyu whispered to Qin Manyun in excitement, Sister Manyun, we're in luck. Qin Manyun looked at her. You mean, this meal? Yes. Luo Shiyu nodded in anticipation. I've always wanted to eat here again. I finally got the chance to do so. You know, the first time I met Mr. Li, I had the pleasure to taste the watermelon. The feeling was just, wow. So yummy. More importantly, the watermelon even contained insights and spiritual qi. Though it wasn't much, I was able to break through to foundation building. The second time I came here with my mother, I tasted the leopard meat, the taste, just thinking of it, arg. I'm drooling. Luo Shiyu wiped the drool off the corner of her mouth. Her face already betrayed her and exposed her love for food. Qin Manyun nodded. She was full of anticipation, too. Though, she was thinking more than that. Although she had not tasted the expert's food, she had tasted the tea. The tea was able to enlighten one's mind. Even the air in this building was made of pure spiritual qi. Of course, one could only imagine how precious and luxurious the food could be. Was this the happiness of being a big shot? The two of them sat up straight. Out of boredom, they started observing Xiao Bei who was preparing lunch. They saw Xiao Bei take out a water pipe and started washing and rubbing the abalone demon, cleaning its body. Wash. The water flowed continuously. However, the sound of the water sounded sharp and almost painful to the two ladies. It was as if the water was stabling their hearts. Spiritual water. This was spiritual water. Using spiritual water to clean the abalone? What was that all about? As they stared at the wasted spiritual water splashing on the ground, their brains lost the ability to function. The amount of spiritual water wasted was probably way more valuable than the abalone itself. What right did this abalone demon have to get the chance to bath in spiritual water? Its death was so worth it. Meanwhile, some of the spiritual water splashed onto Qin Manyun's face. Instinctively, she stuck out her tongue to lick it. How sweet and refreshing, with a hint of spiritual qi. This made her shiver. If it was not for the last traces of dignity left in her, she would have bent over and licked the floor. Luo Shiyu had the same buzzing noise in her brain. She watched the water sputtering onto the ground, flowing to the paws of an ordinary black dog. However, without even looking at it, the black dog stood up arrogantly and walked away. Its face was full of disdain, as if annoyed by the water wetting its fur. The spiritual water, annoyed a dog? Luo Shiyu rubbed her eyes. She almost thought she imagined it. Unless the world had changed? Finally, under their intense gazes, Xiao Bei turned off the water pipe and stopped washing. Swiftly after, Xiao Bei looked at the abalone demon seriously. A chopping knife appeared in its hand. Then, it started slicing the abalone. This abalone demon was in the pre-distraction realm, so it had at least 4,000 to 5,000 years of cultivation inside the water. Its meat was tough, but under Xiao Bei's knife, it was sliced apart effortlessly like bubbles. The huge abalone was cut into 10 or so pieces with its shell removed as well. Luo Shiyu and Qin Manyun looked at Xiao Bei's knife skills in awe. Swiftly after, Xiao Bei brought out a casserole pot and filled it up with the abalone demon meat. It then poured in some spiritual water, put on the lid, and started to boil it. While waiting, Xiao Bei did not slack off. It walked toward the spiritual herb bonsai in the inner court and nonchalantly plucked some leaves and flowers. Its nonchalance turned the two ladies insane. These were the top-grade spiritual herbs. How could it be plucked so carelessly? Nobody would believe them even if they told others about it. Meanwhile, they started looking at Xiao Bei differently. This spiritual robot was too powerful. It was so skilled at cooking. The world of the expert was indeed beyond the imagination of ordinary minds. Gulp. Gulp. Heat started coming out of the casserole pot along with fragrant steam. Since the condiments were not yet in the pot, the fragrance was not as strong. Mysteriously, the abalone did not smell fishy. Instead, it had a faint fragrance of freshness. Chop. 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 Xiao Bei raised the knife and started chopping up the spiritual herbs. Then, it tossed the herbs into the pot before covering it up with the lid again. Boil. 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 Due to the thickness of the abalone meat, it was harder to cook it. The dragon fire pearl kept spitting flames diligently, burning the spiritual wood to maintain the highest temperature. Qin Manyun watched in terror. Any material used here sent chills all over her skin. The top-notch chef, spiritual water, spiritual herb, spiritual wood, a full set of spiritual cookware, and the matte black casserole pot. It had an ordinary outlook, but even though she did not know what treasure it was, she did not doubt that it was a spiritual item as well. A meal prepared by the best treasures in the entire immortal realm. Who would believe her? As time passed, more and more spiritual qi gathered inside the casserole pot. Instead of evaporating into the air, this special way of cooking allowed the spiritual qi to be retained inside the meat. Gulp. 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 The soup boiled inside the pot, marinating the abalone slices in the thick and nutritious soup. Gradually, its fragrance started to fill the air. It was not as strong yet, but it was more alluring than before. A sniff of it could make one lose all self-control. It was impossible to forget. Luo Shiyu and Qin Manyun closed their eyes, enjoying the fragrance in the air and relaxing their bodies and minds. Xiao Bei called out to Li Nianfan, "Master, it's about time. Would you like to eat now?" Li Nianfan nodded and said calmly, "Sure." With that, Xiao Bei removed the lid of the pot. Instantly, thick smoke rose from within the pot like a long-suppressed beast rushing out of its cage in rage. The fragrance burst out. Gulp. The two of them gulped again. It was as if the fragrance had solidified and penetrated their noses and condensed in their mouths. They could not help chewing the air and swallowing their saliva. It appeared that as long as the fragrance was in the air, even their saliva tasted delicious. They looked up and saw that through the smoke, there was a halo hovering above the pot. They jolted. The food was glowing? Chapter 111, Anything for the Expert. The steam faded as the light got brighter like sunshine shining through the clouds. It was blinding. Luo Shiyu and Qin Manyun were both staring at the pot. A glint of light flashed, revealing the hot food inside the pot. There was a lot of soup. It was clear without a layer of oil floating on top. The ingredients in the soup could be seen clearly because the entire pot did not contain impurities. The abalone meat was no longer tough, slightly curled after being cooked. The meat looked soft and bouncy. Chopped spiritual herbs could be seen in the soup. Huff. Luo Shiyu stretched her neck out to sniff the incoming steam. She wanted to take it all in. Delicious. Wonderful smell. Qin Manyun was salivating like crazy. The aroma was teasing her palate, tickling her senses like countless tentacles. She licked her lips, looking astounded. She had prepared herself, but the food still surpassed her expectations. The food cooked by the expert was far too wonderful to be true. She knew the food was going to be extraordinary. However, she realized she still underestimated the expert. Even if the food did not affect them, it was still a rare opportunity to be able to eat such delicious food. After all, getting to eat such delicacies would be a big check off the bucket list. Xiao Bei scooped a serving for everyone into Chinese ceramic bowls. The soup was as clear as water, giving off warmth and a pleasant aroma. There was a fat juicy abalone in the center of each bowl, too. The meat glistened under the sunlight. Luo Shiyu could not wait to try it. She picked up her bowl and took a sip. Slurp. Sweet abalone juice trickled from her pink lips into her mouth like smooth silk. As the soup reached the tip of her tongue, she felt the burst of flavors. Her palate was stimulated to the extreme as she jumped from that sweet delicious flavor. She moaned uncontrollably. Her cheeks were rosy from blushing. She had never felt this kind of satisfaction before. Yum. Yummy. Luo Shiyu stopped thinking as she held onto her ceramic bowl and guzzled down the soup without a second thought. Qin Manyun on the other hand, picked up the abalone slice with her chopsticks to admire it. Then, she put it in her mouth. Her eyes lit up the instant she placed the abalone in her mouth. She knew it was bouncy before she even chewed it. She loved the texture. This feeling was the best. She bit down on the abalone and chewed on it. Splurt. The abalone had a nice chewy texture and soup squirted out of its flesh with every bite. The flavors were bursting in her mouth. Heavenly food. This was heavenly food. Qin Manyun closed her eyes in satisfaction. She felt as if every pore on her body was relaxed, taking in the wonderful aroma. Soon, the abalone soup was almost finished by the 4 people. Everyone sighed in relief. They were all satisfied. The cultivators could not get enough of the soup. They would never be too full for it, but the soup was too powerful. Luo Shiyu was at her limit. She could not take in any more. The soup did not contain insights, but it was filled with strong foundation-strengthening powers combined with the effects from the abalone. Qin Manyun snuck a glance at Li Nianfan. Mr. Li must have known about my recent breakthrough. He was probably worried that my foundation wasn't strong enough. That's why he made this soup for me, she thought to herself. Come here, Blackie. Li Nianfan waved at Blackie and poured the remaining abalone soup into the dog bowl. Blackie stumbled over with its tongue out, then chomped down on the food immediately. Qin Manyun and Luo Shiyu froze with envy in their eyes. They both thought the same thing, must be nice being Mr. Li's dog. Qin Manyun stood up and said, Mr. Li, thanks for the hospitality today. We should get going. Li Nianfan nodded and replied, yeah, be careful on your way back. Luo Shiyu and Qin Manyun walked out and smacked their lips, reminiscing about the abalone soup. Luo Shiyu said, the food at Mr. Li's is too delicious, I don't think I can go back to normal food ever again. Qin Manyun sighed softly. Not only was it delicious, but it was also incredibly beneficial. Nothing can compare to how lucky we were. This is heavenly food we're talking about, you can't get it even if you wanted to. Mr. Li allowed us this experience, it was an enormous blessing. Luo Shiyu nodded. I don't think gods in heaven eat like this either. We were truly riding on Mr. Li's coattail. Qin Manyun nodded and stopped talking. They both knew that they were extremely lucky to eat the crumbs given by Li Nianfan. Maybe he did not care much about it, but they could not ignore it. They were very grateful towards him because they benefited so much from him. Qin Manyun took a deep breath and said in a determined voice, we might be weak, but we have to give our all to help Mr. Li. Multiple figures landed in front of the 2 cultivators in a flash. It was the Holy Emperor and the 5 elders of the Lingxian Palace. Qin Manyun asked immediately, did something happen? Yes. We have new information on the expert's hint. The big elder looked serious and said in a deep voice, the demons were after the fallen demon sword. Fallen demon sword? Exclaimed Qin Manyun and Luo Shiyu at the same time. Qin Manyun said, so, it was indeed related to the expert. The fallen demon sword is now a wood-splitting axe. If the demons were after the sword, they would disturb the expert, right? Big Elder nodded. We rushed here to stop them. We'll do anything for the expert. Chapter 112, Mistake in the Expert's Scheme? Qin Manyan quickly asked, "Are you saying that you found out where the demons are?" The big elder nodded. The demons were after the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion. I don't know why, but they seem to think the fallen demon's sword is there. Lingyun Immortal Pavilion? Luo Shiyu frowned and then made a guess. Maybe the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion found out about the demon's intentions, so they lured the demons away to help the expert? The big elder was stumped for a moment. Then, he said, "Now that you mention it, it makes a lot of sense." Qin Manyan was frowning, too. Sounds right. Then what are we waiting for? We have to hurry up. The opportunity to impress the expert is right in front of us, exclaimed the second elder. He was ready to go. That's right, we have to go now, no delays. The three other elders left. Let's go. At the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion. There was danger in the air. All the disciples were uneasy. They glanced around with fear in their eyes. Lin Mufeng was standing in the main hall. He looked at the sky with a complex look in his eyes. The sun was setting and it was getting dark. The dark clouds made the sky darker, too. It was getting menacing. Suddenly, a disciple flew in and said alarmingly, Sect Master, Gengetsu Sect, was destroyed. Every disciple was anxious after hearing that. The big elder asked Lin Mufeng, Sect Master, aren't we going to ask for the expert's help? Lin Mufeng took a deep breath and shook his head. The expert knows everything. Everything's under his control, so if he wanted to help us, he would. If we begged for his help, we'd be disturbing his life. He might be displeased by that. The big elder scoffed and said, the demons were clearly after the fallen demon's sword. Why do we have to do this? Lin Mufeng looked at the big elder. He said in a genuine tone, do you know what's a chess piece? To be a chess piece, you have to be aware that you're a chess piece. Our every move is not mine to make. It's in the hands of the expert. The big elder opened his mouth but no words came out. He looked at the other two elders, then looked at Lin Qingyun. The four of them shook their heads helplessly. They were indeed respectful toward the expert, but they were not as mindless as Lin Mufeng. What happened to their sect master? They fell into deep thought. It seemed like ever since the last visit, the sect master would look for the slightly crazy chess fanatic to play Chinese chess from time to time. Ever since then, all he would ever talk about revolved around I'm a chess piece. Obsessed. Their sect master was obsessed. Tap. Suddenly, they all heard a loud tap. All of a sudden, the sky turned black. The three elders went pale. They were anxious. It's over. They're here. Lin Qingyun sighed softly as she prayed to herself, I hope the expert doesn't see us as mere pawns. Tap tap tap. Dark figures appeared one by one in the darkness. Footsteps could be heard under the night sky along with menacing laughs. A tall, huge figure slowly walked out. He was wearing a black robe. His eyes were bloodshot and he had a cruel smile. He crossed his arms. He seemed quite muscular. He said in a hoarse voice, found it. The scent of the fallen demon's sword. He wiped out 8 sects on the way here and finally made it to the right sect. The man in black lifted his head. His gaze cut through the night and landed on Lin Mufeng. Lin Mufeng was unafraid and indifferent. He glared back at him. Oh? He dares instigate me as a low-level cultivator? His voice was as cold as ice. He levitated like he was weightless, floating mid-air. Lin Mufeng ordered, get in formation. Every disciple of the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion immediately focused their powers on the ground. The elders joined in, too. Suddenly, it was bright. They had formed a shield of light across the entire area to protect the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion. Fools! Scoffed the man in black. He raised his hands and all the darkness in the air came to his palms. The dark energy was getting intense. It started howling. Finally, the man in black made a jet black ball of darkness. It was horrifying to look at and darker than night itself. He pointed with one hand and the ball of darkness elongated into a long, black rod. He was going to attack the light shield. Pop. The black rod was like a needle popping a balloon. The Lingyun Immortal Pavilion was completely defenseless. Every disciple looked terrified. They spat out fresh blood from their mouths. The man in the black robe was unimaginably powerful. He lifted his hand and the darkness transformed into a hand-shaped cloud. It grabbed Lin Mufeng up. He asked coldly, where's the fallen demon's sword? Lin Mufeng was stubborn. You don't deserve to know. The black-robed guy frowned as he glared at him coldly. Die. Suddenly, The sounds of zither could be heard in the dark. The zither sounds were creating visible waves in the air, lashing toward the black-robed guy. The darkness surrounding him instantly faded. "Damned demon, surrender and give up," said the big elder. 8 people suddenly appeared. They were like saviors in a crisis. Heroic, powerful, and with halos. "I knew it. I knew it." Lin Mufeng was overjoyed. The expert sees everything. It was all a part of his scheme. Excellent, excellent. The 5 elders looked at the black-robed guy. They looked serious and did not stop playing their zithers. The zither sounds were gradually chaotic as they disturbed the quiet night. Silence. The man in black was livid. He roared at the sky and his robe was flying around in the wind. He held a small string of bells in his hand. The bells chimed. Ring, cling, clang. Demonic powers came in waves. The chiming bells were somehow louder than the zither sounds. It made them feel like they were imagining it. They started to feel dizzy and were in a daze. The demonic clouds formed a big black skull, opening its mouth and roaring in the sky. Roar. Everything went dark. Darkness was everywhere. The 5 elders who were playing the zither jolted. Then, they dropped from the sky like kites with snapped strings. The 8 of them showed up in time, but they were soon gone. They were out in mere seconds. They looked at the man in black from the ground with fear in their eyes. The joyous look on Lin Mufeng had vanished in a flash. He was surprised and confused. What was going on? The helpers from the expert were too weak in comparison. Maybe, there was a mistake in his plan? Chapter 113, Predestined Fate with the Buddha. How? How is this possible? The 5 elders of the Lingxian palace were petrified. They stared at the man in black in disbelief. The Lingxian palace was the best sect in the immortal realm. The elders were a force to be reckoned with. The big elder was at the pre-combination realm while the other 4 elders were at the peak of the distraction realm. Even full distraction realm cultivators had to avoid the 5 elders because they were invincible whenever they were together. They came here to defeat enemies. They did not expect to be overpowered by the man in black that easily, but it was over before it even began. What if the man in black was at the cross-tribulation realm? Everyone gasped and felt their limbs go cold. Cross-tribulation realm. A rare powerful monstrous being. Did the demons send a cross-tribulation realm cultivator to mess up the immortal realm? What were they trying to do? "What do you want?" yelled the big elder. The man in black replied coldly, "We want what's ours. Let me ask you again. Where's the fallen demon sword?" Lin Fume growled, "I suggest you give up. The fallen demon sword is with someone you shouldn't be messing with." The man in black burst out laughing. "Ha, it's just the immortal realm. There's no one I shouldn't be messing with. Also, I'm doing Master Mozart's bidding. I'm not even scared of heavenly gods." "Master Mozart?" The big elder scoffed. "He's an insect compared to the expert." "Ridiculous." The man in black shook his head and judged them. "I don't think any of you are sober. Let me wake you up." He looked at Lin Mufeng with glaring red eyes and raised his hand. Lin Mufeng's entire right arm was sliced right off. "Ha, let's see how your so-called expert will stop me from getting the fallen demon sword." The man in black sneered. He lifted the detached arm with telekinesis. The arm levitated and a dark power was forced out of it. Lin Mufeng was pale. He suddenly realized why the man in black targeted them. The scent of the fallen demon sword was stuck in his hand when he was splitting wood for the expert. The man in black grinned. There was a glint in his eye while he cast a summoning spell. He mumbled, "Summon." Then, the scent of the fallen demon sword became a tiny ball of darkness. It was intense. At the 4-part architecture. Everything was quiet and peaceful at night. Everything seemed to be asleep. Suddenly, the fallen demon sword started trembling. It was lying quietly in the pyre before it was forced to stand up. It was annoyed, as if it had just been rudely woken up from a nice dream. The jet-black sword levitated and tumbled out the 4-part architecture. It was flying in the night. The sword was flying fast, too, as it only took half an hour to reach the Ling Yun Immortal Pavilion. "Here it comes." The man in black was delighted. He glanced at everyone and mocked them. "Looks like your so-called expert didn't do anything. He didn't even show up." Lin Mufeng was pale. He was still bleeding out. His mouth twitched as he grunted. The 5 elders of the Lingxian palace did not look good either. They felt despair when they saw the levitating fallen demon sword. The expert calculated everything, but maybe it was hard to foresee mistakes. Maybe the expert did not know that the man in black was an excellent cultivator, and he became a fault in his scheme. The 5 elders were miserable. It's over. This was an unexpected turnout. We're probably sacrificial chess pieces to the expert. From the looks on everyone's faces, I'm guessing you've all given up, laughed the man in black. He looked pleased with himself. You expected an expert to swoop down and save you? Idiots. You're all like frogs at the bottom of a well. Pathetic. Ha, you're the frog that doesn't know anything. You can't even begin to imagine the expert's powers. Lin Mufeng had bloodshot eyes, but he said with respect, the expert treats this realm like a chess game. Even though we might be his sacrificial chess pieces, we won't allow you to insult the expert. The Holy Emperor nodded and agreed. That's right. At least we're his chess pieces. We're proud of it. Useless, obsessed freaks. The man in black shook his head. He was entertained. Compared to being Master Mozart's chess piece, what's so good about being the expert's chess piece? Let me refill the fallen demon sword with your blood. His black robe was moving in the air. He had an extremely powerful aura. He reached out to the fallen demon sword and yelled, "Sword!" The wind was blowing, demonic powers were everywhere. Everything was meant to be, except for the sword. The fallen demon sword was still. The tip of the sword was pointed at the man in black. It seemed to be resisting. What? The man in black frowned and yelled again, "Fallen demon sword, come to me." Buzz. The quiet fallen demon sword exploded in gold light instead of darkness. The gold light was blinding. A skull slowly drifted out from the sword, draped in a robe and bathed in gold light. It was doing a namaste gesture. Amitabha. Fallen demon sword? The man in black was stunned. He could not believe it. He frowned and asked, "Sword demon, what happened to you? You're a skull, so why are you wearing a robe?" The sword demon said slowly, "I'm a Buddhist now, I follow the teachings of Buddha." "What do you mean you're a Buddhist now? Why are you Buddha's follower?" The man in black was perplexed. He started to lose hope. "Don't forget who you are." The sword demon was a skull, but it looked empathetic. It started reciting Buddhist mantras. Endless suffering, return ashore, every being is struggling, a predestined fate with the Buddha, reverse all my wrongdoings. The man in black was livid. He said coldly, "To hell with you, Buddha follower. Looks like you went crazy, too. I have no choice but to forcefully take you." "So be it." The sword demon raised its hands and no longer looked empathetic. It said coldly, "Trying to make a fool out of yourself? Take this." Chapter 114, Azure Demon Lockdown Grand Ceremony. The man in black was extremely angry. "Sword demon, how bold of you. You dare fight back?" Darkness and flashes of gold light kept flickering back and forth in the air. It looked like fireworks from afar with the flashing and dimming of lights. Lin Mufeng and the others looked up at the sky, dumbfounded. Their mouths hung open. "I get it. I get it now," the Holy Emperor exclaimed. He sounded excited and emotional. This was the expert's plan. He didn't sacrifice us. Unpredictable, truly unpredictable. The big elder kept sighing. He could not recover from being astounded. The expert is unpredictable. Who would have thought the expert's defense would be the sword itself? The other elders were bewildered. The expert did that? Unbelievable. Remarkable. Incredible. What a big shot. How scary. He forcefully made the fallen demon sword into a Buddhist. What's going on with the fallen demon sword? Not only is it a Buddhist, but it's also more powerful. Lin Mufeng looked at the sky, flushed from being emotional. Tears were streaming down his face as he pridefully said, "The expert didn't abandon us. That's the fallen demon sword. I split wood with that. Can you believe it?" Eventually, the battle in the sky came to an end. Darkness subsided like melted snow in spring. The man in black was covered with golden light before being absorbed in the palm of the fallen demon sword. Then, he disappeared without a trace. Amitabha. The fallen demon sword did the namaste gesture again. It looked empathetic and its robe was moving without the presence of any wind. He would look exactly like a monk if one were to wrap the skull in the skin of an old man. The Holy Emperor and others hurriedly stood up and did the namaste gesture, too. They were respectful. "Greetings to the sword demon." The sword demon replied, "The sword demon is my past. I no longer identify as that. From now on, my new name is Sword Buddhist. It's getting late. I shall return to splitting firewood. Goodbye, everyone." The fallen demon sword teleported in a flash, back to where he came from. Everyone was left astounded. They all looked at each other like they were all in a dream. The Holy Emperor looked at Lin Mufeng and said in a complex tone, "Cultivator Lin, your limb." Lin Mufeng forced a smile. "It's fine. As long as I was able to serve the expert, an arm is a small cost." Qin Manyun spoke, "Master Lin, we all served the expert. We're all peas in the same pod. I'll find a way to fix your severed arm." Lin Mufeng smiled. "Thanks." However, everyone knew that a severed arm was hard to cure. Also, Lin Mufeng was a cultivator. It was more difficult to cure him than a normal person. Only rare spiritual herbs could heal him. Aside from limb regeneration, the only way to get a new arm was to get a new host. He would have to find a new body as a host, but it was too unconventional and desperate a method most would avoid. Suddenly, a breeze blew. Ring-ding. The chime of a bell caught their attention. Luo Shiyu arched her brow and looked at the bells. "It's the Tianqian bells." The Holy Emperor said, "That's the weapon of the In Black. Is the expert testing us? He didn't collect the bells." "No doubt about it. This trophy belongs to the expert. We'll send it to the expert first thing in the morning," exclaimed Lin Mufeng. Everyone nodded. Yes. They discussed until daybreak and finally decided on the candidates. They could not go together because there were too many of them. They decided that Lin Mufeng, the Holy Emperor, and Qin Manyun should represent the three clans and head to the four-part architecture. After 2 hours, they landed at the foot of the mountain. Then, they hiked with a pious heart. The Holy Emperor said, "The visits have been too frequent recently." This was the third time he visited the expert over the last few days, one incident after another. He hoped he was not bothering the expert. "We're working for the expert anyways. He won't mind, right?" Qin Manyun, too, sounded unsure. She drank abalone soup from the expert yesterday, only to show up again the very next day. Lin Mufeng laughed. "Don't worry. The expert left us the bells. It means he probably wanted us to send it to him." Makes sense. The Holy Emperor and Qin Manyun both sighed in relief. They were less nervous. Then, Qin Manyun said, "These demons are getting ruthless. If they bothered the expert, it wouldn't be enough for them to die 1,000,000 times." The Holy Emperor nodded. "We are to blame for not being powerful enough. We even needed help from the expert's firewood axe. It shouldn't be like this." Lin Mufeng suddenly sighed. "The demons are restless. The Azure Demon Lockdown Grand Ceremony is happening soon. Hopefully, they won't pull any tricks on us." He unintentionally said that. Qin Manyun and the Holy Emperor were stunned. They had an epiphany. They felt their hearts skip a beat. Qin Manyun asked, "What grand ceremony again?" "The Azure Demon Lockdown Grand Ceremony. It only happens once every 5 years, so it's not unusual if you don't remember it. I had the chance to check it out last time and it was truly magnificent," reminisced Lin Mufeng. Qin Manyun and the Holy Emperor looked at each other and smiled. They said at the same time, "I got it." Lin Mufeng was puzzled. "What?" "Remember the last time when the expert asked us if there were any grand events? We couldn't figure it out, but now we know exactly what he meant." The Holy Emperor laughed loudly and said, "We truly stumbled across the answer out of pure luck." Of course, the demons dared to go against the expert like that. The expert would naturally want to check out the demon lockdown ceremony. Qin Manyun was also laughing. "It's a grand ceremony, but we only thought of it now. Our bad." They both sighed in relief. The expert sure loves his riddles. We finally cracked the code. The three of them arrived at the four-part architecture while chatting. Qin Manyun cleared her throat and asked nervously, "Is Mr. Li at home?" Creak. Xiao Bei peeked out the door and glanced at the three of them. Then, it said, "Welcome. Sorry for the intrusion." Lin Mufeng and the others all nodded at Xiaobai before slowly stepping into the four-part architecture. They glanced around and saw Li Nianfan splitting firewood with a fallen demon sword. They were mystified. It made their skin crawl after what happened last night. That was the fallen demon sword. The sword demon, no, the sword Buddhist was so cool. Yet, its purpose was to split firewood. Bigshot. Truly a big shot. Chapter 115, Realer Than Real. Crack. Li Nianfan raised the fallen demon sword and split the firewood into halves. He noticed the three of them and smiled. "You three are here together? What a rare sight." They bowed and greeted, "Greetings to Mr. Li." Li Nianfan focused on Lin Mufeng and his severed arm. He was perturbed. "Brother Lin, your arm." Lin Mufeng smiled and said, "Small injury while fighting with someone, Not a big deal. Small injury? His arm was gone. Li Nianfan frowned. He truly realized he was in the immortal realm. He understood the dangers of this realm when Nannan was captured by demons. He felt that danger again and was disturbed by the severed arm. It made him realize that the immortal realm was not as peaceful as he thought it was. Nannan was ordinary, but Lin Mufeng was a cultivator. Li Nianfan knew he was not a beginner-level cultivator either. However, his entire arm had been severed. The immortal realm was dangerous. Thankfully, he always ran into friendly cultivators. He made nice friends, too. Li Nianfan sympathetically sighed. "You've really suffered a lot." Lin Mufeng was old but he endured a severed arm. What a miserable situation. These 5 words made Lin Mufeng emotional. He instantly teared up and almost sobbed. "Mr. Li, feels sorry for me?" At that moment, Lin Mufeng felt like every effort he made was worth it. He felt like a hard-working kid who had finally received the approval of his parents. As a chess piece, it was his duty to be on the front lines. Nonetheless, it was nice to be cared for by the expert. How touching. This was the highlight of his life. He tried not to cry and stayed calm. He said, "I'm fine, I'm alright." What a tough old man. He was almost crying but still insisted he was alright. Li Nianfan felt bad and asked him, "When did you lose your arm?" Lin Mufeng answered, "Last night." Li Nianfan raised his eyebrow and said, "It hasn't been more than 24 hours yet. Maybe you can still fix it." Everyone was perplexed by what Li Nianfan said. Their eyes widened in shock. What did the expert mean by that? He could still be fixed? Lin Mufeng trembled and asked nervously, Mr. Li, you can fix it?" Li Nianfan grunted and said, "Maybe not, but we can try." He was good friends with Lin Mufeng. He would not turn his back on him. A situation like this would require replantation surgery. He performed this surgery many times on animals when the system was training him, but he had never tried it on a human before. "Where's the severed arm?" asked Li Nianfan. "Here." Lin Mufeng popped out his severed arm. Li Nianfan observed the severed arm. He was shocked. The wound was a clean cut. One could only see something like that in the immortal realm. It was like the arm got severed in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, this lowered the difficulty of the surgery. The arm was still warm as the incident was fairly recent. Li Nianfan smiled and said, "Let's try it then." He had already arranged the surgery knives and scalpels on the stone table. Lin Mufeng could not believe it. He was excited and nervous. "Now?" Li Nianfan nodded. "That's right. The shorter the time before replantation, the better. Take off your top." "Okay." Lin Mufeng nodded and sat next to Li Nianfan. Then, he took out the Tianshan bells and put it in front of Li Nianfan. "Oh yeah. Mr. Li, this is a trinket we came across." Li Nianfan was intrigued. "Wind chimes? Come on, don't be so courteous. You always bring me gifts. Don't do that next time." Lin Mufeng said, "Well, we can't visit without bringing a gift. It's not something valuable anyway." "In that case, I'll take it." Li Nianfan accepted it and tied it to a pillar in his pavilion. He was pleased. It's a nice little decoration. Ring-ding. The bells chimed like it was responding to Li Nianfan. Li Nianfan took a deep breath and grew serious. "Brother Lin, I'm about to begin. The surgery process might be painful, but you'll have to endure it." Lin Mufeng replied, "Do as you wish, Mr. Li. I can handle it." Li Nianfan nodded and did not say anything else. He held his scalpel and approached the wound. It was not hard to reattach a limb in replantation surgery. The hard part was to connect the nerves and arteries back together. Therefore, it was best to operate this surgery within 24 hours while the severed limb was still active. This was the biggest surgery Li Nianfan ever performed since he learned healing skills. The patient was not ordinary either. It was a cultivator. It was a special kind of feeling. The Holy Emperor and Qin Manyan held their breaths as they unfathomably watched Li Nianfan perform the surgery. They were shocked when they heard from Luo Shiyu that Li Nianfan saved a pregnant woman without using any powers, but it was not as astounding as witnessing it in real life. They undoubtedly knew that Li Nianfan could help Lin Mufeng regenerate a new arm, since he was an expert. He probably had dozens of regeneration elixirs. However, Mr. Li chose not to use it. He did not even want to use his powers. He was saving him like an ordinary man. That was unexpected. Was this the so-called Bigshot level? It was realer than real. Scary, too scary. Li Nianfan was halfway through the surgery. He was unblinking, wearing a serious expression. Every nerve connection, artery rebound, and muscle attachment was crucial. Thankfully, Lin Mufeng was a cultivator. He did not get an infection from that wound, so the scraping and sterilization process was unnecessary. Cultivators were more immune from infection. It made things easier for Li Nianfan. The bells were chiming. There were beads of sweat on his forehead, but Li Nianfan was smiling. He sewed the last thread and the surgery was complete. He wrapped the wound with gauze and secured the arm in place with 2 wooden sticks. He sighed and smiled. It's done. Avoid moving your arm and avoid water. It'll heal gradually with time. That done? Everyone looked at Li Nianfan in disbelief, then looked at the arm. It was unreal. Lin Mufeng tried to move the arm but felt a painful sting. He whined. However, he was happy about it. He said in a surprised tone, I felt something. It worked? Chapter 116, The Ordinary Way is Superior. Gasp. The others gasped in shock. They felt their skin crawl. It was reattached successfully. No powers or elixirs were used at all. He did it the ordinary way. What kind of skill was what? It was never heard of before. The expert was truly an expert. No wonder he loved living as an ordinary man. He wanted to prove that even as an ordinary man, he could still achieve what cultivators could not. How powerful. They felt ashamed of themselves after witnessing his power move. They suddenly felt inferior, like they did not deserve to live anymore. However, they instantly felt a new sense of pride afterward. An expert like Li Nianfan had chosen them as his chess pieces. It was an honor. They were proud of it. Lin Mufeng teared up. He wanted to kneel in front of Li Nianfan and pledge his undying loyalty. However, he remembered the expert hated that, so he withheld from doing so. Stay calm and carry on. There were a lot of things that did not need to be said out loud. The most important thing was to fulfill the duties as a chess piece, honor the biddings of the expert, and learn from him. He took a deep breath and bowed to Li Nianfan. I, humble Lin, thank you for what you've done for me today, Mr. Li. Li Nianfan waved and smiled casually. Brother Lin, how courteous of you. It's not a big deal. What a big shot. He defied the laws of nature and still claimed that it was not a big deal. Nobody would believe it. The Holy Emperor and Qin Manyun looked at each other, then said, Mr. Li, remember when you asked about upcoming big events? I remembered that there will be one coming soon. It's called the Azure Demon Lockdown Grand Ceremony and it's happening nearby. Oh? Li Nianfan looked at him, intrigued. The Holy Emperor jolted. He said, this ceremony is held at Azureville and it only occurs once every 5 years. It's one of the biggest events in the cultivation realm. Li Nianfan frowned. It's a cultivator event. I'm just an ordinary man, so it'd be inappropriate for me to attend. Lin Mufeng and the others were distressed, but they did not show it. No, it is. Lin Mufeng introduced, every 5 years, Azureville would strengthen the barrier of the demon realm's opening. It's one of the biggest events in the cultivation realm. Not just cultivators can participate. It's also open to ordinary folks, too. Anyone can watch. The demon lockdown ceremony was open to the public. Azureville did that to showcase their skills and attract new talents to join them. It was one of the reasons why Azureville was one of the best forces in the immortal realm. If that's the case, I don't mind checking it out. Li Nianfan was persuaded. Then, he frowned and asked, where's Azureville? Is it far? He wanted to go. It would be a waste not to attend such a grand event since he was already in the immortal realm. Also, from that introduction, he might be able to watch cultivators perform or battle. Truth be told, he did not have the chance to witness a fight among cultivators yet. He wondered if it was just like what he saw from TV shows. However, he would not go if it was too far. That would be too dangerous. The Holy Emperor instantly replied, Mr. Li, the Ganlong Immortal Dynasty will be participating in the Azure Demon Lockdown Grand Ceremony. You can come with us. Mr. Li, I'm participating, too, smiled Qin Manyun. Tag along. Lin Mufeng opened his mouth but no words came out. He wanted to impress the expert and join the ceremony, too, but it was inappropriate because he had just reattached his arm. Sign, what a missed opportunity. Go together? Awesome. Li Nianfan was thrilled. He would be safely guarded if that was the case. Li Nianfan looked at Daji and asked, Daji, what do you think? Maybe we should go check it out? How about a little road trip? Daji laughed and said softly, sure. All right. Li Nianfan laughed and saluted the Holy Emperor and Qin Man Yun. I'll be troubling you both then. The Holy Emperor panicked. He quickly replied, it's no trouble at all. No big deal. Then, they said their goodbyes and left the four-part architecture. They were all slightly disoriented. The Holy Emperor and Qin Man Yun were nervous and excited. They were about to go on a trip with the expert. It would be like tagging along with the king. Lin Mufeng was excited because the expert fixed his arm. He looked like he went through a lot. He sighed, I, Lin Mufeng, am a useless nobody that couldn't master any skill. I don't know what I did to deserve special treatment from the expert, but I feel blessed. The Holy Emperor said respectfully, the expert truly is an expert. That was miraculous. In his point of view, there's no difference between being ordinary and being godlike. He thinks stone can turn into pure gold, and that the ordinary way is superior. This mysterious and unique point of view has shown me a whole new world. Qin Man Yun asked curiously, Master Lin, how's your injury? Feels much better. Lin Mufeng looked at his arm. He frowned for a while before he said, I think I can move. Trembling, he raised his middle finger. It moved. Even Lin Mufeng himself was shocked. It went straight to his head. He was dumbfounded. A while ago, his severed arm was completely detached. Did it truly reconnect after just a short while? Who would have thought? The Holy Emperor gasped and mumbled, incredible. Really incredible. Lin Mufeng laughed. My arm was personally fixed by the expert. This is the biggest pride of my life. I've decided. From now on, my favorite body part is this arm, for sure. I agree. The Holy Emperor nodded, but he was staring at the wound. Brother Lin, let's make a deal. How about you give me those 2 wooden sticks on your arm? Ugh. How could you ask me that? Lin Mufeng instantly protected his arm. Do you think I'm foolish? These 2 wooden sticks are made from spirit wood, okay? The 2 spirit sticks were well preserved. They were only firewood to the expert, but they were rare and priceless treasures. The Holy Emperor hurriedly said, exchange. Let's make an exchange, okay? Come on, don't be stingy. You've got 2 whole spirit sticks out of nowhere. Lucky you. Chapter 117, Let's Party, Brothers. At the four-part architecture. Li Nianfan and Daji were packing. This was their first road trip in 5 years. They were excited. Li Nianfan said, Daji, pack more clothes to wear. Let's avoid washing clothes on the trip as it'll be inconvenient. I'll bring some fruits from the backyard. What do you like to eat? Daji packed while tucking her hair back. Whatever you like. Li Nianfan shook his head and smiled awkwardly. Come on, have some opinion of your own. I'll pack some seasonal pears and mandarins. He had the system space anyway, so it was not inconvenient to pack more things. Li Nianfan waved at Blackie. Let's go, Blackie. Off to get some fruits. Bark. Blackie immediately got up and ran to the backyard excitedly. Li Nianfan laughed and complained, you're usually lazy, but when it comes to eating, you're so energetic. Why am I looking after you? Xiao Bei walked over, too. Master, anything I can help you with? Go and help Daji pack. Don't forget anything useful, said Li Nianfan. He walked to his backyard. The backyard was mostly filled with trees aside from the swamp and the field. There were all sorts of trees surrounding the entire backyard, and they were all huge and full of leaves. The most appealing part of the backyard was the fruit trees that were full of fruits. Blackie loved strolling around the backyard and relaxing under the trees. Gazing at the fruit trees was its favorite hobby. Blackie would drool all over it. Li Nianfan forbade Blackie from eating the fruits. Otherwise, the fruits would all be gone. It was a tree-filled wonderland where the flowers bloomed and the birds sang. The immortal realm was full of spiritual energy. The fruit trees were well grown, especially with the help of Li Nianfan. The fruit trees were all tall and sturdy. It was different from the fruit trees in the past realm, as these fruit trees had fruits and flowers at the same time. It was insanely beautiful. The whole backyard was filled with colorful flowers blooming on the apple trees, peach trees, pear trees, and more. You could smell the fruity aroma with every passing breeze. The fruits looked alive under the sunlight, shiny and glossy. It was wonderful. Everything looked like a painting. Li Nianfan gazed at his backyard, feeling like he had just stepped into a painting. He took a deep breath. Nice. He had a sense of achievement. All credit went to him for this beautiful backyard. Blackie, go pick some pears. Blackie leapt onto a tree as soon as Li Nianfan ordered him to, hopping around energetically. Li Nianfan placed a basket under the tree and waited for Blackie to drop the pears. He glanced around casually and saw Lao Gui laying in the swamp. He immediately waved and said, "Lao Gui, get over here." Lao Gui lazily opened its eyes and looked at Li Nianfan. Lao Gui was stunned for a while, then it moved towards Li Nianfan slowly. Boom! It was huge. Every move it made was loud. "Alright, stop," smiled Li Nianfan. He stepped on its shell and climbed to the highest point so he could reach the mandarins on the tree. Lao Gui was huge, so it was like a walking ladder. How convenient. Move forward. Yeah. Stop. Li Nianfan was having a good time. He even enjoyed the view. Li Nianfan did not know how long the road trip would be, so he picked 2 whole baskets of pears and mandarins. He could probably buy fruits on the road, too, but they would not be as good as his. Bark. Blackie barked at Li Nianfan and stuck its tongue out while wagging its tail. Lao Gui also looked at Li Nianfan. "Fine, here you go," said Li Nianfan, exasperated. He tossed them some pears. Blackie hopped and chomped down on the pear. Lao Gui reached its neck out and opened its mouth. Crunch. The pears were juicy. The tortoise and the dog looked satisfied. "Oh, yeah. I'll need some condiments, too. We might need to cook." Li Nianfan picked some vegetables from his field and left his backyard. He stopped and stared at the rockery. "Oh, yeah. I need to bring some jello, too. For snacks." 3 days went by. The Holy Emperor, Luo Shiyu, Qin Manyun, and the second elder arrived early at the 4-part architecture. They were waiting respectfully. The second elder was flushed and energetic. He was so excited it was as if he had won the jackpot. "Lucky, so lucky. The sect master is in a retreat, the big elder needs to stay and guard the Lengxian palace. I just so happen to be better than the third elder and fourth elder, so I get the chance to tag along. Ha, just the thought of it makes me laugh. This is the best thing that's ever happened to me." It was a blessing to get to tag along with the expert. He needed to do his best and impress the expert. Creak. Suddenly, the door opened. Li Nianfan and Daji walked out. Li Nianfan smiled at everyone. "Morning, everybody. You all know that you don't have to come here and wait for us, right? How courteous." Qin Manyun and the others saluted. "Morning, Mr. Li." Qin Manyun introduced, "This is my elder, his name is Zhou Dacheng. He's going to power and guide the sky ship." So, he was the driver. Li Nianfan smiled and greeted, "Greetings to Brother Zhou." He turned around and said to Blackie, "Blackie, this is a road trip, so we're not taking you with us. Go back inside." "Why?" Blackie rubbed its head on his trousers and gave Li Nianfan the puppy dog eyes. Li Nianfan patted its head and laughed. "All right, go on now. You can't follow us, you single dog. Be nice and guard the house properly." Then, they walked away, leaving Blackie looking pitiful. Once Li Nianfan was out of sight, Blackie snapped out of it. It went from looking sad to being energetic. It was so excited that it almost laughed out loud. Blackie headed back into the 4-part architecture. In the 4-part architecture, the dragon fire peel was rolling and spitting fire. The sword Buddhist came out from the fallen demon sword and started rapping incantations. The 1,000-year black ice and ice crystal were battling. It was such an ice-cold battle that the river started to freeze over. The preaching pearl played videos non-stop while the Tianshan bells were chiming like crazy. Laughter could be heard in the backyard as the trees twisted and moved without restraint. A golden figure could be seen swimming and circling in the pond. Lao Gui laid at the side of the swamp with its eyes shut, smiling peacefully. Blackie shook its booty and yelled, "Brothers, the master's gone. Let's party." Chapter 118, This is a Pair? Li Nianfan followed Qin Manyun and the others. Then, he saw a big skyship nearby. The skyship was huge. It was oval and white. It was technically an air balloon. One could fly and live in it. It was much cooler than the airplanes from the past realm. The immortal realm was awesome at producing items like this. The door of the skyship opened while Li Nianfan was observing it. Qin Manyun said, "After you, Mr. Li." Li Nianfan nodded and headed into the skyship with everyone. The interior design was not much different from his house. It was spacious and had different rooms. Li Nianfan noticed the Holy Emperor and Luo Shiu's mouths were open in astonishment. This skyship must be expensive. He knew at that moment that Qin Manyun was a rich lady in the immortal realm. This skyship was the equivalent of a private jet in the past realm. Zhou Dacheng headed straight to the front deck of the skyship. After a short while, the skyship was rising. Then, it beamed toward the sky. Li Nianfan was curious. He took Daji to the front deck once the skyship was stable. The front deck was huge and had a wide open space. He could see the blue sky. He felt like he was flying in the clouds. There were sparks all around the skyship. These sparks formed a light shield, blocking the strong winds at the front deck. He looked down and saw a thick layer of white clouds. It was like a big cotton field. Li Nianfan looked at the two trails of white clouds they left. He took a deep breath and felt relaxed. He was in a great mood. He needed to travel more often. How exciting it was to be flying. He gazed upon the horizon. A big, golden ball was in the sky. The sun was gentler in the morning as the sunlight was not too bright. Li Nianfan focused and smiled. He saw another ship pass them by. It was shaped like a ship in the ocean, except it was in the air. Soon, someone riding on a giant white crane passed by. A group of people was surfing on a mega flying sword right after that. They were chatting and laughing, wearing flowy clothes. They looked awesome. The immortal realm was fascinating. Too bad he was not a cultivator and could not do anything. How miserable. Zhou Dacheng said, "Mr. Li, we're far away from Azureville. Maybe you should rest in your room?" There was a stone wall with some sort of markings in front of him. Zhou Dacheng was driving the skyship with it. Li Nianfan curiously asked, "Brother Zhou, how long will it take for us to reach Azureville?" Brother Zhou answered, "About a day and a night if there are no detours." "So far?" Li Nianfan was slightly baffled. This skyship was much faster than an airplane in the past realm. Yet, it would take them a day and a night. How big was the immortal realm? "Oh, yeah. Brother Zhou, you mentioned detours. Are there detours in the sky?" asked Li Nianfan. Zhou Dacheng smiled. "Mr. Li, there are fiery nebulas in the night. If we encounter one, we have no choice but to take a detour. If we're unlucky, it might take more than 3 days for us to reach." "I see." Li Nianfan arched his eyebrow and said, "Hopefully we're lucky and can reach earlier." He took out 3 pairs from the system space and passed one over to Zhou Dacheng. He smiled and said, "Here you go, Brother Zhou. This is a homegrown pair from my backyard. I hope you don't mind." Buzz. Zhou Dacheng was buzzing. He was stumped. He looked at the pair and thought he was dreaming. Qin Manyun repeatedly reminded him before they departed that everything from the expert was valuable treasure. He would be lucky to try anything, for even the water the expert drank was spiritual water. He was also told that he needed to be mentally prepared and act like everything was alright. He could not drop the act just because he was too excited. He dreamt about this. He thought countless times about how to impress the expert during this tag-along opportunity so that the expert would slip him some benefits. However, he did not expect the expert would simply give him a pair that easily. This blessing was so unexpected, he almost went stiff. "Calm down, I have to stay calm. The saintess was right. As long as I stay calm and carry on around the expert, I'll get lucky with the benefits. It's not about anything else. It's about a state of mind." Zhou Dacheng took a deep breath to stop himself from tearing up. He said in a hoarse voice, "Of course, I don't mind. Thank you, Mr. Li." Li Nianfan smiled. "You are welcome. It's just a pear." Zhou Dacheng carefully took the pear and observed it. The pear was smooth all over. Its surface was glossy, too. It was like a half-translucent jade. Light would shine through if you placed it under the sunlight. He could smell the fragrance of the pear. He looked like he enjoyed it. This pear was extraordinary. Zhou Dacheng felt like his heart was racing. He gulped and could not control himself anymore. He chomped down on the pear. Crunch. The pear was juicy. The intense flavor of the juice burst into his mouth like water in a popped balloon, leaving a trace of deliciousness. He was instantly hydrated as if he had just chugged a mouthful of water. The sweet and sour flavor was remarkable in his mouth. Yum. It sent a shiver down his spine. Zhou Dacheng almost gave out. "So delicious, is this really a pear? How could it be so delicious?" Zhou Dacheng thought he was mentally ready for it, but he underestimated the pear. The deliciousness changed his whole perspective of food. He was gradually losing control. He only had one thought in his mind: eat it. Eat it. Crunch. He chomped on the pear like a pig eating cabbages. He wanted to devour the entire pear. It took no time at all for him to finish the pear. The flesh of the fruit was entirely gone with no remains. Only the core was left. Yummy. Nice. Zhou Dacheng exhaled and felt a newfound satisfaction. He would be howling if it was not for his remaining restrained. Chapter 119, Hopefully We're Lucky. Click click. Zhou Dacheng clicked his tongue and smacked his lips together. He was licking at the remnants that were by the corner of his lips. Suddenly, he went stiff. He felt a warm sensation from his belly pouring into his limbs. It was as if he was soaking in a jacuzzi. Moreover, he was feeling fresh and awake, like someone had just woken him up from a daze. He was energetic as if he just ate medical ingredients. Is this insights? He did not dare to delay it. Hurriedly, he composed himself and absorbed this experience. The insights from the pear were not that useful for a cultivator at his level. However, insights were still insights. It was better than nothing. Cultivators in the immortal realm would go crazy if they knew about pears that contained insights. This pear was already worth the trip. What a big shot! He gave away this rare treasure like a normal pear. Of course, the expert was role-playing as an ordinary man. It was not wrong for him to treat treasures like everyday objects. Maybe this was a day in the life of the expert? Lin Yanfen stayed at the front deck for a while before heading back inside with Daji. Luo Shiyu and the others came to the front deck after a while. Their noses twitched at the same time. What a nice scent. It was a soft scent, but it was remarkable. They glanced around and saw the pear core next to Zhou Dacheng. Suddenly, they were confused. They made a guess that drove them crazy. Qin Manyun licked her lips and asked softly, "Second elder, don't tell me this pear." "You guessed right." The second elder gripped his beard and said while smiling, "I'm not trying to flex or anything, but I did impress Mr. Li and got rewarded with a treasure pear." The Holy Emperor instantly looked unhappy. Trembling, he pointed at Zhou Dacheng with teary eyes. Why didn't you inform us? I'm pissed off." "Well, it's not that I don't want to share. The expert gave it to me specifically. I can't help it." Zhou Dacheng was pretentious and cocky. He licked his lips again. "Oh, you're just unlucky. Too bad. You don't know how delicious that pear was. I took a small bite and the juice burst in my mouth. It was even better when it went down my throat. I felt like I was in heaven. It also contained insights. Super delicious, what a rare opportunity." Pant. The Holy Emperor was breathing heavily. He was livid and miserable. His eyes were wide and he wanted to cry. Luo Shiyu and Qin Manyun did not look happy either. They were biting their lips and felt heartbroken. Too late. They were relaxing for only 1 minute and already missed a golden opportunity. If they were out here earlier, they could have had the chance to get a pear from the expert. A heart-aching regret. What a missed opportunity. They had to be near the expert from now on. Cheapskate. It's just a pear. What's there to show off for? You were nowhere to be seen when I was eating delicacies at Mr. Li's. Scoffed the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor headed back into the skyship arrogantly. However, he secretly wiped a tear away when he turned around. The skyship kept moving. It was getting dark. Zhou Dacheng focused, staring ahead. He did not dare to lose focus. The skyship was usually foolproof in the sky, but it could not handle one risk. That risk would be the aforementioned fiery nebula. The fiery nebula was a condensed cloud of dust and ionized gases from the sky, burning chaotically. It did not have a pattern of occurrence. One would be attacked if one encountered a fiery nebula. The skyship shield was not helpful either. Zhou Dacheng had to focus. He would need to change the route immediately if he happened to see a fiery nebula. They would need to take a detour. So far, everything was all right. Then, it was midnight. The skyship was flickering with sparks in the night sky. It seemed to be the only thing flying in the vast universe. Suddenly, Zhou Dacheng saw something and said, exasperated, "So, we encountered it anyway." The fiery nebula was clear in the night sky. Flames were dancing mid-air. It painted the sky red and covered the horizon. It was like an endless red river in the sky, unpassable. "Detour it is," sighed Zhou Dacheng. He was about to steer away. Suddenly, he was mystified. He rubbed his eyes to ensure he saw it correctly. He had chills all over and a dry mouth. He stood still like he was thunderstruck. How is this possible?" His voice went up a few octaves. He could not believe his eyes. The fiery nebula moved aside. Zhou Dacheng watched the fiery nebula part slowly, moving toward the sides while leaving a trail in the middle. Most importantly, this trail was like a passage made for them, almost like it moved for them. Moving for us? Was it a coincidence? Or? He felt his skin crawl. He had lived for thousands of years, but he had never seen or heard of something like this. Should he go for it? Zhou Dacheng looked doubtful. He finally headed back into the sky ship. He brought Qin Manyun and the others out. He looked serious. The Holy Emperor thought he was joking. He said, "Is something that magical really possible? I think you're pranking me." He said that as he looked up. He was stumped as soon as he looked up. His mouth was O-shaped like he had just seen a ghost. How is this possible? The Holy Emperor thought he was dreaming. Luo Shiyu gulped. The fiery nebula moved? No way. Moving for who? Qin Manyun looked dumbfounded, too. However, she quickly took a deep breath and composed herself. She was excited and respectful. She said in a trembling voice, "Who else?" The Holy Emperor licked his chapped lip and exclaimed, "I thought so, too, but this is incredible. It's almost impossible." Qin Manyun stared at Zhou Dacheng and asked, "Second Elder, what did you talk about on the front deck with Mr. Li?" "Nothing much, just. Mr. Li asked me how long it'd take to arrive at Azureville. I told him that we'd arrive in a day if we don't run into a fiery nebula. And if we did, it'd take more than 3 days." Zhou Dacheng was pale. This unexpected event was beyond his imaginations and changed his perspective of the world. He was frightened as he continued in a trembling voice, Then, I think Mr. Li said something like hopefully we're lucky and we can arrive earlier." Chapter 120, Zither Music, Meteor Showers. Gasp. The Holy Emperor and the others gasped. They noticed the direct connection immediately because they were smart. "I never expected that Mr. Li would say something and the fiery nebula would move aside just like that." Zhou Dacheng started talking to himself. It sent a chill down his spine and gave him goosebumps all over. Too scary. Too frightening. He always heard of the horrifying stories of the expert, but he never witnessed it in real life. This was his first time. He was unlike Qin Manyun and the others who were used to being shocked by the expert. They were mentally prepared. He was as shocked as a normal human encountering godlike miracles. He was excited and terrified. The expert spoke, so the fiery nebula made way. Could any ordinary person do that? He said hopefully we're lucky, and therefore, they were. What? The fiery nebula wanted to impress the expert, too? Holy Mother of God! Zhou Dacheng felt like he'd just discovered a huge secret that he was not meant to discover. The Holy Emperor and the others looked at each other, bewildered. They could not describe how they felt at that moment. Although it was hard to believe, the fiery nebula was kissing up to Li Nianfan. It moved out of the way, right? Zhou Dacheng asked, "Saintus, do we need to take the detour?" "No." Qin Manyun looked like she was thinking. Then, she said, "I understand now. The expert's hint is obvious. We would be fools to still take the detour." Luo Shiyu hurriedly asked, "Sister Manyun, what's the expert's hint?" Mr. Li talked to Second Elder about the fiery nebula. Then, he gave him a pair out of nowhere. "The pair won't be for free, right?" Qin Manyun smiled and confirmed, Mr. Li was trying to hint at Second Elder, telling him to just go and not take detours. "Makes sense," said the Holy Emperor. He nodded, "I think we can go for it. The fiery nebula already made way. We shouldn't be cowards." Zhou Dacheng took a deep breath and focused. "Okay, let's go." The skyship increased its speed and went for the fiery nebula. Everyone watched nervously as the skyship sailed through the passage trail safely. On the sides were endless burning fireballs. The fireballs were not solid. They were made of ionized gases. The colors of the flames were different, too. They were like multicolored stars decorating the night sky. It was a majestic sight. The old saying was right. The more beautiful some things were, the more dangerous they were. Luo Shiyu was obsessed. She faintly said, "So, this is what a fiery nebula looks like. So beautiful." Qin Manyun nodded lightly. Countless fireballs were reflected in her pupils, making her eyes extra beautiful at that moment. The skyship sailed through the quiet night in the fiery nebula. It looked like a beautiful painting from afar. "No wonder I heard noises. You're all still awake." Li Nianfan and Daji walked out of the skyship and laughed. Qin Manyun and the others jumped at the sight of Li Nianfan. They almost knelt. Their legs were uncontrollably weak at the sight of a Bigshot. Qin Manyun pretended like nothing happened. "Mr. Li's still awake, too? I heard a commotion so I was curious." Li Nianfan smiled. He looked up and looked around. He was astounded. "Whoa, this is far too beautiful." Daji was astounded, too, drunk from this beautiful scenery. Li Nianfan gazed around and laughed. "Thankfully I'm awake. Otherwise, I would have missed such a pretty sight. That would be regretful, right? The trip was worth it." This scene was unimaginably beautiful. It was soulful and majestic. Vroom. The flames burned brighter as if beaming from Li Nianfan's compliment. The multicolored flames danced, crisscrossing rhythmically. The dancing flames took beauty to another level. Li Nianfan enjoyed it. He complimented, "Nice, so beautiful." The Holy Emperor and the others simultaneously rolled their eyes in annoyance. They wanted to curse the fiery nebula. Bootlicker. Standard teacher's pet. "We've never seen you move away for others before. Why now? Why the performance?" Obvious kiss up. Qin Manyun suddenly said, "Mr. Li, this is such a wonderful sight, it makes me want to play some tunes. I hope you won't mind." Li Nianfan shook his head. "I don't mind. Music goes well with beautiful sights." Qin Manyun smiled gracefully and pulled out a zither. She was like a goddess under the moonlight, playing on the instrument with her beautiful, slender hands. She played an upbeat tune. The zither music made the beautiful sight even better. The Holy Emperor and Luo Shiyu looked at each other bitterly. They wanted to impress the expert, too, but they did not know how to do that. Li Nianfan looked nostalgic and mumbled, "I wonder if these fireballs would fall. I always wanted to see a meteor shower but I've never had the chance." As soon as he said that, one of the fireballs trembled like it could not handle it anymore before falling from the sky, leaving a fiery trail like a comet. It was followed by a second fireball, then a third, then a fourth. Fireballs slashed through the night sky with their fiery tails. This scene was majestic, especially when Li Nianfan was right in front of the meteor shower. It was an indescribable beauty. Meteors would pass by Li Nianfan at almost every moment, from the sides, from the back, from above, and the front. Endless. Li Nianfan submerged himself in this beauty. He was feeling emotional. He relaxed and enjoyed the experience. A beautiful sight, a nice night, a pretty woman playing zither music, and a meteor shower. It would be a waste to let this go. Li Nianfan decided to sit down. He took out a square piece of green folding paper from the system space and started folding it while watching the meteor shower. Chapter 121, Intriguing. Li Nianfan's agile fingers moved as rapidly as the fluttering wings of butterflies, inciting one's viewing pleasure. Soon, the flat paper was folded into a three-dimensional object. It had an arrogant head, wide wings, and a tail that pointed upward. It was a paper crane. According to the legend, making a wish when you see a shooting star ensures that the wish will come true. The paper crane symbolizes blessings, so this would work. Li Nianfan smiled and picked up the paper crane. He faced it to the meteor shower. Instantly, the meteor shower became his backdrop, as if 1,000 paper cranes were dancing beautifully in the night sky. What a stunning sight! Unfortunately, he did not have a camera with him. This would have been an ideal sight to capture. "Mr. Li, what's this?" Qin Manyun asked as she looked at the paper crane with curiosity. To her, the making of this paper crane looked simple. The only material used was a piece of paper and Li Nianfan merely folded it a few times to make this paper crane. It did not look particularly beautiful in the process of making and the paper crane looked ordinary. Perhaps it was in her head, but when she looked at it closer, she seemed to notice a soft glow surrounding the paper crane. It seemed to be breathing. Indeed, it was breathing. The paper crane was alive? Qin Manyun's heart skipped a beat. "It's just a small trick from back home." Li Nianfan saw that Qin Manyun was staring at the paper crane intensely. He smiled and said, "You like it? You may have it." "Really?" Qin Manyun's eyes sparkled with delight. The home Li Nianfan mentioned must have been the immortal land. So, this paper crane would be an immortal item? Qin Manyun's heart pumped rapidly. Li Nianfan held the paper crane by its head and handed it to Qin Manyun. "It's just a small trick, it's nothing." Qin Manyun accepted the paper crane with both hands as she cautiously brought it closer to her, her unblinking eyes still transfixed on it. The moment the paper crane touched her palm, she had goosebumps all over her body and her scalp started itching. This was because the moment she touched it, she clearly felt the wing of the paper crane move slightly. A treasure. She earned a treasure. After all, this was handmade by the expert. Although she did not know what use it had, she knew it was definitely something. It seemed that she had pleased the expert well. He must have liked her performance, so he decided to give her a treasure. Chin Manyun blushed. She wanted to scream out loud in excitement, but she knew she had to pretend to be calm on the surface. Looking at how cautiously she treated the paper crane, Li Nianfen was amused. As expected, all women had no resistance to paper cranes. They always felt protective by instinct. The Holy Emperor stared at the paper crane so intensely that he might as well have glued his eyeballs on it. This was equivalent to letting a huge opportunity slip away from him. The pain he felt was beyond words. Chin Manyun was still carrying the paper crane as she said, "Thank you so much, Mr. Li." Li Nianfen smiled. "As long as you like it. It's getting late, I'm going to sleep." With that, he yawned and went back into his room. Once he was out of sight, the rest finally recovered from the shock and felt more relaxed. Facing this kind of big shot made one super nervous. Every word he said had to be analyzed deeply as they were terrified of making any mistake that could upset the big shot. Most importantly, the big shot had a fetish that they had to constantly remind themselves of, to treat him like an ordinary man. This was super stressful. However, if the big shot did not have the fetish of pretending to be an ordinary man, they would not even have the chance to please him and receive great opportunities in return. As expected, his every move had deeper intentions. How fascinating. It seemed that they should forget about cultivating for some time and refine their acting skills and psychological endurance instead. Chin Manyun looked at Daji and asked with respect, "May I ask if Miss Daji knows the use of this paper crane?" "I don't." Daji shook her head and continued, "But everything Master does, however nonchalant it may seem, always contain deeper meanings. Since he gave it to you, just keep it." "I will." Chin Manyun cautiously kept the paper crane and murmured in a soft voice, "Miss Daji's so fortunate to get the chance to be around Mr. Li." The Holy Emperor and the rest nodded in agreement. They were already jumping with joy when they got to eat a pear from him. Daji could accompany him and stay by his side. Even the air she breathed had opportunities. How luxurious. Being able to stay by my master's side is indeed my blessing. Daji smiled happily. After a moment of thought, she said, "My main goal of staying with my master is to help him ease his troubles. I did find some things which I can share with you all." Chin Manyun and the rest were delighted. They said hurriedly, "Please, tell us." Daji said, "As you know, I was a nine-tailed fox. I have the blood of an ancient sky fox in my veins. Other than myself, the master has a dragon and a basalt. They both have ancient sky blood as well." "Dragon? Basalt?" Other than Chin Manyun, the rest turned pale as cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. This was terrifying to know. Mr. Li had a dragon and basalt by his side? Why did they not know about it? These were legendary beasts. One was unlikely to come across these creatures in this realm. "I had the privilege to see Mr. Li's dragon. It's a golden dragon." Chin Manyun nodded with a sparkle of awe in her eyes as she recalled the sight from the other day, the terrifying sight of all the beasts coming alive in his house. The Holy Emperor repressed his terror and asked, "What Miss Daji is suggesting is that the expert might be collecting ancient beasts." Daji said, "This is just my speculation. If you have the chance, please, do help me look around." Chin Manyun and the rest felt a little more reassured as if they had finally found a mission. "Thank you so much for your reminder." Daji nodded. Just as she was about to go back to her room, Chin Manyun bit her tongue and asked, "Miss Daji, may I ask what realm you're at right now?" "Realm?" Daji stopped in her footsteps. "As a nine-tailed fox, we're able to unleash all our immortal talents once we get our 9 tails. By following Master around, my talents have been developing rapidly. As of my realm, I should have surpassed all of the cultivating realms by now. However, I'm not sure what realm I'm currently at in terms of the immortals." She looked up at her surroundings and gracefully raised her elegant finger to point at the fiery nebula flying by. Instantly the fiery nebula froze, one after another. The fiery nebula had turned into a frozen nebula. Chapter 122, No Money. The burning sight disappeared into a chill, making the rest of them shiver. Not only did they experience physical chills, even their hearts felt chilly along with itching scalps and stiffened joints. Perhaps only the Mahayala cultivators in this realm could shield themselves from the fiery nebula to pass through, but it would not be as easy. Daji not only shielded them from the fiery nebula, she froze them with the point of a finger? What realm was this? This was definitely the skill of an immortal. They viewed Daji differently from before. The four of them instinctively took a step away from her. Qin Manyun looked at the sight with disbelief. Wasn't the bridge to immortality broken? How? The highest cultivating realm in this immortal realm was Mahayala, everyone knew that. There had been no known cases of anyone becoming an immortal for countless years. And yet, Daji's ability was definitely an immortal's. So, the bridge to immortality was not broken? And, why was Daji not immortalized? Qin Manyun's thoughts were everywhere. She could not make sense of things. Seeing how confused she seemed, Daji said, "There's no difference between an immortal and an ordinary man to master. It'd be foolish to determine a master's thinking using ordinary logic." Qin Manyun instantly understood and thought she was silly for thinking otherwise. Indeed. Who was Li Nianfan? To him, the ordinary and immortal realms were similar places. With that, everyone left the deck and went into their rooms. However, it was a sleepless night for most of them. The next day. It was almost noon when the skyship emerged from the clouds and proceeded to land in a completely new world. Li Nianfan stood on the deck with the others, looking down from above. He could see a green world below him. Under the shade of countless green trees were ponds and mountains. Some mountains were joined with one another while some proudly stood alone. Looking down from the deck, one could see countless lights passing by as more and more cultivators appeared. Some were flying in ships while others simply flew in the air. From time to time, some cultivators would turn to look at the skyship in awe, wearing the look of an ordinary man meeting a billionaire. This was especially so when they saw the group of people standing on the deck. Was there an ordinary man standing in the middle? The cultivators were surrounding an ordinary man? Could this be a low-key Bigshot in disguise? Chills went down their spines as they recalled rumors about the fetishes of some Bigshots. For example, those who would try to conceal their identity and live like ordinary men. This was probably it. It seemed that they should be wary and treat ordinary men with more respect, just in case it was an expert in disguise. The skyship continued to fly past countless forests and mountains. Finally, a massive high tower appeared in front of it. The high tower was built on a mountain that was different from the rest. The bottom half of the mountain was a forest while the upper half was barren and flat as if it was shaved off. Even so, this mountain was still the tallest among the rest. The flat surface naturally became a high tower, massive and eye-catchingly huge. Most interesting of all was the valley beside this tall mountain. It was deep and had black soil without a single trace of grass. The shaved-off mountain and this weird-looking valley created a unique sight. This left Li Nianfan in awe, amazed by this wonderful immortal realm. He had seen more of the world during this trip. Without having to be told, Li Nianfan knew that they had reached their destination. All the traveling lights headed in the direction of the high tower. The skyship slowed down and started to descend. Finally, they landed on the high tower as well. Qin Manyun said, "Mr. Li, we're here." Li Nianfan nodded and walked off the skyship with the others. Once he stepped off the skyship, he felt a warm breeze blowing at him, making him feel at ease. Looking around, he was standing on the tall mountain. He had a different view from the skyship, it was more down to earth. The sight from above made one feel tiny. The high tower was flat as a mirror, paved with special tiles. It was like a massive square. It was crowded with cultivators as well as ordinary men for the event. Some even found empty spaces to set up their stalls. Both the cultivators and ordinary men were selling things from their stalls. Although they were selling different things, Li Nianfan was amused by the sight of it. Other than the stalls, there were a variety of shops on the tower. Their decorations and designs made it seem like a big city. With the support of Azureville, this place is developing well, the Holy Emperor remarked with a look of admiration. As the Emperor of the Ganlong Immortal Dynasty, he hoped for his dynasty to flourish as well. Luo Shiyu nodded in agreement. Yes. I remember 100 years ago, there was nobody around here. Who'd have thought that in merely 100 years, it'd look so different? Nobody dared to visit the Azure Villa due to its close proximity to the entrance of the demon realm. Qin Manyun continued, but now, the Lord of Azureville is a powerful man, the man who's hosting the Azure Demon Lockdown Grand Ceremony. He's indeed very impressive. Li Nianfan nodded beside them. The Lord of Azureville was able to turn the tide and develop this once empty land into a prosperous one. He was indeed a successful man. As they walked along the street, the blending of cultivators and ordinary men made Li Nianfan feel welcomed. Meanwhile, he stopped in front of a tall, well-built building. He looked up to see a big signboard that said Immortal Guest House. This building was built by the side of the square and was at least 10 floors tall in height. None of the other buildings were taller than this, which gave this building a very good view from above. Regardless if one were to dine or stay there, it would be a luxurious experience. Li Nianfan could not help but remark, "Immortal Guest House. I'm guessing this must be a place for cultivators to rest and dine?" "Not really. Anyone can stay there as long as they have spiritual stones." Qin Manyun seemed to have understood Li Nianfan's deeper meanings. She said in excitement, "Actually, I've made a reservation there for us. So, please, feel free to go in." Li Nianfan frowned slightly before he shook his head. "I bet prices there aren't cheap. I can't let you pay for it. Is there a place for ordinary men to stay in?" He was inconsiderate this time. Of course, one needed money during a vacation. He had no money. What could he do? Chapter 123, The Popular Journey to the West. Qin Manyun panicked. She said hastily, "Mr. Li, the cost of this is nothing to me. Please, don't feel bad." "You're too kind, but I can't accept your offer." Li Nianfan continued shaking his head. The normal gestures they showed him were all right, but this hotel was too fancy. He could not let her pay for the stay. He owed them too much. There was no need for that. "Mr. Li, I've benefited greatly from the music sheet you sent me. You've even shown me all kinds of good food. To me, they're more precious than the spiritual stones. Please, let me pay for this." Qin Manyun looked at Li Nianfan with sincerity. Li Nianfan was deep in thought. Qin Manyun was obviously a local tyrant. As for local tyrants, money was indeed nothing. To them, happiness and enjoyment were the most important things. She liked music and she tasted his food, so she must have felt good and happy. In return, she did not mind the money spent. As the saying went, the wealthy would be friends with those who make them happy, no matter how poor they were. It seemed to be true after all. Furthermore, one had to admit that his food was indeed delicious. That was something that could not be bought with money. "All right, then. I'll stay," Li Nianfan sighed. "But I can't stay here for nothing. I'll make you some delicious food." Qin Manyun was delighted. She cried out in a trembling voice, "Thank you, Mr. Li." A test. The expert was testing my sincerity. Luckily, I was smart enough to pass it. To think I almost failed it. How challenging. Li Nianfan smiled. "It's no big deal. I'd cook it anyway." The Holy Emperor's face was as dark as the bottom of a pan. His lips were twitching slightly. He hated himself for being such a fool, for letting such a big opportunity slip away yet again. The decoration of the Immortal Guest House was well thought of. In the center was a stage. The first 4 floors were shaped in a square with a hollow center, allowing guests to dine while watching the performances on stage. Anything past the 4th floor was probably the rooms guests would stay in. Qin Manyun brought Li Nianfan to a table by the railing on the 3rd floor. The side of the stage was in clear view. A beautiful spot. Meanwhile, an educated middle-aged man was telling a story with a paper fan in his hand. What was shocking was that he was reciting Journey to the West, along with vivid actions and expressions. The Journey to the West had become so famous? That annoyingly nerdy scholar had been spreading his story around? "Oh, Mr. Li." Qin Manyun suddenly turned to Li Nianfan with an apologetic look. "Since we've arrived in Azureville, I should pay the Lord a visit. I'm afraid I'll have to excuse myself for a while." The Holy Emperor and Luo Shiyu exchanged a look and said, "Mr. Li, we have a few old friends to meet up with as well." "Don't worry, go ahead with your own matters." Li Nianfan smiled nonchalantly. The cultivators must have their own things to attend to. They had been very kind to stay with him until now. "Oh, right. Miss Manyun, it's just me and Raji here, so don't order too many dishes." Qin Manyun nodded. "Don't worry, I know." With that, they parted with Li Nianfan and left the Immortal Guest House. Soon, dish after dish was brought to their table, filling up the space. The dishes were all exquisitely made. Li Nianfan smiled bitterly as he shook his head. "This woman. She's such a local tyrant. I told her to order just a few dishes, and yet, she's ordered us a full table of dishes. And half of them are wild meat. Does she think I love wild meat this much?" After the dishes were all presented, they started eating. It was indeed a privilege to dine in this fancy restaurant in the immortal realm. He was eager to find out how the food tasted in comparison to the food he made. Meanwhile, a well-dressed young man rushed to the third floor. He glanced around and his gaze finally landed on Li Nianfan's table in awe. He walked over quickly. "Sir, madam, may I take a seat here? I'll only listen to the teaching without eating. Please, let me pay for your meal." "Do feel free to take a seat. Don't bother about paying for the meal though," Li Nianfan smiled as he said nonchalantly. This young man was dressed in silkwear and had gold bangles on both of his hands. He was probably a man of importance. There was no harm in meeting a new friend anyway. The young man frowned slightly, surprised by Li Nianfan's generosity. "Thanks," he said. This was obviously an ordinary man. It was rare seeing ordinary men in this restaurant, let alone one who ordered all of the most expensive dishes. Most importantly, he even rejected his offer of paying. How rich was this ordinary man? Unless he had hidden powers? The young man secretly used his divine consciousness to size up the both of them. Indeed, both of them were ordinary people. However, he was unable to believe it, so he sized them up again. This time, using his treasure to do so. However, the results remained the same. Unless their cultivations were above the cross-tribulation realm? If not, it was impossible to conceal their identities so perfectly well. But did these two people seem like cross-tribulation cultivators? Obviously not. Perhaps they were actual ordinary people. After sighing in awe, the young man recomposed his thoughts and focused on the man who was teaching downstairs. "So, another fan of Journey to the West." Li Nianfan smiled to himself. After all, this was a cultivating realm. Journey to the West was a story about the immortals, so it made sense that it became popular. However, he did not expect it to be so popular that even cultivators were also caught up with it. Luckily, he did not use his real name, or else he would never live in peace again. Although the young man was focused on the story, he would throw a few glances at Li Nianfan from time to time. Finally, he could not help but ask, "Brother, I see that you'd frown whenever you take a bite of the food. Are the dishes not to your liking?" "The taste is fine." Li Nianfan smiled. "But it's a shame. If only they can change the sauces and control the heat better. Then, the taste would be even better." "Huh?" The young man was shocked. His brows furrowed into a straight line. "This can't be true. I've been to quite a few places and tasted different kinds of delicious dishes. The food here is one of the best, at least in the top 3 rankings of all." "You're wrong to say so." He took a closer look at Li Nianfan. He had a bad impression of him. This ordinary man seemed young. How many places had he traveled to? How many delicious dishes had he tasted? The Immortal Guest House is a restaurant for cultivators. Even the cultivators think highly of the dishes here. It's already a privilege for you to dine here, yet, you insult the food so badly? Are you trying to insult us cultivators as well? Chapter 124, What do you mean? I might be wrong. Li Nianfan was shocked. Then, he smiled without speaking further. He was too critical. Since Qin Manyun spoke so highly of his cooking, he could not help comparing his cooking to the dishes here in the immortal realm. If the dishes here were half as good as his, then it would be a joke to offer his cooking to someone like Qin Manyun. Since the food in this realm did not have as high of a standard as his, he was proud of himself. After all, delicious food was priceless. This proved that the so-called delicious food in this realm was not even close to the food he made. No wonder the bunch of cultivators were so kind and friendly to him. Besides admiring his artistic side, they probably just wanted to earn some free meals. He raised the wine glass and took a sniff before taking a small sip. After that, he placed it down right away. The young man could not help asking again, "What now? Is it not to your liking as well?" After a moment of hesitation, he said, "The wine has a faint fragrance. It's crisp and clear in general. Its making and ingredients are top grade, too. However, they could pay more attention to the temperature changes of its surrounding, since the changing of seasons affects the texture of the wine. If they could make adjustments accordingly, it would be perfect." Hearing that Li Nianfan's criticism did make sense, the young man was shocked. Though after a while, he challenged him, "If there's better wine made for ordinary men, they would have presented them here. Why would they keep this as the house wine in the Immortal Guest House?" He directly pointed out that Li Nianfan was merely an ordinary man. How could he criticize the wine served to cultivators? How could the wine served to cultivators be less impressive than wine for ordinary men? What a joke! Li Nianfan merely smiled. "I'm just expressing my viewpoint." Nothing's unchangeable, especially the taste of wine. What I said was just a small part of winemaking. As they say, learning has no boundary, any man can teach. Wouldn't it be best to gather more knowledge? Learning has no boundary, any man can teach? The young man's pupils dilated as if he was shocked by what Li Nianfan said. He sat, mumbling while transfixed in his seat. By the side, Daji jolted slightly. Her head was ringing loudly, as if Li Nianfan's statement was the key to gain more insights and that one could learn true wisdom after deciphering his sentence. His statement kept repeating in her mind, and the more she thought about it, the more in awe she was. It was as if she was swimming in a boundless sea, in awe of its vastness and unable to decide which direction to go. Could it be that the reason her master decided to live as an ordinary man was because he had many things to learn from ordinary men? Any man could teach. A godly man like Li Nianfan was willing to learn from ordinary men? Perhaps he was the only man who would do such a thing. As for the young man, he could feel that his brain had been completely messed up. The deadliness of this sentence was like a bullet shooting through his worldview, destroying all the things he thought he knew. As the son of the Lord of Azureville, he was born with the top and finest resources in this immortal realm. With the finest talents and teachers, everything he had could only be dreamt of by the others. There was nothing else he could learn from the others. Before he met Li Nianfan, he would have answered him by saying there's no need to learn, but now, he was speechless. Everything in Azureville was like this wine. He thought it was perfect, but was it really so? If he could gather more knowledge, would he stand out from the people in Azureville? If he became more successful than his father? The young man was breathing more rapidly. He had to take a deep breath to calm down his rising heart rate. He was able to learn such wisdom from an ordinary man. It showed that his statement, "Any man can teach," was indeed correct. He looked at Li Nianfan differently. He stood up and said in a solemn tone, "I understand now. Thank you for your teaching." Oh, another polite cultivator. Li Nianfan was impressed by this young man's politeness. He smiled. "It's just some thoughts, not a teaching." The young man sat down again. Out of the blue, he looked at Li Nianfan and asked awkwardly, "May I ask for a glass of wine?" He was feeling emotional and needed some wine to calm himself down. However, thinking about how the whole table of food belonged to Li Nianfan, he felt embarrassed. "Ha! No problem." Li Nianfan handed him a glass of wine. The young man was pleased. He raised the glass and said to Li Nianfan, "Thanks, let me make a toast to you." With that, he gulped down the glass of wine. He felt that the wine tasted fuller than all the wines he had tasted in the past. He said, "If I have the chance, I'll do as you say. Readjust the making of this wine. I'm sure the taste and texture will greatly improve." It seemed that this young man was indeed someone of importance. He had the power to readjust the winemaking in this town. It seemed that he had made yet another powerful friend. Li Nianfan smiled and did not point out that this was just a small problem with the wine. The truth was that this wine had many problems. In fact, there were so many problems that he was unable to point them all out, as he might offend this young man and end up making him an enemy. The young man continued to focus on the telling of Journey to the West. It was almost reaching the end of the story, and the middle-aged man was analyzing the ending along with the audience. They were finally able to reach their destination after going through 9,881 challenges. Senior Wu Chengyun is trying to tell us that if we want to cultivate to immortality, there'd be challenges in front of us. Though as long as we remain determined to conquer all the challenges, we'd succeed eventually. Exactly. Through the telling of the Journey to the West, we can see that the group of four aren't only facing physical challenges, they're also mentally challenged as well. They grow from within, which is similar to cultivators like us. Indeed, the journey of our cultivation is just like theirs, filled with different kinds of tests. The guests in the immortal guest house nodded in agreement. The young man beside Li Nianfan even stood up and called out in excitement, "I agree. Here's yours." With that, he tossed a couple of glowing spiritual stones to the man who was telling the story. After he sat back down, he asked Li Nianfan, "Have you heard of the Journey to the West?" "Yes." Li Nianfan nodded. Senior Wu Chengyun's indeed an expert. Being able to write such an immortal class story. His experience is definitely beyond our imagination. The young man sighed in awe. Then, he continued, "They all had extraordinary identities, and yet, they were willing to walk by foot to the destination that they eventually arrived at. They are indeed role models." Li Nianfan looked at the young man strangely. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Actually, we should see it differently. It's because of their extraordinary identities that they were able to arrive at the destination. He was only stating a different point of view, but the meaning of it had changed completely. The young man frowned. What do you mean? Chapter 125, A Shocking Statement. Li Nianfan smiled. From the beginning of Journey to the West, the ending had been predetermined. The group would gain the truth eventually. Although there seemed to be challenges everywhere, it was all part of the journey. Don't you feel that the entire journey seemed to have been planned by someone else all along? The journey had been planned by someone else all along? The young man was deep in thought. He felt something was off. Li Nianfan continued, let me put it differently. How many challenges can you find in the story that could actually cause them harm? The young man became hesitant. When he first heard Journey to the West, he was captivated by the story. Thus, he paid close attention to every word, learning the story by heart. Therefore, when he was questioned by Li Nianfan, 9,981 challenges flashed in his mind, and yet, he realized a shocking problem. Nobody had told him this before, and he had never realized it himself. Now that it was pointed out by Li Nianfan, he realized that the challenges were nothing, they always had protection from the others. As a cultivator himself, he knew well enough that even one minor mistake could cost him his life. In comparison to the challenges faced by the group in the story, it was like child's play. Could they still be considered as challenges if they did not put one's life at risk? Li Nianfan smiled. To me, Journey to the West is just a vacation for the group, where they traveled from east to west. It is a record of their journey, encounters, and sights. Vroom. The young man jolted and sank into his seat. His eyes went blank and his lips twitched slightly. He wanted to refute but did not know where to start. He recalled all the scenes in his head. The more he thought about it, the itchier his scalp became. It seemed that among all of the challenges the group had faced throughout the journey, the biggest challenge came from the Women Kingdom, where they were almost convinced to stay and give up on their mission. In other words, as long as they remained determined, their arrival at the destination was a definite result. In simpler terms, it meant their paths had been preset by the others. As long as they remained determined and did good deeds, they would eventually reach their goal. Li Nianfan tried to make it as simple as possible. He said, although there were always challenges, Buddha had the layout for 500 years. Apart from arranging for Wukong to protect the monk, different gods were guiding and helping them throughout the journey. Even when they faced powerful demons who tried to take their lives, there were always external forces helping them. The smaller demons were easily killed. If he put it this way, it was apparent that it seemed more like a vacation. However, if this was true, the motivational journey of challenges instantly became a journal of their vacation. The truth sent chills down the spine of the young man, giving him goosebumps all over. Li Nianfan had the same look of awe in his eyes. Senior Wu Qing'an was indeed a genius. There were too many details and deeper meanings in this Journey to the West novel, causing one to be stunned. He sighed. Look at society today. If one had no relations to the immortals, the children of the businessmen would become businessmen, the children of the farmers would become farmers, and the children of politicians would become politicians. Since birth, everything has somehow been predetermined, making it hard to change the path's course. It's almost impossible for an ordinary person to become a cultivator, extremely difficult, while it's easy for cultivators' children to do the same thing. Li Nianfan had always felt this way since he was in the previous realm. The only challenges those rich kids would face were their wealthy parents sending them overseas to study. The young man's pupils dilated as a look of awe and disbelief appeared on his face. This. Even though Li Nianfan did not make it too specific, he knew that he was like the monk from the story. As the son of the Lord of Azureville, he was the so-called rich kid and his path had been set up for him long ago. The so-called breakthrough, the so-called interrogation of insights, and the outdoor retreat had all been accomplished under the guidance of others. Even when he went to kill demons as tests, they were all prepared for him by the others. It would be a joke to consider these as challenges. The young man stood up gradually. Sir, your words have provoked me deeply. Allow me to insist on paying for your meal today. With that, he placed a couple of spiritual stones on the table. Goodbye for now. His mind was still a mess. He wanted to go home right away to digest what he had learned today. Thus, he left in a hurry. Watching his retreating back, Li Nianfan could not help but smile to himself. What an impatient man. However, he seemed like a kind person. Li Nianfan picked up the spiritual stones and examined them closely in his palm. It was truly nice befriending local tyrants. Because of that, he earned some stones. Daji, we have money now. I'll bring you around today and see if there's anything you'd like to buy. Azureville was located behind the foot of the mountain. It was in a well-hidden spot. Blocked by trees and hills that shielded them from natural disasters, it was a spot only cultivators could find. Qin Manyun sat in a garden. Her brows were furrowed as if she was worried. Sitting opposite her was a beautiful young lady in a long, green dress. Her beauty was as exquisite as Qin Manyun's. She had dark hair and fair skin along with beautiful eyes that sparkled with an indescribable charm. Perhaps it was due to her being older than Qin Manyun that she exuded a sense of elegance and decorousness. The both of them sat in the garden and instantly, they became the most charming flowers, making the rest of the flowers in the garden seem rather dull. The decorous young lady smiled faintly. Her posture was refined. Sister Manyun, your teacher's a good man. Surely, he'll be able to go through the natural tribulation with no harm. Qin Manyun sighed. I thought I could meet with your father and ask him for some tips. What a shame. The decorous woman comforted her, don't hurry. Once the ceremony has ended, I'll personally bring you to him. By then, your teacher will be able to break through to the cross-tribulation realm with success. It'd be great news. Well, thank you in advance, Sister Ziyao, Qin Manyun said. She looked at Gu Ziyao and asked curiously, Uncle Gu asked all the cross-tribulation cultivators to leave the valley. Is it due to some changes in the upcoming ceremony? Gu Ziyao hesitated for a moment and said, as you know, the ceremony's seal has been getting weaker every year, with each ceremony further weakening the seal. After all these years, the power of the seal has, well, as of 2 days ago, the seal has somehow loosened to its extreme. My father was terrified. How could this be? Did anything happen recently? Qin Manyun frowned. Gu Ziyao shook her head with a worried look. I'm not sure, but I overheard my father saying that there have been some changes in the realm. However, he doesn't know if it's for better or worse. Chapter 126, He is not an ordinary man. Some changes in the realm? Qin Manyun's heart sank. Gu Ziyao's father was one of the few Mahayala cultivators in this realm. As the bridge between this realm and the immortal land, he was naturally sensitive to the changes in this realm. So, what actually happened in this realm? If there were changes, it would not be a small matter. It was unlikely that she had not heard anything about it. Just as she was about to question further, a ball of light rushed over from a short distance away. He seemed rather depressed and empty, but he was also smiling and crying, a set of mixed expressions. After he landed on the ground, he looked at Gu Ziyao and Qin Manyun. Without even greeting them, he retreated blankly to his room. Gu Ziyao frowned. She said, Gu Ziyu, what's wrong with you? Gu Ziyu jolted. It was only then he snapped back to reality. He looked at Gu Ziyao in terror and shrank a little. Sister. Gu Ziyao shook her head. We have a guest. Why didn't you greet her? Gu Ziyu turned to look at Qin Manyun. He said hastily, Sister Manyun. What brings you here? Qin Manyun smiled. I'm here to attend the Azure Demon Lockdown Grand Ceremony. I came by to say hello. Gu Ziyao looked at Gu Ziyu with suspicion. What happened? You seem zoned out. Did someone trick you again? Her younger brother was indeed gifted in cultivation, but his brain was too simple and he was always impatient. He did things without thinking and would fuss over small matters. He was not the one bringing pride to the family, but he had the potential to bring them shame. Gu Ziyu said hastily, No, I'm not a fool. How would I be tricked again? I went to the Immortal guest house to listen to Journey to the West. It was the final session today. Journey to the West has ended? Did the group eventually gain the truth? Gu Ziyao could not help asking. She did not like being seen in public, so she always had her brother retell the story to her so she was caught up to date. Gu Ziyu shook his head and said with a displeased tone, Obviously. It was an expected ending anyway. Expected? Gu Ziyao looked at her brother strangely. She felt that he was acting strange today. Usually, he would immediately tell her what he had heard from the day's session. He would usually be utterly impressed by the group and their journey. But now, he seemed rather scornful. Gradually, a look of excitement appeared on Gu Ziyu's face as he said in a mysterious tone, Sister, I met a mysterious man today. You met yet another mysterious man? Gu Ziyao gasped sarcastically. She was all too familiar with this conversation. Her brother would always speak with this tone and expression whenever he got tricked by another conman. Her face darkened as she asked, How did this person trick you this time? I wasn't tricked. I promise. He's a mysterious man. Gu Ziyu's face was very solemn. He continued, although he's only an ordinary man, the things he said were filled with knowledge and wisdom. So well put. You've no idea how I felt just now. I was completely stunned. Ordinary man? Gu Ziyu's face darkened further. She could not help covering her face with her hand in shame. Her brother was tricked by an ordinary man again. She was embarrassed on his behalf. She glanced at Qin Manyun with an awkward look. Oh, this is embarrassing. Sister, why won't you believe me? With such wisdom, I don't think he's an ordinary man at all. Gu Ziyu grew more impatient. Did you know? The whole idea behind Journey to the West is such a joke. I finally see it. If you don't believe me, I'll tell you. Gu Ziyu shook her head. No need. I don't think you know what you're talking about. Qin Manyun, who was by the side, said, Sister Ziyao, why don't we hear him out? After meeting Li Nianfan, she no longer looked down on ordinary men. Gu Ziyao sighed. Whatever, let's see what you've got this time. Gu Ziyu's face lit up. It was finally showtime. He was going to shock and impress the two for them. He shook his head like a drunk man trying to get in the mood. He then imitated Li Nianfan's tone and repeated the words he used as he began retelling them what Li Nianfan said. At first, Gu Ziyao did not take it seriously as she did not expect anything from her brother. However, her face turned more and more solemn as time passed. Her beautiful eyes gazed at Gu Ziyu, completely intrigued. She never thought her brother could stun her. Did he truly meet a mysterious man this time? Qin Manyun's pupils dilated. She felt a sense of familiarity listening to this tone and words. Her heart skipped a beat. By then, Gu Ziyu had already finished speaking. He smoothed his clothes and said with a smile, What now? Impressed by me? Gu Ziyu looked at him with a solemn look. Who told you this? Damn! I forgot to ask for his name. Gu Ziyu panicked as he slammed on his chest. I'm such a fool. How could I forget such an important thing? Gu Ziyu rubbed her head as well. She was speechless by her brother. Qin Manyun took a deep breath. She looked at Gu Ziyu. Are you sure he's an ordinary man? Are there any other details? Gu Ziyu nonchalantly said, Yes, I'm sure he's an ordinary man. However, he ordered a table full of dishes in the immortal guest house. And, there was an extremely beautiful woman accompanying him. The woman was also an ordinary person. Qin Manyun's eyes widened as her body jolted. She jumped up in shock and cried out, So, it's really him. Gu Ziyu asked hastily, Sister Manyun, you know this man? Not just that. The reason I'm here is to accompany this man. Qin Manyun smiled bitterly as she said with a solemn tone, He's not an ordinary man. He's a very powerful expert. It was an unimaginably big opportunity for Ziyu for being able to speak to him. A powerful expert? Opportunity? Gu Ziyu was transfixed in his spot. What Qin Manyun said was too fictional. He could not believe it. What kind of man was that? To be spoken of so highly by Qin Manyun in the territory of Azureville? Gu Ziyu was initially transfixed, but he said excitedly, Sister Manyun knows this person? I knew he wasn't just another ordinary man. What's the name of this hero? I want to be friends with him. Be friends with him? Qin Manyun could not help smiling. She looked at Gu Ziyu with a strange look. I don't mean to insult you, but even your father has no right to be friends with him. Even an immortal would have to look up at him. In fact, the beautiful woman you spoke of is an immortal. Chapter 127, What a terrifyingly huge chess game. Gasp. Gu Ziyu and Gu Ziyao gasped at the same time. They looked at Qin Manyun with a look of terror. Gu Ziyao could no longer keep calm. She asked solemnly, Are you kidding? She was talking about an immortal. An existence that was greater than any other in this realm. There had been no cases of immortalization in 1,000 years in this immortal realm. So, what concept was that? More importantly, this immortal woman was willing to serve this man? How powerful could he be? Do you think I'd joke about this? Qin Manyun looked at Gu Ziyao. Her beautiful eyes were filled with amazement and awe. This man is way above an immortal. All you have to know is that all his trash is actually the most precious treasures in the entire immortal realm. This. Gu Ziyao's mind was blown away. Though she was shaking her head as her rationale told her this was impossible, somehow, in the deepest part of her heart, she believed Qin Manyun. She could not help herself from asking, The both of you aren't trying to kid me, right? Sister, I swear it's true. Gu Ziyu said. If this ordinary man's so powerful, Getting to speak with him for such a long time would mean that it was the most glorious moment in my life. Gu Ziyao took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. This is unbelievable. How unbelievable. I wasn't planning on telling you both about him, but since Ziyu met him, it shows that the expert has a plan involving you. That's why I told you about him. Qin Manyun paused for a moment, and said after some hesitation, she said, actually. Journey to the West was written by the expert. What? Gu Ziyu glared at Qin Manyun like a fan who met his idol. He cried with excitement, he's seen your Wu Qing'an? Wu Qing'an is just his pen name. If you think about it, he gives this opportunity to everyone through the story of Journey to the West without even asking for any favors in return. How generous and noble. Qin Manyun sighed. I thought Journey to the West was a story containing the wisdom that the expert used to preach to us. But after hearing what you said, I realized that the hidden clues in this story are way beyond that. My understanding was indeed too shallow. Confused, Gu Ziyao said, when I heard what Ziyu said, I was enlightened as well. Who would have thought that the story would contain a much deeper meaning? Qin Manyun looked at Gu Ziyu and said in a serious tone, the expert will never say things clearly. He has given you so many clues. All of them must have their deeper meanings. Why don't you tell us your entire encounter with the expert from beginning to end? Perhaps we could analyze it better. With that, Gu Ziyu immediately recounted his entire encounter with Li Nianfan. His expression was more solemn this time as he was now aware of the importance of the matter. Qin Manyun listened carefully as her mind processed the information rapidly. She could not afford to miss a single word. When she heard that Journey to the West was merely a journal of their vacation, her heart twitched vigorously. At this moment, she felt extremely blessed and took a deep breath. Phew. I think I get it. This is indeed a big, terrifying chess game. Qin Manyun said with a complex look, her eyes showing a hint of sadness. What is it? Gu Ziyao frowned. The expert said that many things of both ordinary man and cultivators were predetermined since birth, but that isn't the main point. The main point is the metaphor he used, Qin Manyun said with deep amazement in her eyes. There was a hint of terror and bitterness. She continued with a trembling voice, think about it, immortals are more powerful than cultivators. Surely there'd be second-generation immortals. We spend our whole lives cultivating for longevity, but the children of immortals are born as immortals. So, if everything has been predetermined, what's the point of working so hard? Do you think he was referring to the bridge to immortality? Qin Manyun was shocked by her own speculation. The moment she heard herself saying that, she felt a cold sweat coming, as if she had just discovered a big secret that would cost her life. She was overwhelmed with emotions. So, the expert has told everyone the greatest secret of the immortal realm. He truly is playing a chess game with another force. I'm so lucky to be a chess piece of his. This is my greatest pleasure. Qin Manyun thought to herself. As for Gu Ziyao and Gu Ziyu, their faces had turned pale. Their heads were about to explode and the thought of impending danger sent chills all over them. The bridge to immortality had been broken. This affected them more than anyone else. Their father was a Mahayala cultivator and they would often hear him sighing to himself, as if he could not see any path in front of him. Gu Ziyu could not help but mumble to himself, so, what you're saying is that someone's stopping us from immortalizing for the benefit of their children. Enough. That's enough. Gu Ziyao's beautiful eyes glared at Gu Ziyu to stop him. Ziyu, remember this. Don't tell anyone about this conversation. Let me speak to father. Pretend you heard nothing. She then bowed at Qin Manyun formally. We'd like to make an ambitious request to meet the expert. I hope Sister Manyun will introduce us to him. Qin Manyun said, I'll go back to see how the expert feels about this. I'll let you know the answer tomorrow. Gu Ziyao said with gratitude, thank you. Qin Manyun smiled. It's my pleasure. Don't worry, since the expert was willing to tell all this to Ziyu, I'm sure he wouldn't mind meeting you both. Qin Manyun left Azureville and rushed to the Immortal guest house. On the way there, she saw Li Nianfan and Daji shopping among the crowd. Instantly, she found a space to land on and pretended to bump into them. She smiled. Oh. Hey, Mr. Li. What a coincidence. Li Nianfan smiled at Qin Manyun. Hello, Miss Manyun. You're back. Yeah, I just visited a friend of mine, Qin Manyun nodded. Seeing that Li Nianfan was looking at silk from a shop, she asked, Mr. Li's choosing some cloth? That's right. I'm planning to make Daji some clothes. Unfortunately, the colors are too limited here. I can't find the one I like. Li Nianfan sighed. Never mind. Another hint. How could she forget about the most basic need? What a miss! Qin Manyun's lips curved up slightly. She was excited. It was yet another opportunity to impress the expert. Chapter 128, A Pot of Tea Eggs. Qin Manyun followed Li Nianfan from behind without speaking. After finding an appropriate excuse, she said, "May I ask if you met a young man in the immortal guest house?" Li Nianfan nodded. "Indeed. Why?" Qin Manyun said nervously, "To be honest with you, I was visiting this man's sister. They heard your take on Journey to the West and were enlightened. So, they'd like to pay you a visit." "So, two fans of Journey to the West?" Li Nianfan smiled. No wonder the young man rushed away hastily. He was rushing home to share the information with his sister. In fact, he even received some spiritual stones from the young man. He said nonchalantly, "Why not? Just bring them over. If you come early, I can prepare breakfast for everyone." "Great." Qin Manyun's face lit up. "I'll go tell them now." With that, she transformed into light and left hastily. The next day, at the first ray of sunlight, 3 orbs of light flew from Azureville toward the immortal guest house. Gu Ziyao said as they traveled, "Sister Manyun, thank you so much for introducing us to the expert and even giving us a chance to impress him." She had a long box in her hands. Inside it was a white tulle dress. "This is your opportunity. I wouldn't have been able to find such top-quality clothing in such a short period of time," Qin Manyun said with a calm tone, but internally, she was sighing. How could the expert wear ordinary clothing? It had to be at least a weapon. Weapon clothing could be used as a defensive item, or even a luxurious item in this immortal realm. This was because the materials of such clothing were of top quality and could be used only a limited number of times. One could make powerful weapons out of it, but instead, immortals used it to make appealing clothing. How wasteful! Powerful or appealing? Most would choose to be powerful. Furthermore, the clothing was made specifically for men or women, which made it less useful. Unless one was extremely wealthy and wasteful, one would not make luxurious clothing out of these defensive materials. Even the Lingxian palace did not have much of such clothings, and most of them were worn by Qin Manyun. If it was going to be a gift to Daji, of course it had to be new. Little did she expect that Azureville was so wealthy and generous. Gu Ziyao happened to have a few top-grade clothings which were all custom-made. The 3 of them walked to the front of the immortal guest house. Qin Manyun said with a solemn tone, "I told you about the taboo, right? Please, remember to always keep calm and never offend the expert." Gu Ziyao nodded. "Don't worry, we know." Upon entering the immortal guest house, they walked up the stairs, one after another. They were approaching Li Nianfan's room. Even though it was not far away, they felt that the climate took forever. They could even hear their heartbeats over the tension in the air. The Gu brother and sister thought they had done enough preparation before coming, but the closer they were, the more they realized how much preparation they lacked. They started to get more and more anxious. At this moment, they were overwhelmed with unknown fear and anticipation. Before they knew it, the 3 of them had arrived at Li Nianfan's room. Qin Manyun took a deep breath and knocked on the door. "Knock. Knock. Knock." "Coming," Li Nianfan called out from inside. Swiftly after, the door swung open. "Sir, we meet again. Sorry I left in a hurry yesterday and forgot to introduce myself. My name is Gu Ziyu. This is my sister, Gu Ziyao." Gu Ziyu hastily uttered his prepared speech like how his sister instructed him to. "Hello, I'm Li Nianfan. Please, come in." Li Nianfan looked at the 3 of them and instantly smiled. He knew both Qin Manyun and Gu Ziyu, so the other woman was probably Gu Ziyu's sister. It was hard to believe that an impatient and straightforward young man would have such a dignified and elegant sister. The 3 of them said in unison, "Sorry to bother you." Upon entering the room, the 3 of them were stunned. Fragrance instantly rushed into their noses and up into their brains, touching on nerves that had never been touched before. Following the source of the fragrance, they saw a small pot by the dining table. The liquid in the pot was boiling and a thick layer of smoke rose into the air, bringing out its unique scent. Daji was laying out the bowls and cutleries by the side. She nodded at the 3 of them. The living room was very spacious. The 5 of them could sit in the living room without feeling crowded. "Have a seat," Li Nianfan invited them to sit at the dining table. As they got closer, the fragrance thickened, penetrating their noses and throats. The smell soothed their senses and awakened the hunger in their stomachs. Their stomachs started growling. The 3 of them stiffened up in unison. They could almost feel their stomach churning. They had to keep transferring their chi into their stomachs to calm down and repress the growls coming from their stomachs. All these years, they had never felt hunger once they started cultivating. They did not expect to have this feeling again. One might not even believe them even if they confessed, but they used up all their spiritual chi in order to stop their stomachs from growling. However, it smelled too good, too good. Although they were worn by Qin Manyun, the fragrance was way beyond Gu Ziyao and Gu Ziyu's expectations. Especially Gu Ziyu, who could not help recalling his first encounter with Li Nianfan. He remembered treating Li Nianfan's criticism of the food as a joke and thought he was just a pretentious frog in a well. Thinking back now, Li Nianfan was indeed an impressive man while he was the actual frog in a well. The fragrance of the food was able to surpass any dish in the immortal guest house. In fact, countless people would fight among each other just to take a whiff of this dish. The three of them looked at the steaming pot with curiosity. All they could see was a few eggs inside the pot and liquid boiling vigorously. The eggs had darkened into a dark brown color and their shells were cracked all over. The liquid in the pot was brown in color as well, seeping into the eggs through the cracks. Other than the eggs and water, there were some condiments in the pot, such as spices and tea leaves. Were this tea eggs? Almost everyone knew what this dish was, but why did it smell so good? The brother and sister were intrigued, but Qin Manyun's pupils dilated. She could feel her head exploding from the shock rushing into her. The tea leaves, were they not the ones that gave her insights? Chapter 129, So delicious, I'm crying. Phew, phew. Even though Qin Manyun was repressing herself with all her will, she could feel her breathing speed up. Her pupils dilated as she gave the pot of tea eggs a deadly stare. No wonder the fragrance was so captivating. It was an immortal treasure. This tea contained insights. It had to be an immortal treasure. He actually used these to boil the eggs? How wasteful. So wasteful. This gave Qin Manyun a new understanding of the term wasteful. Her heart was twitching in pain. She quickly averted her gaze, terrified that she might start tearing up the longer she stared at it. What hurt her the most was that these eggs were neither dragon eggs nor phoenix eggs. They were not even demon eggs. They were merely some ordinary chicken eggs. Even though the tea leaves were the main focus here instead of the eggs, this was still too wasteful. Luckily, the brother and sister did not know what kind of tea eggs they were about to eat. Had they known, they would have been shocked and screamed instantly. Gu Ziyao took out the box and handed it to Li Nianfan. "Mr. Li, here's a small gift for you. I hope you like it." "Aw, look at you. You didn't have to." Li Nianfan shook his head. They were being too polite. The last time they met, the brother left him a couple of spiritual stones. Now, the sister brought him a gift? How polite. "Mr. Li, this is just normal clothes, it's nothing much. Sister Manyun mentioned you were picking out a dress for Miss Daji, that's why I brought this over." Gu Ziyao smiled. Li Nianfan accepted the box. "You're too kind. Thank you." The box was half transparent, allowing the pure white tulle dress inside to be visible. The dress was inlaid with purple yarn while the two straps were inlaid with pearl-like ornaments, exuding a soft glow like a halo. The hem of the dress also had some golden flower prints, exuding an air of elegance, nobility, and glamour. With just a glance, Li Nianfan knew that this dress was great for Daji, so he had to keep it. Seeing that Li Nianfan was keeping it, the brother and sister let out a sigh of relief. They were delighted. The expert seemed to be pleased. This was a great start. They sat down uneasily. Then, they caught sight of the other dishes on the table. They realized that other than the tea eggs, there was also a pot of vegetable congee paired with a plate full of big, white steamed buns. There were also some smaller dishes and a fruit dish. Breakfast was supposed to be the most nutritious meal of the day. Having too many dishes would be unhealthy. This amount was just right. Li Nianfan took out all of the ingredients he brought with him. Since he had guests, he could not give them a bad impression. Looking at the table full of dishes, Qin Manyun's eyes sparkled as her saliva oozed out. An opportunity. This meal was an opportunity. It seemed that the expert was in a good mood today. What a treat. What a handsome treat. Daji elegantly picked up a ladle to scoop some congee for each of them. Thank you." Gu Ziyao and her brother accepted the congee cautiously, their voices almost trembling. She was an immortal. "Father. Your children are making you proud. An immortal is scooping us congee. However, I'm terrified. So terrified." Gu Ziyao looked at the congee in her hands. Her beautiful eyes admired them with a trace of surprise. She could see that every grain was bloated with kanji juice, moist and thick. They sparkled like the stars reflected by the sea. Furthermore, it was embellished with some green vegetables, making the kanji less plain-looking. These green vegetables glittered in emerald green. Every slice was equally cut, looking neat and tidy. This bowl of green kanji exuded a great sense of beauty. Gu Ziyao swore that none of the delicious dishes she had eaten in her life was as good-looking as this bowl of kanji. Gradually, the fragrance of the kanji overpowered the fragrance of the tea eggs, rushing into her nose and tempting her taste buds. She jolted slightly as she had goosebumps all over. So tempting. I can't take it anymore. I need to eat it now. I can't hold on anymore. Gu Ziyao intended to maintain her graceful posture, but at this moment, she was unable to keep it up anymore. Hastily, she raised the bowl to her lips, and instead of taking a small sip, she gulped a big mouthful of it. Arg! When the kanji touched her tongue, she let out a low moan of pleasure. It was like drinking the first sip of water in a desert, nourishing every corner of her body. Even her soul started to tremble. This feeling was too good. Even though the kanji seemed pasty, it was very easy to drink. As it was accompanied by fresh vegetables, the taste of the kanji was at its best. If Gu Ziyao had not tasted this dish herself, she would never believe that a bowl of green kanji could be this delicious. Was this merely a bowl of green kanji? Gulp. After she swallowed the mouthful of kanji, her stomach seemed satisfied. Just as she was about to take a second mouthful, she froze abruptly. Her eyes went wide in disbelief. Was that an insight? This kanji contained insights? What kind of immortal kanji was this? Before she could let out a gasp, she heard her brother gasp as he jumped up from his seat. Wow! This kanji. Gu Ziyao pointed at the pot of kanji on the table with his trembling finger, sounding shocked like never before. He had a look of surprise on his face. Instantly, the temperature of the room dropped to freezing point. Qin Manyun's face was as pale as paper, while Gu Ziyao's heart was in her throat. She had a look of pain in her eyes as she considered disowning this brother. Even though Daji's face remained unchanged, she was ready to make Gu Ziyao vanish in the blink of an eye. Everyone looked at Gu Ziyao all at once. Feeling their sharp gazes pointed at him, Gu Ziyao could not help himself from shivering a little. He could feel a chill going down his spine. Instantly, he was reminded. His mind went blank as he almost peed in his pants. He stuttered, too delicious. He could feel his scalp itching and his eyes staring up as he mumbled incoherently, that. Mr. Lee, please, excuse me. I've never eaten such a delicious dish. I was too excited. Really. Too delicious. So delicious that I want to cry. I'm crying. Li Nannan laughed. Don't worry, eat more if you like it. He thought Gu Ziyao was going to take off his clothes. This further proved that the food he made was indeed delicious. Even a rich kid like Gu Ziyao was so impressed. Of course, Li Nannan was very pleased. Chapter 130, The scene is stunning. Phew. Seeing that Li Nannan was not angry, everyone let out a long sigh of relief in unison. They felt like they were walking out from hell. If a man like him was offended, even a thought from him would trigger heavy rain and thunderstorms. Perhaps the entire realm would not survive it either. Gu Ziyao glared at her brother. Her back was drenched with sweat. She almost died from terror. Gu Ziyao laughed it off awkwardly. He sat down and said with a terrified voice, "How embarrassing. How embarrassing." Gulp, gulp, gulp. Meanwhile, the tea eggs in the pot were vibrating vigorously. Along with the smoke that was coming out of the pot, the fragrance had reached its peak. Li Nannan smiled. It's ready. The tea eggs are ready to be served. Everyone was delighted. Their eyes were full of anticipation. With such a thick fragrance, it must be more delicious than the green kanji. Perhaps even the immortals would not get the privilege to taste this. They were all extremely excited. Daji took out a small plate and placed the tea eggs onto the plate before serving the dish to them. Qin Manyun looked at the tea eggs in front of her. Although she was hurt from how wasteful it was, the tea eggs were soaked in immortal tea leaves after all. However wasteful it was, she still had to try it. Her beautiful eyes focused on the tea eggs in front of her. She could see that the eggs had turned dark brown. In contrast to the white plate at the bottom, the dark brown layer of sauce surrounding the eggs made them seem even rounder as it sparkled, radiating with a faint smell of tea. From taking a close sniff, she found that it did not smell eggy. As it was boiled over low heat over a long time, the eggshell had cracked equally, looking neat and tidy. They did not look strange. In fact, they looked extremely appetizing, tempting one's hunger. She looked at the layer of juicy sauce surrounding the eggs. If it was not for her last trace of rationale, she would have stuck out her tongue to lick it. Even though it's merely an ordinary egg, after being boiled in the tea, it won't be ordinary anymore. She thought as she reached out with her elegant hand to peel off the shell of the egg. Its shell was surprisingly easy to peel off, and just by tugging at a corner of the shell's membrane, the entire shell slipped off easily. At this moment, it was as if an internal restraint was removed as the hidden fragrance of the egg rushed out along with the fragrance of the tea. Chin Manyun could not help herself from taking in a deep breath. Instantly, she felt hungry again. Even though they had already had some green congee, they still had to give in to this alluring scent. They could feel their stomachs growling again. As the shell of the egg was peeled off, the egg white appeared in sight. In unison, their eyes sparkled in delight. How can an egg be so beautiful? The egg white was perfectly round in shape, snowy white, and almost transparent looking. It looked like an ice sculpture. One could even see a trace of the egg yolk through the half-transparent egg white. The white-colored egg white contrasted the yellow yolk as the two embellished one another, forming an otherworldly beautiful sight just like a piece of artwork. Other than its look, the most important thing was that the egg exuded an alluring fragrance, arousing one's appetite. Be it its looks or its smell, it was perfect. A delicious dish that consisted of the highest perfection in color, scent, and taste. Before they saw this tea egg, it had never occurred to them that eggs could be so perfectly made. Its color and scent were absolutely perfect. How would it taste? Everyone had one desire at this moment, to take a bite of this egg and swallow it. In fact, that was exactly what Guziyu was doing. At this moment, his mind had gone blank. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and put the entire egg into it. He closed his mouth and bit down on it. Wow! So hot! As the crystal-like egg white was bit into, the hot golden yolk exploded from within, making him cry out in shock. Due to the heat, Guziyu stuck out his tongue while simultaneously trying to keep the egg in his mouth, moving it from one side to another. He seemed to be in a panic, but his face lit up with excitement as he mumbled, "So yummy! So yummy!" He was out of words. Besides yummy and delicious, he had no other words to describe the tea egg. However, since he swallowed too hastily, the egg yolk was stuck in his throat. His eyes opened widely as he stretched his neck to let the egg yolk flow downward, looking cheeky and funny. Guziyu could not help shaking her head. She was embarrassed. As a woman with elegance and dignity, she forced herself to repress her desire to swallow the egg in one go. She parted her lips slightly and elegantly put the egg into her mouth. Chin Manyun and Daji did the same thing as well. The three gorgeous women parted their tiny, juicy red lips at the same time, slowly pressing them on the bouncy egg whites. This scene was too beautiful. A sight to die for. Upon taking a bite of the tea egg, the thick fragrance of the tea merged perfectly with the scent of the egg itself, wrapping around one's taste bud. The perfect mixture of both ingredients formed distinguished layers, attacking one's senses vigorously. It brought out two different tastes as they merged into one unique texture. The egg released some heat into one's mouth, like a flower blooming with fragrance. Phew! The three ladies had blushed cheeks. Biting into the egg white was like biting into jelly. The egg bounced gently in return, making it hard for one to bite it off properly. After taking a gentle bite, their eyes widened in shock as their pupils dilated. Even their nostrils widened. Wow! The fragrance from within burst out immediately like a sudden tsunami attack. Ah! The fragrance was so thick, it made them hallucinate and took their breaths away. The tea eggs started bouncing in their mouths and their bodies could not help moving slightly in return. How was this even an egg? It was more perfect than the lady's skin. Yummy, so yummy! The three of them cried out internally, including Daji. She thought Xiaobei was the best cook in this realm. She never expected her master to be the best all along. Whatever grace or elegance they tried to maintain had been forgotten long ago. They instantly took a few more bites of the eggs in one go. One had to be reminded that a man who ate the eggs at such a speed was already disgraceful, let alone beautiful ladies like them. As the egg whites bounced in their mouths, the yolks exploded everywhere. The three ladies closed their eyes instinctively, enjoying this immense pleasure. What is happiness? This is happiness. By then, Chin Manyun had long forgotten about the tea leaves and how wasteful this dish was. This delicious dish was worth every single tea leaf. It was not wasteful at all. Chapter 131. Mr. Li, am I pretty? They shivered as they ate the tea eggs. They felt warmth pour into their minds as it cleared their heads. This feeling was way more intense than when they drank the congee. It was as if someone had sobered them up and they had an awakening. Gu Ziyao and Gu Ziyu could not believe what they were experiencing. The siblings were perturbed. The insights were intense. It was as intense as an epiphany. A single egg heightened their senses. People would think they were maniacs if they told anyone about this. Incredible, horrifying. They forced themselves to stay calm. Then, they tried the side dishes. The side dishes, to their surprise, contained insights, too. This was not a meal, this was an insights consumption feast. Every bite was priceless. Gu Ziyao had a thumping heartbeat. She knew at that moment that Qin Manyun was not exaggerating. Qin Manyun might have even described it poorly, too. A bowl of congee, a tea egg, and a few side dishes were enough. They were very full. It was not because they were no longer hungry, but because the food contained too many insights. Their absorption was at their limit. Otherwise, they would not have wasted even a single grain of rice. Full. Li Nianfan raised an eyebrow. You guys haven't even eaten the steamed bread I prepared. Qin Manyun smiled. Exasperated, she said, we're too full. Thank you for everything, Mr. Li. They all looked toward the steamed bread at the center of the table. They felt bad because the steamed bread looked plump and white. It looked like it would taste good and it might have contained insights, too. If they missed this opportunity, they might never get the chance to eat it again. It was a shame they had to miss this chance. It was too much, they could not handle it all at once. Their luck should have come in separate waves. Li Nianfan smiled and asked, so, how is it? Is it suitable to your tastes? Yeah, tasty, it was super tasty. This is definitely the best meal I've ever had, complimented Gu Ziyu without hesitation as he nodded repeatedly. This answer was expected by Li Nianfan. He laughed and said, good. He was troubled by the leftover steamed bread. How could he get rid of the extra steamed bread? Gu Ziyao noticed it and bit her lip. She asked, Mr. Li, you've prepared this steamed bread for us. Although we can't eat it now, we shouldn't waste your efforts. Maybe we can take it back with us? You want these steamed bread? Li Nianfan was stumped. Gu Ziyao nodded and sincerely said, it would be a waste to throw such delicious food away. We don't want to miss it. Of course, Li Nianfan did not think it was precious. But delicious food like this was hard to come by for them. Li Nianfan nodded and smiled, I prepared it for you in the first place. Of course, you can have it. The siblings and Qin Manyun were overjoyed. They hurriedly took one each and held it in their palms. The steamed bread fit perfectly in one's palm. It was plump and easy to grip. It had a bouncy texture, too. The three of them were bewildered at how the steamed bread felt in their hands. It was strangely bouncy and soft. Must be good. It definitely was something good. Gu Ziyao thanked Li Nianfan, Mr. Li, thanks for your warm hospitality today. We should take our leave now. Okay, take care. Li Nianfan nodded. The siblings walked out of his room. They were exhilarated and anxious at the same time. It was unreal. They felt like they were dreaming. They held on to their steamed bread and convinced themselves that this was reality. Gu Ziyao sighed. Who knew an expert like him exists in the immortal realm? We're in luck. Gu Ziyu was thrilled. He smugly said, Sis, you should thank me for that. I told you about him. If it wasn't for me, we wouldn't have had this opportunity, right? Gu Ziyao stroked his hair and smiled. It was all thanks to you. As the saying goes, after 99 times of bad luck, good luck will strike on the 100th time. Sounds about right. She looked at Qin Manyun and asked, Sister Manyun, why do you look unhappy? I think it's a pity for all those ingredients used, sighed Qin Manyun. She smiled sadly and explained, don't you know? The boiled water for the tea egg was spiritual water. You can make a cup of tea with the tea leaves, too. Each sip you take will be an epiphany. The smiles on their faces suddenly went stiff. They looked at Qin Manyun in disbelief. They were shocked speechless. Gu Ziyu inhaled sharply. You're joking, right? Do I look like I'm joking? Qin Manyun teared up. I almost asked the expert for the boiled tea egg water just now. Yikes. The siblings gasped as they felt their skin crawl. Arrogant, they were too arrogant. They ate such luxurious tea egg. Gu Ziyu turned around and ran. Gu Ziyao panicked. She was scared that her brother would go ask for that pot of boiled water. What are you doing? Don't make crazy decisions. Gu Ziyu did not look back as he said excitedly, leave me be. The expert will surely pour away the water, so I'm going to the sewers. Maybe I can wait for it. At the room, Li Nianfan had his attention on the gift box from Gu Ziao. He excitedly said, "Daji, come and try out these new clothes. I think it suits you." "Okay." Daji nodded. She looked surprised and shy. She took a look at Li Nianfan before she grabbed the gift box and headed into another room. Soon, a commotion was heard coming from that room. Li Nianfan could imagine what Daji was doing according to the sounds. He could picture it. He licked his lips and looked toward that room. Then, he hurriedly moved aside. Li Nianfan was astounded. He felt like someone had taken his breath away. A goddess-like beautiful woman walked out of the room. Her beauty made everything else around her blurry. Li Nianfan tried his best to think of how to describe her beauty. He could only use old poetry to do so. Her figure and movement were graceful like a dragon's. She reminds me of autumn chrysanthemum and pine trees in the spring. She was like the soft clouds, barely covering the shy moon. She was like snow in the wind. From afar, she was the sun, peeking from daybreak. Up close, she was a burning hot flower, creating waves. Daji walked over to Li Nianfan while looking at him as she blushed. She gently placed her head on his chest and said quietly, "Mr. Li, am I pretty?" Chapter 132, The Power of a Cultivator? More and more people gathered on the high tower in the afternoon. Cultivators were flying around in the sky. The sellers started to put away their stalls. There was tension in the air. The Holy Emperor and the others found Li Nianfan and said, "Mr. Li, the Azure Demon Lockdown Grand Ceremony is happening this afternoon." Li Nianfan was slightly taken aback. "Oh? So soon?" Qin Manyu nodded. "There's a tower at the Immortal guest house. It's the best spot to watch the ceremony from. I'll take you there." "All right," said Li Nianfan while smiling. The tower was actually a huge pavilion placed at the center of the highest spot in the Immortal guest house. From the pavilion, one had a full view. It was like they had the world at their feet. Very few people were in that tower. It was not because it was for reservations only but because it was unnecessary. Cultivators could fly so they did not need this pavilion. Mortals did not have the right to come up here. Therefore, it was not crowded. Li Nianfan felt comfortable. Li Nianfan leaned against the barriers and stood there as he looked at the mountain that was filled with black dirt. He was unsure of it but he felt like the black dirt got darker. It seemed like there was a swirl of dark energy coming out of the dirt, like black smoke. It did not fade away. It was a creepy sight. However, the black smoke did not overflow. 4 elders surrounded and guarded the mountain. There was also an elder in azure-colored clothes at the center of the mountain. The 5 elders were in a sitting position, levitating mid-air. The blowing wind moved their clothes, making them look like typical martial artists. The black smoke would swirl to their feet, only to be trapped in place by some unseen power. Luo Shiyu stood next to Li Nianfan and told him, "Mr. Li, check out the center area of that mountain. Don't you think it's like a jet black eye? That's the opening to the demon realm." Li Nianfan nodded and said, "The black smoke is disturbing." It was creepy. Li Nianfan felt chills just from looking at it. He felt like a little girl looking at a python. Boom. Suddenly, there was a booming sound coming from the mountain. It made people jump like hearing the sudden beat of a drum in the middle of the night. The Holy Emperor became serious and said nervously, "Here it comes." As soon as the Holy Emperor said that, the eye-like opening erupted and endless black smoke started flowing out like a volcano. The smoke was jet black, darker than the night and black ink. It even created an illusion that it might paint the world black. The black smoke spread from the opening, covering every direction. It would probably spread out for miles if it was not for the 5 elders holding it down. The 5 elders trapped the black smoke, preventing it from leaking out. Li Nianfan nodded understandingly. No wonder only that mountain has black dirt with no grass on it. It's because of the dark energy. Crack. The black smoke rumbled like it was pissed off. Weird cracking noises were heard coming from within it. The elder at the center suddenly opened his eyes. They glinted. He stood up, levitating as his hair flew in the wind. He had a powerful aura. Then, the 4 other elders followed. They stared seriously at the mountain, their eyes as dark as the night sky. The 5 elders cast spells at the same time. Flames rose out of nowhere, surrounding and swirling around them like fire dragons. The flames got bigger and heavier. Finally, they became fire beam pillars, rising into the sky. Flames swirled around the 5 huge fire pillars like a tornado. The sight was majestic. Even the sky was painted red. The wild wind blew. Li Nianfen stared at the 5 majestic fire pillars, astounded. Awesome. Is this the power of a cultivator? Holy cow. He knew cultivators could probably move mountains and oceans, but he never witnessed it with his own eyes. It was astounding. The hot breeze blew on his face. He felt the heat. He could not help feeling a little jealous. Why do cultivators have such powerful abilities? I came from another realm. Why can't I be a cultivator? What a scam. I'm not asking to be the best, I only want half of their powers. Fume. The fire pillars slithered, blending into the black smoke like hysterical snakes. It rattled loudly. Roar. A demonic roar came from within the mountain. The black smoke condensed into a black beast-like figure, tumbling around, trying to escape the barrier. Plop. Li Nianfen saw the black mountain explode like a bubble. It expanded like something was trying to come out from the ground. The elder at the center looked serious. He yelled in a hoarse voice, "Follow the fire target. Demon lockdown spell, activate." He had a small bright red flag in his hand. He tossed it in the air. Suddenly, the 5 fire pillars shot toward the flag like it was a central target. It formed a fire dome mid-air that was the size of the mountain. Then, it slowly descended like a pot being covered with a lid. The rocks beneath it were shining brightly. It burned the ground and formed a unique pattern. Li Nianfen noticed that it was a spell. The fire lit in the sky connected with the spell pattern on the ground. The black smoke was like endless hands trying to push the lid away. The 2 sides were in a standoff, frozen in place. Time passed and it was getting dark. The 5 elders were flushed and sweating bullets. Li Nianfen yawned and started to lose focus. The flames were huge, and the black smoke was creepy. It was a majestic standoff, but it was getting boring. Li Nianfen had been watching for an entire afternoon. The fire lid was down a few inches. He guessed that as soon as the fire lid successfully descended, it would be over. There probably would not be any new tricks. For a cultivator, it was normal to fend off for 3 days. Therefore, they were having a blast watching the fight. They even analyzed who was stronger and who was weaker. However, Li Nianfen had lost interest. It was time to sleep. He yawned again. "Daji, it's getting late. Let's go back and sleep, okay?" Daji nodded. "Okay, I'll follow you back." The Holy Emperor and the others looked at each other. The expert was truly an expert. Was he not interested in this? He probably saw it as children fighting. Look at him, he was nodding off. Chapter 133, Blocking the Way, How Reckless. It was getting dark. Azureville was darker than anywhere else in the night. Aside from the torches that lit up the tower, only the cultivators brought some light as they flashed around mid-air. That mountain was darker than the night. Looking down from above, the opening looked like an endless black hole. It was like a beast opening its mouth and trying to swallow something whole. Thankfully, securing it was a chain of flames, surrounding it like it was trying to lock the night away. It brought some light to the endless darkness. A small red flag levitated in the center of the flames. It glimmered and it looked like fire dragons were surrounding it. The flames poured out from it like endless waves. Fume. As the 5 elders gradually used up all their powers, the 5 fire pillars faded away slowly, too. They sighed in relief at the same time. The elder at the center smiled and saluted the 4 elders. "The spell is complete. The rest of it is up to you 4 to stand guard. Apologies for the trouble." The 4 elders smiled and said, "No trouble at all, Lord." They sat down again and waited for the fire lid to completely cover the opening. The demon lockdown ceremony was completed. The Lord of Azureville nodded and vanished in a flash. Everyone watching from the high tower smiled. Qin Manyuan was astounded. She exclaimed, "What an awesome spell! It's been so many years but it's still as powerful as always." She thought it would take Azureville their all to close the opening. Who knew they would leave once the spell was just halfway complete? The Holy Emperor commented, "The Lord of Azureville is a man of many talents. Rumor had it that after he immortalized, he contacted his later generations to tweak the lockdown spell. He created a new version of the spell with something from the immortal land. Isn't he amazing? So, he used a spell from the immortal land." Qin Manyuan realized and nodded her head. She sighed, "It's a pity that for thousands of years, no cultivator has immortalized into heaven. We've even lost contact with the above immortal realm." She sighed because someone from the Lynxian palace had once immortalized. She did not know how they were doing in the new realm. The Lynxian palace would improve if they could contact them like how they used to. The Lynxian palace was getting worse by day. The Holy Emperor also nodded. He said, "The bridge between mortal and immortality is gone. I can feel the immortal realm getting worse. I can't imagine what the future will be like for cultivators." They were grateful that at least they knew the expert. It might even be better than getting the chance to immortalize. Everyone was astounded by what Azurville did. In an unsuspecting corner of the woods, a few dark figures swooped in, wearing menacing gazes. The next day, Li Nianfan woke up early. He walked to the balcony and looked towards Azurville with curiosity. "Oh? So the seal is complete?" The sun was shining on Azurville. The four elders sat there, levitating. The fire lid was still the same except it had descended halfway to the ground. The guy in the middle left. There was a small red flag at the center of the fire lid, with flames pouring out of it like a fire fountain. Li Nianfan smiled. No wonder so many people attended this ceremony. It isn't dangerous at all. It's basically a free cultivator show. Daji, let's go. We should check out the place since we're here. The Azurville Demon Lockdown Grand Ceremony was coming to an end. He knew they would not be here for long. "Okay. Coming, Mr. Li." Daji gracefully stepped out of the room. She had light makeup on her perfect face. It accentuated her beauty. She looked young and beautiful in her elegant chiffon dress. She looked like a goddess. Li Nianfan looked at Daji and felt like he gave her the right name. This was a woman that could destroy nations with her beauty. No wonder all the legendary emperors would give up their nations for a beautiful woman. Daji alone was worth giving up the entire universe. Daji noticed Li Nianfan was admiring her. She was secretly happy. She said softly, "Mr. Li, are we going?" Li Nianfan snapped out of it. He touched his nose and said, "Yeah, out. Let's go." The two of them walked out of the immortal guest house and ran into Qin Manyun and the others. Li Nianfan was slightly taken aback. He smiled and said, What a coincidence. Are you all out shopping, too?" Luo Shiyu smiled and replied, "Yeah, we just came out. Didn't expect to run into you here, Mr. Li." "What do you want to shop for, Mr. Li?" asked Qin Manyun. She paid attention and waited for a hint from Li Nianfan. Li Nianfan replied, "Nothing specific. I'll look around and see if there's anything worth buying." Qin Manyun nodded, "All right, have fun then, Mr. Li. Just tell us whenever you'd like to go back." "Okay." Li Nianfan brought Daji along to shop around. There were a lot of quirky trinkets in the immortal realm. It was interesting. Someone was even selling demons with human lower halves and animal upper halves. Li Nianfan did not understand why anyone would buy them. Could demons be cooked? A rich guy jolted amongst the crowd. He was wearing a long brown robe with a golden belt on his waist. He stared at something like his eyes were going to pop out. "What a beautiful lady. I can't believe someone this beautiful exists." He stared at her without blinking, smiling adoringly. Even if she's an ordinary woman, she's still way prettier than the saintesses. What a worthy trip. He licked his lips and walked towards Daji. He glanced at Li Nianfan standing next to her. It was like glancing at an insect. He despised him. That ordinary man is no match for a beautiful woman like her. Is he trying to die? Some people in the crowd started moving around when he walked towards Daji. They quickly surrounded them, putting Li Nianfan and Daji at the center. The rich guy smirked and looked at Daji. "Hey, lady, how about we become friends?" Rude. Qin Manyun and the others were scared. Their entire bodies went cold and they almost stopped breathing. They rushed over. They would never leave Li Nianfan to shop alone, so they were tailing him secretly. They wanted to help him solve any minor issues he might face. They wanted Li Nianfan to have a joyful ordinary man experience. However, they did not expect that someone with a death wish would recklessly get in their way. It was too late to stop him. Chapter 134, Danger in the Immortal Realm. Fool. That idiot. Qin Manyun and the others instantly lost their cool. Baffled, they stared at the rich guy like he was an idiotic dead man. Why was he trying to die? Qin Manyun anxiously looked at Li Nianfan and hurriedly said, "Mr. Li, I'm so sorry. Ignore these useless thugs. I hope you don't mind him. We can explain." Li Nianfan did not look happy. He took a deep breath and said, "Thankfully you're here. Daji and I shall head back first." "Thanks." Luo Shiyu hurriedly followed. "Mr. Li, I'll escort you both back." Everyone could tell Li Nianfan was angry. They did not dare to breathe. They were very careful like kids who had just made a mistake. Li Nianfan was frowning. He was indeed in a bad mood. The rich guy must have thought it was easy to bully the ordinary Li Nianfan and Daji. He surrounded them like he was going to take Daji regardless of what Li Nianfan would say. It would be a horrendous situation if Qin Manyun and the others did not show up in time. Careless. I was too careless. Li Nianfan sighed. He said, "I've been living too comfortably these days. I keep running into friendly cultivators and making nice friends, but I keep forgetting this realm is dangerous. Even in the past realms, there were a lot of thugs. I still remember when Lin Mufeng lost his entire arm. It's too dangerous for an ordinary man like me in this realm." He was worried. Then, he was enraged. He stuck close to Daji. He walked away for a while and looked back at that rich guy. Kaboom! It was a cloudless sunny day, but suddenly, there was a clap of thunder. Gray clouds rolled in all of a sudden, covering the sun. Gray clouds rolled over the hills and brought darkness from above. Lightning struck the ground from time to time, too. Everyone in Azureville felt tense. Qin Manyun and the others shivered at the sound of thunder. They fearfully looked up and felt their skin crawling. They were shivering in fear. The expert was angry. The weather changed because he was angry. They felt a chilling terror as they all went stiff. Thankfully, they stopped the situation in time. Otherwise, the expert would have eliminated Azureville in rage. The immortal realm would be doomed. Scary, too scary. Qin Manyun patted her little chest and took deep breaths to calm down. "Huh, the weather changed," mumbled Li Nianfan as he looked up. Then, he went back to the immortal guest house with Daji. It rained cats and dogs as soon as they stepped into the immortal guest house. Splash! It was wet in an instant, flooding with water. Qin Manyun and the others glared at the rich guy and his gang. His gang had already been defeated when Zhou Dacheng used his powers to beat them. Zhou Dacheng was scared that the rich guy would say something offensive to the expert, so he instantly knocked them out without hearing what they had to say. They passed out in the rain. The rich guy was taken aback. He was shocked, then he was angry. "Do you know who I am? I'm Lu Rusheng from the Lu family. How dare you go against me? Are you trying to die?" "Lu family? Who cares about the Lu family? I'm telling you right now, the Lu family will no longer exist," yelled the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor was worried about the expert. Then, he was furious after hearing how smug Lu Rusheng was. He glared at him and raised his hand. A fiery chain came out from his wrist and strangled Lu Rusheng by the neck. He lifted him like he was a chicken. The immortal realm was almost doomed because of this idiot. He was doing the world a favor. Next to Lu Rusheng was an elder. He pointed at the fiery chain and it broke. The elder backed up Lu Rusheng and stood in front of him. "Cultivators, what's the meaning of this? The Lu family hasn't done anything to offend you, right?" He looked at Zhou Dacheng alarmingly. He suppressed his anger and tried to speak politely. This elder was a cultivator at the same level as the Holy Emperor. He was trying to protect Lu Rusheng, but he could not beat Zhou Dacheng. Qin Manyun shook her head and said, "Ignorant fools. You don't know who you've just messed with. You've offended a being beyond your comprehension. From now on, the Lu family is cancelled in the immortal realm." She thought about how Li Nianfan looked back. It was an obvious hint. Lu Rusheng had to die. As for how to deal with the Lu family, she had to think twice about what the expert wanted. Lu Rusheng was so mad. He sneered, "Ridiculous. That guy's an ordinary man. You want to erase the Lu family? My dad's a combination realm cultivator. My family has immortals. Trying to come for us? I suggest you know your place." Zhou Dacheng shook his head and menacingly said, "Idiot. You single-handedly destroyed the Lu family. Unforgivable." He waved his arm and a zither appeared out of thin air. He played it without hesitation. Jam. Lu Rusheng jolted and spat out a mouthful of blood. He slumped to the floor like he had lost his bones. The others were shaking like crazy as bursting noises came from within their bodies. Their veins exploded even before they could scream. They all died on the spot. The elder was horrified. He was as pale as paper. He looked at Zhou Dacheng with veins popping on his forehead. Taking out a royal jade, he screamed, "You're all nuts. Are you not going to fight to the death with the Lu family?" "To death? With you guys?" sneered Zhou Dacheng. He played the zither again. Jam. Unseen waves flew toward the elder. The elder suddenly looked like he was in a daze. He started bleeding from his eyes, noses, mouth, and ears. He still wore the same confused look as he died. He never figured out how it got to this point. All because they offended an ordinary man? Fresh blood flowed onto the royal jade. It started to shine before it sent a beam into the sky. Zhou Dacheng and the others ignored the royal jade. They did not try to stop it. They all looked at the dead Lu Rusheng and sighed softly. It's going to get dangerous in the immortal realm. Chapter 135, Can you kill him? Splash. It was raining cats and dogs with no sign of stopping. The rain washed away pools of blood on the floor. The Holy Emperor glanced at all the dead bodies and waved his arm. Fireballs flew out of thin air and burned the dead bodies into ashes. Lu Rusheng watched unfathomably. He went blank like he had lost his soul. He let the rain drip on his face as he felt a chilling fear grow within him. Lunatics. You're all a bunch of lunatics. He was mystified. He thought he was dreaming. He yelled at the top of his lungs, "Do you know who I am? I am Lu Rusheng from the Lu family. My family has immortals." "It doesn't matter even if your dad is an immortal." The Holy Emperor glared at him and choked him. Zhou Dacheng said, "Let's go, we have to report back to the expert." Expert? Lu Rusheng heard a buzz and was terrified. He asked as he trembled, "He's not an ordinary man? Who is he? Why are you doing this?" Qin Manyun glanced at him as she replied coldly, "He's someone the Lu family shouldn't be messing with. A being beyond your comprehension." Lu Rusheng's eyes were wide as he squeaked, "You're lying. How would someone like that exist in the immortal realm? My ancestors were immortals. Is he better than immortals?" Qin Manyun said, "Immortals have to bow down to the expert." Lu Rusheng was hysterical. "No way. You're bluffing. Do you think you can scare me? I'm the rich kid of the Lu family. I bet you won't dare to kill me." "Stupidity is a curse, so shut up." Zhou Dacheng glared at Lu Rusheng like he was looking at a dead man. The three of them blocked his mouth and ignored him. They rushed toward Li Nianfan. They were extremely nervous when they got to the door. They were shaking like kids who made a mistake and were waiting for their parents to punish them. Qin Manyun sighed softly and said, "We messed up this time. We allowed a random guy to ruin the expert's mood." The Holy Emperor looked anxious, too. They escorted Li Nianfan on this trip but they failed to provide a perfect environment and experience for the expert. He felt guilty. He felt like he deserved to die. Zhou Dacheng said, "It's too late now. We just have to apologize to the expert and try to make amends." They tossed Lu Rusheng at the door and knocked. Creak. Luo Shiyu opened the door and looked at the three of them. She made a shushing gesture and let them in. The three of them did not dare to breathe loudly. They tiptoed in quietly like burglars. Li Nianfan stood next to a table with a Schwen paper in front of him. He was holding a calligraphy brush. His gaze was as deep as the galaxy, emitting an endless powerful aura. They took a look and felt their hearts beating like crazy. Their hair stood on ends as they felt danger. Daji was polishing the ink obediently at the side. They were salivating because they were anxious, but they did not even dare to gulp, afraid of making any noise. Cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. It felt like a century had passed in a single moment. Li Nianfan was blindingly powerful like an amazing sword. Brush. On-point writing. 10 steps per kill, leave no trail behind. Genocide route is done, so leave with honor. Bam. This short poem was violent. The room felt dangerous. The Holy Emperor and the rest could not breathe. A chill went down their spines as they went stiff. Cold. It was terrifyingly cold. They were afraid. They looked at the poem and imagined a river of blood, a raging war, and piles of dead bodies. How many people would one have to kill to write something so disturbing? "So, what do you all think about my writing?" Li Nianfan snapped them back into reality. They shivered as though they had gone to hell and back. After a while of silence, Zhou Dacheng forced himself to speak up. "Mr. Li's writing is the best I've ever seen. I don't think anyone can match your level." Li Nianfan sighed and said, "Too bad my writing can't kill anyone." Everyone jolted. Here it comes. The expert had not let this go. The Holy Emperor and Luo Shiyu looked at each other with fear in their eyes. They knew he meant something else. They thought about that night. The demon man was killed by his writing. The violence in this poem was stronger than any of his past writing. Such ferocity. Who was the expert, trying to kill? Qin Manyun took a deep breath and said anxiously, "Mr. Li, We took care of those scum. Li Nianfan was not surprised. He asked, was it a lot of trouble? Qin Manyun hurriedly replied, they're just a bunch of useless thugs, so we did whatever we wanted to with them. Mr. Li, how can we relieve your anger? Li Nianfan was silent for a while. Then, he said in a low voice, if that's the case, can you kill him? He was livid. That was why he wrote the poem. He was worried that Daji would be hurt. That guy crossed the line. He was an ordinary man, so he could not take instant revenge. However, he was not going to be the better man and forgive him. Everyone jumped and said at the same time, yes. Of course, we can kill him. We can kill him anytime. Li Nianfan glanced at Daji and said, everyone, please, help me kill him then. Also, will anyone seek revenge after this? He was worried because he was just an ordinary man. He was not afraid of running into trouble, but he was afraid that trouble would come looking for him. It would be bad if they were targeted. Qin Manyun and the others looked at each other understandingly and said, don't worry, Mr. Li. We promise to deal with it. No one will come seeking revenge after. Good. Apologies for all the trouble. Li Nianfan sighed in relief and smiled. Qin Manyun hurriedly said, you're so courteous, Mr. Li. It's not a big deal. Also, we're the ones who brought you here, so it's natural for us to ensure your well-being. Chapter 136, Ungrateful Brats. Thanks anyway. Li Nianfan was silent for a while before he said, I'm just an ordinary man, so I have nothing much to give in return. My writing pieces are decent, so if you don't mind, I'd like to give this to you. He was truly lucky to have great cultivators as friends. Although it was because of his culinary talents and great personality in the first place, they still helped him and backed him up. Nice. These are real friends. Writing, for us? Boom. Qin Manyun and the others were thunderstruck. They blanked out because they got too excited and could not function. Luck. They were in luck. Even immortals from above would envy them. They were suddenly thankful for Lu Rusheng. They would not have had a chance to impress the expert if it was not for that foolish idiot, right? What a sacrificial good fella. Li Nianfan felt awkward because no one replied. Maybe he thought too highly of his writing? It's cool if no one wants it. Me. I want it! Screamed Qin Manyun. She was instantly embarrassed. She did not care about her ladylike impression. Luo Shiyu did not back down either. She yelled, I want it, too. Mr. Li, please, give it to me. The Holy Emperor and Zhou Dacheng snapped out of it and joined the yelling match. Mr. Li, me. Pick me. They would kill themselves if they lost this rare opportunity just because they were taken aback. In the end, Zhou Dacheng got the writing. He was overjoyed and had smile lines on his face. Li Nianfan secretly felt good about their reaction. Truly a bunch of cultured folks. It seemed like his talent also impressed the cultivators. The four of them walked out of the room and carried the half-dead Lu Rusheng on their shoulders. Qin Manyun said, everyone here is smart. I believe everyone could tell what Mr. Li meant, right? It's not his first time giving us hints. This hint was so obvious. The Holy Emperor smiled. He worried about people seeking revenge. This means the Lu family will be eliminated. Luo Shiyu added on, true. The Lu family is nothing in front of Mr. Li. It'd be annoying for flies to target Mr. Li and ruin his ordinary man experience. We can't simply carry out the task. We must kill them all and leave no one alive. A clean job. Everyone spoke as if Lu Rusheng was not there. They did not care about the Lu family. The Lu family members were like fishes on their chopping board. They were ready to kill them all. Lu Rusheng could not believe his ears. He was terrified. He said, do you guys know what the hell you're talking about? How can you kill the Lu family? The Lu family are insects to us. Do you know who we're working for? We're working for the expert, sneered Zhou Dacheng. Then, he said, oh yeah, almost forgot. Time for you to die. You're going to kill me? Lu Rusheng was finally afraid. He desperately asked in a trembling voice, who the hell is he? Why are you all acting like this? Tell me, please. Let me die with clarity. You don't deserve to know who he is. Ignorance is bliss. Remember to be a good person in the next life, reckless idiot, sneered the Holy Emperor. He waved his hand and a fiery snake came out and burned Lu Rusheng to ashes. Qin Manyun said, let's go. We have to finish our mission in the shortest time possible since it's the expert's assignment. Rest in peace to the Lu family. Let's go convince the Lord of Azureville to help us. Sigh. Azureville has no chance of impressing the expert if my sect master's here, right? Said Zhou Dachang as he sighed. Qin Manyun said, the expert already befriended the son and daughter of Azureville's lord. I think he saw it coming. What impressive planning from the expert. The Holy Emperor suddenly said, before all that, why don't we discuss how we should split the expert's writing piece? Zhou Dacheng acted confused and innocent. Writing? What writing? You must be hallucinating. I have no idea what you're talking about. The Holy Emperor was pissed off. Stop messing around. The expert gave the writing to us. I suggest we take turns and we can switch the writing piece between us each month. How about it? At the Azureville, there were dozens of small towers among the green fields and trees. There was a river with a stone staircase nearby which led to a drawbridge that was connected to a golden palace. Gu Ziyu and Gu Ziyao were in the main hall of the palace, next to a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man wore an azure robe and had a squarish face. He was handsome and had carefree vibes. This man was the Lord of Azureville, Gu Changqing. He looked at the siblings and asked while smiling, "You two were yelling at me to come here. What do you want?" Gu Ziyu was excited. "Dad, you did well on casting the demon lockdown spell. My sister and I prepared something nice for you as a reward." Gu Changqing laughed out loud. "Oh? How nice. What is it?" "Recently, we ran into an expert. This stuff is the best. I promise it'll surprise you," said Gu Ziyu mysteriously. Gu Changqing shook his head. "All right, stop teasing me. What is it exactly? Look closely. This is it." Gu Ziyu reached out with a smile. Gu Changqing saw a piece of white steamed bread. He was stumped. "Is this steamed bread?" Gu Changqing was perplexed. He looked at Gu Ziyu and said, "It indeed surprises me. Getting shameless, huh? Want to get a beating?" Gu Ziyu hurriedly said, "Dad, this isn't normal steamed bread. Just try it and you'll know." "If I try it, I'd look like a fool." Gu Changqing shook his head and said, "You're insulting your father. I worked so hard for the demon entrance ceiling and this is what you give me?" Gu Ziyao chimed in, "Dad, this steamed bread is extraordinary. We got it from an expert. Just try it." Gu Changqing said in a serious tone, "Ziyao, why are you joining in on this prank, too? Is there anyone better than your father in the entire immortal realm? I'm not trying to brag, but I can get any kind of delicacy whenever I want." Gu Ziyu said without thinking twice, "Dad, quit flexing. We had the most luxurious meal ever with the expert. It was unimaginable. This is what we took away from that meal. This steamed bread is leftover food?" Gu Changqing looked worse. He sighed, "How did I raise two ungrateful brats?" Chapter 137, Shall Not Insult the Saint. Gu Changqing was not feeling well. He started to question whether his children were his own. "What if?" Gu Changqing said in a low voice, "Did you guys run into some bad guys and hit your heads?" Gu Ziyu shoved the steamed bread into his mouth and rushed him, "Dad, you're so imaginative. Just eat it. Come on, take a bite." Gu Changqing was hesitant. However, he arched his eyebrow intriguingly. "Huh? What a pleasant aroma." The aroma was sweet but it was subtle. It was a teasing kind of aroma. He observed the steamed bread closely. It was so white, round, and plump. It was different from any steamed bread he knew of. The surface was smooth, soft, and white. It was like cotton candy. Moreover, it was perfectly round, too. The look of this steamed bread was excellent, the best he had ever seen in his 4,000-year lifespan. "Looks good," said Gu Changqing. He held the steamed bread in his hands. He squeezed the steamed bread gently. Oh wow, it felt nice to the touch. So soft, smooth, and super bouncy. Gu Changqing was pleasantly surprised. He gently squeezed it again, then tried to hide his desire. He carefully tore off a small piece of the steamed bread. He opened his mouth and nibbled on it. Suddenly, a wonderfully sweet flavor burst inside his mouth, starting from the tip of his tongue and spreading throughout. He took a deep breath and it was as if the air was also sweetened. He chewed on the steamed bread. Layers of the sweet flavor came out from the steamed bread. He thought he was chewing on an aromatic flower instead. Gu Changqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Yummy. It was delicious. He could not hold it in anymore as he took the steamed bread and shoved it in his mouth. The steamed bread felt like a soft white cloud in his mouth, bouncing in between his teeth. As the steamed bread was chewed apart, the intoxicating flavor filled his mouth. He carefully chewed on it and realized the steamed bread was extremely soft. It was like having a pillow fight with his tongue. His heart melted like the steamed bread in his mouth. The taste was amazing and he was completely satisfied. He swallowed it and it reminded him of velvety soft fountains. Every cell of his body enjoyed that experience. It took only 2 to 3 bites for the steamed bread to be devoured. He did not even realize that. Is the steamed bread gone? Did I eat it? He coughed softly and straightened up. Do you have any more of these? Gu Ziyu poked out his tongue. Nope, we brought back 2 but I couldn't help myself and ate one of them. You. Gu Changqing pointed at Gu Ziyu with a trembling finger. Ungrateful brat. Suddenly, he felt something. He looked confused as he quickly shut his eyes. This. Insights? He gasped. The delicious steamed bread contained insights? The insights were weak for someone like him. He opened his eyes quickly after a short while. However, he was still perplexed. He looked at his children. He said in a very serious tone, "Who did you run into exactly?" Gu Ziyao stopped smiling and took a deep breath. "Dad, I think I should be the one to tell you." Then, she told him everything. Gu Changqing squinted and sat in place quietly. He was silently calm, but in reality, he was overwhelmed. His heart rate was at an all-time high. He almost stopped breathing. However, he did not interrupt Gu Ziyao and allowed her to continue the story. The rare delicacies contained insights. How Qin Manyun felt about the expert. It all highlighted the extraordinary expert. He frowned at his children and let his mind wander. He had lived for a long time and was one of the top cultivators in the immortal realm. Yet, he always wanted more. Nothing good came for free in this world. The expert made it look like a coincidental blessing, but it was all a part of his scheme. The purpose was obvious. The expert wanted to make him a chess piece through the children. Experts battled in chess with the fate of the world, so chess pieces no longer controlled their own fates. Chess pieces could be sacrificed at any given time. Gu Changqing thought about a lot with a glint in his eye. Suddenly, he looked across the horizon. He had a different facial expression as he stood up, sighing to himself. The chess battle had begun. Gu Changqing said, "Go back to your rooms." The siblings were puzzled at first, but then they left the place. Soon, 4 figures landed in the main hall from afar. "Greetings to Elder Gu. I'm Qin Manyun from the Lingxian Palace." Qin Manyun led the rest and saluted. Gu Changqing smiled. "Manyun, why are you here?" Qin Manyun looked at Gu Changqing and said seriously, "I have an opportunity for you, Elder Gu." "An opportunity?" Gu Changqing was intrigued. Qin Manyun took a deep breath. She looked energetic. Lu Rusheng from the Lu family has offended an important expert. If Elder Gu could help out with eliminating the Lu family, it'll be a good chance to befriend the expert. We were wondering if you'd like to grab this opportunity. The Lu family. Gu Changqing groaned and sighed. "What did you do to Lu Rusheng?" "We killed him," said Qin Manyun casually. Gu Changqing was petrified. "Do you know that a few hundred years ago, the master of the Lu family became a combination realm cultivator?" Qin Manyun asked, "So?" Gu Changqing continued, "Do you realize the Lu family has immortals?" Qin Manyun shook her head, "So what?" Gu Changqing was shocked at her confidence. His mouth was agape as he said, "You should know as well as I do about how capable immortal families were. Lu Rusheng is dead. Why do you also have to kill the Lu family?" Gu Changqing, "You've lived for so many years, but you're such a backward thinker. Just tell me, are you in or out?" Zhou Dacheng was impatient. "Let me give you some good advice, don't question the expert. He's a being beyond our comprehension. This incident happened in Azureville. If we hadn't stopped it in time, do you think you'd be standing here talking to us? We're going to kill off the Lu family. Immortals? Who cares? Do you think this thing ends with Lu Rusheng? Don't you ever forget the saying, the saint shall not be insulted." Chapter 138, A Sudden Change, Midnight Ambush. Gu Changqing looked at Zhou Dacheng in surprise. Saint? It was a huge title, so Gu Changqing thought he was exaggerating. A saint existed in this realm? What a joke! He did not believe it. The Holy Emperor said, "Elder Gu, don't you think the rain is strange?" Gu Changqing looked up at the sky. A flash of light lit up the sky in an instant, followed by a rumble of thunder. "It is indeed strange." The Azureville Demon Lockdown Grand Ceremony required fire for the demon entrance sealing spell. They did some pre-planning so that it would not rain. However, it was suddenly raining cats and dogs. The Holy Emperor continued, "Have you ever heard of the weather changing when saints are upset?" Gu Changqing stared at him in disbelief. Was the rain caused by the anger of the expert? The weather changed because he was angry? What kind of existence was that? He breathed heavily and felt chills. At the same time, he could not believe it. How could this be? It was impossible. He walked back and forth in the main hall because he was emotional. He looked like he was having a hard time deciding. On one hand, is a seemingly godlike expert. On the other hand is the Liu family who have immortals. Should I do it? What type of character does the expert want me to be? If we offend the Liu family, can the expert handle the Liu family immortals? He could not make up his mind. He took a deep breath and said, "May I visit the expert before I make my decision?" The Holy Emperor smiled. "Ha, look at the weather. Do you think the expert is in the mood for a visit? Take the job. Maybe it'll please the expert and he'll be willing to see you." Gu Changqing, if you don't dare to do it, just say so. We're giving you the opportunity of a lifetime, but you're chickening out? What kind of cultivator are you? We wouldn't have shared this opportunity with you if my sect master wasn't in a retreat. Zhou Dacheng sneered, "Fine, the Lingxian Palace can do it without you anyway. Let's go." "Cultivator Zhou, please don't get angry. It's just that this case is serious and it'll affect the entire immortal realm. Naturally, I have to be considerate." Gu Changqing hurriedly added on, "Even if we have to kill the Liu family, it should be done after the sealing is complete. The seal will be done by tonight. Why don't you all stay for the night? I'll give you an answer by then." Zhou Dacheng walked out of the palace. He said in a hateful tone, "Coward, how boring." Qin Manyun and the others walked out, too. They sat under a nearby pavilion. Qin Manyun smiled and said, "Okay, relax. Elder Gu has been handling the demon entrance sealing all these years. It's a big responsibility. It made him more careful. If we want him to kill off the Liu family just because we said so, it is indeed unrealistic. We need to give him time." The Holy Emperor frowned. "Are we going to let him visit the expert? It's inappropriate. I'm worried that the expert would be annoyed." Zhou Dacheng said, "No can do. All we need to do is bring out the Lingxian Palace. The sect master's in a retreat, but we're still a force to be reckoned with. We can handle the Liu family." "We definitely shouldn't disturb the expert at a time like this," said Qin Manyun hurriedly. She groaned and sighed. "Sigh, all we want is to help the expert, but we can't even handle something so simple?" Everyone frowned. Gu Changqing was struggling hard, too. He called upon the Gu siblings to help him. He had a feeling that this decision was extremely crucial. On one hand, gold. On the other hand, painful agonizing failure. He achieved success because he was cautious all these years. He made all the right decisions and got to where he was. He even made Azureville a success, too. Time slipped by and it was getting dark. Splash. The rain had no signs of stopping. Many areas started to flood and the river was overflowing. The crowded high tower was no longer crowded. Everyone hid in their rooms and went to sleep. Gu Changqing was agitated. He levitated above the palace in the rain and looked upon Azureville. He reached out to touch the rain. He felt anxious. Would the rain keep pouring if he did not kill the Liu family? Was Azureville going to drown? No way, it must be a coincidence. He looked towards the dark mountain and frowned. It was all right if he died because he made the wrong decision, but who would seal the demon entrance from now on? Suddenly, he frowned. Huh? Something moved in the dark. He was alert and focused his eyes. Something was indeed moving. The dark figure blended with the darkness, creeping toward the levitating red flag. His blood boiled. He yelled at the top of his lungs, "Thief! How dare you do that in Azureville? Die!" He flew toward the dark figure in a flash. It woke everyone up. Qin Manyun and the others all looked at each other in shock. Then, they instantly went to check on it. The dark figure jolted, too. It stared menacingly at the incoming Gu Changqing. It shrieked and turned itself into a black ball and rolled toward the small red flag. Vroom. The dark figure went through the flames and groaned painfully. However, it made it to the small red flag. "Rat! You dare?" Gu Changqing yelled. There was a ring of fire in his hand. It expanded as 6 more fire rings appeared, shooting toward the dark figure like comets. Chapter 139, It is going down. The 6 rings were burning brightly, leaving trails of fire in the sky. It looked like fire bridges flying mid-air. The rings were getting closer to the dark figure. Several dark figures appeared from the darkness, flying toward the 6 rings respectively. Their dark energy created a dark chain around the 6 rings. Gu Changqing looked awful. He cast a spell and pointed at the rings. He growled, "Explode for me." Boom. The 6 rings exploded like a volcano eruption. There were sparks of flames everywhere. The dark figures were instantly burned to ashes before they could do anything. The explosion created a lot of smaller rings. They continued approaching the dark figure. However, more dark figures appeared. Their realms were higher than the last batch, they were at least in the Yuanying realm. Gu Changqing was livid. He screamed at the 4 elders who were not moving. "Elders, wake the hell up." The 4 elders were in a daze. They suddenly opened their eyes. They were confused at first until they realized the horror. They did not notice that they had been enchanted. They immediately noticed the dark figure approaching the red flag. They were so scared that they felt their souls leaving their bodies. They yelled, "You rat! How dare you!" They pointed at the dark figure at the same time. Flames were seemingly alive as fire was dancing like a slithering fire snake. It slithered toward the dark figure. From afar, it looked like ropes wrapping around the dark figure in loops. The 4 elders looked serious. They cast the same spell as their fingertip emitted red sparks. "Tie it up." Pull. The fire ropes tightened around the dark figure. The dark figure melted like a winter snowflake against the sunlight. The fire got bigger and spread through the dark figure. It became a burning man. Gu Changqing dealt with the other dark figures, too. He stared at the burning man. He did not look happy at all. The disciples of Azureville came running. They looked around, alarmed. Qin Manyun and the others landed next to Gu Changqing. They were serious. "Lord Gu, what happened?" Gu Changqing replied, "This is the most vulnerable time for the fire-lid seal. The demons will try to be sneaky. We didn't know they'd be so bold." Qin Manyun said, "Should be careful. We previously ran into a cross-tribulation realm demon man, too. If it wasn't for the expert, we probably wouldn't be here." Cross-tribulation realm? There are demons in the cross-tribulation realm? Gu Changqing was intrigued. The demons must be onto something. Moreover, they were unsure what the demons did, but the 4 elders were enchanted without even realizing it. They were defenseless. His face dropped. Without further delay, he flew toward the burning man. He lit up another fire ring in his hand and tossed it at the burning man. The ring shot fast like a comet. It was going to be a headshot. However, as the fire ring was nearing the burning man, it made a sound. Ba-dump. Ba-dump. The sound was like a heartbeat. Everybody heard it. Suddenly, the burning man released a gush of wind. The flames on the dark figure went out. The fire ring also bounced the other way. Everyone took a step back. The 4 elders stood up. Their bodies floated backward gracefully, but they were spitting out blood. Everyone looked toward the dark figure and was horrified by the sight. They saw the man at the center. He was disfigured from the burning, half of his body was charred. No one could tell what he looked like, but they could see that he was smiling. It was extremely creepy. He was holding a black statue in his hand. It was not a human statue. The statue was a ferocious beast with 2 pairs of eyes. It looked demonic and scary. The demon held onto the statue with a menacing gaze and said, "I'm willing to be a sacrifice to welcome Lord Yucha." Buzz. Everything moved in waves. Everyone felt like they were hallucinating. Tap tap tap. They heard footsteps but could not locate the source. It came out of nowhere and it sounded like it was getting closer. "Hurry! Stop him!" Gu Changqing was terrified. Suddenly, countless attacks were thrown at the demon, riddling him with holes. However, the statue kept getting darker as it spread over the demon and devoured him whole. The darkness from the statue outshined the small red flag. Then, it was as if the statue came to life. It turned toward the red flag and attacked it with dark laser eyes. The flag was powerless. It dropped to the floor. The fire lid went out in an instant. The wind blew. Darkness rolled in from over the hills and spread out in a terrifyingly short amount of time. Some weaker disciples were dizzy from the darkness. It affected their powers. The eye-like demon entrance moved. It popped out an actual eye. The eye looked emotionless as it glanced around. Everyone felt threatened and did not dare to breathe. Splatter. A claw reached out from within and ripped the demon entrance apart. It was tearing it open like a door. Everyone lost their ability to think and went stiff. It was still raining. They felt all hope drain away. Things were bad. Chapter 140, Reappearance of the Kraken. Gu Changqing felt a shiver go down his spine. He snapped out of it. He was horrified as he looked down and said, "Everyone, don't look at the eye. Focus on the demon lockdown spell with me." He flew towards the red flag and pointed at it. The red flag was shining and alive again as it leapt back up into the sky. Boosh! Endless fire poured out like a fountain as they lashed toward the dark energy. The spell pattern on the ground also lit up again. However, it was like lighting a candle to a flame. It was too weak against the strong wind. Crack! A crack resounded from within the mountain as they saw the entrance getting significantly bigger. That thing within the mountain revealed half of what it was. It had a horrifying death stare with its 4 eyes. Everyone looked away. Those eyes had enchanting powers. It could cause them to hallucinate. They only had a glance, but they were sure that thing looked exactly like the statue. He summoned something from the demon realm? The demons knew they could not stop the demon lockdown spell from the outside, so they tried to tackle it from the inside with a demon summon? They could not believe it and were terrified. If that thing was from the demon realm, the immortal realm would be doomed unless an immortal came to help. They all directed their powers to Gu Changqing without hesitation. Hundreds of cultivators levitated in the sky and worked together on the demon lockdown spell. The shiny red flag went back to the center of the mountain. Miles away from Azureville. 2 figures flew in. They were 2 skinny elders. One of them wore a brown robe while the other wore gray clothes. They looked anxious. The elder in brown robe said in a low voice, "Are there any more distress signals?" The elder in gray clothes shook his head. He looked serious as he said in a hoarse voice, "From the looks of the royal jade, it seems like the bodyguards around the young master were goners." The corner of the brown robe elder's eye twitched. He wore a furious gaze. "Who dares make a move on the young master? They think they can mess with the Lu family? Looks like they're not lunatics. They didn't dare to kill the young master. But whoever they are, they're in for the fury of the Lu family." Suddenly, they both sensed something. They immediately levitated and looked upon the horizon. It was midnight, but they could still tell there was darker darkness in the mountains. The elder in gray clothes took a deep breath and frowned. He said in a surprised tone, "What a creepy aura. I think that's Azureville. What's going on? I think the demon lockdown ceremony went wrong. Ha, seems like God favors our side. This is our chance." The brown robe elder brushed his beard and smiled creepily. "Great Guardian, what do you mean?" The brown robe elder shook his head. "Oh, it's been 2,000 years. You still haven't figured out the key to the Lu family's success?" The elder in gray clothes humbly replied, "Please, give me pointers, Great Guardian." "Fine, let me educate you." The Great Guardian smiled. "You should know that the more chaotic things get, the better. Since the beginning of time, chaos would bring destruction and new opportunities. Every time big events happen, we just have to look after ourselves and pick up what's left from the chaos. For example, things are going down in Azureville. If we get over there and Azureville has been eliminated, things in Azureville would naturally be ours. If we go there and Azureville asks for our help, we can make a good bargain. And if things aren't that serious yet, we can secretly make it serious. Then, refer to my 2 prior examples. Do you get it now?" The elder in gray clothes looked like he understood. He complimented him, "You're truly the Great Guardian. Smart, you're super smart." "Ha, how do you think I became the Great Guardian instead of you? Remember, you have a lot to learn." The Great Guardian smiled smugly and said, "If Azureville asks for our help, we can state our terms. Tell them to lock down Azureville until they find the ones who hurt the young master. Then, we'll rip them to shreds." "Nice." The 2 of them laughed and headed toward Azureville. Darkness covered the sky in Azureville. It was almost like a black wall, separating Azureville from the outside world. It was creepy. Most of the cultivators were at their limits. They were shaking as if they might collapse at any moment. Gu Changqing was pale and sweating bullets. He felt like he was at rock bottom. The demon entrance had grown wider. Part of the body was revealed. The 4 eyes glanced around like it was scanning for prey. Suddenly, it glared at one of the Azureville elders. The 4 eyes of the Kraken glinted with a mysterious black light as dark energy surrounded the elder. The elder panicked, but he could not do anything about it. He went limp like he had lost his soul. He started flying toward the Kraken. The Kraken opened its mouth. The upper and lower jaws were filled with tiny sharp teeth. It was disgusting just looking at it. However, The elder seemed to fly toward it willingly. Chomp. The kraken chomped down and chewed. It was terrifying. Everyone froze with horror. That was an Azureville elder, a powerful cultivator. Was he so powerlessly eaten by the kraken? They witnessed it happen in horror. Chapter 141, Is It Too Late? Bam! Some who were more faint-hearted instantly fell from the sky while most of them started running away in different directions. However, the demonic spirit that surrounded them had now turned into countless thin arms, grabbing at the clothes of the cultivators and dragging them into the dark abyss. Now that they had one less cross-tribulation realm cultivator, it was complete chaos. Expecting their impending deaths, their eyes lost their glow as they were all overwhelmed with despair. As the kraken started chewing, it glared around and opened its mouth wide. Instantly, a strong suction force came from its mouth like a tsunami, pulling in the cultivators. Azureville had been turned into hell. Gu Changqing's face turned pale and his eyes reddened. He spat out a mouthful of blood onto the red flag. He had used up all of his spiritual chi trying to salvage the situation. However, the flag had been engulfed by the black smoke and nothing else seemed to work. Meanwhile, Zhou Dacheng's face changed color as he cried out, "Saintus!" The Holy Emperor was expecting his death. He held on to Luo Shiyu tightly. Along with Qin Manyun, they were getting closer to the mouth of the kraken. However, Qin Manyun's surroundings started to glow faintly against the black smoke, as if shielded by some treasures. Yet, she was merely a Yuan Yin cultivator, so she, too, was sucked in by the kraken. Qin Manyun bit on her lip so hard that it started to bleed. Her eyes were filled with terror and unwillingness. She did not want to die. Especially. She turned around to see its ugly mouth that was filled with sharp teeth. Tears started rolling down her cheeks. This was such a horrible way to die. It was not decent at all. She then turned to look in the direction of the high tower. The lights in the immortal guest house had gone off as if everyone had fallen asleep, unaware of what was happening here. The heavy rain continued to fall from the sky as the raindrops hit her face like bullets. There was also thunder and lightning from time to time. She wanted to kneel before the immortal guest house and beg for her life. A dark whirlpool had emerged with the kraken's mouth as the center. Qin Manyun had arrived at the center of the whirlpool. Suddenly, a glow shot out from her chest. Although it was not bright, it was eye-catching. It seemed to be the only source of light in this complete darkness. Qin Manyun jolted slightly. She lowered her head to see the paper crane near her chest floating into the air, exuding a faint glow. Swiftly after, the paper crane came out from her necklace. It flapped its wings and glowed like the only star in the night sky, making its way to the center of the whirlpool. At this moment, it was as if the world froze. The rain became its backdrop as the paper crane gently flapped its wings in the air as if the rain had made it wobbly. The kraken whose mouth was open jolted in terror as its four eyes stared at the paper crane. It wore an expression that changed from a look of disbelief to a look of immense terror. To everyone's disbelief, it shut its mouth and turned away without hesitation. It retreated into the black hole as a cry of terror rang in everyone's ears. Why is there such a terrifying existence in this realm? This realm is too dangerous. I'm never coming back. The paper crane did not stop. It wobbled as if it could fall from the sky at any time as it chased the kraken into the black hole. In the next instant, the black hole gradually sealed back up while the black smoke vanished. Everything seemed to have returned to its normality. If it was not for the missing cultivators, everyone would have thought that it was merely a nightmare. Gu Changqing stared at the black hole with his mouth wide open. He was perplexed. How did this terrible disaster calm down in an instant? He was unable to think. He felt like he had just gone from hell to heaven. It was like a dream. Qin Manyun, Luo Shiyu, and the Holy Emperor sat on the ground. They exchanged looks of shock and terror with one another. Qin Manyun looked at her now empty necklace resting on her chest with lingering fear and confusion. If she had not played music for the expert the other night, and the expert was not pleased, he would not have given this paper crane to her. She would have died tonight. A chess piece or a piece of trash was determined by one action. If the expert was pleased, one could be his chess piece, but if the expert was offended, it would be trash. Instantly, Qin Manyun had a deeper understanding. She thought of what her teacher said to her. It's our pleasure to be chosen as the chess pieces by the expert. We must please him and become his most important chess pieces. She did not quite understand what her teacher meant. Now she did. Meanwhile, Gu Changqing and the other three elders walked toward Qin Manyun. They bowed sincerely. The entire Azureville would like to thank you for saving our lives. You don't have to thank me. Qin Manyun said calmly, shaking her head as she was pulled back to reality. You should thank the expert. Know that this paper crane was just a small trick that was simply folded by him. Simply folded? Small trick? Gu Changqing's eyes widened. He could not believe his ears. He stuttered, Are you serious? Qin Manyun looked at him. Why would I lie to you? Gasp. Gu Changqing gasped. He felt his scalp itching and goosebumps all over him. This. He trembled. He was unable to speak further. A paper crane that was simply folded was able to force the kraken into retreat and seal the entrance? What realm was that? How could such an existence exist in the world? He thought that Zhou Dacheng was making a big fuss when calling the expert a saint, but now, he did not doubt it at all. He must definitely be a saint. So shocking and terrifying. More importantly, he even doubted the expert's ability. The thought of it gave him chills all over. Damn it! He might as well have killed himself for that. He felt uneasy and did not dare to breathe. He felt as if he had just walked out from hell and was now being sent right back into it. Biting his tongue, he asked nervously, Miss Qin, do you think I still have a chance? Is it too late to become the expert's chess piece? Qin Manyun shook her head. I don't know. Go and destroy the Liu family first. Gu Changqing nodded hastily. Of course. It'd be my privilege to serve the expert. Please, allow me to serve him. I'll do anything. Chapter 142, Miss him. In the forest not far away, an elder in brown robes and an elder in gray robes stayed hidden, waiting for the right time to take action. They did not expect to witness such an astonishing sight. Their brains were ringing loudly as if they had just woken up from a dream. If the kraken was shocking, then this paper crane was mind-blowing and otherworldly. What kind of treasure was this? Even an item from the immortals would not be as shocking. Immortal treasure? An immortal treasure made of paper? The elder in brown robes gasped. He said with a trembling voice, Great Guardian, what do we do now? The Great Guardian looked at him coldly. Are you an idiot? Why are you even asking me this? Of course, we're seizing this opportunity to make friends with them. Follow me to impress them. Qin Manyun and the rest were in the midst of discussing the most efficient way to destroy the Liu family. Suddenly, they looked into the darkness as their eyes narrowed. They could see two elders in brown and gray robes walking out with friendly smiles on their faces. They said, Greetings from the great and second guardian of the Liu family. Guardians of the Liu family? Gu Changqing frowned as he wore a weird expression. That sight was astonishing. We rushed to the scene in hopes of helping, but little did we expect to see such a jaw-dropping sight. It was truly astonishing. The great guardian said in awe. He turned to Qin Manyun, Your treasure was eye-opening for us. May I ask what it was? Qin Manyun said calmly, It was given to me by an expert. Oh? Expert? The great guardian asked in shock and admiration. You're indeed very blessed to receive such a treasure by an expert. I'm so envious. Qin Manyun remained unperturbed. May I know what brought you two here? The great guardian said, To be honest with you, our young master was troubled by some gangsters here. We came all the way here to help him. We'd like to seek Lord Gu's assistance if possible. Oh? Gu Changqing's lips curved upward. I happen to know about this. Your young master is dead. What? The great and second guardians' faces darkened. They growled with hatred in their eyes. Please, tell us who did it. Gu Changqing smirked. Oh, it happens to be the expert you were talking about earlier. What a coincidence, don't you think? The great and second guardians' lips parted slightly. They could hear buzzing noise in their brains as they remained transfixed in their spot, unable to speak. A cold chill washed over them from head to toe, making their scalp itchy. They were terrified. What did Liu Rusheng do? Was he a pig? He must have been a fool to have offended such an expert. After a long time, the great guardian's face changed. He tried his best to repress his terror and forced a smile on his face. Indeed, what a coincidence. Sigh, it seems that I have to be honest with you. I was lying to you earlier. Please, don't take it to heart. What I'm about to tell you is the real truth. He wore a look of sadness on his face as he said with hatred, Liu Rusheng's no longer our young master. A long time ago, he betrayed the Liu family and was kicked out. Yet, he still used the family name to mess around in the outside world. What a disgraceful young man. We came here to capture him. I'm glad to hear that he's now dead. Nicely done. The second guardian nodded hastily. Exactly, this is the truth. If there's nothing else, we'll leave now. Goodbye for now." With that, the two of them turned and were ready to flee. However, a fire dragon blocked their way instantly. The two elders felt their hearts sink instantly. They said with terror and anger, "Senior Gu, what are you doing?" Gu Changqing smiled. "I've to admit that the two of you came at the right time. I was still thinking of how to make up for my mistakes. Now that the two of you are here, let's cut the trash talk and let me send you away." The fire engulfed them. Instantly, the two vanished. "Let them be, the interest I pay." Gu Changqing let out a long sigh and turned to bow sincerely at the immortal guest house. He said with a sincere tone, "I'm truly ashamed of my ignorant behavior from earlier. I hope the expert could give me some time to make up for my mistakes." When the other three elders learned about what their lord had done, they scowled as all the color drained from their faces. "Lord! Are you foolish? How could you do that? How dare you reject instructions from the expert? Lord, we thought too highly of you. Knowing what the Liu family has done, they deserve this. What are we waiting for? Let's waste no time and destroy the Liu family right now. Let's go. Let's go." The next day, as the sky lightened up, Li Nianfan stood by the window, looking out with a smile on his face. It seems that the rain has stopped. Looking out from here, it seemed as if the whole world had been cleansed, looking refreshed and wonderful. "Daji, what did you like for breakfast? We don't have much left." "Let's keep it simple, then." Daji looked at Li Nianfan and bit on her lip as she said sadly, "What a shame that I don't know how to cook. I wish I could cook so that you don't have to be troubled." Li Nianfan smiled. "It doesn't matter. Don't we have Xiao Bei at home?" He could not help but sigh. "I kind of miss having Xiao Bei around. I miss him, miss him, miss him." The two of them ate a simple breakfast before they heard some gentle knocking coming from the door. Knock. 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 "Is Mr. Li here?" Qin Manyun asked politely. Click. Li Nianfan opened the door. He exclaimed, "It's you guys. Good morning." Qin Manyun, Luo Shiyu, and the Gu siblings were standing outside his door. Qin Manyun said in a low voice, "Mr. Li, we've resolved the problem." She was still feeling uneasy. If it was still raining, she would not have had the courage to visit Li Nianfan. Li Nianfan paused. Then, he let out a long sigh of relief. "Thank you so much." Qin Manyun felt slightly better. She said, "Mr. Li, they're the children of the Lord of Azureville. If it wasn't for them, it wouldn't have been resolved so smoothly." Li Nianfan looked at the Gu siblings weirdly. Although he had guessed that they were important people, he did not expect them to be the children of the Lord of Azureville. He got lucky. It was worth all his effort in preparing breakfast the other day. "Thank you so much." Li Nianfan looked at them with a friendly smile. "Have you eaten? Would you like to come and have a drink?" "No, no thanks." Gu Ziyao gulped and refused with difficulty. They were sent here by their father to please the expert and to make up for his mistake. Even though the expert was polite, they did not dare eat his food for free again. Who would believe them if they spoke of how they refused such an opportunity? One could only imagine how much willpower was needed to do so. Chapter 143, Bite the Bullet. Qin Manyun thought about her response carefully before saying with caution, "Mr. Li, Brother Zhou and the Holy Emperor still have matters to attend to. I'm afraid we'll have to stay here for a while longer." Li Nianfan said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, I understand." They helped him so much, treated him so politely, and even helped him get revenge. Of course, he did not mind this minor issue. After that incident, the way Daji looked at him had changed significantly. Perhaps she was impressed by him and was attracted by his manliness. Li Nianfan felt good about himself. Standing up for his woman was a man's duty. Qin Manyun let out a long sigh of relief. Her heart was racing. It was apparent that the expert knew that Brother Zhou and the rest had gone away to destroy the Liu family. That was why he said he understood. He could not wait for the entire Liu family to be destroyed. Li Nianfan shook his head and mumbled, "What a shame, I should have brought more jello with me." As he spoke, he took out a small, weirdly shaped, transparent bottle. Click. After uncovering it, he poured out a piece of jello from the bottle. Li Nianfan had gotten into the habit of having a piece of jello every morning to quench his thirst. As the jello appeared, Qin Manyun and the rest could feel the surrounding temperature lowering significantly, as if a chill was washing over their skin. The Gu siblings stared at him blankly. Although their faces remained unperturbed, their hearts were racing rapidly. "If I'm not mistaken, this is the 1,000-year black ice?" Doesn't this belong to the Lynxian palace? I remember asking for some 100 years ago. After begging for a whole day and night, they merely gave me 3 droplets. Before they could react, Nannan had already opened his mouth and popped the 1,000-year black ice into his mouth. He chewed on it and swallowed it. Nannan looked at the rest and asked, "This jello tastes yummy. It's chilly and refreshing with a good texture. Would you like some?" They were all stunned for a moment before staggering backward. They then shook their heads and hands hastily. "Mr. Lee, no need. We've eaten and we're now too full to eat anything else." They felt their world spinning. This was the 1,000-year black ice. Of course, they wanted it. But, how could they swallow it like Nannan? They would have frozen into a popsicle. It was good stuff, but they did not have the ability to enjoy it. Gu Ziyao glanced at Qin Man Yun. The Lynxian palace did spend a lot trying to please this expert. Suddenly, a thought flashed across her mind. Mr. Lee implied that he did not bring enough jello. Although we don't have jello here in Azureville, we do have other things. She felt her heart beating rapidly as she repressed her excitement. She said politely, "Mr. Lee, since you're here, why don't you come over and have a drink at our Azureville? To your house?" Nannan looked interested. After living in the immortal realm for so long, he still had not visited any sect and did not know how one looked like. The rain had stopped pouring. It was the best time to explore. He was interested. He could not help himself. "I hope it won't be too much trouble." The Gu siblings were feeling uneasy as they waited for his response. When they heard what he said, they replied hastily in delight, "Not at all. Not in the slightest." Luckily, the Gu siblings were so friendly. Nannan smiled. "If so, I'll pay you a visit." Gu Ziyao smiled. "You're too polite. Your analysis of Journey to the West and your delicious dishes were truly impressive. It'd be our pleasure to host you at our Azureville." Nannan smiled. Being friends with these people was so comforting. Nice. They left the immortal guest house and went to the high tower. Instantly, a gust of refreshing air blew at their arrival. Nannan could not help but take in a deep breath. He was pleased. Looking over, the emerald-colored trees were dancing in the wind. There was still dew dripping from the leaves like little fairies jumping down, adding a sparkle in the air. The air that came after the rain was pleasant and refreshing. If he was still in his past realm, this would have been at least a 5-star tourist attraction. On both sides of the high tower, people started setting up their stalls once the rain had passed. Everyone welcomed the refreshing weather with pleasant smiles on their faces. While walking along the high tower, Nannan noticed that the flame chain had vanished. The 4 elders that were guarding the seal were gone, too. It seemed that after the rain, the black soil was no longer as black. Nannan asked in curiosity, "Huh? The sealing has been completed?" Gu Ziyao said awkwardly, Yes." Nannan mumbled, "The movement was much smaller than I imagined. Didn't expect it to be so simple." He did not expect that other than the little movement he watched, it ended just like that. Nannan was expecting a bigger climax at the end, but all he heard was thunder and rain. Then, it was over. It was not as exciting as the special effects from his previous realm. However, his words were explosive to their ears, making their scalps itch as they smiled bitterly. What an expert! Even the Kraken from the demon realm came out, yet, he thought it was too simple? If it was slightly bigger, they would not have survived. Right. The paper crane folded by the expert casually resolved the chaos. Of course, he would think it was a simple thing. Perhaps he would only feel something if the sky had fallen. The world of a Bigshot was indeed terrifying. They did not dare to take a breath. They were on completely different levels. It was impossible to continue the conversation. Gu Ziyao signaled to Gu Ziyao. He instantly picked up the cue and sprinted back to Azureville ahead of them. The expert was visiting. Of course, everything had to be in place. They could not offend the expert. Regardless if it was the surroundings or the decorations, everything had to be set in place, especially the people. They had to be thoroughly briefed. If anyone looked at him blankly, the entire Azureville would be over. This was the greatest opportunity, but it came with great risk, too. They could not be careless. Nannan followed them to the side of the high tower. Gu Ziyao made a gesture and a snow-white crane appeared from thin air. The crane was massive. Looking at it from afar, it looked like a giant cloud in the sky flapping its wings. It flew with stability without causing a stir in the wind. It landed in front of them, one step away from the high tower. "Mr. Lee, after you." Gu Ziyao made a polite gesture. Li Nianfan took a deep breath and gradually walked onto it while holding Daji. In reality, he was scared, but since he had come this far, he had to bite the bullet and push through. Chapter 144, What a Cultured Immortal Realm. Li Nianfan stood on the back of the white crane with mixed feelings. However, in the next moment, he froze. This was different from what he assumed it would be. The back of the white crane was extremely stable. Although it was soft, it did not sway at all. It was like walking on carpet. It made one feel grounded. Even when Li Nianfan and Daji stepped on it, the white crane did not sink from the weight. It was as stable as a mountain. Gu Ziyao said, "Mr. Li, let's go." They did not get on the white crane. Instead, they transformed into orbs of light. This made Li Nianfan feel rather embarrassed as they had to prepare a private vehicle just for him to travel in. However, this private vehicle was quite comfortable even though it was flying. One could not feel even the slightest bump. Even as the white crane flapped its wings, its back did not move. Its head rose slightly and the feathers around its neck splayed out, forming a sort of windshield that shielded Li Nianfan from the wind. Li Nianfan could not help himself from asking, "Miss Gu, did you raise this white crane yourself?" Gu Ziyao smiled. "You may say so. Raising demons is similar to raising animals. The domestic ones are different from the wild ones. Although this white crane is a demon, it has a gentle temperament and doesn't like fighting. It lives in our Azureville." Having a flying demon isn't a bad idea at all, Li Nianfan said with admiration. He wondered if the animals he grew up with could turn into demons. It seemed difficult, as they were all less than 100 years old. Though the old tortoise could give him a ride, it could not fly. With that, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was an ordinary man. Why bother raising a demon? The demon might end up eating him. To be fair, he did know of a little, six-tailed fox. Daji even called it her sister. He wondered how the fox was doing. Qin Manyun, Luo Shiyu, and Gu Ziyao understood it right away. They had been on full alert, listening to every word he said to ensure they caught every clue given by the expert. Another clue. The expert gave them another clue. The expert obviously wanted a flying demon. Of course, he would not want a normal demon, it had to be a high-ranking one. They silently cried out in awe and made a note to remember it. With that, they had arrived at the foot of the mountain. Li Nianfan realized that the foot of the mountain was not its base but a cliff. The cliff seemed to be bottomless. One could not tell how high it was. To reach the valley that was in the opposite direction, one had to pass this cliff. Across the valley was vast greenery with blooming flowers. The trees were lined up in neat rows. It was apparent that someone was constantly tending to them. There were also butterflies dancing about, bees chasing one another, and a faint fragrance in the air. Gu Ziyao smiled at Li Nianfan. "Mr. Li, we're here." The white crane opened up its wings to form a white bridge that led to the opposite shore, allowing Li Nianfan to cross over. Li Nianfan could not help sighing. "What a lovely view. If you like it, you're always welcome to visit." Gu Ziyao smiled. Li Nianfan laughed. "Ha ha ha. Perhaps just once in a while." Gu Ziyao said hastily, "Mr. Li, we'll be happy to host you whenever you please." They walked on the blue stone pavement. Gradually, Li Nianfan could feel his skin feeling moisturized, followed by a cold chill. Listening carefully, he could hear the sound of falling water. After 100 steps, the path opened up into a vast valley. A waterfall hung over the clouds, pouring out streams of water that seemed like it fell from the sky, slamming on the reeds beneath it with a thunderous gush. The current was strong and water splashed everywhere. It was glowing under the sun. Due to the accumulated vapor under the waterfall, a long rainbow formed. From time to time, huge fishes would jump out in lines as if they were leaping over a gate. Walking on the bridge that was positioned just slightly above the rainbow gave them a sight that was beyond words, as if they were inside a picture. One had to admit that this was a very beautiful place. It had an otherworldly kind of beauty. Li Nianfan took another look at the waterfall before following Gu Ziyao further. Soon, towers and halls appeared in front of them. Who would have thought that just a short distance away, some people were looking in their direction with sweat on their foreheads? One of the young ladies in a green dress could not hold it in anymore. She asked, "What now? Can we stop the spell already?" "Hold for a little longer. Hurry, make more butterflies. And there, keep a close eye on the bees. Don't control them too much. We'll be dead if they sting our guests." "Fish. The guest seems to like watching the fish. Make the fish jump more." "Who's controlling the wind?" Make the wind gentler. Can't you see the guest's hair is all over the place? Do you know what a gentle breeze is? Hurry. The guest is walking to the main hall. Open the gate and remember to present yourself well. Don't offend the guest. Walking forward, there were streams accompanied by pavilions by the side. Water gurgled underneath while cylindrical steps were placed above the stream for people to step on. Inside the pavilions, there were disciples practicing music, filling the air with beautiful sounds. Some were training with swords in style while others were writing with brushes, looking free and easy. Most, however, were cultivating with different tactics, either flame shooting or manipulating the stream into beautiful water balls. They looked peaceful and amazing. Li Nianfan was impressed. So this was how the cultivators lived. So amazing. No wonder the cultivators he met were so cultured. They lived in a coexisting world with culture. He learned something new today. Walking past the pavilions, a majestic-looking main hall appeared in sight. It exuded an air of authority and sublimity, reminding Li Nianfan of the Jinluan Palace in his previous realm. Some disciples walked around them while some were traveling in the air slowly, stopping to nod politely when they saw Li Nianfan. It all seemed very normal, almost as if this was how things had always been. Gu Ziyu stood by the entrance of the main hall, waiting. He smiled at Li Nianfan. "Mr. Li, please, come in." Li Nianfan smiled and nodded. The main hall's decoration was not too different from the rest. It was more spacious looking. Gu Ziyao invited everyone to sit and made a gesture. Instantly, a few slim and beautiful ladies walked over with trays in their hands and presented glasses of water to their guests. Qin Manyun and Luo Shiyu picked up the glasses and let out a look of awe. It was divine water. They got lucky. They got lucky. They knew Azureville would bring out their best things to entertain the expert. Chapter 145, Compressor. Luo Shiyu and Qin Manyun smiled knowingly. This divine water was not something they could get on a normal occasion. Qin Manyun's lips curved up greatly. She remembered how she came to visit a few days ago. She had begged a few times, but even so, Gu Ziyao did not want to serve her divine water. In the end, she got what she wanted anyway. It was so nice to travel with the expert. So many benefits. The main point of divine water was the divine. Although it could neither directly increase one's ability nor offer insights, it could improve one's divine consciousness. Divine consciousness was regarded as the second pair of eyes to the cultivators. The stronger the divine consciousness, the more one could see and resist illusions. It was beneficial for future breakthroughs as well. Gu Ziyao compared, "Mr. Li, this water has a refreshing effect. The taste is comparable to the jello." Li Nianfan was already captivated by the glass of water even before she said anything. He looked excited and nostalgic. Bubbles were floating in the water, bouncing up and down. He was very familiar with this sight. It was carbonated water. Only carbonated water had this sparkling effect. He rubbed his eyes as he thought he was hallucinating. A wave of nostalgia overwhelmed him. Who would have thought that he would get to taste carbonated water in this immortal realm? After examining it for a long time, he raised the glass and could not wait to take a sip. Unexpectedly, the water was slightly sweetened, but the tingling feeling was there. He could feel its crisp texture numbing his mouth. After swallowing, the water felt as if it was jumping in his throat. It almost felt like his soul was trembling. How refreshing. "This is carbonated water." Li Nianfan could not help mumbling out loud. He looked at the glass of water with a sparkle in his eyes. Without saying anything else, he started gulping the entire glass of water in one go. Ah! Nice. Instantly, he felt refreshed. He almost felt like crying after not drinking it for so long. Carbonated water was the original form of Sprite, mineral water infused with carbon dioxide. Li Nianfan had been trying to recreate carbonated water in this realm but with no success. The gas composition of this immortal realm was very different from his previous realm. To be fair, the gas in the drink was not carbon dioxide, but this did not stop Li Nianfan from calling it carbonated water. The rest wore a knowing look on their faces. They smiled bitterly. So, he gulped the entire glass in one go. The expert's divinity was probably stronger than they could ever imagine. If they drank it as fast as he did, their divinity would have exploded. Gu Ziyao hastily asked for his glass to be refilled. She smiled, "If you like it, please, have more." "Thank you." Li Nianfan smiled. He could not help sighing. "This water is close to what I had before, but the taste can still be improved. May I ask how this water is made?" Gu Ziyao looked at Li Nianfan and bit her tongue. She stood up and said, "Mr. Lee, I'll be back in a moment." She signaled for Gu Ziyu to follow her. The both of them went into a room that had a fountain in it. A long incised blue bead floated in the fountain, rolling in its spot. The amount of water was not a lot, but it was all divine water. Gu Ziyu took a deep breath and picked up the blue bead. Gu Ziyu glared at her. "Sister, are you really going to give this divine bead to the expert? You're still too ignorant. No further questions are needed." Gu Ziyu shook her head. She said with a sparkle in her eyes, "The expert seems to like it. Also, the Lynxian Palace gave their 1,000-year black ice to the expert, so of course, we have to give him our divine bead. We're already at a loss for starting late. We have to catch up." Gu Ziyu said, sounding worried, "Sister, aren't you scared of offending father? Who do you think our father is? He has already given us permission for such an occasion." Gu Ziyu said solemnly. "You have to observe the expert's eyes closely. If he looks at something for more than 5 seconds, it means it interests him. Do not hesitate to give it to the expert immediately." Gu Ziyu nodded blankly. "I think I get it." Quickly, they went back to the main hall. Gu Ziyu brought out the divine bead and said politely, "Mr. Lee, once you put this in the water, it will turn it into carbonated water." "Oh?" Li Nianfan looked at the bead in shock. "Is this the compressor? It can compress air?" "Compressor?" Gu Ziyu was confused, but anyone with the slightest wisdom would know well enough to automatically agree with Li Nianfan. "If Mr. Lee likes this compressor, you may have it." Li Nianfan frowned slightly. "I came here empty-handed. If I leave with something, it doesn't seem right." Gu Ziyu replied politely, "Mr. Lee, this is just a small thing. We don't need it anyway. It's nothing." Qin Manyun and Luo Shiyu watched Gu Ziyu silently. They could not help crying in awe inside their heads. Did she just call the divine bead a small thing? Where did her courage come from? If so? Li Nianfan hesitated for a moment, and thinking of the carbonated drink, it was too hard to turn down the offer. "I'll accept this, then. Thank you so much." Gu Ziyu was delighted. She said, "You're welcome. As long as you like it." The biggest fear of befriending the expert was the expert rejecting their offering. This was a big opportunity. After a while, the Gu siblings brought the guests from the main hall to a side hall. The side hall was not as big and slightly emptier. One could instantly see 3 paintings on the walls. Below each painting was a square table. At one glance, it was obvious that these 3 paintings were different from one another. The first painting was of an elder in long, white, flowing robes. He stood on a cloud wearing a peaceful and friendly smile. The second painting was of a pair of furious eyes and a sharp tooth glaring out from the darkness. The third painting was of a long white python. The styles were completely different and one could easily tell their implications. As expected, Gu Ziyu said, "These 3 paintings symbolize the immortal, the kraken, and a demon. According to the legends, there are friendly and unfriendly demons, while immortals and the kraken can never get along." As expected, the immortal realm was filled with cultured people. The 3 paintings were well painted. Even under Li Nianfan's critical eyes, he could tell that the paintings not only showcased well-developed techniques, but the painter was also able to bring out the artistic conception of the immortal, kraken, and demon perfectly as well. This must have taken quite a lot of effort. Chapter 146, I Promised You the World. Li Nianfan thought that if he could befriend such a well-cultured person, it might be beneficial. He could not help holding back his desire to befriend this person. He asked, "May I ask which senior in Azureville painted these?" Gu Ziyu shook her head awkwardly. "No, our seniors acquired these 3 paintings from 3 different realms. Father likes them, so he hung them here to admire them." Actually, these 3 paintings were not ordinary paintings. If they were, they would not have hung them here in the side hall. Even the 2 Gu siblings were not allowed to come here often. They opened up this hall solely because of Li Nianfan's visit today. Luo Shiyu and Qin Manyun were captivated by the paintings. The immortal spirit for the immortal, the kraken spirit of the kraken, and the demon spirit of the demon gave them different insights. The person who painted this must have been an immortal, and the painted subjects were unlikely to be of this immortal realm. Li Nianfan's eyebrows twitched as he sighed. "I see. They're from 3 different painters." Instantly, his evaluation of these 3 paintings dropped a notch. If they were drawn by 3 different painters, then their skills were not impressive at all. The skills needed to be able to create 3 different artistic conceptions were very different from just drawing one. From the looks of it, the Lord of the Azureville was indeed a cultured man, but his artistic maturity was not that high. Gu Ziyao and the rest paused slightly. If they did not hear wrongly, the expert sounded as if he was looking down on the paintings. The expert's realm was indeed beyond their imagination. Eh? Li Nianfan paused as he noticed a hideous-looking black statue under the Kraken painting. He picked up the statue and looked at it closely. After a while, he asked curiously, "Someone likes carving here? The technique isn't too bad at all. Where did you get this from?" This is... Gu Ziyao's face went pale. She could only feel her scalp itching as she struggled to stand upright. She was panicking. It was not just her. The rest went pale as well as their hearts raced. They almost fainted. It was because they had all overlooked one thing. Li Nianfan was the one who killed the Kraken last night. In other words, this statue was supposed to belong to him. Yet, they forgot to bring it to him and kept it for themselves. Now that the expert was asking about it, he was condemning them. Gu Ziyao felt chills all over her as she bit her tongue. "We happened to come across this by chance. If you like it, you may have it." "Ha ha ha. I've already taken the compressor, I can't take anything else." Li Nianfan smiled and shook his head. He put the statue back. Seeing that he was not pissed, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Gu Ziyao still felt the chills in her. She was unable to calm down for a long time. She felt so lucky to be alive. It was probably because of the divine bead she had given to the expert earlier that moved him. If not, they would have been dead by now. Lucky. How lucky. Without having to be reminded, Gu Ziyao packed the statue along with the 3 paintings. He was ready to give them all to the expert. They continued walking and somehow arrived at the backyard. Li Nianfan did not expect to see so many animals back there besides some plants. There were even some rare-looking animals that left Li Nianfan in awe. The backyard was big, like a world filled with wild animals of different kinds, running about. Qin Manyun and Luo Shiyu exchanged a look with one another. The expert truly was a big fan of wild animal meat. His eyes lit up just by looking at them. "Wow! Such a plump bear!" Li Nianfan exclaimed as an animal by the corner of the yard caught his eye. It was a big, black bear. Its size was considered gigantic. Its stomach even bulged out like a small hill. It laid face up on the ground, sleeping soundly. With its massive size, it was probably hard for it to move. When he looked at the bear, he could not help but gulp. Since the ancient days, bear meat had always been a delicious dish. As the saying went, one cannot have both the fish and bear palm at the same time. One bear palm was more than enough. Even now that he had come to the immortal realm, he still had not tasted the bear palm he always wanted. As Gu Ziyao had been keeping a close watch on Li Nianfan, she noticed him gulping. She followed his gaze and instantly, her face lit up. Without hesitation, she said, "Mr. Li, this bear is well grown. We were going to prepare it for lunch today. Someone will slaughter it later." "Oh? We're having the bear for lunch?" Li Nianfan asked in delight. Gu Ziyao's face darkened as he looked at Gu Ziyao in disbelief. He stuttered, Eat the bear?" Gu Ziyao turned to glare at him. She spoke in a passive-aggressive tone, "That's right, we're eating the bear. Go and prepare it right away." Gu Ziyao nodded obediently. "Okay." His heart was bleeding. He had intentionally captured this bear from the wilderness to raise it. After listening to Journey to the West, he was captivated by the black bear demon in the story. Even the Buddha used the black bear demon to watch the gate. Hence, he went to find one for himself as well. After capturing this huge bear, he treated it with good food every day and shared his treasures with this bear from time to time. He thought that one day, he could finally roam around with a black bear demon by his side. How cool would that be? Now that he finally managed to raise this bear into such a gigantic size, his sister wanted him to kill it? It had not even turned into a demon yet. It was still a baby. Gu Ziyao's heart was aching painfully. He looked at his sister with a pitiful look. "Why are you still here?" Gu Ziyao said as she enunciated each word through her gritted teeth while trying her best to repress her annoyance with her brother. Gu Ziyao shrank. He knew the importance of this task, so he hastily dragged the snoring bear away. He looked at the black bear with tears in his eyes as he said in a low voice, "Little bear, I'm sorry. I promised you the world, but now you'll have to move on without me." He then took another look at Gu Ziyao. To avoid causing a bloody scene, he dragged the bear into the woods for slaughter. As he dragged the bear, he kept mumbling, "Little bear, don't blame me. I don't have a choice. I remember when I brought you home, I left in a hurry and forgot that you were feeding 2 baby bears. I'll look for them right away and take good care of them. Then, I'll turn them into demons. Don't worry. As your good friend, I won't eat you. But to be honest, being chosen by the expert is a big opportunity for you. Your next life will definitely be better. Rest in peace. Chapter 147, Dude, you admire us? Not long after, Guziyu dragged the bear behind him and rejoined them. The bear looked the same as before. Its eyes were still peacefully shut. Guziyu looked at Guziyu's face and shook her head. Her brother was so naive. Why did he feel so strongly for a pet? He picked up an ordinary black bear from the wild and thought it could turn into a demon? How would it be so simple? If so, would there not be demons everywhere by now? Did he think he was an immortal who could turn animals into demons? Turning an ordinary animal into a demon required many cultivational resources and a lot of time. It was fine for him to fool around on most days, but now that the expert wanted to eat bear meat, why did he hesitate after being handed such a huge opportunity? What a fool. Guziyu could not help thinking of the Lu family and her neck shrunk a little. The Lu family was now destroyed, all because of their young master. It seemed that she had to keep an eye on her brother. It was good that the bear was now dead. Cut off his thoughts. Nannan did not know how many thoughts had gone through Guziyu's head. He took out a bunch of cookware from the system space, causing a ruckus as he slowly tossed them on the ground. All kinds of pots and pans laid on the ground, dazzling everyone. An expert was indeed an expert. He even brought all of these with him. His thinking was indeed way beyond everyone's imaginations. Anticipating this was impossible. "Mr. Li, do you need us to do anything?" Guziyu asked. Nannan smiled. "I'll make you a dish called the pearl in the palm. The paw belongs to the bear, and the pearl is supposed to be a fish ball, but due to the lack of time, I'll substitute it with fish instead. Let's call it bear fish." Guziyu instantly understood the expert's application. She said to Guziyu, "Ziyu, I remember you have a red carp in the tank that's fully grown. Go and get it right away." Guziyu protested, "Sister, all of our fish here are fully grown. We can use any fish. Why'd you pick my fish?" "Just do as you're told. Why the fuss? Do you think your carp will turn into a dragon? All you do is daydream." Guziyu's expression darkened as she scoffed at her brother. "Oh." Guziyu's face turned sour. He almost cried. "Right, I remember you have a parrot as well," Guziyu said. She looked at Nannan expectantly. "Mr. Li, does your dish need a parrot?" Nannan's lips twitched. "I'm not sure." He could tell that Guziyu was trying to sell her brother out. This was good, though. He should grow up from being spoiled. "You might need it at some point." Guziyu's eyes sparkled. She said to Guziyu, "Did you hear that? Killed a parrot as well." Guziyu walked away like a dead man as he said in sorrow, "Brothers, I'm sorry for not taking good care of all of you. I'm sorry." After a moment of silence, Nannan picked up a knife by the side and made a fancy gesture before walking to the giant black bear. He did not look elsewhere as his gaze was firmly fixed on its paws. A bear had 2 beneficial parts, one was its paw. The paw was not only delicious but also very nourishing and could be used as medicine. The other part was its whip, which was not the most delicious but still very nourishing. Nannan's eyes remained calm as he held on to the knife. The knife seemed ordinary, as if it was made of ordinary iron with no glow, no sound of roaring dragons, and not even a pattern. Somehow, everyone felt their hearts skip a beat when they glanced at the knife. It seemed that anything was merely a dish in front of the knife. Clash. The knife effortlessly landed on the bear. As if nothing was in the way, the bear paw was easily cut off like tofu. This bear was merely a wild bear, so its defense was unlike a demon's. What with Nannan's top-notch culinary skills, any animal would appear like a piece of paper in front of Nannan, no matter how huge it was. Nannan chopped off the right hind paw of the bear. This bear was huge. In addition to a carp, it would be enough. Since Azurville treated him as an important guest, he definitely had to give something back. The best way to do so was to cook them a nice meal. To improve their friendship, he explained as he was cooking. Bears like to lick their paws. Therefore, the center of the paw is extremely rich in nutrients and tasty. And because bears lick their right hind paws more than the others, it's particularly fat and more plump compared to its left paw. Hence, the right is always better than the left. Swiftly after, Nannan placed the bear paw into the casserole pot and poured in some spiritual water. Glug. 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 The spiritual water poured out from the bottle and into the pot, dazzling his audience. Just by looking at the amount of the spiritual water, this meal was definitely worth it. However, what Li Nianfan said next shocked them thoroughly and made them feel ashamed. This is just the first rinse. I'll soak it in here and leave it to boil for a while. Then, I'll repeat this process another 3 times. Three times? Gu Ziyao asked, trembling. How much spiritual water was he going to waste? Luo Shiyu and Qin Manyun were slightly less shocked. After all, they had seen how Xiao Bei used the spiritual water to wash the abalone demon the other day. They had seen more of the world. Meanwhile, Gu Ziyu came back with the dead parrot and carp. Seeing this, he could not help mumbling with tears in his eyes, "Little bear, did you hear that? You get to bathe in spiritual water 3 times. Who else has this privilege in this immortal realm? Bro, I didn't do you wrong after all." Although the bear paw makes a good dish, it wasn't born to be one. If the cooking technique is wrong, the dish will end up inedible. So, to bring out all of its flavors, more effort is needed. Li Nianfan smiled at Gu Ziyao. After rinsing it and boiling it in soup 3 times, the meat of the bear paw will loosen up and all its flavors will be unleashed. Following that, he looked around and frowned. Is there a fire? Vroom. As he spoke, Luo Shiyu, Qin Manyun, and Gu Ziyao made a gesture in unison. Flames ignited from their paws. Sigh, it's so convenient being a cultivator. Not only can you fly, you can even make fire. How admirable. Li Nianfan said in awe. The 3 of them felt their hearts sink a little. You admire us? I don't think we can keep talking if you want to say things like this. The flame burned under the casserole pot. Meanwhile, Li Nianfan started prepping other ingredients. Phew. I haven't made such a complicated dish in a long time. Xiao Bei, I really miss you. Chapter 148, A punch could explode the world. Due to the unique texture of the bear paw, one needed many ingredients to complete the dish. The complexity of the dish was equivalent to a full-course meal. Li Nianfan brought out all the leftover spiritual herbs and vegetables he had. Instantly, a faint fragrance filled the air, making one feel refreshed. After making a few beautiful gestures with the knife, the vegetables and spiritual herbs were chopped into pieces and ready to be used as condiments. Other than the spiritual herbs, Li Nianfan also planned to use the carp to enhance its flavor. He had knives in both hands as he worked on the fish in one swift gesture. Instantly, all its scales came off, reflecting the sunlight and shining brightly. He opened its mouth, broke its belly, cleaned the fish, and followed a series of skillful procedures. Gu Ziyu's lips twitched. He quickly turned away, unable to watch. How cruel! How can humans be so cruel? Wah, my fish and bird, you all died a horrible death. I'm going to be a vegetarian from now onward. After finishing the procedure, Li Nianfan went back to the bear paw in the casserole pot. The flame started by the cultivators was quite strong. The water inside the pot had already started to heat up and boil. The bear paw started to vibrate in the pot, followed by a gust of fishy smell. Li Nianfan's eyes narrowed. He instantly scooped out the bear paw and put it aside. He was about to pour the water out of the pot. Mr. Li, Gu Ziyao had been waiting for this. Somehow, she had a big red bucket with her. She said with a blushing face, "Just pour the water into this bucket." How did I forget this? Of course. Li Nianfan was reminded that he was a guest at someone else's house. How could he simply pour the water away? This young lady was so environmentally conscious. Watching Li Nianfan pouring the water into the bucket, Gu Ziyao's eyes sparkled as if she was just given a treasure. This was spiritual water. She would feed the animals and demons with this. Swiftly after, Li Nianfan poured more spiritual water into the pot. After repeating this 3 times, the fishy smell was gone and the air was left with the fragrance of spiritual water mixed with the fragrance of the bear paw. The smell was unique and mysterious. Li Nianfan scooped out the bear paw from the water. He gently rubbed the surface of the paw and instantly, all the black fur fell off, exposing the bare skin of the paw. Li Nianfan tapped his finger on the knife, playing with it in his hand. He pressed on the bear paw and sliced directly from above. With an accurate slice, the calluses on the bear paw were removed. He then scored the flesh to help loosen the meat. The knife flew like a butterfly in Li Nianfan's hand. All his audience could see were flashes of light, followed by chunks of bones being removed from the bear paw. Qin Manyun and the rest exchanged looks with one another in awe. Gulp. They gulped in unison. Even though Li Nian Fan did not use any spiritual qi, they could vividly feel his insights circulation when he swung a knife. Along with his movements, the insights rippled out like waves. It was pleasant to watch. What did this imply? This implied that he did not need any spiritual qi. A simple move from him would be able to cut through anything. Although this sounded somewhat exaggerated, they knew deep down that they would not even get a chance to struggle under his knife. So, this was how powerful an expert was. Even the movement of preparing a dish was able to destroy the world. No wonder he wanted to live as an ordinary man. If he did not do so, a punch from him would explode the world. Terrifying. So terrifying. They shrunk in unison, feeling their scalps itch. They were unable to have another thought. While they were terrified, they also felt extremely excited. This would be the best meal in this realm. Even a bite of it would be admired by the immortals. They must have cultivated the blessings of 8 lifetimes to earn this from the expert. How blissful. Finally, they heard a loud bam. Li Nian Fan smacked the bare paw with the side of his knife. It was ready. Li Nian Fan smiled and once again, put the bare paw into the casserole pot. Then, he poured in more spiritual water. The water covered 2/3 of the bare paw. This time, he left it in the pot to steam. All of the ingredients had been prepared. He poured them all into the pot, placing the fish on top of the paw as if it was holding onto the fish. With that, he left them to cook over the big flame. From time to time, Li Nian Fan would add in some condiments. After all the condiments were added, a faint fragrance exuded from the pot. His audience sniffed, and before they could even get enough of it, Li Nian Fan covered the pot with a lid. The fragrance was instantly cut off. His audience had looks of regret on their faces. Li Nian Fan said, "Now, we just have to wait. Since the bare paw is thick, it'll take some time if we want it to be thoroughly cooked." They all nodded like diligent students. Li Nian Fan thought of the compressor. He was excited to try it. He said, "Since we're waiting, I'll make you all Fanta." Fanta? A drink that would make one feel fantastic? Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Actually, with the help of a compressor, it would be easy to make Fanta. Li Nian Fan poured some spiritual water into a glass. He then took out some oranges, juiced them, and mixed it with spiritual water. Once the orange juice blended perfectly with the spiritual water, he took out the compressor. He wanted to put it into the glass. Since it was his first time using the compressor, he was unsure of the correct way to use it. Gu Ziyao opened her mouth as she could not help saying, Mr. Li, this compressor might take some time." Li Nian Fan paused. "Take some time? Will it take long?" "If it doesn't take long, I wouldn't have told you," she thought. The divine bead took at least half a year to turn a glass of water into divine water. The more water there was, the longer it took. Gu Ziyao was just thinking of a way to say this to Li Nian Fan. However, she noticed some sizzling inside the glass. Surprisingly, the divine bead was floating in the glass and slowly rotating. Soon, gas started merging with the water. Then, some bubbles started to appear and pop in the glass. Gu Ziyao parted her lips slightly, as if it was the first time she saw the divine bead. "It doesn't take that long. It has already started." Li Nian Fan laughed as he looked at the working compressor curiously. His eyes sparkled and asked, "Is this a voice-controlled device?" Without waiting for Gu Ziyao to respond, he said impatiently, "Speed up." Says. The compressor started to spin faster, causing more bubbles to appear in the glass. It merely took a moment before a glass of Fanta was made. This. Gu Ziyao stuttered. "I don't recall the divine bead working this way. Perhaps I remembered wrongly?" she thought. Li Nian Fan nodded in satisfaction. He smiled and said, "It's voice-controlled. Good stuff." Gu Ziyao forced a natural-looking smile. "It's indeed voice-controlled. You found out. Nice." Chapter 149, Fanta. "I'm flying." Gu Ziyao looked at Qin Manyun and Luo Shiyu cautiously. She noticed that they looked surprised but maintained their composures. Instantly, she understood. It seemed that this was not the first time. She still had to improve her reactions. How could she stay by the expert's side like this? The compressor was surprisingly effective. It only took a moment for Fanta to be made. Quickly, a few glasses of Fanta were laid out in front of each of them. They looked at the drinks closely. The most apparent of all was the color of the liquid. The originally pure and transparent water had turned into a beautiful orange color, but it still gave off a sense of purity. One could see through the orange drink and through the back of the glass. The sunlight shined through the glass. The orange water vibrated slightly, reflecting the bright light. It almost made one's eyes sparkle. Compared to the original color, this special color was more captivating, especially this shade of orange. One bubble after another appeared, jumping up and down on the surface of the water. Gulp. Uncontrollably, everyone gulped in unison. They stuck out their tongues to lick their lips and they felt their throats getting dry. Strange. They were not thirsty, but somehow after looking at this orange drink, a wave of thirst overwhelmed them. Obviously, their bodies were attracted to this drink, longing to be hydrated. Li Nannan could tell how eager they were. He could not wait to taste it, too. He smiled and said, "Please, help yourselves." They were all waiting for him to say this. Once he finished the sentence, everyone reached out to grab their glass as if they had already negotiated which belonged to whom, avoiding any unnecessary conflict. At the first touch, they felt a refreshing chill on their hands that were heated from anticipation. "Unfortunately, I didn't bring in the refrigerator. If not, sigh." Li Nannan shook his head. He tried to divert his attention from thinking about it. The rest could no longer think of anything else, especially the three ladies. They had forgotten about their composures. All they could think was, "I desire it. I need to drink it." Only Daji was able to keep her composure. She smiled at Li Nannan gently before raising the glass. Qin Manyun's glass was already in front of her. Hastily, she opened her mouth, rested her lips gently on the glass, and tilted it. Instantly, a pool of refreshing liquid filled her mouth. She felt as if her mouth was about to explode. Compared to the other times she had divine water, this drink had way more gas in it. She could only describe it as more filling. As the water entered her mouth, it felt as if countless naughty children were dancing inside her mouth. This feeling amplified the taste of the drink while tickling her taste buds. So delicious. Very delicious. Other than filling and gas, the drink had the sweetness of the orange. The combination of the two was beyond perfect. Qin Manyun closed her eyes as her cheeks flushed a charming red. Her body started to shiver. Gulp. Her fair throat moved as she swallowed a mouthful of the Fanta. The tingling numbness spread from her mouth to the rest of her body. She jumped as she felt her pores opening up. Every single cell in her body felt fantastic. Wow. She could no longer hold it in anymore. She parted her red lips as she let out a moan. Gu Ziyao and Luo Xiaoyu reacted the same way. They swallowed a mouthful and instantly lost all their strength. They sat on the ground listlessly with a faint blush on their cheeks. All they could feel was bliss. Fanta. No wonder it was called Fanta. So delicious. How fantastic. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction rushed over them. One's life could only feel complete after tasting a mouthful of Fanta. Furthermore, they noticed that this drink was not deadly at all. Although it was made by the divine bead, the deadliness of the divine bead seemed to have been neutralized by something. It was insights. It was insights. They exchanged looks with one another and came to a mutual understanding. It must have been the insights from the orange. The divine water had the effect of nourishing one's divinity. However, if one took too much of it, one's divine consciousness would feel as if it was being stabbed by needles. The addition of insights prevented that from happening while also improving one's senses. It worked extremely well with divine water. Not only did it prevent any harm, it helped one achieve unprecedented comfort. One's soul would tremble from the sheer comfort, feeling as if one had just been freed from the body and was floating among the clouds. The effect of this combination was way beyond imagination. Who could have imagined that by overlapping divinity with insights, the effect could be so magical? Unfortunately, these two ingredients were too rare. One would require a lot of luck to acquire even just one of the ingredients. How could one get both of them at the same time? Mr. Li obviously knew about the effect of combining the two. That was why he made us this Fanta drink. We got lucky. He's so kind to us. How can we ever repay him? Oh no! I'm flying. I'm flying. Suddenly, a discordant sound rang in the air. Gu Ziyu had a fascinated look on his face with his eyes shut. His hands flapped like the wings of a bird, flapping in the air. Gradually, he started to float in the air, but not too high up. His body was horizontal like a fish swimming in the air. He ended up circling everyone. Gu Ziyao covered her face with her hands. Her brother was too embarrassing. Meanwhile, outside the four-part architecture, a seven-tailed fox was standing on the head of a big, green python. It widened its eyes, trying to look around the four-part architecture. Besides the two of them were a wild boar demon with fangs and a black bear demon, escorting them as bodyguards. The tiny fox said, "Little Green, can't you straighten your head more? Higher. I can't look inside." This green python was the same green python demon who scoffed at the fox the other day. The fox made it clear that it would not hold a grudge against the python, and on the day the fox was crowned as the demon king, the python was recruited. The green python demon made a bitter face. "Demon king, I can't straighten up anymore. If I straighten any further, I'll become as straight as a line." Chapter 150, Is This the Bigshot's World? Ridiculous. How could you speak to our beloved demon king so rudely? Just do as you're told. Cut the nonsense and straighten up. The wild boar demon scoffed at the python and looked up at the fox who was now higher up in the air. "Demon king, please, allow me to help you." With that said, it carried the green python as if holding up a tall ladder. "How's this, demon king? Can you see better now?" The little fox looked around for a moment and shook its head. "Not really. Black bear demon, you too." "Okay." The black bear demon nodded and instantly carried the wild boar demon. "Is this better, demon king?" "No. Strange. I'm now taller than the walls of the four-part architecture, but why do I still feel as if I'm blocked by the wall from looking inside?" The seven-tailed fox's seven tails dropped down. "I don't know where my sister went. She didn't even tell me anything. It's been a few days now. Also, I haven't eaten any delicious food from my sister. I miss the food." The green python demon asked, "Demon king, can you see now? I can't hold on any longer." The little fox scratched its tiny head and jumped off the python's head. "Never mind, I'm getting off." Bam! Instantly, the green python demon felt a relief. Its body had been tightened to its max. Its straightened-out body slumped to the ground instantly like a dried python. "I can't take it anymore. My body's sore." As the army advisor, the wild boar demon started to come up with tactics. It said arrogantly, "Demon king, if so, let's barge in right away. Who can stop you in the entire immortal realm?" Thinking of the little fox's sister, they were proud and fearless. Having such a powerful sister, they could do as they pleased. Ha! Click. Meanwhile, the gate to the four-part architecture swung open. A black dog walked out elegantly. "Aww!" An ordinary black dog. The wild boar demon glared at it with sparkling eyes. This was finally its chance to impress the demon king. It ran up and growled, baring its sharp fangs, "Black dog. Is anyone home? Our demon king wants to go in. If you don't want to be eaten by me, get out of the way." Blackie glanced at the boar with a bored look, raised its front paw nonchalantly, and pressed it firmly onto the ground. Vroom. Instantly, a big hole appeared where the wild boar demon was standing. An invisible force landed on the wild boar demon, forcing it flat on the ground, unable to move. Blackie parted its mouth and said coldly, "I'll give you the chance to mind your language and say it again." "Lord dog, I was wrong." The wild boar demon's fur spiked up. Its scalp was itching and its skin turned pale. If it was able to move at all, it would have knelt in front of the dog and begged for mercy. "I really didn't mean to offend you. Please, forgive me." The wild boar demon even returned to its basic form. It was now a panicking wild boar. Blackie retrieved its paw and said coldly, "You're in luck to have followed the right master. If not, you would have been dead by now." The wild boar staggered up and ran behind the little fox. The little fox was hiding behind its seven tails, revealing only a pair of eyes. You're the Blackie my sister told me about?" "That's me." Blackie nodded as its fur moved with the wind. It looked like a top dog with power and class. "Your sister works for my master. So, as her sister, you're blessed by my master as well. However, you lack ability and courage, and your followers are bad. You're all an embarrassment to my master. Since we've been extremely bored recently, cough, cough, cough. I mean, since we happen to have the time recently, I'll give you all some pointers." "Some pointers?" Other than the little fox, the other three demons had sparkles in their eyes. They were trembling with excitement. Even the worn-out green python demon stood back up again. "This black dog is so cool. Perhaps even the demon king's sister isn't a worthy opponent. If we could get some pointers from the dog, wouldn't we become the winners of the demon realm? We're reaching the peak of our lives. Such a huge opportunity falling onto us. So lucky." Blackie said while holding its head high, "Come in." The three demons instantly half-carried the little fox into the four-part architecture. When they arrived at the gate, their hearts sank a little. Suddenly they felt nervous, as if an ordinary man was walking into an immortal's palace. Walking inside, a fragrance hit them, awakening their senses. They looked up to see the entire courtyard filled with all kinds of spiritual herb that could rip their eyes out. However, before they could gasp, countless figures had already surrounded them with their burning gazes. They were overwhelmed by the oppressive eyes, and it caused them to shiver and tremble without daring to take another breath. The three demons lowered their heads, their hearts beating at the quickest speed ever. They were terrified. So terrified that their souls might escape their bodies. "Where's my mommy? How are there so many Bigshots in the world? Since when did the immortal realm become so cool? Did we just transmigrate? Did we transmigrate into a world full of Bigshots? Scary. So scary." The dragon fire pearl appeared in the form of a flaming dragon. Its voice vibrated from within. "I think these demons can withstand my test of flame, especially this wild boar demon. Its skin is thick. Let me train them." The wild boar demon trembled vigorously with fear. It almost cried out in tears, "Bigshot, you're so humorous. How can I withstand your test of flame? I'll be cooked. No, I'll be burned." The fallen demon's sword flashed in front of them. The sword demon was in a robe. It shook its head with a merciful look. "I think the three of them are destined to study Buddhism with me. I can teach them." The ice crystal joined in. "Nah, let me have it. My chill will be able to transform them thoroughly." The dragon fire pearl said hastily, "Brother Ice Crystal, why don't we work with each other to train them with fire and ice for 2 days each? I think the effect would be good." The three demons panicked. They wanted to kneel in fear. They used the corner of their eyes to look at the surroundings. They froze when they saw a lantern not far away. There, they could sense a familiar scent. Were they not the fireflies taken away by Lord Daji? So, the opportunity Lord Daji spoke about was so huge. They had already become Bigshots within such a short amount of time? Chapter 151. Oh, superb. Suddenly, they heard a loud clang. Clang. Xiao Bei appeared, walking out with a bunch of fitness equipment. Xiao Bei was serious. "Settle down, fitness trainer Xiao Bei is here. I should call the shots around here." They stopped talking and looked at Xiao Bei curiously. Xiao Bei said, "We have to trust in science. Thus, scientific fitness is usually the most effective. We'll create customized fitness plans according to their powers and physique. You guys should just assist me." Then, Xiao Bei scanned the four demons like it was analyzing data. They were tense, like preschoolers against a teacher. They stood up straight and were obedient. The black bear demon trembled as it looked around and cried, Please take care of us, Bigshots." At Azureville. It was bubbling inside the clay pot as steam started to build up beneath the lid. The steam was fragrant, filling up the place with aroma. Everyone was feeling lazy because they had soda earlier. After they smelled the aroma, they were all instantly energetic again. Everyone stared at the clay pot. Li Nannan chuckled and mumbled, "Almost ready." Then, he took off the lid. Whoa! Everyone thought they heard the aroma. Could aroma even be heard? They did not care about the answer. All they knew was that they were completely enchanted by the smell. Nice. Superb. Guziyu was stumped. He stopped flying and fell to the ground. However, he did not feel pain. He merely stared at the clay pot in a daze. The sauce was thickened into a red glaze. It was appetizing to look at. Gurgle. The sauce was bubbling and boiling. Different aromas burst forth from the pot and straight into their souls. How? My little bear and fishy smell so good. Guziyu was hungry and salivating. He kept gulping. He looked away with all his might. Then, he backed away slowly and knelt in a corner. He looked pitiful, small, and helpless. Guziyu would rather die than eat his pals. He did not want anyone to comfort him. He just wanted to cry alone. Of course, everyone was too distracted to care about him. They all paid attention to the clay pot instead. Heat off. Ready to serve. Li Nannan used the ladle to stir the food in the pot. They could see the delicious, sticky strands of sauce coating the ladle. It was steaming hot. Somehow, it was more fragrant. The three ladies looked at each other and gulped at the same time. They stared at the clay pot with their pretty eyes. Their bowls and chopsticks were in their hands. They were ready to eat. Sizzle. Li Nannan scooped the bear paw and carp from the clay pot into the plate. The bear paw was still holding onto the fish. It was covered with a thick red sauce that was piping hot and glazy. It perfectly complemented the bear paw and fish. The dish was glistening under the sunlight. Nannan was proud of his work. He grabbed his chopsticks and announced, "All right, let's dig in." The three ladies nodded and went for the bear paw. They jumped when they reached the paw. The bear paw was extremely tender. They created a hole in the meat just by gently poking at it with their chopsticks. They found that the meat was easily pulled apart. It was as shiny as a long-lost pearl. This. Too beautiful, too cool. Shiny delicacy. Did it defy the laws of physics? The three ladies gulped again. The glaze paired with the aroma was hypnotizing. Guzi, who was secretly observing them from the corner, was also shocked. He went from wiping away his tears to wiping away his saliva. The meat fell off the bone from the bear paw. It was slightly slippery because of the sauce. It was as if the meat was trying to escape from the chopsticks like a naughty child. The three ladies were focused and careful. They sighed in relief when they successfully transferred the meat of the bear paw into their bowls without dropping it. Then, they opened their mouths and ate it. Suddenly, they froze after tasting the rich flavor along with the nice texture. They looked like they were enjoying it. It was different from the Fanta. The soda was a liquid, so it made them feel hydrated. This meat could quench their hunger. It made them feel warmth and satisfaction. Every bite they took was different. The bear paw meat was springy and chewy. Delicious, so delicious. They seemed to have forgotten about everything else. All they cared about was moving their chopsticks into their mouths to keep eating. Guzi was shaking in the corner. It was not because he was afraid, but because he was trying to restrain himself. He had enough of these four women. Could they just stop smacking their lips? Why were they moaning from time to time? Were they having orgasms? What about their ladylike image? Their politeness? Were they trying to seduce the expert? Shameless. Boo-hoo, it's already so tough to restrain myself. They're torturing me. How rude. I'm so hungry. Finally, he could not endure it anymore. He walked over hurriedly. He tried to comfort himself by thinking, "I'm not eating the meat, just trying out the sauce. That means I'm not eating my pals, right?" He gulped. Then, he tried the thick red sauce with his chopsticks. Suddenly, he tasted the intense flavor of bear meat. The flavor went straight to his soul. Yum, yummy. He widened his eyes and bit down on his chopsticks, almost eating the chopsticks as well. Words could not describe how delicious it was. He could only express his feelings with actions. He ate a huge chunk of meat. Boo-hoo, little bear, little fishy, please, forgive me. I didn't know you guys would taste so delicious. Oh, superb. Chapter 152, The Night Before the Extermination of Northland's Lu family. Soon, the bear paw and the fish were gone. Everyone stopped. Guzi was still licking up the sauce. The leftover bones of his pals were in his hands. He intended to lick them clean, too. Yum, yummy. This is definitely the best meal I've ever had. This is the life. What more can you ask for than a great meal? Heavenly food. Can't trade that with anything, not even becoming immortal. The four ladies patted their bellies, satisfied with the food and drinks. They shut their eyes and smacked their lips as if they were reminiscing the meal they just had. Nannan chuckled and said, "Back where I come from, the bear paw, leopard, chimpanzee lips, dragon liver, phoenix elixir, carp tail, and the crispy cicada are known as the 8 rare delicacies. Naturally, it tastes good." He did not mean anything when he casually said it, but they thought otherwise. Guzi went stiff and felt his skin crawl. Dragon liver, phoenix elixir? They confirmed that the expert came from the immortal land, not from the ordinary immortal realm. Otherwise, how could he define dragon liver and phoenix elixir as delicacies? Then, they thought of Journey to the West. During the Flat Peach Feast in the Heavenly Temple, they had dragon liver and phoenix elixir as meals, right? Bigshot. He was a big shot. Hold up. Why did Mr. Lee tell us that? Everyone felt their hearts race in excitement. Since the expert mentioned it, did it mean that there was a chance they could taste dragon liver and phoenix elixir in the future? Gasp. They almost fainted from excitement. They could not think about it. They had to stay calm. They did not want to pass out. Everyone rested for a while. Guzi brought Nannan to other areas of Azureville, showing him the local culture. Nannan got to see the Azureville disciples training in cultivation, giving him a deeper insight into cultivators. It was getting dark. Gu Ziyao felt nervous. She asked meekly, "Mr. Li, there's a lot of resting stops here. Why don't you stay for the night?" Li Nianfan groaned. I'll be a disturbance." Azureville was beautiful and had an abundance of friendly, polite cultivators. They were nice and pretty. He was offered to stay for free. These reasons made him want to accept the offer. Gu Ziyao was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "No, it's not a disturbance at all. We've already prepared your room, so feel free to stay if you want." "All right, then, I'll stay. Thanks for the hospitality." Li Nianfan smiled at the passionate young lady. His room was near the palace. It was a cottage yard filled with grass and florals. It looked like a top-notch scenery painting. The sun set as the birds stopped chirping. Darkness covered the sky like a curtain, revealing the pale moon. Owls passed by occasionally, perching on the branches. Creak. Daji walked out of the room in a white dress. She looked up at the moon as if she were the moon goddess. "Master, Daji will carry out her task perfectly." She flew up fast and disappeared into the night. The north side of the immortal realm was known as the Northland. Northland was in a state of poverty in comparison to the southern areas. The resources were limited and it was run by several powerful families. The resources went to the rich, which added to the poverty. It was every man for himself. The Lu family was the most powerful among the Northland powerful families. It was because the Lu family had immortals. The Lu family had been making moves recently. It was unclear what happened, but it seemed like the Lu family were tense and nervous. Family members had been summoned to return and the Lu family cultivators had been on the watch even during midnight. They were planning something. It raised the attention of Northland. Cultivators around the Lu family were all trying to figure out what was going on. Nobody would be foolish enough to offend the Lu family, so they must be planning an opportunity. The Lu house was huge and had a lot of buildings. The lights were still lit in the biggest mansion of the Lu house. A black-robed elder was sitting at one end of the hall. He had a terrifyingly strict gaze, making the hall seem colder. The elder had a hoarse voice. "Still no news from Rusheng?" Another elder stepped forward and replied in a trembling voice, "Not yet, Master. However, the lifeline jades of the Great Guardian and Assistant Guardian were crushed." Boom! The black-robed elder was livid. A tornado flew in the hall and roared. The surrounding furniture was crushed to bits. "Who is it? Who dares to mess with the Lu family?" He yelled angrily and had bloodshot eyes. He was like a rabid tiger, glaring at everyone in the hall. "Useless, you're all a bunch of useless losers. Find out who it is, no matter the cost. Gather the men, we're going to Azureville." Everyone held their breaths and felt pity for the culprits. How reckless of them. Their master was livid. The culprits would face a fate worse than death no matter who they were. It was going to go down in the immortal realm soon. Suddenly, a young man spoke up. "Master, I have some leads in the investigation. It seems like we're in luck." The black-robed elder was intrigued. "Oh? Hurry up and tell me." "That girl seems to be a new student in the Golden Lotus sect, an extremely ordinary sect. She's an inferior spiritual root, but her cultivation speed is unusually fast. She made news in Northland when she surpassed a Golden Core cultivator with her foundation-level skills." He stopped for a while, then continued, "I heard from a lot of people and found out that the girl's origin is a total mystery. When the Golden Lotus sect took her in, a mysterious man appeared and gave them." His tone was serious as he trembled. "Or so rumor has it, writings that contained endless insights. It's most likely an immortal treasure." Chapter 153, The Biggest Battle in the Immortal Realm. Whoa! Everyone's eyes widened as they felt their hearts race. They were breathing heavily and looked greedy. Mysterious man? Immortal treasure? The Lu family master took a deep breath and said, "Is this news true?" That young man said, "I asked around. The cultivation sects who were present at the Ganlong Immortal Dynasty that day confirmed it to be true. Also, the Holy Emperor was respectful towards the mysterious man, so he must be someone important." Someone else spoke up. "For an inferior spiritual root, it's impressive that she achieved what she did in such a short amount of time. Whether the rumors are true or not, that girl's got a lot of insights going on." The black-robed elder nodded and said in a low voice, "The Golden Lotus sect is weak. Send a cultivator from the Yuanying realm to destroy the Golden Lotus sect and kidnap that girl." "Master, would we be offending the expert that was supporting the girl if we do that?" said the young man worriedly. The black-robed elder sneered, "Ha, Even if he's someone powerful, will he be more powerful than our ancestors? Don't forget that we have immortals. Get that girl. If she knows what's good for her, she'll pick one of the young masters to marry. If she doesn't want to obey us, we'll forcefully take her powers. Why worry? Everyone cheered, smart. The black-robed elder waved and said, all right, the Golden Lotus sect is a small case. Right now, I just want to know how Rushang is. Outside the Liu family. The hidden cultivators suddenly felt an ominous feeling, like something powerful was incoming. They all looked up and were shocked. They saw 6 figures rushing toward the Liu family, each as fierce and powerful as the other. They made it seem like everything else was trembling. Someone identified the leader of the 6 figures. The cultivator exclaimed in disbelief, that's Gu Changqing? Not only Gu Changqing. The 3 elders of the Azureville are also here. The other 2 seem to be Zhou Dacheng, the second elder of the Lingxian Palace, and the Holy Emperor from the Ganlong Immortal Dynasty? What are they doing? This is crazy. I must be seeing things. Yikes. Gu Changqing and the others did not conceal their identities. They were purposefully obvious and wanted to let people know they were a force to be reckoned with. They went straight for the Liu family. Everyone in the Liu family mansion was perturbed, including the Liu family master. Before they could react, they heard someone yelling from the sky. After tonight, the Liu family shall cease to exist in the immortal realm. To those outsiders, to those who don't want to die, I suggest you back off immediately. This message was like a bomb in the dead of night. Everyone was thunderstruck. They could not believe their ears. No more Liu family in the immortal realm? They were here to eliminate the Liu family? This. Terrifying, how horrifying. Everyone went stiff and felt their skin crawling. Phew. Several figures flew out of the Liu family mansion in a flash. They levitated in midair and stared at Gu Changqing and the others. The Liu family master did not look happy. He said in a low voice, Lord Gu, what's the meaning of this? Gu Changqing looked calm, but he had a menacing glint in his eyes. He stared at the Liu family master and said, losing, we're here on the order of the expert to eliminate the Liu family. Any last words? He said it softly, but it was as impactful as a bomb. Everyone was alarmed and disoriented. They were here to eliminate the Liu family. The Liu family. The best in Northland. Why? Who was that expert? How did he get Gu Changqing to personally work for him? What a terrifying existence. Gu Changqing. You're crazy. Do you know what you're doing? Losing focused and clenched his jaw. My son is missing in Azureville. I was about to go to you for an explanation. Now, you're here. Do you think the Liu family are people you should be messing with? Your son? Liu Rusheng? Zhou Dacheng smiled and said coldly, he's at fault for being stupidly reckless and offending the expert. He's already dead. He died peacefully. I personally watched him go. Lu Xing was livid. He roared, Zhou Dacheng, die. You're the one who should die. Gu Changqing yelled coldly. You ignorant fool, you don't know who you've messed with. I pity you, you miserable man. Enough talking, time to die. At a wave of his hand, golden hoops appeared in front of him. The hoops were on fire, looking like tiny suns in the night sky. Then, they attacked. They circled the Liu family, setting everything on fire. Instantly, the Liu family was surrounded by fire. Everyone was shocked by the huge fire. Lu Xing looked around. He was so enraged that he started to laugh maniacally. Good. Fine. Looks like I'll have to show you what the Liu family's capable of. He was a weaker cultivator compared to Gu Changqing. However, he was not afraid of him because he was at the Liu house. He yelled, cast the spell. The Liu family members were ready. A green light beamed into the sky, lighting up the night sky. Wild winds started to blow. The wind was as sharp as a blade, slicing anything in its path at first contact. The flames flickered like a candle's flame in the wind. Lu Xing smiled and smugly said, Gu Changqing, you seem to have forgotten that the Liu family is blessed with immortals. Who's this expert you speak of? Ignorant fool. The immortals are nothing in front of the expert, sneered Zhou Dacheng. He waved and a zither appeared in front of him. He started playing the zither. Clang. The zither unleashed airwaves. The 3 elders were gone with the wind. They stood in a triangular formation and cast the fire spell inward, attacking the Liu house. Gulp. Outsiders watched in horror. Was this the biggest battle in the immortal realm? Something like this had never occurred before, right? Who made this possible? How terrifying. Chapter 154, You can flex, but please no personal attacks. What a sudden start to the biggest battle of the century. A huge battle like this would not occur unless it was absolutely necessary. Powerful cultivators were hard to come by and battles were dangerous as they often led to death. Cultivators would rarely battle to the death to ensure the continuation of the future generations of cultivators. However, there was no room for negotiation. Only a few sentences were spoken before the battle began. It was an unimaginable situation. All because of a few words from the expert. Boosh. Fire dragons circled above the Lu house. They made sounds as if they were roaring as flames rose around them. Clang. Jam. The zither sounds also surrounded the Lu family. Endless attacks flew toward the green light beam. Losing was pale. Some of the Lu family members spat out mouthfuls of blood. They felt weak and overpowered. The Lu family was strong, but it was still a difficult battle against powerful cultivators. Losing clenched his jaw and laughed menacingly. He let his long hair down. If that's the case, we shall battle to the death. He waved his right arm and the green light solidified into a shield. Then, a temple in the Lu family started to shine, giving off a misty glow. Everything seemed to be shaking. The powerful Lu family members levitated around Losing. They were casting a spell together. Vroom. A rumble appeared out of thin air. The sound gradually grew louder, overpowering every other noise. It was as if something had been awakened. The wind blew in the misty night. The green light shined bright, so bright it was almost blinding. Cling. A sudden noise appeared like a bomb. A beam of light cut through the sky like a rainbow, leaving a trail behind it until it stopped in front of Losing. The light was overpowering. Everyone felt their hearts quicken. With just one glance at the sword figure, they felt the immense danger and wanted to flee. Danger. That sword was extremely dangerous. Someone gulped and said, "Immortal, immortal item?" It took all his might to say those two words. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. The Lu family had an immortal item. Flash. The sword was astoundingly powerful. The wind moved with the sword, creating wind blades. Everything in its way was cut through. The trees and flowers around them were destroyed, leaving an empty field. The nearby cultivators vanished. The cultivators who were far away were also cut apart by the wind blades. Groans of pain and suffering could be heard coming from the woods. Figures fell off the trees like raindrops. A little girl hid among the trees and watched the battle. A wind blade came right toward her, but suddenly, a misty white light burst from her chest and the oncoming wind blade faded into nothing. The little girl stuck her tongue out and patted her chest. "Brother Nannan saved my life again," she mumbled. She looked like she lost something. "The insights from the writings are gone. I haven't absorbed much of it yet. I can't waste things like this again." Then, she looked around the place that was full of dead bodies. She immediately leapt down from the tree she was hiding in and walked to the bodies. She mumbled, her hands in a praying gesture, "You guys were scheming on the Golden Lotus sect and tried to chase me down. I'm doing this out of self-defense. Since you're all dead, your cultivation training would go to waste, right? So, I should enjoy it while it's still fresh. Sorry about it, but thanks a lot." She had a creepy glint in her eyes. She reached out to the skulls of the deceased and absorbed their powers into her body. The little girl's brows furrowed as she looked up at the moon. This technique isn't complete, but it was taught by Brother Nannan. I have to call it something awesome. What should I name it? In Journey to the West, Brother Nannan said the Heavenly Temple is the coolest, but it's not as cool as my Brother Nannan. Brother Nannan's the coolest. Maybe I should call it Heaven Devour? Losing smiled menacingly. He boasted, "Ha, you weaklings dare mess with the Lu family? Die." Then, he grabbed the sword and attacked them. The fire dragon fell apart with a single blow. Gu Changqing and the three elders retreated. Zhou Dacheng stopped playing because his zither strings snapped. Losing held onto the long sword. A halo had formed around him. He looked at Gu Changqing and said coldly, "Lord Gu, this is the sword of my immortal ancestor. It's not an immortal item, but it's as powerful as one. Leave now and I shall spare you. Zhou Dacheng's the one who murdered my son. I only need to kill him." Gu Changqing was shocked. Then, he calmly said, "The Lu family aren't the only ones who have immortal items." He took out a small red flag and tossed it up into the sky. A sky full of fire reappeared. The fire was stronger this time. The fire pillars were taller than the Lu house. It connected with the sky and locked the Lu family in place. Losing was in disbelief. His voice went high-pitched. The fire flag? You're crazy for using the fire flag. Don't you need it for the demon lockdown spell? I used to, but temporarily, not anymore. Gu Changqing cast a spell at the fire flag. The flames came to life and moved back and forth in the sky. Trying to kill me? Zhou Dacheng sneered, are you really proud of having an immortal item in front of someone like me who comes from a powerful sect? Who doesn't have an immortal item these days? He waved and the Tianqian zither appeared. It was the Tianqian zither of the Lingxian palace. The Holy Emperor stood at the side awkwardly. He wanted to say something but did not. Sure, he could flex, but could he just stop with the personal attacks? Come on. I don't have an immortal item. Chapter 155, Immortals. Flash. The night lit up like it was daytime. You could see the changes of the galaxy from afar. Endless power. The fire, the sword, the wind blades, and the zither sounds. It was magnificent. Everyone nearby felt how horrifying this battle was. They could not look at it without having goosebumps. Splurt. Losing was flushed. He finally spat out blood. He held on to the sword and kept attacking. This sword could cut through everything and cause storms. Even fire could be cut through. However, the fire seemed to be endless. Fire poured out continuously from the fire flag. Every flame he managed to cut through was quickly replaced with more streams of fire. This fire surpassed fire from the Yuanying realm. It was also known as heavenly fire. It had the power to burn everything in sight, and it was the worst fire for demonic items. It was also scary for cultivators. The Lu family was in danger. They were now surrounded by heavenly fire. All the members were sweating bullets, and some had passed out from overheating. A few members could not take it anymore and tried to escape, but they vanished into steam before they could even reach the fire. So stupid. Cursed losing when he saw that. He looked furious. Suddenly, he heard a zither sound. It made him jolt as he went blank. He snapped out of it after a short while. A fire dragon had ripped an opening in the green light shield. It slithered in and burned the buildings into ashes. Losing's gaze was as sharp as a blade. He yelled, Zhou Dacheng. The members were no longer trying to escape because they were affected by the zither. Both Gu Changqing and Zhou Dacheng had immortal items. The Lu family did not stand a chance against them. They would be defeated soon. Losing spat blood on his long sword. He waved the sword in a circular frenzy and hysterically screamed, Gu Changqing, Zhou Dacheng, who exactly did the Lu family offend? Why are you doing this? Gu Changqing calmly said, you've offended someone unimaginably powerful. Stop fighting and blame it on the Lu family's arrogance. Remember to be more friendly and humble in your next life. There will always be someone you shouldn't mess with. Who is he? I'm willing to personally visit him and apologize, said Losing. Zhou Dacheng sneered, visit and apologize? You? Losing had trouble breathing. He yelled, my son is already dead. I promise I won't take revenge. Is this not enough? Do you really have to eliminate the Lu family? Ha, we've already told you that we're here to eliminate the Lu family. So, yes. Zhou Dacheng played the zither hurriedly. It was extremely powerful. He played the ambush tune. Jam. The light shield was falling apart. The fire went down on it like a tsunami. Instantly, the Lu family was in an ocean of fire. Arg. Losing yelled hysterically. His long hair was messy and his eyes were red. He looked like he was going crazy with hatred. You bullies. Ancestors, please, look at this. The Lu family is being bullied. The Lu family is about to be eliminated, he yelled at the top of his lungs and spat out another mouthful of blood. He felt like he had aged another 100 years. He desperately looked in the direction of the temple and yelled, I'm losing from the Lu family. I am willing to give up all my powers for the ancestors to come down from above. Zhou Dacheng said, losing, come on. The bridge to immortality has been broken. Immortals can't come down from the above immortal realm and vice versa. It's useless even if you sacrifice the entire Lu family. Gu Changqing's brows furrowed. He looked troubled on the side. He felt anxious for some reason. He knew it. Something was off. He felt this feeling before. He felt the change in tides. He was unsure of what it was, but something was changing in this realm. Unless. He jumped. He felt extremely worried. Everything was on fire and the zither kept playing. Suddenly, everything stopped. Hum. The long sword hummed. It moved away from losing and shot up into the sky, splitting the fire pillars apart. Splash! It was so powerful that it made splashing sounds. Everyone felt like they should be worshipping something. The long sword went toward the ancestor temple, showering it in light. Ancestors? Losing was dumbfounded for a while. Then, he was overjoyed. He knelt and bowed to the ground emotionally. Losing welcomes the Lu family ancestors. The other members of the Lu family felt their hearts jump out of their throats. They, too, simultaneously yelled, "Welcome, ancestors!" It was as loud as thunder. Everyone except the Lu family members was perturbed and went stiff. Immortals? They felt their blood freeze. They almost passed out. Immortals. Being an immortal was the ultimate goal for cultivators. The immortal realm seemed to be cursed. No one had been able to achieve the goal of being an immortal for thousands of years. Was the cycle about to be broken? This. Zhou Dacheng could not believe his eyes. He felt as if something was stuck in his throat. He could not speak. The Holy Emperor froze. He gulped and said in a trembling voice, "What's going on? Isn't the bridge to immortality broken? How did they summon the immortals? What's happening?" If the immortals were to show up, Gu Changqing and Zhou Dacheng would be finished. Their attacks would be useless and insignificant. They could no longer harm the Lu family. Everyone witnessed it. A figure of an elder with white hair slowly appeared above the ancestor temple. Chapter 156, A Hole in the Sky. He was an old man who was wearing a white robe with a slightly hunched posture. He had white hair and wrinkles. He looked weak. However, his gaze was horrifyingly threatening. He looked like he could easily defeat anyone. This was not an ordinary elder. Everyone held their breaths. They went blank because they could not believe what they were looking at. This. Did the Lu family summon one of their ancestors? Immortal. He was an immortal. An immortal? The little girl observed from the woods and mumbled, "I feel like he's not as powerful as the immortal that came out from the expert's writings. Also, this immortal looks ugly." Losing was also in disbelief. He was pleasantly surprised. He trembled and cried, "Ancestor." He knew it was him because he looked exactly like the painting in the Lu family ancestor temple. The ancestor frowned and glanced around. He sighed softly and said, "As expected, the immortal realm went downhill. The Lu family doesn't have any cultivators from the cross-tribulation realm." Losing was embarrassed and said, "Xing feels sorry about that. It's not your fault. The bridge between mortal and immortality is broken, so this was expected." The ancestor sounded surprised. "Since the connection between the immortal realm and the above immortal realm is broken, how did you manage to summon me?" "Me?" Losing looked confused. He said, "I was desperate and used up all my cultivation powers to summon you." "That's impossible." The ancestor shook his head and asked, "Has anything been happening in this realm?" Losing thought about it and shook his head. "No recent news." "Fine." The ancestor stopped thinking about it and asked, "Is the Lu family in a desperate situation?" Losing jumped and said with hatred in his eyes, "Ancestor, the Lu family is being attacked by the Azureville, the Lingxian Palace, and the Ganlong Immortal Dynasty. We're in danger." The ancestor looked at Gu Changqing and the others. It was just a look, but it almost made them have a mental breakdown. Splurt. The six of them spat blood at the same time. They looked horrified. So powerful. Immortals were so powerful. It was only a look. Cultivators who leveled up into immortals would go to the above immortal realm. However, there had not been a single cultivator who managed to become an immortal in thousands of years. Therefore, nobody knew how powerful an immortal really was. However, they felt it. Insects. They were insects in front of an immortal. "Ha, Gu Changqing, I told you that the Lu family aren't to be messed with." Losing laughed. He lost his powers but he was extremely glad. He said menacingly, "You're going to die here today. What about the expert you spoke of, huh? Where's he now? Didn't you say he's better than my ancestors? Bring him out then." The ancestor frowned. "Oh? Are they working for someone? Who is it?" "They say he's an expert, but I'm not sure if it's true," Losing sneered. "I'm guessing he ran away after he saw you." The ancestor sighed softly. "Too bad, anyone who messes with the Lu family shall die." Gu Changqing took a deep breath and steadied himself. He said, "Ancestor Lu, we're indeed here at the request of an expert." He stopped and clenched his jaw. Then, he continued, "Also, this expert. I'm afraid that it's someone you shouldn't offend." "Huh? The ancestor was stumped. Then, he burst out laughing. He laughed maniacally. It almost caused a tornado. Thunder rumbled and the trees shook. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. The ancestor shook his head and mocked. Ignorant, how ignorant. My powers are unimaginable. Losing was entertained. Gu Changqing, I didn't expect you to say that even after my ancestor arrived. Aren't you worried that people will make fun of you? I can't offend the expert? Is there anyone I shouldn't offend in the immortal realm? What did you experience to be able to say something so idiotic? He was laughing, but he looked menacing, like he had just been insulted. He switched his tone and said coldly, I think you're so frightened that you're out of your mind. Let me end your suffering. He pointed at them. Suddenly, the weather changed. Roar. The strong wind roared like a beast, blowing the clouds away. The wind solidified into a green dragon. It charged toward Gu Changqing and the others. The wind dragon was insanely humongous. It opened its mouth like it was ready to devour them. This was too horrifying. Everyone had goosebumps. Gu Changqing and the others went pale instantly. They looked desperate. They could not handle the wind caused by the dragon, let alone the wind dragon itself. The firefly and Tiantian zither were vibrating like crazy. They were at their limits trying to protect everyone. Fake immortal items? The ancestor waved. The firefly and Tiantian zither went out instantly and fell to the ground. Once you're dead, these items shall belong to the Lu family. Then, the dragon attacked. However, a light shield appeared and protected Gu Changqing and the others. The green wind dragon fell apart like an egg smashed on a stone. This. Gu Changqing and the others were also stumped. They saw that the light was coming from Zhou Dacheng. The piece of writing slowly floated out and unfolded itself in front of them. The writings. It's the writings. The Holy Emperor breathed heavily and excitedly laughed. With the writings, we may not need to be afraid of the immortal. He witnessed the powers of Li Nianfan's writings. It was not weaker than an immortal. 10 steps per kill, leaving no trail behind. Genocide route is done, so leave with honor. The words were shining bright red. The violence in the poem painted the sky red. Treasure in this realm? The ancestor felt uneasy. He stared at the writing and attacked it with the long sword. An immortal using an immortal item as a weapon. He was even more powerful. It was as if he could split the galaxy apart with that attack. A red glow started to seep out from the writing, solidifying into violent red lines. The red lines seemed to come alive as they tangled toward the long sword. Poof! The long sword was sliced apart by the red strings like it was tofu. Then, it quickly attacked the ancestor. The ancestor faded into thin air before he could make a sound. It happened in the heat of the moment, and it was over before anyone had the time to react. They kept recalling what happened. What was going on? So scary. So ferocious. The immortal was defeated by the writing? Everyone was in a dazed state until they heard a voice from above. He was throwing a tantrum. Who is it? Who dares destroy my figure in the immortal realm? Just you wait. We're rivals from now on. I will battle you to the death if you mess with the Lu family. It was a voice note from the immortal. The quiet writing was agitated. It flew to the sky and circled around, somehow looking like it was angry. It seemed like it was pissed off by the immortal. Then, it beamed a red light and went toward the sky. Shred. It shredded itself into pieces, unveiling a long blood sword. Everyone was extremely silent. They felt goosebumps as their bodies went cold. The long blood sword attacked the sky. A cold voice appeared out of thin air. You dare act boastfully in front of me? I will hunt you down till the ends of the world. Then. Kaboom! The world shook as they heard a huge boom. Weird shiny lights rained from the sky. They looked up and saw a huge hole in the sky. Did the sword make a hole in the sky? Chapter 157, Immortal. In the immortal realm. Gasp. Everybody gasped. They were horrified and felt their skin crawl. Then, they all simultaneously rubbed their eyes because they could not believe what they were seeing. The sky had a hole in it. They looked up from below and saw a heavenly mist coming from the hole. It was filled with flowers and grass. It looked like heaven. The above immortal realm. It was the above immortal realm. Everyone was breathing heavily. They felt fear at the same time. The writing turned into a blood sword and poked a hole in the sky. How powerful. Gulp. Losing swallowed. He felt his throat go dry and his brain go blank. He looked utterly dumbfounded. What was going on? He was shaken to his core. Lu Rusheng, my son, what have you done? How did you offend someone so terrifying? Gu Changqing and the others ignored losing. They were too distracted by the hole in the sky. The Holy Emperor said, "This must be the above immortal realm." Gu Changqing nodded. Just as expected, the above immortal realm is the same as the demon realm. They both exist in a unique space. Immortalizing isn't flying to the sky, but going towards a new dimension instead. Zhou Dacheng felt slightly embarrassed and said, "I agree. I tried to look for the above immortal realm in the past. I thought heaven was in the sky. I kept flying upwards to no avail. I had trouble breathing when I got to the top, but I still didn't see signs of the above immortal realm." The Holy Emperor had an idea. "Do you think we can go into the above immortal realm through the hole?" "No way. Don't even think that." Gu Changqing shook his head and said. "The immortal realm and the above immortal realm are in two different dimensions. It looks like it's connected, but it's not. If you get too close to that hole, you'll create a space-time continuum. You can only be in the above immortal realm if you are an immortal." The Holy Emperor flinched. Suddenly, they looked at the hole in shock and awe. They saw a figure approaching the hole. The figure then fell from the hole while everyone was still stumped. The body fell without any resistance. There was a huge wound in his chest. It slashed through his heart. He was still bleeding. This must be the Lu family ancestor. He was cool and boastful before. However, he looked like he was in anguish and despair. He did not die in peace. The immortal was dead? This. Everyone's eyes widened and their hearts skipped a beat. Nothing could describe how they felt at that moment. The Holy Immortal, a goal that every cultivator hoped to achieve, was a dead body. He died in front of them. Terrifying, horrifying. The immortal of the Lu family was killed because of his boastful voiced note? Yikes! Everyone jumped like they were dreaming. They all shivered. One should be careful not to boast or they might just die. Losing looked like he had just lost his soul. He rubbed his eyes and triple confirmed before yelling, "Ancestor!" He sounded as miserable as a kid who lost his homeland. It was a pitiful sight. The other Lu family members dropped to the ground and were in despair. The Lu family was over. It was silent. Everyone seemed like they forgot to breathe. They all looked at their fallen dead ancestor. Suddenly, the clouds came together. A powerful aura came from the hole in the sky. Splash! They heard a splash. It seemed like something was coming out from it. A blinding light beamed from the hole. Weak cultivators could not look at it without hurting themselves, and powerful cultivators needed to use their powers to resist the light with every glance. Everyone froze. They felt their skin crawling as fear took over them. Buzz! The clouds visibly swirled around like water going down the drain. All the clouds were sucked into the hole. Suddenly, it was cloudless. The sky seemed to be cloudless like a mirror that had been wiped clean. Zhou Dacheng and Gu Changqing looked at each other. They could see the extreme shock in each other's eyes. Riding on a cloud. This was a legendary move of an immortal. This. Another immortal? After a short while, a huge hand made of clouds reached out from the hole, going straight for the ancestor. The cloud hand grabbed the Lu family ancestor like he was a chick before returning to the hole in the sky. The intention was clear. It was trying to retrieve the dead body of the Lu family ancestor. Everyone stopped functioning. They just stood there dumbfoundedly. However, as the giant cloud hand was retreating into the hole, they felt an overwhelming chill. It was so cold, everyone shivered and snapped out of it. Crackle! Suddenly, layers of ice formed out of thin air. The ice spread instantly. Everyone noticed that the sky was suddenly frozen. They felt thunderstruck when they looked at the cloud hand. The cloud hand was frozen in place, too. A figure in a white dress appeared under the moonlight. She pointed at the cloud hand. Crack! Bang! The giant cloud hand shattered and the dead body of the ancestor fell from the sky. Then, his body was covered in ice, instantly turning him into an ice statue. Daji gracefully walked over to the ice statue and grabbed it. The hole in the sky started to move. It seemed like it was fixing itself. It looked like something from another dimension. The hole was visibly being filled up. An extremely creepy voice came from within it. Immortal, in the immortal realm? Chapter 158, The Expert is Terrifying. A sky full of ice quickly melted away. The hole in the sky was patched up, too. The world was back to what it once was. The cultivators were stiff. A breeze sent a shiver down their spines and chilled their limbs. They only dared to glance at the lady in the white dress with the corner of their eyes. They hurriedly looked away. They did not dare to see what she looked like because they were horrified. That was an immortal. She was different from the Liu family's ancestor. She was an immortal in this realm. Scary, terrifying, horrifying. The Holy Emperor and Zhou Dacheng looked fine because they were mentally prepared. Gu Changqing and the others were as pale as a white paper. They were buzzing as if they were astral projecting. They almost fell to the ground. Gu Changqing had goosebumps all over. His heart raced as he looked at the Holy Emperor. He asked, "This girl. Is she? Is she?" The Holy Emperor smiled awkwardly and nodded. He said, "Yep." Gasp. Gu Changqing and the elders gasped at the same time. They felt their souls ascend. They almost had a mental breakdown. They heard from the Holy Emperor that Liu Rusheng was disrespectful toward a girl next to the expert. That was how he offended the expert. However, they did not expect that this girl was an immortal herself. Holy Mother! Liu Rusheng deserved to die. He was the #1 suicider in the immortal realm, that was for sure. If he was still alive, this information would scare him to death. Thankfully, I didn't help the Liu family explain the situation out of recklessness. Otherwise, Gu Changqing flinched. He did not want to imagine it. He might die. Daji glanced at the dead body in her arms. Then, glanced at the others. She walked away and vanished into the horizon. Gu Changqing and the others heard a voice. "You should know my master's pet peeve by now. Clean up nicely. If you happen to miss something and disturb my master." Humph. Gu Changqing and the others jumped. They quickly bowed in Daji's direction. Everyone sighed in relief when Daji left the scene. The Bigshot left. They could finally breathe normally. Everything seemed to be normal. It was as if what they witnessed was a dream. It was unreal. They went through too much that night. Everything that happened was big news in the immortal realm. The Liu family was under attack. The immortal. The hole in the sky made by the writing. The death of the immortal. Immortal in the immortal realm. It was all too scary. Nobody would believe it. They felt as if they were in the immortal realm during ancient times. They felt that powerful eldritch vibes. The immortal realm had a big storm coming. Losing was on the ground. He was no longer the powerful Liu family master he once was. Instead, he was a weak old man with messy hair. He still had a sparkle in his eyes. He stared Gu Changqing in the eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "Lord Gu, can you please tell me how my son offended the expert?" Gu Changqing sighed and groaned. Then, he softly said, "He catcalled the lady that just walked away." Splurt. Losing spat out another mouthful of blood. He almost fainted from choking. There were tears in his old eyes. Ha! No wonder. He was slightly hysterical. I get it now. This is the end for the Liu family. I should know that arrogance takes you nowhere. What is the Liu family to this realm? Life in this realm was insignificant to the Liu family, but the Liu family was also insignificant to otherworldly beings, right? You were right. We can't be too arrogant in the next life. We offended such an expert. We deserve this elimination. He stopped talking and fell to the ground. He was dead. The Liu family is used to being cocky. They finally met their match. They deserved it. Zhou Dacheng sighed. However, it feels bad to watch the fall of a powerful family. Gu Changqing said, "It's the survival of the fittest here in the immortal realm. What do you think will happen to us without the help of the expert? The journey of a cultivator is truly dangerous." True, thankfully we have the expert. It's our luckiest encounter yet. The Holy Emperor stopped and said respectfully, "I thought the expert did the writing because he wanted to destroy the Liu family. Who would have thought he actually wanted to kill the Liu family ancestor? I was too naive. Naturally. There's no way we could have figured out the expert's schemes, right?" Zhou Dacheng nodded and sighed. "Too bad we lost the writing, though. I didn't even have the chance to analyze it." The Holy Emperor was pissed off. "Lucky you, I didn't even get to look at it much." Zhou Dacheng coughed softly and played the zither. "All right, we have to complete the assignment. I'll kill them all with a song." A violent tune was played above the Liu family. Half an hour later, Gu Changqing and the others ensured there was no one left alive before they fled the scene. There were a few bystander cultivators who remained at the scene. They were lucky that they were still alive after witnessing the crazy night. They had witnessed the fall of an elite family. Gu Changqing was frowning on their way back. His expression kept changing. Zhou Dacheng could not take it anymore. "Lord Gu, what's wrong? Is there a problem?" Gu Changqing said in a serious tone. "Aren't you wondering how the Lu family ancestor managed to transport his figure to the immortal realm? This hasn't happened in 1,000 years." Everyone realized it once he said it. Yeah. Even the ancestor himself was confused. Was something about to happen in this realm? Zhou Dacheng asked, "Lord Gu, do you have any idea what happened? Maybe we can contact the ancestors of the Lingxian Palace." "I had a hunch. I felt like something changed in the realm, as if something was unlocked. I thought I was just imagining it, but now." He took a deep breath and said in disbelief, "I think the bridge to immortality is starting to reconnect." Zhou Dacheng and the Holy Emperor widened their eyes at the same time. They sounded anxious. Reconnect? Gu Changqing was unsure. "It's just a theory. But from the looks of it, it's highly possible." The Holy Emperor flinched. "I think I figured it out." He tried to put his words into a sentence. Then, he said fearfully, "The reconnection of the bridge to immortality is probably the doings of the expert. Think about it. He gave us the writing on purpose so that we could kill the Lu family ancestor. Doesn't that mean he knew about the immortal?" "Indeed." Gu Changqing was baffled. He slightly gasped and said, "Plus, the expert talked about journey to the west at Azureville. He was unsatisfied that the bridge was broken. It's highly possible that he reconnected it." Zhou Dacheng added on, "Also, Daji became an immortal, right? The expert is full of tricks. Fixing the bridge of immortality is a piece of cake to him." Gasp. Everyone gasped simultaneously. The expert was terrifying. Chapter 159, Complimentary Kiss Up. The morning sun rose slowly from the horizon. Li Nianfan was sitting in the courtyard, pouring a cup of tea and savoring it with Daji. There was a chessboard in front of him. The two of them were playing chess. Daji's chess skills had improved significantly. She could defend herself against Li Nianfan for 15 minutes. If Li Nianfan went easy on her, she could handle it for half an hour. It brought a little entertainment to his dull life. Knock knock. Suddenly, there was a light knock on the door. Gu Changqing, the Holy Emperor, and Zhou Dacheng were standing at the door. They looked anxious. They rushed over to visit the expert as soon as they got back. The three elders of Azureville did not tag along as they did not want to disturb the expert. They were no longer cultivating big shots at that moment. They were more like anxious students handing in their assignments. They did not know whether the expert was satisfied or not. Li Nianfan said casually, "Come in." "Here it comes." Gu Changqing and the others felt their hearts tighten and race faster. They looked at each other and reminded themselves of the expert's taboo. They took a deep breath before pushing the door open. Creak. Their footsteps were soft. They threaded in lightly with baby steps. Li Nianfan was slightly taken aback. He thought he would see Qin Manyun and the others. He did not expect that it was the Holy Emperor. He looked at Gu Changqing and felt slightly nervous. This was the Lord of Azureville. He had amazing powers. He saw him cast the demon lockdown spell to seal the demon entrance. The flame pillars left a big impression on Li Nianfan. Opportunity. This was a huge opportunity. Gu Changqing noticed that Li Nianfan was looking at him and he got extremely nervous. He quickly said, "It's nice that Mr. Li's here to be our guest. I'm sorry that we had some matters to settle. Please, forgive us if we were impolite." Li Nianfan instantly had a good impression of Gu Changqing. He did not expect this powerful cultivator to be so humble. It was rare that he was not snobby. His attitude and personality were hard things to come by. No wonder he would volunteer to seal the demon entrance and benefit the world. This man was an esteemed cultivator. Respect. "Lord Gu, you're too courteous. You single-handedly looked after Azureville. You should be a role model for future generations with such spirit." Li Nianfan stood up and said, "Your work is what's important. I'm already a bother here, you shouldn't have gone through the trouble to personally visit me." "You're so modest, Mr. Li. I've heard from my daughter that the food cooked by Mr. Li is fabulous. My children wouldn't exchange it for anything else. I haven't thanked you for your hospitality towards them yet." Gu Changqing laughed and continued, "Also, I love your writing, Mr. Li. The flow is superb. I also thought a lot about your unique understanding of Journey to the West." The Holy Emperor and Zhou Dacheng were baffled. They looked at Gu Changqing and wanted to label him as a teacher's pet. Gu Changqing looked old-fashioned. They did not expect him to be a masterful kiss-up. His words and actions were just right. It did not touch on the taboo, yet he could compliment the expert as much as he wanted to. The balance was just right. He was absolutely the role model of kiss-ups. No wonder he could be a Mahalaya realm cultivator. He must have complimented a lot of people with this skill, right? Surely enough, Li Nianfan smiled and was in a good mood. He glanced at the Holy Emperor and Zhou Dacheng. He complimented the writing because of them. They were the ones who showed off the writing to Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing also collected the 3 paintings. He was a cultured man who loved art and writing. I'm flattered, Lord Gu. 2 can play the complimentary kiss-up game. Li Nianfan smiled and said, it's just for my entertainment. I'm nowhere near your level, Lord Gu. As the saying goes, at worst you're a successful man, at best you're legendary savior. It really describes you, Lord Gu. At worst you are a successful man, at best you are a legendary savior? Gu Changqing and the others were baffled. The phrase seemed easy to understand, but it had a deeper meaning to it. It would have a different meaning every time one thought about it. It could be applied to the basic life of an ordinary man and the ways of a noble saint. The expert was truly an expert. His random quotes were filled with meaning. They pursed their lips and felt their hearts stir. At best your legendary savior. The godlike expert must be up to something important. It instantly reminded them of the changes in this realm. They confirmed it. The bridge to immortality was probably his doings. It must be that the expert could not bear to see the doomed immortal realm. Therefore, he came to this realm to bless the people. All of a sudden, they admired Li Nianfan very much. His character and his level made him a worthy saint. Li Nianfan noticed that they were silent. He asked, how about we drink some tea, everyone? Gu Changqing suddenly snapped out of it and hurriedly said, thanks for the trouble, Mr. Li. No big deal, said Li Nianfan. Daji got up and poured tea for the 3 of them. They carefully held the cup in their hands. Their hair stood on end and their scalps tingled. They were shaking hard even though they were trying their best to control their hands. That was an immortal. It was unreal that an immortal was serving them tea. They took a deep breath and said respectfully, thank you, Mr. Ji. They picked up their teacups and took a sip. The insights came along with the aroma of the tea. It resonated within them, leaving them intoxicated. Li Nianfan felt pleased when he saw their facial expressions. He asked, Lord Gu, what do you think about the tea? It's good. It has a nice smell and it's sweet to the taste. It's fresh and fragrant, too. It's the best tea I've ever tasted, exclaimed Gu Changqing genuinely. Li Nianfan laughed. Looks like Lord Gu's a fan of tea, too. Unfortunately, I came out in a hurry and didn't bring any extra tea leaves with me. Otherwise, I would have left some for you. If Lord Gu's free, you can swing by my place next time. I welcome you to visit, and I'll give you some tea leaves then. Gu Changqing was overjoyed. He almost fainted from the sudden surprise. He blushed and almost laughed out loud. He hurriedly suppressed his emotions and said with a trembling voice, thank you, Mr. Li. I'll visit next time for sure. The Holy Emperor and Zhou Dacheng felt envious. Gu Changqing was good at flattery. Li Nianfan was apparently satisfied with the Azureville hospitality. They had to invite the expert to visit their sect next time. Perhaps they would get a reward if the expert was pleased. The kiss-up Gu Changqing got lucky this time. Chapter 160, Just Simply Paint It. Li Nianfan put down the cup and suddenly said in a sentimental tone, it's been a while since we've been on this trip. The Holy Emperor noticed what Li Nianfan meant and hurriedly said, Mr. Li, our matters have been settled. We can go back anytime now. Oh? Li Nianfan raised his eyebrow slightly. Can we leave today? Zhou Dacheng nodded. Yes, we can, Mr. Li. Mr. Li, how about staying for a few more days? I shall do my best as a host, offered Gu Changqing. No, thanks, Lord Gu. Li Nianfan shook his head. Blackie's still waiting for me back home. I wonder how Blackie's doing. Gu Changqing said, since you've made up your mind, I won't force you to stay. The Holy Emperor and Zhou Dacheng got up and said, we should get packing, Mr. Li. The expert had already made up his mind so naturally, they would not disagree with him. Gu Changqing walked out of the yard and headed straight to the palace. The Gu siblings were there. They welcomed him, father. Gu Changqing quickly asked, Ziyao, how's the progress on that task I gave you? Father, it's done. Gu Ziyao nodded. She hesitated and said, Father, the expert was interested in the divine bead, so I gave it away. Gu Changqing asked, did the expert accept it? Yeah, he did. He seems to like it, answered Gu Ziyao. Good. Good job. Gu Changqing was cheerful. No wonder the expert was so nice to him. Maybe that was the reason. He laughed out loud. Exchanging the divine bead for the expert's favor was worth it. Good job, Ziyao. Gu Ziyao laughed. She took out a bracelet from her storage and said, Father, the expert also looked at this for more than 5 seconds. Gu Changqing took the bracelet and frowned. Just this? Gu Ziyao looked distressed. The expert glanced at a lot of things, but he was mostly just watching the view. Gu Changqing sighed softly. The expert is interested in too few items. Be prepared. Mr. Li's about to leave. Follow me to bid Mr. Li goodbye. Li Nianfan and Daji were done packing. They walked out of the yard. The others were waiting for them at the door. They went to the Azureville Palace. Gu Changqing brought the Gu siblings along with the 3 elders and waited for them. Mr. Li. Gu Changqing stepped forward. He took out the bracelet and said, a small gift for a guest in Azureville. We can't let you go back empty-handed. Please, accept this small token. Li Nianfan laughed and said, Lord Gu, you're too generous. I'm just an ordinary man. How could you give this to me? Gu Changqing said, smiling, this is just crafted art. It isn't a treasure. Crafted art? Li Nianfan was slightly curious. He looked and noticed that the bracelet bore the images of the 3 paintings on it. The black jewel seemed to be an antique statue. The replication of the paintings was alright. The statue got his attention, though. It was well made and quirky, a worthy collection. Gu Changqing was clearly a collector of arts. He could have crafted a better bracelet, but it was nice of him to give him a gift. Suddenly, Li Nianfan felt a bond form between 2 art lovers. Li Nianfan accepted it and said, I appreciate it, Lord Gu. Gu Changqing smiled and said, as long as you like it, Mr. Li. Li Nianfan pondered for a moment. Sigh, it would be shameless of him to just take things and leave. Moreover, he also accepted the compressor. He did not have any treasure on him. However, he had to do something in return. He asked, Lord Gu, you're a fan of art. How about I make you a painting? Dead silence. Everyone stopped breathing at that moment. If one were to watch them closely, one would notice that everyone aside from Li Nianfan was trembling slightly. They were all stiff. They were screaming internally. What's happening? Painting? He's on the move. The expert's on the move. Lucky. Azureville got lucky. The expert's blessing them with paintings. Don't scream, don't scream. Stay calm, stay calm. Oh no, I can't do this anymore. They clenched their fists until their fingernails clawed into their flesh. They were enduring it so they would not blow their tops off. They looked calm on the surface, but in reality, they were going through a lot. Especially Gu Changqing. He almost fainted. He was on cloud 9. He asked with a trembling voice, Ria, really? Mr. Li? Why not? It's just a painting. I'll just simply paint it, said Li Nianfan. Just simply paint it? Everyone twitched at the same time. Yeah. Like the time he simply pierced a hole in the sky. Yeah, right. What would happen if the expert was serious? Li Nianfan asked, do you have a brush and paper? Yes, yes. Gu Changqing nodded continuously. He did not even need to request it. Azureville was working at full speed. They brought him the best painting tools in their treasure vault. They had obtained a lot of unique treasures over the years. The paper was not unique, but it was of high quality. The brush was obtained from a secret border, so it was considered rare. No one had used it before. Li Nianfan tried the brush and said, this brush is nice. Quite decent. Then, he squinted and wondered for a moment. What should he paint? He thought of the 3 paintings in Azureville. They represented immortals, demons, and creatures. Immortals looked human. Li Nianfan did not want to paint that. Demons were too depressing. He did not want to paint that either. He should paint an awesome creature. He was not sure whether this creature existed or not. Whatever. Paintings could be abstract anyway. Nobody cared if it was realistic or not. He opened his eyes and started painting. Everyone watched him without blinking. Li Nianfan was overpoweringly amazing. Bam! The tip of the brush touched the paper. Li Nianfan had a golden halo around him. The light started from the tip of the brush. Then, it surrounded Li and Fan. It was like sunlight. It was blinding. They could not look at him directly. Then, the temperature began to rise as if they were in a large furnace. Thankfully, the heat was harmless. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly evaporated into thin air. This. Everyone had goosebumps. The way that he was painting could destroy this realm. How scary and terrifying. Li and Fan finally stopped painting. The others were still in utter shock. The golden light started to fade. Everyone sighed in relief and looked at the painting excitedly. They saw a painting of a black, three-legged crow. It was squatting in a halo, and it seemed to be looking at them. Chapter 161, Three-Legged Golden Crow, The Secret of Ancient Times. Vroom. It was merely a painting, but the black crow ignited the greatest pride in the world while exuding a surge of extremely terrifying power over everyone. The sight of the crow shocked them so much that they almost fell on their knees to worship the painting. Meanwhile, there seemed to be an illusion of a massive flame engulfing the world, scorching everything in its path. So frightening. They jumped and hastily looked away from the painting. The three-legged crow was strange-looking, but they could not feel even the slightest hint of demon spirit in it. Instead, they felt a sense of extravagance. Gu Changqing could not help but ask, "Mr. Li, is that a demon in the painting?" "You don't know it?" Li Nianfan was shocked at first. Then, he nodded. "It's called a three-legged golden crow. It can be considered as a demon." Three-legged golden crow? Golden crow? Did that not symbolize the sun? The crowd could not help but frown. They recalled the strange scene of Li Nianfan when he was painting. A scalp-itching guess appeared in their heads. They could not help but slowly turn their gazes back to the painting with cautiousness. It was not until then when they realized that behind the three-legged crow, a halo that seemed to have been nonchalantly painted with a brush was a red sun. Indeed, a red sun. With just a look, they could feel the red sun emitting a burning glow, extremely hot. The Holy Emperor bit his tongue and asked, "Mr. Li, does this golden crow symbolize the sun?" "Indeed, it does." Li Nianfan nodded. "This is the son of the East Emperor, a golden crow with 3 legs, symbolizing the flying sun. The Emperor and his wife gave birth to 10 golden crows just like this one." "East Emperor? Sun Crow? And they made 10 of these powerful beings?" The audience struggled to breathe as their hearts raced rapidly. They found this information impossible to imagine. The secret of ancient times. It must have been the secret of ancient times. They all looked at Li Nianfan without blinking. Anyone could feel their desire to learn more. "Continue speaking, hurry." As expected, the people in the immortal realm enjoy listening to mythology. Perhaps this has to do with their obsession and desire in becoming immortals. "If I stop now, they'll go crazy for sure. Well, I'll make it short," Li Nianfan thought to himself. He then explained, the 10 sons were the suns. They lived outside the East Sea. Originally, each of them would run up to the sky in turns to perform their duty of shining light onto the ground, and therefore, allowing people to live happily with plenty of sunlight. One day, the 10 sons were feeling mischievous and ran up into the sky all at the same time. Li Nianfan paused and secretly stole a glance at the faces of his audience. He saw that all of them looked shocked and impressed. He felt good about it. Qin Manyun took a deep breath and sighed in awe. 10 suns? Everyone else gulped and looked up at the sun above them. It was hard to imagine how painful it would be if 3 suns were to appear above them. They wanted to ask Li Nianfan to hurry and continue with his story. Luckily their last traces of rationality forced them to swallow their words. They could only wait in silence for the expert to continue. Li Nianfan did not make them wait for too long. He continued, the 10 suns came out at the same time, burning the crops and trees, and suffocating the villagers and all living beings. Luckily, a man named Ho Yi appeared. He was a skilled bowman. He came to the East Sea and climbed a high mountain to shoot down the 9 suns. They all fell from the sky, one after another. Finally, only 1 sun was left in the sky. Gasp. The crowd could feel their souls trembling. They did not dare to believe what they just heard. They came up with many different possibilities, such as someone negotiating with the suns, the emperor bringing the suns back, or even the possibility that the suns became tired from playing and went home. The only possibility they did not come up with was that someone would shoot down the suns. This was beyond their imaginations. These were the suns. The high-up suns. Even by looking up at it, one would feel its immense pressure. How could they be shot down by a man? Not to mention, he shot down 9 suns in a row. How powerful was this man? Alright, I'll stop here. If I continue, the story will get too long. Enlightened smiled. It's just a story though, so don't treat it as reality. He only wanted the receivers to receive a meaningful painting. Hence, Enlightened told them the story to let them know what it was all about. If not, he would not have said anything. After using a classic story to add meaning to it, this painting instantly seemed more valuable. His audience seemed unsatisfied. Their breathing was still rapid. They were unable to calm down for a long while. We're fools if we don't treat it as reality. This obviously isn't just a story. It must have been something Mr. Lee experienced. If not, how would he be able to paint this three-legged golden crow? Without a doubt, that man must have been a big shot during the ancient times if he could shoot down the suns. Of course, the story will be too long if it's about ancient times. Mr. Lee's probably unwilling to continue because he doesn't want to recall the memories of his experience. Just like us, once we recall the past, we get nostalgic. Mr. Lee must have seen way too many things. He probably stopped feeling emotions for a long time. No wonder he wanted to pretend to be an ordinary man. They wanted to hear more about this ancient time, but if the expert was unwilling to continue, they would not insist. They could only stand by his side in silence. Enlightened said, "This three-legged golden crow can be considered as the king of the demons. I hope you like it." "I like it. I like it very much. Thank you for giving this to me, Mr. Lee." Gu Changqing nodded hastily. He almost cried from the excitement. He reached out cautiously, accepting the painting with his trembling hands. Gu Ziyao, her brother, and the three elders of the Azureville shivered. They felt as if their brains could crash anytime. They were getting rich. The Azureville was getting rich. This was a painting done by the expert, a painting of the sun. That was a priceless painting. Even the immortals would treat this as the most precious item. So precious. This was beyond imagination. They could all faint from the excitement at any given time. As for the others like the Holy Emperor, they were so envious. They wanted to glue their eyes onto the painting. Unfortunately, they had to act as if they were happy for Gu Changqing while their hearts were bleeding. Sigh, so difficult. Bootlicker. Once they got home, they would work harder to improve the art of bootlicking. Seeing that Gu Changqing was pleased, Enlightened smiled and nodded. "I'm glad you like it. All right, I won't disturb you any further. Goodbye. I'll walk you out." Gu Changqing walked Enlightened to the high tower and watched him leave with the skyship. Enlightened stood on the skyship while waving at them. He could not help smiling happily. They are so polite and generous in giving gifts. How rare. Chapter 162, Everything as It Was. Enlightened stood on the skyship as he watched the scenery below him drift away. Gradually, they were hidden by a fluffy white cloud. He looked rather emotional. This feeling was similar to one returning from a vacation. Rather nostalgic. Besides the minor unpleasant incident that happened during the trip, this was overall a pleasant trip that opened his eyes. He made some new friends and developed closer relationships with the cultivators. It seemed that the teachings from the system were not useless after all. At least he could look slightly more presentable in front of the cultivators. He was probably the most successful ordinary man in this immortal realm. He wondered how Blackie was doing over the past few days. Inside the four-part architecture, it was no longer quiet like the ordinary days. A tumultuous noise came from within. A seven-tailed fox was running on the treadmill, almost out of breath. Its four short limbs moved rapidly as its fur stood on ends, dancing wildly in the air. If one looked closely, one could see a golden light emitting from its buttock. Its eighth tail was getting more visible. Xiao Bei was recording the stats beside the fox. The little fox's progress isn't too bad at all. It seems that I can turn the speed up a notch. The little fox was instantly terrified. It screamed in a high-pitched voice, "No, I can't do it anymore." The reply it got was the machine buzzing louder. Vroom. The treadmill sped up so much that its movement became a blur. In fact, the word moving was no longer applicable to its speed. There were even sparks in the air due to friction. The little fox screamed. Its skin hardened as it almost turned into a little hedgehog. Its four limbs were flying in the air, no longer visible. Finally, the four limbs turned into two. Its body straightened as it seemingly ran on two limbs. It ran with gritted teeth. Its tiny face looked nervous. "Look at you, that's not bad at all. Potential needs to be forced," Xiao Bei commented nonchalantly by the side. "Do you know why I'm training you to run?" The little fox's eyeballs looked at Xiao Bei, unable to speak at all. Xiao Bei said with a serious tone, "Because, you'll understand in the future." The little fox's chest tightened up and it almost spat out blood. Its body tensed up and almost shot out from the treadmill. On the other side, the wild boar demon was in its original form. It was hanging on a grill while the dragon fire pearl spat out fierce flames beneath it, grilling the boar. Its fur was thoroughly burned along with its body that burned bright red, especially its buttock. It was starting to turn black. A burnt smell wafted into the air as the boar cried out miserably, "Bigshot, please, let me go, Bigshot. Gentler, please, could you stop burning my buttock?" Blackie sniffed. You're getting burned." The wild boar demon instantly smiled humbly. "Yes, Lord Dog, may I humbly request Lord Dog to flip me around? It's time to burn the front." Blackie let out an extremely friendly smile. "I'm afraid not. You have to hang in there. If you're cooked, I'll have no choice but to eat roasted pig with tears in my eyes." Meanwhile, Xiao Bei walked over. After recording some data, it said calmly, "The flame can still be turned up a notch. Also, remember to add some cumin." Beside the wild boar demon, a green giant python was frozen in a giant ice cube. Xiao Bei asked nonchalantly, "Are you dead yet? If you're still alive, move your eyeballs." After a moment, the green python's eyelids twitched with difficulty. "Wow. You can still move. Ice crystal, you'll have to work harder." In the corner of the four-part architecture, the black bear demon was cutting up wood with the fallen demon's sword in its hands. Its thick bear palm was torn open with most of its fur rubbed away from the friction. Its eyes were watery. Just as it was about to complain, it noticed the other three demons' punishment and quickly shrunk back its head. It did not dare to make another sound and continued cutting up the wood quickly. Suddenly, Blackie looked up in high alert. Its face looked different as it sniffed the air again. "Master's coming back." The entire four-part architecture fell into a dead silence. The active dragon fire pearl halted midair as if it was struck by lightning. Xiao Bei quickly walked out of the four-part architecture and swiftly walked back. "Master's really coming back. Hurry, everyone back to your positions." As it spoke, it picked up the little fox that was still running on the treadmill and tossed it aside. Swiftly after, it turned off the machine and quickly pushed it back into the room. After that, a robotic voice spoke, "Butler Xiao Bei's online. Master's at the foot of the mountain. Everyone, please, hurry up." The dragon fire pearl rolled back to its position beside the pile of wood. The fallen demon's sword flew out from the black bear demon's hands and returned to the dragon fire pearl's side. Instantly, a loud noise was heard coming from the backyard, along with some moaning and complaining. "Lord Dog, how could you do that? Why didn't you tell us earlier about the master coming back? Do you think master's whereabouts are so easily traced? I can't even predict it. If it wasn't for my nose, none of you would have been able to tell even if our master's outside the gate. Hurry. Stop bickering. Right, put down the boar. And the snake. Hurry and unfreeze it." The wild boar demon had its buttocks burnt while the green python demon had its body frozen. They both fell to the floor, unable to move. Blackie opened its mouth and sucked in vigorously. Instantly, all the sundries and the smell in the air were sucked in and cleared up. Blackie glanced at the four demons arrogantly and said calmly, "Whoever doesn't make it out of the yard by the time our master gets in will become his dinner tonight." The four demons jumped and shivered. They used whatever energy they had left to run and crawl out of the yard. Li Nianfan and Daji walked up the familiar path as a sense of familiarity overwhelmed him. Home was always better than a hotel. Not to mention, his home was so well made. Home sweet home. He quickened his pace and walked up the mountain. Meanwhile, a black dog ran out from the woods toward Li Nianfan. Woof. 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 Blackie ran toward Li Nianfan's feet. Just like the time he left, Blackie licked his boots with its tails wagging quickly. "Ha ha ha. Blackie, you missed me, eh?" Li Nianfan laughed. "Were you a good boy at home?" Blackie nodded vigorously. Soon, the four-part architecture appeared in sight. Click. The door swung open and Xiao Bei walked out from the house. It bowed like a gentleman and greeted, "Welcome home, master." "Xiao Bei. Long time no see." Li Nianfan smiled and nodded. He walked into the four-part architecture and glanced around. Everything was as it was with the same familiar scent. It seemed that the courtyard had been very quiet when he was away. It felt as if he had never left. This feeling was so great. Chapter 163, The Ordinary Man No Longer Have Desires? Blackie, I brought back a new toy. Nannan Fan smiled and took out the divine bead, playing around with it in his hands. This is called a compressor. You're lucky enough to get to taste the happiness of drinking Fanta. With that, he turned to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei, I'll show you how the compressor works. It's useful and voice-controlled as well. You'll be in charge of making the Fanta. Xiao Bei nodded seriously. Yes, my master. Don't worry, my master. Nannan Fan and Daji rushed home. Now, they could finally rest. He sat beneath the pavilion in his reclining chair languidly as he enjoyed the peaceful afternoon. After resting for a while, Nannan Fan felt refreshed. He recalled that he brought back other stuff besides the divine bead. He took out the statue and the 3 paintings. The 3 paintings were nothing special. Nannan Fan did not want to bin them even though he thought lowly of them since it was given to him as a kind gesture. Therefore he simply placed them aside. As for the statue, he found it intriguing. Nannan Fan admired it in his hand. Its dark shade and terrifying look were pretty intimidating. It seemed like a demon from the immortal realm. He wondered what material this statue was made of. It did not seem like wood or ceramic. It was cold to the touch but not too hard. The carving technique was not bad. Who would have thought that the immortal realm had someone so skilled in carving? After examining it for a while, Nannan Fan simply placed this new toy on his table, using it as a piece of decoration. The sky turned dark gradually. Nannan Fan and Daji had a simple dinner, played a few rounds of chess, then went to bed. After a long day of traveling, he was tired. He deserved a good rest. Nannan Fan laid in his bed and stretched, moaning with pleasure. As expected, his bed at home was the best. It was so comfortable that he fell asleep almost instantly. Hoot! In the woods, the hooting of an owl was heard, making the night seem rather quiet. The night sky was getting darker. In the darkness, the statue looked like a demon with open jaws, ready to devour its victim. A terrifying sight. Suddenly, the silent statue jolted slightly. Swiftly after, a black smoke hovered around it. The black smoke stood out even against the dark sky. It grew thicker, covering the bottom of the statue until it eventually surrounded the entire statue. The black smoke was like a strong current washing directly into the statue. The statue's eyes lit up with a flash of black light. What did my pet experience in this realm that made it so terrified? It's so terrified that it's still in a half-dead state. What happened? Who could do such a thing in this realm? The black smoke boiled from within the statue. However, it's not too bad. Since there's still a hint of demonic spirit left in this statue, the mighty Lord Yucha will be able to use it as a portal to this ordinary realm. I'll be able to recruit a few demonic followers to work for me. Instantly, the color of the statue turned darker. The next day, the sunlight shone through the trees and into the yard of the 4-part architecture, casting shadows on the ground. Click. With a soft click, Nannan Fan opened the door and walked out of his room. He faced the sunlight with a smile. The start of a brand new day. Daji was arranging the flowers in the yard. She smiled. Good morning, Mr. Li. Good morning, Daji, Nannan Fan greeted. After being away for so long, I wonder how the fallen immortal town is doing. Why don't we have breakfast there today? I know a stall that sells nice buns. Daji walked forward to help Nannan Fan straighten his slightly wrinkled collar. She smiled. I'll follow you. I knew you'd say that. Nannan Fan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Let's go, then. We can walk around as well. He glanced at the statue on the table suspiciously. Daji, did you move the statue in the morning? No. Daji shook her head. Nannan Fan frowned and mumbled, strange. I remember it was facing the door. Why is it facing my bedroom door now? Perhaps he remembered wrongly. Nannan Fan could not help holding it in his hand and examining it closely. It seemed a shade darker than yesterday. Weird. Nannan Fan sighed. Things in this immortal realm are indeed different. So mysterious. Who knows, it might be a little treasure after all. Meanwhile, a dark glow lit up from within the statue. Following that, black smoke oozed out, surrounding Nannan Fan's hands. Yucha was delighted. Who would have thought that she would instantly run into an ordinary man right upon her arrival? How lucky. She could easily turn this ordinary man into her follower. In turn, this ordinary man could help her recruit more followers. What a marvelous plan. She could not wait any longer. She used the 3 deadly curses in one go. Young man, do you want to be invincible? To stand at the peak of the world? Young man, do you want unlimited wealth and pretty ladies? Young man, do you want revenge on those who once looked down on you? However, the reply she got was a long silence. The man did not even change his expression. She jolted slightly. She was perplexed. What happened? No reaction? This man had no desires? Boring. So boring. I, the mighty Lord Yucha, have lived over 10,000 years. Yet, I've never met such a boring ordinary man. Whatever, this man is useless. Luckily, there's a woman beside him. I'll have to lower my standards and try her instead. Young lady, do you want beauty that can turn people crazy? Young lady, do you want to stand at the peak of the world? Young lady, do you want unlimited romance and the ability to kill all the douchebags in the world? Daji merely threw a glance at the statue and looked away. There was not a hint of reaction on her face either. I failed again? Yucha's mind was buzzing with disbelief. Perhaps after being absent from this ordinary realm all these years, the ordinary people no longer have any desires. Whatever. Whatever. What a boring couple. She would not recruit boring people like them as her followers. She turned to her next target and caught sight of Blackie, who was resting beside Nannan. Better than nothing. I'll take the dog then. Hey, black dog, do you want to become the winner among the dogs? Do you want to become the legendary dog with the prettiest mates? Chapter 164, Surrounded by Bigshots. However, Blackie did not even bother looking at her. It merely turned away and faced her with its buttock, wagging its tail slowly from left to right as if mocking her. Humph? Nannan halted slightly. He looked at the statue in his hand with suspicion. This statue seems to be moving. Did it just vibrate? Whatever. He did not care anymore. Nannan put the statue down. Daji, let's go. It's still early, so let's hurry and grab our breakfast. Daji nodded. Okay. The two of them eventually left the four-part architecture and walked down the mountain. Blackie, remember to guard the house. Nannan's voice was heard coming from outside as he walked away. Walking away, he felt rather guilty somehow. Before he met Daji, he would bring Blackie along with him everywhere he went, but now? Would love vanish? Inside the four-part architecture. The statue vibrated again, and a puff of black smoke appeared in the air. The demonic spirit appeared in sight. Even the eyes of the statue turned bright red. She growled in a deep voice with anger, "Stupid dog. I'll give you one more chance to take the opportunity of becoming the best dog in the world. Are you taking it or not?" Blackie turned over and its lips curled into a mocking smile. "Do you know who you're talking to? I'll give you another chance to speak to me properly." "Ha! So, you're a dog demon, eh?" Yucha was shocked at first. Then, her anger turned into laughter. "It's been too long, at least 1,000 years since someone dared to speak to me so rudely. Who would have thought that the first would be a mere dog demon in this ordinary realm? Do you even know who you're talking to? Well, you asked for it, so don't blame me." Black smoke shot out from the statue, transforming into the shape of a black palm that reached out to grab Blackie. "Whatever, it's time for you to face reality as well." Blackie stood at the same spot and shook its head arrogantly. It raised its paw and swatted the black palm away as if slapping someone. Smash! A force appeared out of thin air, crashing towards Yucha. Following the powerful force, the black palm instantly dissipated, flying out along with the statue. Bam! The statue fell onto the floor as the black smoke seemed to shake vigorously. It was apparent that Yucha was agitated. She had countless question marks in her head. She was caught off guard and was still unable to accept this reality. Did I just get hit by an ordinary dog demon in this ordinary realm? I didn't even have a chance to defend myself? What breed of dog demon was this? Yucha took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She could not help glancing around at her surroundings. She narrowed her eyes instantly. Next to her was the fallen demon sword. Yucha was delighted. She did not expect to meet a helper here. Indeed, life was full of surprises. She said hastily, "Sword demon, come out. This dog demon is unordinary. Let's work together and we might stand a chance at winning." Vroom. The fallen demon sword emitted a glow. Swiftly after, the sword Buddhist in robes appeared in sight, hands clasped together. He looked at Yucha with a compassionate look as he spoke calmly, "Amitabha, Yucha. Since you're an old acquaintance of mine, I can help you beg for Lord Dog's mercy and teach you Buddhism." What was that about? Yucha felt that her worldview had been challenged over and over again today. She could not help asking, "Sword Demon, what are you wearing? You've turned to Buddhism? Have you forgotten that we're from the demon realm?" The Sword Buddhist said, "Yucha, my friend, heed my warning. Please, look around you." Look around? What was there to see? Yucha pouted in disdain and glanced around half-heartedly. With a simple glance, she was thrown off guard. She went blank as a chill penetrated her. Somehow, she had been surrounded. Was this the Dragon Fire Pearl? Tiantian bells? Gasp. 1,000-year black ice? Ice crystal? Preaching pearl? Divine bead? Even though she had been to many impressive fights, she shivered under their gazes. Somehow, she had been surrounded by so many Bigshots. What immortal place was this? Was this not the ordinary realm? Was this the immortal land? Yucha panicked. She could feel her scalp itching as she cried out in a trembling voice, "Hurry! Sword Demon, we can work together. Perhaps we can still escape. Quick!" The Sword Buddhist shook his head. "I've changed my name to Sword Buddhist. Not only am I not leaving with you, but I'm also going to convert you. Do you want to take the initiative to be converted, or do you want me to make you? It seems that you've gone crazy. It was always us luring others. Who would have thought that you'd be lured by others? This is so disappointing," Yucha said in disdain. "If I were you, I'd rather die as the most determined defender of the demon realm." The Sword Buddhist's face sank as he clasped his palms together. "If that's the case, have a taste of my heavenly dragon." Fallen Immortal Town. Li Nianfan and Daji walked along the street, looking at the familiar and friendly passers-by. Soon, they arrived at a breakfast stall. The stall was not big, but its business was good. Customers were coming and leaving, filling up space. A puff of smoke emanated from the stall, adding some heat to the morning air of the fallen immortal town. "Boss, bring me a plate of soup dumplings and 2 bowls of tofu pudding." "Hey, Mr. Li." Seeing Li Nianfan, the owner of the stall instantly smiled in surprise. "What brings you here today?" Li Nianfan smiled. "I'm just too lazy to make breakfast at home. Your business is doing good." The owner said with gratitude, "Thanks to the pointers you gave me. You taught me how to make the dough and tofu pudding. I must say that these are more delicious than what you can find anywhere else. I'll always remember your teaching." "I was just saying, don't take it to heart." Li Nianfan waved it off. "Is there an empty table?" "Yes. Of course." The owner instantly led Li Nianfan to the pavilion. After searching around, he said, "Ergu, is your butt so big that you need a table all to yourself? Go and join and use table and let Mr. Li have your table." "Zhang Liu. I'm doing this for Mr. Li. I wouldn't move if it was for anyone else." Ergu scoffed as he moved away. He smiled at Li Nianfan. "Mr. Li, please, sit." Li Nianfan smiled and made a grateful gesture with his hands. "Thank you." Ergu waved it off. "You are welcome. An uncultured man like myself is always impressed by a cultured man like you. Not long ago, I went home late because I went to listen to your storytelling of Journey to the West. My wife scolded me for that." Ha ha ha. A few others joined in to laugh at Ergu. Someone added, "Mr. Li, you're too humble. How rare it is to see you out with your partner. Of course, Ergu should give you the table." Chapter 165, Destruction and Rebirth. Li Nianfan and Daji sat down. Soon, a plate full of soup dumplings and 2 bowls of tofu pudding were brought to the table. The fragrance washed over their faces and drifted into the air, making one feeling hungry. Yum! A bite of the soup dumpling with a mouthful of tofu pudding warmed one's body up instantly while getting rid of the morning chill with immense relief. Meanwhile, the owner brought a few more plates to the table. There were some cooked eggs and other light dishes. He smiled and said, "Mr. Li, my treat." Li Nianfan could not help smiling. "Boss, you're too kind." The owner said instantly, "How could you say that? My business is doing so great all because of you. I hope you'll come and visit me more so I can learn more from you. Perhaps my son could become a cultured man and bring glory to the family." Ha ha ha. "Surely." Li Nianfan laughed. He asked with a curious tone, "Boss, I heard people talking about a thunderbolt. Did something happen?" "Mr. Li, don't you know?" The owner gasped. He then continued, "Last night, a thunderbolt struck the old tree by the gate of the fallen immortal town, cutting it into half." Li Nianfan frowned. The owner sighed and continued, The old tree has been here for a few generations. I remember climbing up the trees when I was young. Who would have thought that a thunderbolt would cut the tree into half? People who witnessed it said that the thunderbolt was as thick as the opening of a bowl. How rare. Li Nianfan asked, "Is it the old tree by the east gate?" The owner said, "Yeah. However, I find it strange how the old tree fell without crushing anyone even though its stem was so thick. It didn't even crush any building at all. Some are saying that this old tree has spirits within it." "Boss, do you have any alcohol?" Li Nianfan asked out of the blue. "Yes, Mr. Li. Just a moment." After a moment, the owner secretly took out a bottle of wine from the bottom of his stall. "My special wine. I take a sip or two every once in a while. Keep it. However, it's not healthy to drink this in the morning." Li Nianfan smiled. "I know. Thanks for telling me." "It's nothing." The owner smiled. Li Nianfan wiped his mouth. "Daji, are you full?" Daji nodded. Li Nianfan placed some silvers on the table and stood up. "Let's go." It was not long after that the owner called out after them. "Mr. Li, your silver." "No, your silver." Li Nianfan replied cheekily. He was in a good mood. He held the bottle of wine in his hand as he walked toward the east gate. Daji asked, "Mr. Li's going to see the old tree?" "Yeah." Li Nianfan nodded. "The tree's quite old. I was impressed by it when I first saw it. Who could have seen this coming?" They passed by the long street and crossed a bridge opposite a marketplace. Soon, the two of them arrived at the east side of the town. Although it happened yesterday, there were still many people gathering by the tree today. Everyone was filled with emotion and regret as they talked inside around the tree. Most of them were elders and children. "This tree's over 1,000 years old. It has been here since my great-grandfather's era. Sigh, what a pity. Out of so many places, the thunderbolt struck this old tree. Do you know that there's been so much thunder and lightning lately? My son travels for business and he said that there have been thunderbolt incidents in many other places recently, especially in the mountain area. Though there wasn't a cloud in the sky, you could still hear the thunderclaps." Li Nianfan stood by the side, listening in on the conversation as he observed the gigantic old tree. The roots of the old tree had grown out of the ground, growing along the uneven ground and forming a network-like path under the people's feet. The trunk of the tree was extremely thick. It looked like it would require at least 10 adults to carry it. The most stunning part of all was how the thick trunk was split vertically. Both sides of the trunk fell in two different directions, blocking the pathway. There was also a burnt spot in the middle of the trunk. One could tell from the remains how glorious the old tree was. Li Nianfan could not help reaching out to touch the fallen trunk. It had a rough texture with detailed veins. It was as if he was tracing its old age. He glanced around and his gaze fell on a spot. At the center of the burned spot, a new seedling had sprouted. It was eye-catching against the burnt patch, hinting at the coexistence between destruction and rebirth. Instantly, Li Nianfan smiled with delight. "Old tree, if you have a spirit in you, let me make a toast to you. I hope you'll get back on your feet and receive a new life." Li Nianfan took a sip of the wine and then tilted the bottle, pouring the wine over its roots. Being in the immortal realm, Li Nianfan did not find it strange for trees to develop spirits from cultivation. Regardless if it had a spirit inside it or not, it earned his respect for shielding the town from wind and rain for so many years, and that its death did not harm anyone. Just as Li Nianfan was ready to leave, a familiar sound was heard. "Mr. Li?" Li Nianfan halted. "Fish stall owner?" The man was indeed the fishmonger from the fish stall. Li Nianfan smiled. "Not selling fish at your stall today? I was thinking of buying 2 fishes from you. I came here to have a look. If Mr. Li would like to buy some fish, follow me." The fishmonger was in a good mood today. He smiled and said, "Now that the demon in the clear moon lake has been killed, I have all kinds of fishes now. I'm sure you'll be satisfied." "Huh?" Li Nianfan was surprised. "The demon has been killed?" "Yeah. Let me tell you something, I was almost eaten by the demon." The fishmonger said, face flushed red with excitement. "The demon was so scary, way beyond your imagination. It was an abalone bigger than a man. It opened its mouth and almost sucked me in entirely. So terrifying. I was lucky to have come across some cultivators descending from above. They saved my life when I was a split second away from death. You've no idea how dangerous it was. I was 0.1 centimeters away from the abalone demon." The fishmonger gestured widely with his hands as he described his experience. Li Nianfan smiled without speaking. Abalone demon? Was it not the abalone that Chinmanyun and Luo Shiyu brought over the other day? He looked at the fishmonger strangely as he thought to himself, you were almost eaten by an abalone demon. I ate the abalone demon. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. Chapter 166, Yao Mengji's Last Words. After buying 2 big carps from the fish stall, Li Nianfan walked around the town with Daji. They bought some daily necessities before going home. On the way home, Li Nianfan could not help looking up at the sky with a worried look. Daji, do you think there have been more thunderclaps recently? After a moment of thought, Daji said, indeed. It seems like there have been some changes recently. Li Nianfan's expression grew even more worried. He remembered how the sky changed abruptly in Azureville. There were frequent thunderclaps there, too. How terrifying. Not to mention, it was because of the thunderstorms that he decided to bring Daji home. It seemed that thunder and lightning were a frequent occurrence in this immortal realm. Li Nianfan asked, do you think the thunder will strike our house? Daji looked at Li Nianfan and then looked up at the sky. I think, it's unlikely? We can't leave it to chance. Ordinary people like us must live cautiously in this immortal realm. Li Nianfan shook his head. We live at the top of the mountain with trees surrounding us. That makes us prime targets of a thunderstrike. I must think of some precautions when we get home. Li Nianfan frowned as he started to brainstorm ideas. The most straightforward way to deal with thunderstorms was to use a lightning rod. However, the key material in making a lightning rod was galvanized wire. Making it was not too complicated. He merely needed to find some ordinary metal and melt them into one. Now that he had a lighter at home, he should be able to make it. He had to return to the town to buy some metal equipment. Li Nianfan picked up his pace so he could start making the lightning rod. The sooner the safer. At the Lingxian Palace, Chinmanyun and the 4 elders were guarding a stone wall with worried looks. Vroom. Suddenly, the stone wall moved and Yao Mengji walked out. Teacher. Sect Master. Everyone's eyes lit up as they walked toward him. However, when they laid eyes on Yao Mengji, the smiles on their faces stiffened. Yao Mengji looked worn out. His hair was messed up and his eyes had sunk in like an aged elder, looking weak and feeble. He looked nothing like before. Chinmanyun's eyes turned red instantly. Trembling, she said, Teacher, you. Yao Mengji waved it off. Speak no further. I don't have many days left. This. Everyone felt as if they were struck by lightning. Zhou Dacheng frowned and said hastily, Yao Liaotu, don't speak nonsense. What are you doing? How could you say such a thing? Chinmanyun added, yeah, teacher. Haven't you already passed the interrogation of insights? Bad timing. Bad timing. Yao Mengji smiled bitterly as he shook his head. Now that there are massive changes in the world, I sensed during my interrogation of insights that the natural tribulation I need to endure is at least double the usual danger. Double. How am I going to survive it? Everyone's eyes narrowed as their hearts sank a little. Double? How could it be? They did not doubt what he said. Normally, cultivators could sense impending danger. Since it came to Yao Mengji during his interrogation of insights, it was unlikely to be a mistake. I'd like to know why, too. Yao Mengji said with a desperate look. He complained, I got this far, yet something like this happens during my cross-tribulation. What am I supposed to do? Everyone gasped with their mouths wide open. They did not know what to say. The thought of doubling the danger was scary to even think about. How could it be? Whatever. That's fate. Yao Mengji waved it off as he turned to Chinmanyun. Did you present yourself well when I was in the retreat? I hope you didn't piss the expert off. Of course, we didn't piss him off. However, quite a lot happened. Instantly, Chinmanyun recomposed her emotions and told Yao Mengji everything that happened from head to toe, as if she was telling a story. Yao Mengji looked like an ordinary elderly man, smiling as he listened to her story. He nodded and shook his head from time to time. Half a day had passed when Chinmanyun finished her story. Yao Mengji's face changed along with Chinmanyun's description, sometimes smiling and nodding with satisfaction, sometimes sighing with regret. When she mentioned the Lu family, his face became serious. How dare the Lu family offend the expert? They must be destroyed. What a pity that I was in the retreat. If not, I would have gone and destroyed them myself. When he heard about the descent of an immortal, he was stunned. There are indeed big changes in the world. My natural tribulation is probably related to this as well. I wonder what the future will hold. When he heard that the expert gave Azurville a painting, his eyes filled with admiration as he gasped. Azurville got lucky. Gu Changqing must be so happy that his jaw must be sore from smiling. Finally, he looked at Qin Manyun and praised her. "Manyun, your recent improvement is very obvious. You've deciphered most of the expert's clues. Ha ha ha. You're my best student after all. However, there are some parts where your understanding is still too shallow," Yao Mengji said to Qin Manyun. As the expert said, "At worst you are a successful man, at best you are a legendary savior." That was obviously him reminding us. What he meant was that as long as we're doing enough, he won't let us down. For example, the expert must have been impressed by how Azurville sealed the entrance of the demon realm, so he rewarded them with a painting. Qin Manyun and the elders looked impressed. "You're so right. Thank you for your teaching. In this world, we must learn as we live and help others if we can. Just because we came across the expert, it doesn't mean we'll be trouble-free. We need to keep working for the expert. If we don't share our capabilities with those in need, we will be disposed of by the expert." Yao Mengji pointed out to them as if speaking his last words. "When I'm no longer here, the Lingxian Palace will rely on all of you. Now that the world's changing, you'll need to be more cautious than ever." The four elders looked depressed as they said in unison, "Don't worry, we'll do our best to uphold the Lingxian Palace forever." Qin Manyun looked at her teacher, who seemed to have aged instantly. She bit her tongue and said in a low voice, "Teacher, why don't we go and ask the expert? He must have a way to help." "No need." Yao Mengji shook his head without hesitation. "The expert has helped us enough. If I do so, I'll be disrupting his peace. Even if the expert is willing to help me, I'm too ashamed to ask for his help. And if it offended the expert, the Lingxian Palace might be shut down because of me. Don't be too upset. Death is beyond our grasp. Before I go, I'll go and bid the expert farewell one last time." Chapter 167, The Expert is So Nice to Me. The next day, countless traveling lights shot out from the Lingxian Palace and arrived at the foot of a mountain. Yao Mengji looked up and said, "You don't have to follow me. Since it's a farewell, I'll go alone." "Teacher, we'll wait for you here." Qin Manyun bit her tongue and said with a hopeful tone, "I think the expert is kind. Perhaps he might be willing to save you if he sees that you're sincere." "Hopefully." Yao Mengji smiled and walked up the mountain. He did not say things that would hurt Qin Manyun. The truth was that he knew clearly how difficult it would be to ask the expert for help. It was almost impossible. The expert was living as an ordinary man. Why would he make an exception for an insignificant person like him? Furthermore, unless one was a godly figure, a natural tribulation like this was impossible to avoid. Sha. One step at a time, he stepped on the leaves as he walked up the mountain. The autumn leaves fell to the ground just like Yao Mengji's heart, dried up and lonely. He lowered his head with watery eyes. He did not expect to be walking up the mountain in such a bad state. Perhaps, this was his last time coming here. His steps were heavier than usual, like an aged elderly. Every step came with deep and distant memories. Usually, the journey ended quickly. However, it was unusually long today. After some time, the familiar sight of the four-part architecture finally appeared. Hopefully the expert will save me after all. Even though he knew it was impossible, Yao Mengji could not let go of that last hint of hope in him. Nobody wanted to die, especially him. He walked forward, raised his hand, and knocked on the door. Knock. 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 Yao Mengji asked with his hoarse voice, "May I know if Mr. Li's home?" "The door's open. Come in." Li Nianfan's voice came out from the inside. Click. Yao Mengji pushed the door open and went in. He said politely to Li Nianfan, "Mr. Li, sorry to disturb you today." "It's you, Mr. Yao. Haven't seen you in a while." Li Nianfan looked up to see Yao Mengji. However, he frowned. After not seeing him for a while, how did this old man change so drastically? In the past, even though he was old, his face still had a reddish glow with good vibes. He was a happy and glowing old man. Now, he looked more like an old man in his last stage. Li Nianfan could not help asking, "Mr. Yao, you?" Sigh, long story. Yao Mengji sighed. "Perhaps this is the last time I am visiting you." Li Nianfan's hand froze as he looked at Yao Mengji strangely. Looking at the change in his appearance, Li Nianfan understood right away what he meant. He wanted to say things to comfort him but did not know where to start. It seemed that his illness was caused by his cultivation. Normally, Cultivators could sense their own deaths quite accurately. Yao Mengji could either fight for his life or give up entirely. Judging by his look, he seemed to have lost his willpower to fight, so the latter was more likely. Was he not fine earlier on? Why so sudden? Li Nianfan did not understand, thus, he did not know how to comfort him. After a moment of silence, he said, "Mr. Yao, don't be too upset. There might still be a chance, who knows? I hope what you said will come true." Yao Mengji forced a smile and asked with a curious tone, "Mr. Li, what are you making?" Li Nianfan said nonchalantly, "I'm trying to make a lightning rod, just a small toy." "Lightning rod?" Yao Mengji jolted. He asked doubtfully, "Can it shield one from lightning?" He looked blankly at the long metal rod in Li Nianfan's hands. Perhaps the expert was making a very cool treasure? However, no matter how hard he looked, he did not sense any spiritual chi coming from this item. "I noticed that there's too much thunder and lightning lately, that's why I thought of making this." Li Nianfan explained, "The tip of the lightning rod is pointy. When static electricity is induced, the tip of the conductor will accumulate the most charge. Therefore, the air between the lightning rod and the clouds can easily become a conductor, forming a path between the two. Since the lightning rod is grounded, it can prevent the house from getting struck by lightning." Yao Mengji looked confused. He really wanted to say, "Oh, I see," but his lips parted without any words escaping them. Other than preventing the house from getting struck by lightning, he did not understand a word Li Nianfan said. The words of an expert are indeed deep and mysterious. They must contain some secrets that I'm not meant to understand. Li Nianfan laughed and put the lightning rod aside. "Mr. Yao, don't take it to heart, I was speaking nonsense. This is nothing worth mentioning, unlike your cultivation. Please, have a seat. Xiao Bei, pour Mr. Li some tea." "Pala pala." Instantly, Xiao Bei walked over with a glass of tea. It said politely, "Mr. Yao, please, have some tea." "Thanks." Yao Mengji accepted the tea from Xiao Bei. In the past, he would have flushed red with excitement for this opportunity, but now he remained calm and unperturbed. An opportunity was nothing in the face of death. Perhaps this was the biggest revelation. "I'm a man facing impending death. What right do I have to waste this glass of good tea?" Yao Mengji put down the glass and stood up. "Mr. Li, I'll skip the tea. The reason I came this time is to bid you farewell. I should go now." "Mr. Yao, how could you say such a thing? Get back to your seat. You must drink this tea. You must stay for a meal, too." Li Nianfan continued, "No matter what happens, your attitude isn't right. Life is meant to be enjoyable, so why think so much? You must stay on. I won't let you leave my house so easily." "Life's meant to be enjoyable?" Yao Mengji's eyes sparkled. He regained some energy after all. He kept on mumbling this sentence to himself. An expert was indeed an expert. A casual statement from him could even reveal the philosophy of life. Being able to have cultivated to this stage was a true example. Yao Mengji sat back in his seat. "What you said is inspiring. Thank you." Li Nianfan laughed. "That's the right attitude. At least you're still alive now. As long as you're still alive, everything is possible." "You're right. I'll be shameless and stay on for a meal then," Yao Mengji said with a slightly positive tone. Li Nianfan said, "Your taste buds are in luck today. Xiao Bei, prepare a dish for Mr. Yao. Let's make him fish head tofu soup." "Yes, my master." Xiao Bei nodded. Yao Mengji looked perplexed as he thought to himself, "I'm merely a nobody. Why would the expert treat me with such kindness? Not only did he spend time comforting me, but he's also even rewarding me with good food. The expert's so nice to me." Chapter 168, No More Regrets in Life. Li Nianfan smiled. "Mr. Yao, you came at the right time. I bought 2 large carps yesterday. We ate one yesterday but we haven't eaten the other one. It turns out I was saving it for you." Li Nianfan was merely joking, but Yao Mengji took it seriously. He said with genuine shock and terror, "Thank you so much for your kindness, Mr. Li." "So, Mr. Li knew I was coming today? He was preparing a farewell dinner for me." Meanwhile, Xiao Bei had already walked to the center of the yard. There was a stream that was used as a fish pond, very convenient. Inside, a fish was swimming languidly. The stream was connected to the pond in the backyard. However, Li Nianfan used a net to block the fish from swimming to the backyard. This fish was a well-grown grass carp that seemed active. Even though it seemed relaxed, Any slight movement would make it flip its tail and swim away rapidly with caution. However, even though it was a very cautious fish, Xiaobei could easily capture it anyway. Xiaobei reached its hand into the water without any expression and caught it effortlessly. Pud! Pud! The fish shook vigorously in Xiaobei's hand but could not get out. Its hand secured around the fish like a plier. The struggling fish started getting worn out and struggled less. Eventually, it became the fish on the chopping board for the chef to cook. Slap! Xiaobei used the chopping knife to slap the head of the grass carp. This instantly made the grass carp stop moving. It went off peacefully. Descaled the fish, opened the mouth. Xiaobei performed the procedure fluently. Soon, the fish was prepared. Xiaobei then cut off the head of the fish and placed its body aside to start preparing the fish head tofu soup. The making of tofu was not difficult. Li Nannan had planted soybeans in the backyard. Having both the ingredients and the recipe, tofu was something he could eat any time. Xiaobei took out the white and crystal-like tofu from the fridge by the stream and started cooking. Meanwhile, Yao Mengji sat in his seat and blanked out. Although he was comforted by Li Nannan, it was still impossible to ignore his impending death. From time to time, he would let out a sigh and look depressed. The tea by the side had also turned cold. In such a situation, company was needed more than consultation. Li Nannan did not say anything. He simply sat there, waiting for Xiaobei to prepare the meal and hoping that Yao Mengji would feel better after tasting the delicious food. He did not have many friends in this immortal realm, so one friend gone was one friend less. He hoped that Yao Mengji would be fine. In the yard, Li Nannan accompanied Yao Mengji as he blanked out while Daji practiced checkers by the side. Blackie laid on the ground lazily. Xiaobei was the only one moving around preparing the meal. Boil! Boil! Somehow, a burst of smoke lifted the lid of the casserole, causing a crisp sound. Once the lid was opened, thick smoke wafted out. A strong fragrance came in waves, engulfing the entire yard and flowing into their bodies through their nostrils. It encouraged one to take a deep sniff, giving one a pleasant feeling all over the body. The blanked-out Yao Mengji jolted as he took a sniff unconsciously. His pupils dilated. Smells good. The fragrance went through his nose and into his stomach. Since it was merely air, it upset his stomach and it started to shrink uncontrollably. Growl! Growl! The sound was followed by hunger. His stomach was rumbling. Instantly, Yao Mengji's face flushed red. He was too ashamed. It had been so many years since he had forgotten the feeling of hunger. Now he felt it again and his stomach was growling. It was apparent that he was still a half-dead person moments ago, but now his stomach was growling. This was too embarrassing. No, Lord. Let me die instead. I'm so ashamed. He looked toward the direction of the scent and saw that Xiaobei was walking over with the fish soup in its hands. Smoke was swirling above the casserole. Through the smoke, one could easily see the white fish soup. The color of the soup was pure without oil floating on top. It was the purest combination of the fresh fish head with tofu. The soup was sparkling under the sunlight. Beneath the thick soup, the beautiful fish head was half visible. The fish head was complemented by a few jade-like tofu, making them the best combination. The fragrance of the fish soup was not too strong. It was more of long-lasting and fresh scent, flirting with one's taste bud. With a look at the fish soup and the smell of the delicious fragrance, one would want to taste it instantly. Gulp! Yao Mengji swallowed as he stared at the fish soup. A wave of desire overwhelmed him. He thought he was half dead and that nothing in the world could tempt him. Yet, now he realized he was wrong, he was very wrong. It turned out that the temptation of good food was able to battle one's despair of death. Li Nannan saw Yao Mengji's reaction and a smile curled upon his lips. As expected, there was nothing a good meal could not solve. Xiaobei had already scooped a bowl of fish soup and handed it to Yao Mengji. Enjoy. Thank you. Yao Mengji accepted the fish and could not help bringing it up to his nose for a good sniff. The warm fragrance excited him. Besides the half-filled soup in the bowl, there was a piece of beautiful fish meat with 2 crystal-like cubes of tofu. He gulped and impatiently raised the bowl to take a sip. Instantly, the thick, white fish soup flowed into his mouth. Its smooth texture made him feel pleasant. Most importantly, the aroma of the soup burst into his mouth and wrapped around his throat like top-graded silk wrapping around one's skin. He was almost unwilling to swallow. He could not help using his tongue to flirt with the fish soup before swallowing it slowly like a long and narrow stream. This is too delicious. Yao Mengji opened his eyes wide with a look of surprise and shock. He could feel every cell in him opening up, feeling extremely relaxed. He could not help lowering his head to take another big mouthful of it. Gulp. This time, he took in a piece of tofu with the soup. The silky and extremely smooth tofu seemed to have blended in with the soup. Before he could chew on it, the tofu had already melted in his mouth. Instantly, the tofu's fragrance and the fish soup combined perfectly, making the soup even more delicious than it already was. Delicious. So delicious. This was definitely the most delicious dish I've ever eaten in my life. Gulp. 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 Yao Mengji seemed to have completely zoned out. He grew more impatient as he drank, and ended up covering his entire face with the bowl. However, behind the bowl, his tears were running down his cheeks. I can't believe I get to taste such a delicious dish before I die. My life is complete. I have no more regrets, he thought. I'm so embarrassed. Yao Mengji wiped off his tears hurriedly. Can I please ask for another bowl? Li Nianfan said, no problem, you can have as much as you want. Chapter 169, Yao Mengji, Attacked. Soon, the big bowl of fish soup was emptied. Yao Mengji wiped his lips with satisfaction. Swiftly after, he stood up and said to Li Nianfan politely, Mr. Li, thank you for having me. I shall leave now. Li Nianfan looked at Yao Mengji for a moment and sighed. Goodbye, Mr. Yao. He wondered if this was his farewell to Yao Mengji. Yao Mengji jolted and let out a painful look. Finally, he nodded his head and walked out of the yard. Li Nianfan looked at his back, feeling emotional. He was rather upset. Life was full of uncertainties. Regardless if it was an ordinary man or a cultivator, they would face the same problem in the end. Perhaps this was what made life so precious. Maybe when it came to the end of his life, Li Nianfan would be just like Yao Mengji. No wonder the scholar insisted on finding the secret of longevity. Life was too short. Who would want to leave so soon? Li Nianfan shook his head and went back to the making of the lightning rod. It was better to live in the present. Overthinking was bad. Yao Mengji walked down the mountain slowly with a calm face. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain, Qin Manyun and the four elders surrounded him with concern. Teacher, did the expert have any solution? Qin Manyun asked impatiently. Yao Mengji shook his head. He was so sad that he felt as if his heart was blocked by a stone. He looked like a child whose teacher complained about to his parents. His eyes reddened as he said with a hoarse voice, No, I won't stand a chance. Qin Manyun's eyes reddened as she sobbed, Teacher, I'll go and beg the expert. Stay. Yao Mengji stopped her. He was terrified. The expert knows I've reached the end of my life. He bid me farewell by preparing a bowl of fish head tofu soup, also. Yao Mengji's lips trembled. It was apparent that he was repressing his sadness. He wiped off his tears. Before I left, the expert said goodbye to me. What he meant was clear. I've no more hope, so he let me go in peace. Qin Manyun and the others were in grief. They did not know what to say. Ha ha ha, don't be too sad. The meal prepared by the expert was so delicious, it was beyond your imagination. I've no more regrets after tasting it. Don't be too envious of me. Yao Mengji smiled suddenly and he then waved it off. All right, you all may go now. The thunder will strike in the next 2 days. Let me stay here by myself. Teacher. Qin Manyun was covered in tears. She seemed to have things to say, but Yao Mengji had already turned into a light and traveled to the deep end of the forest. Don't look for me, don't bother me. If I die, don't come looking for my body. That's it for now. The night had fallen unknowingly. Li Nianfan was still caught up in the making of the lightning rod. Since it was made to prevent lightning strikes, the quality had to be good. Li Nianfan had many things to consider since it was the first time he was making this. He had to try it out first to see if it worked. The best way to test it was to do what the original creator of the lightning rod did, fly a kite to catch thunder and lightning. Li Nianfan was going to do this. The materials needed for the kite were simple. He could find them all over his yard. After completing the lightning rod, a simple kite was made as well. The kite looked like a big butterfly without any pattern on the surface, very plain. After looking around, Li Nianfan's eyes lit up. He took out a brush pen and wrote 2 words on the kite, "Come here." With this written on it, the chances of lightning striking on it would be higher. Li Nianfan was satisfied with his work. He smiled and said, "Everything's set. Now I'm just missing an experimental product." Daji asked curiously, "Mr. Li, what do you lack? What's an experimental product?" Li Nianfen said nonchalantly, "When the lightning strikes, I need someone brave enough to run with the kite to attract the lightning. This is the only way to see if this would work. There's no hurry, we can take it slow. If I can't find any, there must be other ways." He put down the kite and yawned. He smiled and said, "Daji, it's late. Sleep early." Daji nodded diligently. "Good night, Mr. Li." Gradually, the night sky had darkened. Daji walked out of the room cautiously. She walked gently to the door of the four-part architecture. The little fox hanging by in the trees ran over in joy. "Sister! Sister! Shush! Softer! Don't wake my master up from resting." Daji made a shushing gesture and ruffled its fur with surprise. "You're growing an eighth tail. Not bad." "Wah, sister, those things in the yard are so mean to me. They bullied me and now my body's still sore." The little fox showed Daji its paw. "Look, a few patches of fur even fell off." "All right, you're so lazy. If they didn't force you, would you ever improve?" Daji gently nudged the little fox's head. She raised her hands and instantly, a frozen body appeared by her side. Instantly, a strong wave of immortal chi came out from the body, causing one to shiver in fear. The little fox was terrified. It jumped up abruptly. "Sister, this is a body of an immortal." Daji looked at the body and said, "I'm planning to use it to awaken the bloodline in you." "Body of an immortal?" The little fox was stunned. It stared at the body with wide eyes. It was tempted to touch it with its paw but was too terrified to do so. Her sister was so cool now? She could even get hold of the body of an immortal? The little fox said with anticipation, "Sister, will it turn me into a nine-tailed?" "Should be able to." Daji nodded. "I checked out this body. I realized that the biggest difference between an immortal and an ordinary person is the presence of chi in them, the so-called immortal chi. Immortal chi doesn't exist in this immortal realm and species like us have an innate ancient bloodline. Although it's just a hint, it's still considered as a slight foundation of immortal chi. As long as you absorb this immortal chi to activate your bloodline, you should be able to turn into a nine-tailed fox." "That's awesome." The little fox's eyes sparkled. Its tails all stood up and swayed. "Once I become a nine-tailed, nobody will bully me again." "Once you become a nine-tailed, you'll finally be able to unleash your potential and become more useful to my master." Daji was worried that her lazy sister would not be useful to her master. "All right, hold your breath and focus. I'll now transfer the immortal chi from this body to you." Daji squinted her eyes and said with a serious tone. With that, she raised her hand and pointed between the brows of the body. Instantly, specks of white immortal chi that looked like ants crawled from all parts of the dead body and gathered between the brows. Vroom. The sky darkened with dark clouds all over. Wild lightning was flashing like crazy, causing loud and deafening thunderclaps that almost shook the ground. Yao Mengji's face darkened. He was waiting for his impending death inside a cave. He looked up at the sky and started to question his life. My natural tribulation just turned a notch stronger? God, what did I do to deserve such a traumatic death? Chapter 170, Sacrificing for Science. Vroom. The space between the sky and ground seemed to have layers of waves weaving between them. From Daji's fingertip protruded a delicate strand of white chi that looked just like earthworms, wiggling left and right. Although the white chi was not much, it was like a light source, illuminating the surroundings and painting everything a faint white. A fearful breath came out, making one shiver. The little fox looked at the white breath blankly. "Sister, is this the immortal chi?" "All right, don't talk." Daji's face was serious. She flicked her finger and the white breath went directly into the body of the little fox. Click. It instantly transformed, becoming an unlimited force flowing all over its body. The little fox felt its body becoming lighter. First, it felt some lightness. Then, nothing. It rubbed on its tiny head. Sister, is it over?" Daji jolted slightly, too. "I'm not too sure, it seems that this isn't an instant process. Perhaps the immortal chi will slowly awaken your bloodline." "Oh." The little fox nodded. Daji said, "Oh, right. Pick a few demons and ask them to act like normal animals and hang around here in the next few days. Tell them to be ready, my master might need them." "Okay, sister." "Pick the better ones, they must be well disguised," Daji warned. My master must have meant this when he said experimental product. The next day, Li Nianfen walked out of his room. Instantly, his face changed as he looked up at the sky. His brows furrowed. It was merely one night, but the sky had gone so dark. There was no sun in the morning sky as it was hidden by a large, dark cloud. The thickening cloud was rolling, flashes appearing within it from time to time. The sight was terrifying to see. I was told that there had been more lightning 2 days ago, and now it's happening again? That's so soon. Nannan Fan quickly brought in the clothes he was drying outside. This is indeed a realm with frequent lightning. It's too dangerous to live here without a lightning rod. Dodgy, Blackie, follow me. Let's go out and see. Nannan Fan held onto his kite and walked out from the four-part architecture. Dodgy and Blackie followed behind him closely. The wind was blowing wild. Huff. Although it was early in the morning, the sky was as dark as a night sky. Countless leaves were swaying in the wind. In the woods, some trees were bent sideways by the strong wind, branches shaking wildly. What weather is this? So stormy. Nannan Fan faced the wind as he looked up at the swirling dark cloud. He was rather intimidated. What a scary sight. Perhaps the lightning rod would not be able to withstand it after all? The thunderstorm is happening so soon. I haven't even found an experimental product. Nannan Fan looked around as he mumbled, if only there's an animal around. Woof. 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 Meanwhile, Blackie rushed toward a direction and barked. It then rushed into the woods. Blackie, don't run around when the weather's like this, Nannan Fan said worriedly. However, in the next moment, he was shocked. He saw Blackie running back with a strong, black boar. There's a boar in there? Nannan Fan said delightedly. Not bad, Blackie. Perhaps this boar ran out from someone's house down the mountain. Catch it. Nannan Fan took out his trapping equipment and quickly captured this boar. Hey there, you'll have to run in the direction of the thunder. If you do well, I won't eat you. If you run away, you'll become a roasted boar. Nannan Fan patted the back of the boar as he tied the kite on its body. Don't be scared, I've insulated you with a piece of wood. If there's no accident, you'll be fine. Stop shivering, be brave. This is slightly cruel, but just treat it as a sacrifice to science. You'll be remembered for centuries and become the role model of all boars. The boar was so terrified that it almost fell off. Its tiny eyes were full of despair. It looked at Blackie by its side and took another look at Dodgy. The despair in its eyes worsened. Not only do I have to pretend I'm an ordinary boar, but now I have to hold up a kite and run under someone's natural tribulation thunder? Murderous. So murderous. I'm done. I'm dying. This is so difficult. In the woods, the black bear demon and the green python demon looked at the wild boar demon who was tied to a kite with tears in their eyes. Bro, thank you for sacrificing yourself for us. Swiftly after, they turned around to say to the rest of the demons, Lord Wild Boar Demon will be dead. We'll have to choose a new demon to take its place. Good luck to you all. Okay, it's ready. Time to test the lightning rod. Nannan Fan smacked the wild boar demon's buttock. Off you go. The wild boar demon jolted and turned back to look at them with a pathetic look. It had one last trace of desire to live. Woof. 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 Blackie barked at it. Dodgy frowned slightly, and instantly, a chill struck the boar's buttock. The wild boar demon let out a miserable cry as tears rolled down its cheeks. It started to run toward the center of the dark clouds with its head down. As it ran, the kite on its body flew up into the air as the lightning rod pointed upward. The string of the kite was a conductor as well. It was tied around the boar's body, passing through the wooden insulator. At the end of it was a long rod touching the ground for grounding purposes. Vroom. Among the dark clouds, a flash of lightning illuminated the entire forest. Yao Mengji stood by a cliff, looking up at the sky. His chest was rising and falling rapidly. He was standing in the middle of the dark clouds as a single cloud swirled above his head. Furthermore, waves of powerful pressure weighed down on him from above, causing him to struggle for air as he felt chills all over him. A natural tribulation like this was so many times stronger than the normal ones. So terrifying that one could not have the heart to refuse it. Finally, the dark swirling clouds turned brighter as countless flashes visible to the naked eye gathered at a high speed. Looking up from under the swirling clouds, one could almost see the thick lightning bolt forming. The lightning was about to strike. Due to the static energy building up, Yao Mengji's hair spiked up. As he was about to die, he suddenly broke into laughter. Ha ha ha. Damn it, God. Why would you do this to me? Isn't it merely a natural tribulation? I want to take over my fate. Check me out as I change my fate. His hair was dancing in the air wildly. Instead of retreating, he flew toward the sky. Vroom. The lightning struck him down. It was thicker than Yao Mengji as he fell hard on the ground. Bam! He fell back down as hard as when he took off. Instantly, Yao Mengji spat out a mouthful of blood. His shirt was torn and burned. Oh, no. It's too strong. Yao Mengji laid on the floor listlessly. He was in despair. It was merely the first lightning bolt and he had already used up all of his energy. God, I'm wrong. Please, let me off easy. I'm a good man. Vroom. 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 However, the thunderclaps in the sky became even louder. Yao Mengji could see through his blurred vision that the second lightning bolt was already starting to form. He was prepared to die. Meanwhile, he saw from the corner of his eye that something was flying in the sky. Was that a kite? He took another look. The kite was tied to a wild boar that was running wildly. What was that? Was this boar crazy? He was running over so eagerly to give up his life? Yao Mengji found it hard to believe. He took yet another look at the flying kite and he jumped. There were words written on the kite. Come over. This was the writing of the expert? Indeed. It was the handwriting of the expert. The expert came to save me. So, the expert didn't give up on me. Suddenly, Yao Mengji's eyes reddened like a desperate child seeing his parents. His strength instantly collapsed as tears gushed out of his eyes. The expert's asking me to go over? As if holding on to the last life-saving straw, he stood up without hesitation and ran toward the kite. Chapter 171, This Kite is Cursed. Yao Mengji's eyes lit up as his exhausted powers surged again. He was flying toward the kite with all his might. Expert. Here I come. The wild boar demon was tied to the kite. It was trembling out of fear. It squinted with despair and helplessness. It had a mind of its own. It looked back and immediately sighed in relief when it realized that Daji and Blackie were not following it. I'm not going to the center of the thunderstorm. I'll just stay out of it and watch the show. After all, there's no smoke without fire. Natural tribulation probably won't fall upon me even though I have a kite, the wild boar demon comforted itself. Then, it looked up into the sky again. It squeaked and panicked. Its black fur almost turned gray from the fear. The old man from the cross-tribulation realm rushed toward it like a madman. He brought a swirling storm with him, too, a storm that was thunderous and destructive. The visual impact was too overwhelming, especially when the cultivator was coming at it like he was risking his life. The wild boar demon felt the deep malice from the world and almost pissed itself. It turned and ran away without hesitation, taking off into the woods. Yao Mengji saw that the demon was trying to flee. He hurriedly yelled in panic, "Pal, please, stay. Wait for me. I'll wait for you when pigs start to fly." The wild boar demon ran faster. "Stop. Stop." Yao Mengji yelled as he sped up as well. He gave it his all because he was facing possible death. He was better than the wild boar demon. His speed was on another level, especially when he was risking his life. Soon, he was close to the kite. The wild boar demon was horrified and said fearfully, "I'm just a normal, poor, small boar demon. Don't come near me. We're not enemies, so why are you doing this to me?" Li Nianfen stood at the four-part architecture, looking into the distance. He could not help but smile. "Looks like the lightning rod I made is very effective. The thunderstorm's being pulled away. The thunder definitely won't hit me now." Flash. The sky went bright and the rumble of thunder followed soon after. Red lightning flashed across the sky. It went toward Yao Mengji. Yao Mengji went pale and stiff. He felt cold. It's over. It's over for me. However, it was a close call. The lightning suddenly shot downward like it was attracted to something. It struck the kite. The lightning's current surged through the silver rod to the kite, causing a loud sizzle. The wild boar demon jolted then shivered. The tingling electric feeling instantly left it powerless. Yao Mengji was utterly stunned by that close call. His mouth was wide open. Never in his dreams did he think he would be in such a bizarre situation. He checked his own pulse. Was he alive? The natural tribulation missed? Unbelievable, unimaginable. He stared at the rod on top of the kite and suddenly felt blessed. The lightning rod. That must be the lightning rod. The expert created the lightning rod for me. I thought the lightning rod was a casual trinket made by the expert. How foolish of me. Even casual crafts made by the expert would be the ultimate treasure. Then, He flew towards the kite with all his might. The wild boar demon shivered. It was utterly terrified. Holy moly, the natural tribulation fell upon me? This kite's cursed. It let out an awful pig squeak. It was horrified and wished it had 4 more legs so it could run away from this disaster. Pal, hold on. Squeak, I'm begging you, don't come near me. Lightning struck 9 times before the stormy clouds went away and revealed the sunlight. The world was at peace again. Yao Mengji looked at the sky with lingering fear. He adjusted his torn clothes and sighed in relief. The 9 lightning strikes grew fiercer each time. He could barely handle the first strike. Fortunately, the expert saved my life. Otherwise, I would have been turned to ashes. The expert blessed me by saving my life. I shouldn't bother his peace, so I should just leave quietly, he thought to himself. He saluted the wild boar demon that was slumped on the floor. Thanks, pal. We'll be brothers in the future when we work for the expert. Goodbye. Squeak. The wild boar demon watched him as he left, too weak to speak. Did I do this to save you? You are the one who came after me, right? You were clearly trying to set me up. You, shameless. After a while, footsteps could be heard coming from the forest. Soon, Blackie showed up at the scene with Li Nianfan and Daji. Li Nianfan looked at the wild boar demon who was barely alive and he was instantly intrigued. Awesome, it's still alive after all that. This proved that his lightning rod was effective. It attracted lightning and it could perfectly direct the lightning to the ground. It was safe. He could let his guard down. Li Nianfan touched the black boar and pitifully said, "Little piggy, you're so tough. Such a pity that you were charred by lightning in some areas, but you're a hero. Good job." Daji asked, "Should we take this boar back to cook it?" The lifeless wild boar suddenly woke up. It looked at Daji in disbelief with its little eyes. It teared up. "No." Li Nianfan immediately shook his head. "I said that I wasn't going to eat it, so I won't go back on my promise. This piggy had it rough, too. It was probably terrified of the lightning. Look, it's crying." He patted its head and took out the cabbage he prepared, placing it in front of the boar. "It's not appropriate to raise it as a pet. We should let it go. This cabbage isn't anything remarkable, but as the saying goes, a head of cabbage is happiness for a pig. So, this is your reward. I wish you a good life." The wild boar demon's head was on the ground. It did not dare to breathe. Its life was spared. It had to hold it together. Just pretend and look pitiful. The Bigshot could change his mind anytime and it might end up as a dish on the table. Li Nianfan took away the kite and lightning rod and smiled at the wild boar demon. Then, he left with Blackie and Daji. Chapter 172, Let me show you what's up. It waited until the sound of the footsteps had faded. The wild boar demon looked up slightly and glanced around with its little eyes. Then, it sighed in relief. "I'm alive? I'm alive. Incredible, unbelievable, miraculous." It was unreal. Its brush with death made it squeal in excitement. "I survived a situation like that. I must be the chosen pig, right?" It calmed down after a long while and looked at the cabbage. It almost died, yet, all it got was a head of cabbage as a reward. The master of Lord Daji mistreated me. Usually, it would not bother looking at a cabbage. However, since it was traded with its life, anything insignificant would be viewed as a treasure. It picked up the cabbage and limped towards the deep end of the woods. At that moment, the demons were having a meeting. They were about to elect the new demon king. It was crowded and fiery. There were many demons present. The sudden reappearance of the wild boar demon shocked everyone. It fell into silence instantly. Various demons looked weirdly at the uninvited guest that was giving off a barbecued meat scent. Some carnivorous demons wanted to take a bite of it because of how good it smelled. The wild boar demon frowned and looked at everyone. "What are you guys doing?" The green python demon looked at the sky. "We're watching the thunderstorm as a group. It's beautiful today." The black bear demon hurriedly said, "That's right. It's the first time we've ever seen a thunderstorm like this. We're obsessed." The wild boar demon suddenly straightened up and smugly waved, "Ha, it's just a thunderstorm. What's there to look at? Did any of you see how heroic I looked bathing in the thunderstorm?" "Nope, you were too far off." The black bear demon asked, "How are you still alive after getting struck by lightning?" The wild boar demon was pleased to hear that. It laughed and said, "Ha, do you need to sound so surprised? I just sustained a small injury, that's all." "Boar, "Why are you holding a cabbage?" asked the green python demon. The wild boar demon was slightly taken aback. Then, it pretended not to care and said, "Oh, this is a reward given by the expert because I took the lightning strikes for the team. It's not much but it's mindful." The black bear demon was stumped. It could not believe its ears. Reward? A cabbage? The green python demon rolled on the floor and laughed. "Not much? This is extremely stingy, okay? That's it? Ha ha ha." Suddenly, everyone burst out laughing. They almost cried from laughter. They all looked at the wild boar demon with pity. How pitiful. It took such a huge risk for a head of cabbage. Was there anything sadder than this? The black bear demon was shaking because it was trying hard not to laugh. Then, it said, "Boar, please, don't be mistaken. It's not personal. We just can't help it. Stop laughing." The wild boar demon twitched and looked at the cabbage in hand. It put it in its mouth and took a hard bite. Crunch. Huh? The wild boar demon flinched. It bit down on it due to hatred. However, it was stumped once it tasted the cabbage. The juice of the cabbage flowed into its mouth along with the crunch. Suddenly, it tasted an explosion of sweet flavors that took over its taste palates. It looked at the cabbage in disbelief. Was this really cabbage? It was too delicious. It started chewing. Crunch crunch. Oh! The wild boar demon felt a shiver run down its spine. Every bite brought out endless juice from the cabbage. It quenched its mouth, throat, and soul. This feeling was the best, so delicious. This was the first time in its life that it discovered joy and satisfaction from eating. Yum! Yummy! The wild boar demon forgot about how it was being mocked. It only focused on eating. Crunch! Crunch! The cabbage was crunchy. Soon, the crunching sounds from chewing on the cabbage were louder than the laughter of the demons. The crunching sounds were deafeningly loud. They did not know why, but it made them feel like it was appetizing. They all gulped and stopped laughing when they saw how the wild boar demon looked when eating it. The green python demon mocked, "Boar, stop acting. It's just cabbage. Do you have to eat it like that? What do you know?" The wild boar demon scolded them while it was busy eating. Then, it said in an astounding tone, "This cabbage is so delicious. Unimaginably delicious. Losers. You're all a bunch of losers in my eyes. The expert's truly an expert. Even the cabbage is so delicious. Lord Dodgy has a master like that? I envy her so much." Then, it continued to dig in. The black bear demon pouted. "Act. It's all an act." The wild boar demon looked sideways, ignored the black bear demon, then continued eating. Crunch. The demons surrounded the wild boar demon and watched it eat the cabbage. Slowly, the cabbage was almost devoured. Only some stems were left. The wild boar demon snapped the stem in halves and gave it to the black bear demon and the green python demon. It said proudly, "Seeing that we're all demon kings, I should give it to you, too. Let me show you what's up." "Ugh, stems? Are you insulting us?" they said in a disdainful tone while taking the stems from the wild boar demon. The black bear demon and the green python demon did not appreciate it. They put it in their mouths inattentively. Then, they were shocked at the same time. It was like someone showed them a whole new world. Crunch, crunch. They were chewing so fast it was as if they wanted to chew up their tongues as well. Delicious, super delicious. How could something taste so delicious? The black bear demon had a lingering look. It pointed at the wild boar demon as it trembled. "Boar, you're inhumane. You only gave us this much? This is torture." The green python demon was in a state of frenzy as it scolded, "You animal." The other demons were baffled. They felt spiritual chi pouring in and finally fell on the wild boar demon. The wild boar demon was like the center point of the large swirling pool of spiritual chi. At the same time, the wild boar demon was leveling up like crazy. It was already at the peak of its out-of-aperture realm and had gained a huge amount of powers. All the demons stepped back. Finally, it transformed as everyone watched in shock. Level up, to the distraction realm. Chapter 173, Complications in Simplicity. It leveled up? The black bear demon stared at the wild boar demon, baffled. Its mouth was wide open. The other demons were dumbfounded and stiff like statues. This. The wild boar demon was also confused. After a moment of disbelief, it gasped. The cabbage contained insights. My body went through the lightning strikes. So, in addition to all of that, I naturally leveled up to the distraction realm? The green python demon almost cried from envy. I should have been the one to volunteer. Who knew getting struck by lightning would bring such benefits? I should have known, I should have known. The black bear demon shook its head and sighed. How would Lord Daji's master be ordinary? Of course, he'd bless others for helping him out. Boo-hoo, an opportunity missed. I missed the opportunity. I'm such a pig. The wild boar demon suddenly glared back and said, "You're trash." A pig? You? Better luck next life. At the Lynxian palace, countless disciples hurried back. They all looked miserable. The interior of the palace had changed, too. Sheets of white cloth were hung everywhere. Mumbling and chatter could be heard along with cries and sobs. It was tragic. Qin Manyun and the four elders of the Lynxian palace stood at the center of the main hall. They looked sadly at a coffin that was placed in the middle. Inside the coffin were clothes and accessories that were usually worn by Yao Mengji. They were some of his favorites. Qin Manyun was burning some joss paper in front of the coffin. The four elders let the disciples pay their respects in an orderly manner. Qin Manyun wiped her tears and said sadly, "Master, rest in peace. Manyun will always remember your teachings. I'll ensure the Lynxian palace will forever be glorious." Suddenly, a figure flew in from afar. They could feel how excited the figure was. "I'm almost at the Lynxian palace. Wait until Manyun and the others find out that I'm still alive. They might be surprised." Ha! Yao Mengji thought and smiled. Huh? Why is the Lynxian palace so crowded? Perhaps they knew that I didn't die and planned a celebration for me? Yao Mengji sped up. Then, he looked dumbfounded. Was this a funeral? Who died? Sect Master, you died so tragically. Boo-hoo, rest in peace. I heard that the Sect Master died horrifically. He was charred by lightning, even his bones went black. Not only that. I heard that the Sect Master was blasted to ashes with no dead body left. So, they replaced him with his clothes. In other words, tragic. Sect Master, rest in peace. Yao Mengji had a dark look. He clenched his jaw and growled, "Qin Manyun, Zhou Dacheng, come out, all of you." His yells made the noisy Lynxian palace fall silent. Everyone stopped crying at once. Everyone was stumped. They all looked up to the sky. They saw an old man with torn clothes, charred areas on his body, and a dirty appearance. He was levitating, looking furious. This Sect Master? Then, several people flew out from the main hall and shouted in surprise. Master? Sect Master? You're not dead? You're the one who's dead. Did I let you plan a funeral? I was only gone for a while and you're already doing all this? Yao Mengji was ticked off. Do you wish that I was dead? He rushed back without changing his clothes or making himself look presentable because he wanted to let them know the good news as fast as possible. He did not expect to see a funeral scene. He did not die, but he felt like he died out of anger. Zhou Dacheng said, "You're the one who said you'd surely die, right? You wouldn't even let us collect your dead body." You. Yao Mengji almost spat out blood. He pointed at Zhou Dacheng with a trembling finger as he struggled to catch his breath. "It wasn't over yet. You could have planned the funeral after you confirmed my death. We were planning ahead since you said you'd die. It's good to be prepared." Splurt. Yao Mengji spat out blood. Animals. All right, Sect Master. You can't blame us. You thought you were going to die, too. What are we supposed to do? The big elder chuckled. This is a harmless event, so just think of it as a joke. You didn't die, so it's worth celebrating. I'll get everyone to change the white flags into red ones. Yao Mengji sneered, what for? Celebrate when I'm dead. Zhou Dacheng said, "What are you angry for? Do you know how many tears I wasted on you? I haven't cried in thousands of years, it's precious." The third elder laughed out loud and said, "Ha, this is the first time I've ever cried as a man. That's even more precious." The fourth elder asked curiously, "Sect Master, tell me everything. How did you survive the lightning strikes?" "Master, it must be the expert who saved your life, right?" said Qin Manyun. "That's right, it was the expert." Yao Mengji nodded while smiling. "You'll never guess how the expert saved me." He had an astounding look in his eyes. He felt in awe whenever he thought of what happened. Yao Mengji took a deep breath and said, "The expert created an item called the lightning rod. This item didn't have any powers in it at all. It looked completely ordinary. However, it can attract lightning. The expert tied it to a boar demon which took all the hits. The big elder was shocked. Really? Then, this item is the nemesis for natural tribulations. Zhou Dacheng chuckled. I trust anything made by the expert. His level is unimaginable. The third elder said, if that's the case, that boar demon must be dead, right? That's the miraculous part. Yao Mengji said while trembling. That boar demon was injured, but it didn't die. It seems like the lightning rod reduced the impact of the lightning. Gasp. Everyone gasped at the same time. They all looked like they were in disbelief. Qin Manyun was stunned. This is incredible. He directed the lightning away and somehow reduced the impact? What were the laws of physics to him? Ha, this is only surface-level stuff. Yao Mengji shook his head and gazed upon the horizon. He said, think about the mother and son that was saved by the expert, then think about how he reattached Lin Mufeng's severed arm. The expert seems to love being an ordinary man. He accomplishes things in a way that no cultivators or immortals would ever think of. Now I truly understand what he meant by complications and simplicity. Chapter 174, Can't take it anymore, hurry up and summon me again. The ordinary items invented by an ordinary man could defy the laws of physics. No one would believe it. Complications and simplicity? The big elder was perturbed. Incredible, unimaginable. Yao Mengji sighed loudly. He said, sounding lonely and pitiful, yesterday, I visited the expert. He explained to me how the lightning rod works. He said things like statics, conductor, circuit, and more. I'm too dumb to understand a word of it. Otherwise, I could have learned something from it. Zhou Dacheng said, it's not easy understanding the expert. His level is probably too high for us to reach. Yao Mengji suddenly asked, oh, right. There's a change in the realm. Have any of you tried contacting our ancestors yet? Qin Manyun replied, Master, we tried. How was it? Qin Manyun slightly frowned and said, indeed, it's unlike our previous tries when there was no reaction at all. This time, the ancestry stone lit up. However, communicating with our ancestors is still hard. Looks like the bridge to immortality was reconnected. Yao Mengji nodded and continued, I guess that it started to reconnect when there was a change in our realm. Most parts of the bridge are probably still disconnected. On top of that, we're not putting in enough effort. That's why it's not fully connected yet and we can't communicate with our ancestors. There's no rush. Let's wait and see how things turn out. Meanwhile, at Azureville. In the deepest basement in the palace. It was a large basement but it was empty. There were only 3 items there in total, a long wooden table, a milky white stone, and a stove for incense. Gu Changqing brought the Gu siblings along with the 3 elders of Azureville to the basement. They politely stood in front of the wooden table. Everyone looked serious. All right, let's begin. Gu Changqing took a deep breath and stepped forward. He bowed 3 times at the milky white stone on the wooden table. Then, he bit his tongue. He spat blood on the stone. Suddenly, the milky white stone started to shine, illuminating the basement. Gu Changqing and the others jumped. They did not dare to delay any further so they quickly lit up the long incense sticks. They held the incense sticks and said devotedly, I'm the 11th generation Azureville Lord, Gu Changqing. I welcome the arrival of our ancestors. The smoke coming from the incense sticks changed. Instead of flowing upwards, it flowed sideways, toward the milky white stone. The incense smoke melded together with the stone as it started to shine brightly. Everyone went pale visibly fast. They held their breaths. They did not dare to breathe loudly because they were extremely nervous. Buzz. Waves of aura spread in the air. The bright milky white stone beamed light up into the sky. Then, a figure slowly appeared. The figure was baffled for a while. Changqing? Gu Changqing instantly teared up as if he saw his closest loved ones. He stepped forward and sobbed, Grandpa. The figure teared up, too, and yelled excitedly, It's really you, my grandson. Gu Changqing hurriedly called on the Gu siblings, Grandpa, this is my son and my daughter, Gu Ziyao and Gu Ziyu. You two, hurry up and greet your great-grandpa. The Gu siblings were very nervous. Great-grandpa. Ha, a son and a daughter. Nice, laughed the figure. It was shaking in excitement. After a while of laughing, the figure said, Oh, yeah, where's your father? I remember before I transcended he was already at his prime in the cross-tribulation. Gu Changqing looked upset and sighed. 3,000 years ago, the demons were unruly. They caused a lot of trouble when my father was sealing the demon entrance. It was a successful seal but he died because of it." The figure looked upset, too. He sighed and said, "It's normal for a cultivator to constantly be in life and death situations. Who among the 11 Azureville lords, including you, isn't an elite? However, only 3 Azureville lords, including myself, have successfully transcended into immortals. The journey to immortality is uncertain and our future is unpredictable. A lot of cultivators died." Gu Changqing clenched his jaw and said, 3,000 years ago, the demons knew that the bridge to immortality was broken. We couldn't get help from immortals so they were brave enough to attack Azureville. It was a violent and cruel year in the immortal realm. Many cultivators died and a lot were injured. It was a damned year. The bridge to immortality has been broken for many years. The immortal realm became weak, and the demons had an upper hand. Thankfully, you all made it, the figure said in a surprised tone. However, the bridge to immortality is, unexpectedly, starting to reconnect. Grandpa, I know something about that. Someone appeared in our realm. Gu Changqing said respectfully in a trembling voice. A saint. Saint? The figure shook his head and thought it was ridiculous. He said, impossible. Saints are a myth even in the above immortal realm. It's a character that only exists in eldritch times. You don't know what you're talking about, so stop spewing nonsense. It's alright to be laughed at, but don't risk offending an actual saint. Gu Changqing hurriedly said, Grandpa, I'm being serious. A few days ago, the Lu family ancestor was summoned but was instantly killed by the expert's writings. It pierced a hole in the sky. I was there. The figure staggered back in shock. The Lu family ancestor is from the beginner immortal realm. There's plenty of immortals that could kill him. However, if he was killed in the immortal realm, could it be the work of a golden immortal? Or maybe it was with the help of an eldritch item? But those items shouldn't exist in the immortal realm. He thought of all sorts of possibilities. He would have thought it was a ridiculous joke if he did not hear it from his trusted grandson. Gu Changqing clenched his jaw and said, Grandpa, the expert also left a painting. Oh? Show it to me. Maybe I can sense something from it and figure out if it's true, said the figure intriguingly. He was excited. Gu Changqing took out the painting scroll and cautioned him, Grandpa, be ready. The figure smiled and said proudly, there's no need for that. The first Azureville lord who became an immortal was a talented elite. He has his own sect in the above immortal realm, too. We're not blood related but we both came from Azureville. He took care of me, so naturally, I've lived a good life. Open up, will you? Gu Changqing nodded and slowly unscrolled the painting. Suddenly, gold light shined from the painting as endless gold flames poured out of it. Gu Changqing did not feel much because he was not on that level yet. However, the figure was immediately stumped. The painting was only half visible at that point but already, he felt an endless powerful aura coming from it. It made him feel buzzed and he almost blacked out. Powerful, holy, terrifying, and hot. Scary, horrifying. The figure almost faded into thin air. He hurriedly said in a weak voice, Stop. Stop opening it, I can't take it anymore. Hurry up and cover the painting. Try and summon me again. Summon. Chapter 175, I really have to go. Grandpa. Gu Changqing shouted and covered the painting. However, he was too late. The figure had already faded. This. Everyone looked at the empty spot dumbfoundedly with wide eyes. Gu Changqing bafflingly looked at his painting scroll, then looked at the spot where his grandpa once was. He inhaled deeply and was in awe. The expert was truly an expert. He had just unscrolled the painting halfway but it disabled the immortal figure. How powerful. He hurriedly put away the painting scroll and said, All right, let's try to summon him again. They repeated the steps, they bowed, spat blood, lit the incense sticks, and summoned him. Gu Changqing was slightly pale as he had spat out a huge amount of pure blood. He needed decades of cultivation to make up for that. The cost of summoning an immortal was not cheap. Buzz. Spiritual chi rose and the figure appeared again. He glanced at the painting scroll that Gu Changqing was holding. He looked terrified. The insights in the painting were too powerful. His illusionary figure could not handle it. His real self might not be able to handle it either. He would bow and worship the painting. This painting would be deemed as a treasure in the above immortal realm. Was there a saint living in the immortal realm? The immortal was shocked. At the same time, he was blushing from embarrassment. He was so cocky in front of his grandson only to be proven wrong in the next instance. It was not a good look. He wanted to show them how cool it was being an immortal. But in the end, it was all for nothing. Sigh, life was hard. Incredible, astounding, he exclaimed while brushing his beard. He tried to look calm and cool to maintain his immortal image. He said softly, "You're all not at that level yet, so maybe you don't feel it, but this painting doesn't just contain insights, it's possessed. I didn't see the whole painting, but from what I can tell, it absolutely contains spiritual insights. In other words, this painting, it's alive." Alive? Gu Changqing and the others gasped and stared at the painting. They felt their skin crawl and their hair stood on ends. They were extremely horrified. "Don't be scared. It may be alive, but since the expert gave it to you, it means that it won't harm you. Otherwise, I'm afraid Azureville will no longer be here." The figure smiled lightly and continued to ask, "Oh, right. What's in the painting?" Gu Changqing hurriedly answered, "Grandpa, the painting is of a three-legged crow. We never heard of it before, but the expert said it was a three-legged golden crow." "What? A three-legged crow?" The figure trembled hard again. It seemed to be in shock. It looked like it might fade away anytime. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure," said Gu Changqing. He tried to open the painting scroll again. "If you don't believe it, I'll show you." "No, stop it," the figure scolded. "You want me to fade away?" Gu Changqing looked awkward and immediately stopped. "So, the three-legged crow is named the three-legged golden crow? In the above immortal realm, that's a creature that only exists in the Eldritch secret borders. What if it actually survived until this day?" mumbled the figure. He looked horrified. "No, this is too important. I have to report it to the sect master as soon as possible." He looked at Gu Changqing and said in a serious tone, "This person is extremely powerful. I'd describe it as groundbreaking. Never offend him, got it?" Gu Changqing nodded understandingly and said, "Don't worry, Grandpa. We know. We'll try our best to please him." Trying your best to please him isn't good enough. It's a blessing to be able to meet an expert like that. It's a breakthrough. Do you know why I'm living well in the above immortal realm? Because I have the help of the first Azureville Lord. Competition is tough. I only have a good life because I made good connections. Remember, good connections are slightly more important than working hard in cultivation, got it? The figure continued to nag, "A person like that must have a lot of pleasers around him. We have to do something to stand out." Gu Changqing and the others were looking at the figure with their mouths slightly opened. They suddenly felt like they were no different from an immortal. Immortals could be kiss-ups, too. In fact, they were expert bootlickers because of tougher competition. Gu Changqing respectfully said, "Yes, Grandpa, Changqing understands." The figure looked like he was proud of his grandson. He said, "Since the expert gave you something, did he ask you to do anything?" "Great. Great Grandpa," said Gu Ziyao nervously. "The expert seems to want a flying demon." "Really? This is important information." The figure was instantly intrigued. "This is an opportunity for us." "How rare." Gu Changqing said, "Grandpa, I thought so, too, but I can't seem to figure out what demon to give him." The figure laughed and said, "We can't just give him something. It has to be an immortal beast at least. It's expected that you won't be able to find one in the immortal realm, but I can get you one from the above immortal realm. Let me pick one out and send it to you." Everyone looked shocked. Gu Changqing said in a surprised tone, "Grandpa, you can get us an immortal beast?" The figure laughed proudly. "Ha, what's so rare about that? It's just an immortal beast, it's no big deal to me." "All right, summon me again tomorrow. I'll give you an immortal beast. I'm leaving now." Gu Changqing and the others all said, "Goodbye, ancestor." However, just when the figure started to fade away, it came back again to say, "Oh, the painting is extremely valuable. Keep it safe." "We know that." "All right, good, I'm leaving now." "Goodbye, ancestor." The figure started to fade away before it came back again. He stared at the painting. "This is an extraordinary painting. You're all still too weak for it. You have to make sure it's safe and secure, got it?" "We got it, ancestor." "All right, I'm leaving." "Goodbye, ancestor." The figure did not fade at all this time. He just looked at Gu Changqing and sighed. "It's not that I can't rely on you. The painting is just too important. It's hard to relax." Gu Changqing twitched. Begrudgingly, he held up the painting and said, Then, maybe, you can help us keep it safe? Fine, if you insist, then I have no choice but to keep it safe for you, nodded the figure. He raised his hand and absorbed the painting. The painting scroll appeared in his hands. I really have to go this time. Remember to summon me tomorrow at the same time. Goodbye, ancestor. Chapter 176, Bet on the Expert. In the above immortal realm. Azureville sect. Creek. There were rows of rooms. The door to one of the rooms slowly swung open, along with a soft creak. A man walked in hurriedly towards the center of the main hall. That was Gu Changqing's grandpa. A disciple at the door asked, "Protector Gu Yuan, did something happen? Why do you need to seek the sect master?" Gu Yuan politely replied, "Yes, please, help me report it. It's an emergency." The disciple smiled awkwardly and said, "That's inconvenient because the sect master left a while ago." Gu Yuan frowned and said, "Left? Do you know what for? When will he return?" The disciple looked around and said quietly, "I heard that it's because of the death of an immortal. The body's still in the immortal realm. This incident is unbelievable. It's quite phenomenal, so I'm afraid it won't be long until news of this spreads." Gu Yuan looked away and smiled, "All right, thanks for the info." The disciple smiled, "Welcome. Protector Gu Yuan, perhaps I can relay your message to the sect master when he comes back." Gu Yuan declined his offer. "This is too important. I'm afraid I can't tell you anything. Sorry, goodbye." He turned around and left. His facial expression was conflicted. He knew what happened to that dead immortal. Therefore, he felt anxious. He was too shocked by the painting earlier that he forgot the expert killed an immortal. The immortal was a beginner, but he was still an immortal. He died in the immortal realm and his body was still in the immortal realm. On top of that, the bridge to immortality started to reconnect. Something huge was about to happen. It was going to get messy. He walked on and clenched his jaw. Then, he turned around again. An opportunity is right in front of me. If I miss it, what did I become an immortal for? I should just bet on the expert. Risk it along with my grandson and great-grandchildren. Gu Yuan had a crazy glint in his eyes. It'll all be for nothing if I were to wait for the sect master to return. It's an emergency, so it can't be delayed. He quickly walked around the main hall instead of toward it. He came to the backyard of the Azureville sect. It had grass and flowers everywhere. It was a garden. In the garden, there were dozens of demons from the distraction realm who were watering the plants and taking care of the flying demons. The flying demons were all flying beasts. You could tell they were extraordinary from their fur. They all had their heads up as they ordered the demons around. They were very prestigious. The demons had their own social statuses. The pureblood demons that chose to stick with the sect had a high status. Normal demons were only feral demons unless they received opportunities to become more than that. Ka demons were made into slaves, food, or used for other purposes. The dozens of demons were taken aback when they saw Gu Yuan. They hurriedly stopped what they were doing and greeted respectfully, "Greetings, Protector Gu Yuan." As for the flying demons, they glanced at Gu Yuan and nodded. Gu Yuan looked at them and saluted them. He smiled politely and said, "Everybody, I have a huge opportunity to share with you all. I wonder if anyone's interested to come with me?" The flying demons looked at Gu Yuan with tilted heads. None of them said anything. They all simply flew away and rested on the branches of nearby trees. Gu Yuan looked awkward. He clenched his jaw and tried again. "It really is a huge opportunity. It's unimaginable. It won't disappoint you." He was slightly pissed off. These demons had been spoiled by the sect master. How arrogant and impolite of them. He would not have done this if it was not for the lack of time. He needed to find a rare demon quickly. These demons were from the Mahayala realm. The sect master cared for them because they were of the phoenix descendant. He wanted to train them into immortal beasts. Gu Yuan was an intermediate immortal. It was already very polite of him to be so nice to them. Moreover, it was a huge opportunity. If he was a demon and not a human, he would never give them this chance. One of the demons said, "Huge opportunity? Tell me more." Gu Yuan said softly, "I know of a godly expert who wants a flying demon as a ride. If you're lucky enough to be chosen, it'll be an unimaginable opportunity." The demons looked at him weirdly. They said in disbelief, "Expert? Using us as rides? If we tell the sect master what you just said to us, can you guess what'll happen to you?" Gu Yuan said, "I wanted to tell the sect master about it, but coincidentally, he isn't around. This can't be delayed and I don't want to miss out on this opportunity, so I came here directly. One of the demons asked curiously, "Who's this expert? Where is he?" Gu Yuan groaned and said, "He's someone who lives in a faraway land at the immortal realm." Immortal realm? Faraway land? The flying demons were baffled. They looked at Gu Yuan like they were looking at an idiot. Was he hallucinating? Even the other demons who were watering plants looked at him weirdly. They did not hold it in and burst out laughing. "What a joke! Not even 6-year-olds would believe you. You want us to go to the immortal realm to be someone's ride?" The most arrogant flying demon sneered coldly, "Did you hit your head while fighting? I suggest you get that checked out or it'll be too late once you go full lunatic." Gu Yuan said, "Trust me. I can cross my heart and swear that it's true." "Protector Gu Yuan, please, leave. Goodbye." Gu Yuan stood there and stared at the most arrogant demon. He looked like he was thinking. That demon was a firefinch demon. It had the most phoenix blood in it. It would be a great ride once its phoenix potential was awakened. It would be nice to give it to the expert. Also, if the process of getting a ride was way too easy, it would show a lack of sincerity. Maybe the expert would be impressed if risks were taken. He bit down. Time to go all out. He raised his hand and pointed. His powers were extremely strong and the demons in the above immortal realm were nothing compared to him. They could not resist it and immediately fainted. Then, Gu Yuan grabbed the firefinch demon and left quietly in a flash. At the 4-part architecture. "Daji, I'm coming down. Hold still. Don't worry, I'm standing by down here." "Okay." Li Nianfan nodded and slowly descended the ladder from the rooftop. He looked up at the lightning rod on the 4-part architecture after he landed. He nodded satisfyingly and said, "Done. From now on, we have one less problem to worry about." "Nice work, Mr. Li," said Daji while she carefully helped him wipe away his sweat. Li Nianfan was in a good mood. He laughed and said, "The clear moon lake is famous and not too far from here. How about we go swimming at the lake as a celebration?" "Okay, I'll follow you." Chapter 177, Lake Drifting on a Raft, Straight Girl. Li Nianfan heard of the clear moon lake more than once, especially when he was buying fish. The fishmonger loved to mention the clear moon lake. It was one of the more famous visiting sites of the fallen town. He had been there before. At the time, he was too astounded by how beautiful the view was. Not to mention, he was a single fellow at that time. Although he wanted to go rafting, he did not feel that it was necessary at that time. He intended to go lake drifting with Daji. The two of them arrived at the fallen town, then rode on a horse carriage. After an hour, they saw the lake that was as clear and reflective as a mirror. The sunlight hit the surface of the lake, making it sparkle brightly. It looked like a light show from afar. It was a majestic view. They were in the carriage for a while. The coachman said, "Mr. Li, we're almost there. If you're interested, you can come out and check out the view. The lakeside breeze is nice out here." The coachman was a local citizen from the fallen town. He was a bearded buff man with thick sideburns and a hoarse voice. "Ha, okay." Li Nianfan laughed and got out of the carriage with Daji. They sat on the coachman's seats. Suddenly, a damp, cool, lakeside breeze blew on their faces. It felt like someone was caressing their cheeks with soft hands. It was indescribably nice. "Nice," said Li Nianfan. He looked around. He had been here before but he was still astounded. It was hard to imagine that Mother Nature could create something so beautiful. On both sides of the clear moon lake were tall mountains. It was surrounded by the woods and some strange-looking rocks. However, there were no rocks in the clear moon lake. It was as if they did not want to disrupt the smooth mirror-like surface. The calm lake was in contrast with the steep mountains. It accentuated the peacefulness and grace of the lake. The fallen town is crowded mostly because of the clear moon lake. A lot of bored people would come here to check out the view. The coachman often brought visitors here, so he knew the clear moon lake very well. He pointed and said, "Mr. Li, look. There's the nuisance door." He looked over and saw a narrow landslide area. It looked like a door created naturally. The lake was from an east-side ocean. The current was strong, so the water was pouring in through crazy waves. However, here was the magical part. Once the waves passed through the nuisance door, the waves became still and peaceful. It blended in perfectly with the peaceful clear moon lake. Not a single ripple was created. Li Nianfan had to ask, "Looks like the lake is deep, right?" "Of course, it's mystifyingly deep." The coachman warned him, "Mr. Li, Be careful when you go lake drifting. You're more important than those fishmongers. It'd be dangerous if you accidentally fell into the water. Li Nianfan smiled and said, I know. Thanks for the caution. Whistle. The coachman pulled on the ropes and the horse carriage came to a stop. Mr. Li, the clear moon lake is right up front. It's not convenient for horse carriages to continue, so I can only drop you off here. Okay, bye. Li Nianfan paid the coachman and got off the carriage with Daji. Then, they walked toward the clear moon lake. There were a lot of people around the lake, most were fishermen. There were a lot of boat owners at the side, too, waiting for customers to rent their boats. The lake was endless against the horizon and it had a golden surface. Boats and rafts slowly moved on the lake. It looked like a sailing painting. Li Nianfan walked to an elderly who was wearing a hat. He smiled and said, Elderly, is this raft for rent? Rent? Young guy, if you want to go raft drifting, that'll be 2 silvers for 2 people. If you want to drift to the other side of the lake, that'll cost 2 more silvers, said the elderly. Li Nianfan smiled and said, Elderly, we're indeed here to lake drift. But we want to rent the raft, we can row by ourselves. The elderly man was slightly surprised. Rowing on your own? Do you know how to? Li Nianfan humbly replied, A bit, it's not a big deal. That'd be great. I'll agree with that, but rowing a raft isn't as easy as it looks. It's quite difficult, reminded the elderly. Li Nianfan smiled and said, Don't worry. How much is the rental fee? The elderly was stumped. Rental fee? What's a rental fee? Li Nianfan smiled and shook his head. Never mind. He looked at the sky. It was getting late. If they had fun, they could spend the night on the raft. Therefore, he paid for the standard boat fees for 2 days. Goodbye, we'll be leaving now, said Li Nianfan as he waved. He moved the oars and steadily rowed the raft toward the center of the lake. That elderly was relieved and immediately complimented him. Hey, young guy, that's awesome. Your father must be a boat owner, too, right? Ha, nope. Slowly, they moved away from the lakeside. The people on the lakeside looked like small dots. Boats and rafts passed by Li Nianfan from time to time. They would all look at Li Nianfan with curiosity. It was rare that a graceful young guy would row his raft. He looked like an experienced lake drifter, too. They did not dare to look at Daji. They glanced at her and immediately looked away. She was way too pretty. Their raft was rowed to the center of the lake. Li Nianfan put the oars aside and let the raft drift on its own. Daji, how is it? Who knew you'd also be good at rowing? Your moves were smooth and graceful, too. You made it look easy. That's so awesome, said Daji. Li Nianfan smiled awkwardly. I was asking about the view. Daji replied calmly, the view's beautiful. Li Nianfan was stumped. He wanted to show off by reciting a poem he prepared, but he suddenly did not know what to say. Sigh. Daji was a bit out of touch. As expected of a straight girl. Li Nianfan walked into the awning and said, Let's go in and place our things. He chose a raft with an awning for a reason. The raft was nice and spacey. A rectangular table was placed at the center of the awning. There was enough space for 2 people to lie down on each side. It was just like a tiny room. Daji asked, Are we not going back tonight? Li Nianfan smiled and said, Probably not. It's late and we don't lake drift often. It's nice to see the night view of the lake. Look, I even brought lanterns. Oh. Daji was secretly happy. She immediately helped Li Nianfan unpack their items. It was convenient because of the system's space. They had their clothes and all their basic equipment with them. Chapter 178, Immortal Relics. Soon, the 2 of them finished unpacking their items. They walked out from the awning again. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared, flying above Li Nianfan. Li Nianfan was slightly startled. The cultivators were actively flying around. He was envious of them. He stared for a while, then he took out his fishing rod. He said in an excited tone, The swamp in the backyard is lousy. Now it's finally my time to shine. He had great fishing skills, but he had not fished in a long while. Li Nianfan was itching to fish again. He sat at the side of the raft and raised his arm. The fishing line was thrown in the air with a graceful curve. Then, it landed in the water. Daji sat next to him. They looked like they were in a landscape painting. After a while, a fisherman boat came toward them. Mr. Li, it is you. Li Nianfan heard a surprised voice coming from the fisherman boat. He looked over and smiled. Yo, Fishmonger? The fishmonger said, I thought you looked familiar from afar. Who knew it's really you, Mr. Lee? I didn't know you were so skillful at rowing. Fishmonger, are you here to lake drift with your family? Asked Lee Nyan Fan. There was a woman who wore simple clothing standing next to the fishmonger. She had tan skin, a classic fishmonger girl. A little girl who was about 4 years old peeked out behind the fishmonger. She was stealing glances at Lee Nyan Fan. Stop joking, Mr. Lee. We don't have time to lake drift. We're here to fish. Trying to make a living here. The fishmonger pulled the little girl out. Little fish, say hi to Brother Lee. Little fish was a tad shy. She quietly said, Brother Lee. Lee Nyan Fan smiled and nodded. Little fish, what a cute name. Mr. Lee, that bucket over there, is it full of fish? Asked the fishmonger curiously. He looked inside the bucket and realized that there was surprisingly a lot of fish inside it. Lee Nyan Fan nodded. Yeah, I fished for a while just now. It's a decent catch. The fishmonger looked at Lee Nyan Fan with a complicated facial expression. He could not help but press on his heart. You caught so many fishes in such a short while. It's more effective than my fishnet. And look at the quality. Every fish is huge. Look at how beautiful that koi fish's scales are, admired the fishmonger. It's just good luck, Lee Nyan Fan said. Instantly, he heard a splash. The fishing line jumped. He pulled on the fishing rod and a big yellow fish jumped out from the water's surface. The fishmonger was excited. Big fish. That's a big fish. The little girl was even more excited. Daddy, that looks like a saddle beach here. The fish was strong. Lee Nyan Fan did not forcefully fight against it. He casually let the fish swim around while having a conversation. Fishmonger, you told me that the Clear Moon Lake has a lot of fishes. It is indeed so. If everyone could fish as he did, what was the use for fishmongers? Soon, the big yellow fish was fished up by Lee Nyan Fan. It weighed at least 4 kilograms. The fish was strange looking. Its yellow skin had black stripes on it, just like tiger stripes. Lee Nyan Fan held the saddle beach ear and tossed it. It landed on the boat of the fishmonger. Mr. Lee, you. The fishmonger looked surprised. This is my meeting gift for little fish. Lee Nyan Fan smiled and looked at little fish. Little fish, do you like it? He noticed that little fish was a big fan of the saddle beach ear. She clearly liked it. As expected, little fish nodded continuously. Yeah, I like it. Thank you, Brother Lee. This kid. The fishmonger shook his head and thanked him. Thanks, Mr. Lee. My kid loves eating this fish. Sigh, I can't help it. Lee Nyan Fan said, it's a good thing to like something. Suddenly, multiple figures flew by above them. The fishmonger said, not sure what's going on at the Clear Moon Lake recently. There have been more cultivators than fishes around. Lee Nyan Fan slightly raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, is it only a recent thing? Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening. Mr. Lee, it's getting late, I think I should go back now. There might be demons at this lake. The fishmonger was as cautious as a burnt child who dreaded fire. Lee Nyan Fan said, we plan to stay for a while. Mr. Lee, it's getting dark soon. I think you should leave while it's early, warned the fishmonger. Then, he rowed his boat away and said, we'll be leaving now, goodbye. Lee Nyan Fan watched as the fisherman's boat drifted away. He frowned and thought to himself, there won't really be demons, right? Maybe they should go back early? He looked up at the sky and saw a few more figures flying by. The cultivators were heading towards the depths of the Clear Moon Lake. He suddenly grew more worried. 2 figures were flying by in the air. It was an old man and a young lady. Dad, is it true that the remains of the immortal appeared in the Clear Moon Lake? The old man groaned and said, I don't think that it's just rumored. I did some research and found out from an old book that the East Side Ocean had an immortal island before. The Clear Moon Lake is connected to the East Side Ocean, so it's possible that immortal relics were spotted here. The young lady said excitedly, it'd be awesome if it was true. Don't be too optimistic. Even though it's an immortal relic, it must be dangerous. There are a lot of cultivators this time. I'm not sure how many of them would survive. The old man looked worried. I heard that they found the 4th relic. The relics keep appearing too fast. The young lady said, we should try our luck. We can retreat if it's too dangerous. Ha, I thought the same, too. Remember to keep that attitude in mind and we shall outlive the others, smiled the old man while he nodded. The 2 of them flew by. The young lady suddenly stopped, her eyes wide. She looked like she was in disbelief. She exclaimed, "Huh? Look over there, is that the expert?" "No way, the expert is at Azureville." The old man shook his head and simply took a glance. He was baffled on the spot. He said in a surprising tone, "It really is the expert. The expert came back so fast." The young lady asked, "Are we still going to search for the immortal relics?" "Nah, it's a blessing to run into the expert. We should greet him. It's what's important." The old man did not think twice. He immediately descended from the sky with the young lady. "Be cautious of how you act, don't offend the expert." The young lady said, "Don't worry, I met the expert before you did." Li Nianfan put his fishing rod aside. He decided not to risk his puny life in the end. He wanted to go back. Suddenly, he saw two figures approaching him. Li Nianfan looked at the figures weirdly. They landed in front of him and saluted, "Mr. Li, long time no see." Chapter 179, A Bad Move. "It's you guys," Li Nianfan politely replied. "Brother Lin, Lady Qingyun." Lin Mufeng smiled and said, "We didn't expect to run into you lake drifting here, Mr. Li. What a coincidence." Li Nianfan gestured them to the awning of the raft. "Please, let's chat on the raft, Brother Lin. Daji, prepare some tea." "Sorry for the disturbance then." Lin Mufeng and Lin Qingyun were secretly overjoyed that they could talk to the expert. After a while of chatting, Li Nianfan asked curiously, "Where are you going? I noticed there were a lot of cultivators flying by. Did something happen?" Lin Mufeng said, "To be honest, Mr. Li, there are rumors of leftover immortal relics at the Clear Moon Lake. That's why there are a lot of cultivators. We're here to try our luck, too." "Immortal relics?" Li Nianfan was instantly intrigued. "I wonder what it looks like." Novels in the past realm said that relics were the most mysterious things, treasures that could be passed down for generations. The immortal realm had relics, too. Was it an immortal item? Maybe one of the treasures could make him successful overnight. Maybe it could change his body that did not have a spiritual root. Perhaps he could be a cultivator. It would be a lie if Li Nianfan said he was not envious of the cultivators. It was a shame that it was impossible for him to be one. He heard that if one's body did not have a spiritual root, one could never become a cultivator unless one had a magnificent treasure to help. But of course, treasures like that came from daydreams. Lin Mufeng was smart about it. He hurriedly said, "Mr. Li, if you're interested, you can come check it out with us." Li Nianfan was interested, but then he shook his head and said, "Never mind, relics must be hard to find, especially when I'm just an ordinary man. How can I join the crowd?" Even if relics existed, it was not his place as an ordinary man to own it, right? Lin Mufeng knew it was time to showcase his loyalty. He said, "Finding immortal relics is risky, but if Mr. Li wants to go, I can make way for you." Lin Qingyun quickly chimed in, "Yeah, Mr. Li. You reattached my father's arm. We should help you out on this." The father and daughter were kind-hearted people. Li Nianfan felt like it was a good choice that he helped them. Li Nianfan waved and said, "Brother Lin, that was only my small act of kindness. Thank you, though." He stopped and continued, "I thought something bad happened. I was about to leave. From the looks of it, I can stay the night at the lake." Lin Mufeng suddenly realized what he meant. He hurriedly said, "Mr. Li, are you worried that you'd be disturbed at night? My daughter and I are cultivators. We can guard you for the night." "This," frowned Li Nianfan. Lin Qingyun sincerely said, "Mr. Li, a night is nothing for cultivators like us. Please, don't reject us." Li Nianfan thanked them, "If that's the case, thank you for your kindness." Regardless of whether there were demons at the lake, Li Nianfan felt much safer with two cultivators guarding him for the night. The sunset painted the Clear Moon Lake a bright orange color. Nighttime came after a while. The Clear Moon Lake was chilly at night. Li Nianfan talked to Lin Mufeng and Lin Qingyun for a while, then he hung a lantern at the awning. He went inside the awning with Daji and fell asleep. Lin Mufeng and Lin Qingyun looked serious on the raft. They were staring at the surface of the lake without blinking. Suddenly, Lin Mufeng raised his hand and pointed at the lake. Boom! After a short while, the dead body of a huge clam demon floated to the water's surface. Lin Mufeng sneered, "Ha, just a clam demon. How dare it approach the expert when he's resting? It deserves to die." He used his powers, creating waves on the water's surface. Suddenly, the surrounding fishes swam away. No nearby creatures survived. Lin Mufeng said in a serious tone, "Qing Yun, this is an assignment from the expert. We can't make any mistakes. Don't only be aware of demons but also of anything that can make a sound. We can't let them disturb the expert." Lin Qingyun nodded with seriousness. Suddenly, a bird flew by. It was flapping its wings. Lin Qingyun and Lin Mufeng targeted it at the same time. They attacked it and pierced the bird. That bird did not even have the time to chirp before it fell straight into the lake. However, when it was about to hit the surface of the lake, Lin Mufeng cast a spell. The wind carried the dead body of the bird, letting it fall peacefully into the lake without making a sound. Lin Qingyun suddenly reminded him, "Dad, I think we can cast a soundproof spell for the expert." Lin Mufeng thought it was an amazing idea. He complimented her, "Nice idea, it's foolproof." He instantly cast the spell on the awning. Although they cast the spell, they still did not dare to relax. They stood up straight and scanned the surrounding area as if they were the most loyal guards. They needed to eliminate any uncertain factors. The awning cast a dim light. The light was not bright, but it shined through the whole raft. From afar, it looked like the light was a part of the raft. Suddenly, a wind blew and caused a wave to form. The raft moved and drifted. At the depths of the clear moon lake, countless figures flew in from different directions, levitating above the surface of the lake and searching for something. This area has the most complicated aura. If there's an immortal relic, it'd be here for sure. The signs appeared, it's only a matter of time before the relic shows up. Ha, I thought so too a month ago. I've been waiting here ever since. I thought I could have the relic all to myself, but who would have thought that the relic wouldn't appear? Now, lots of people have learned about it. Fellow cultivator, I had it worse than you. I discovered it half a year ago and I've been waiting ever since. Sigh. Seems like early birds don't get the worm. Everyone was chatting away. Suddenly, the calm surface of the lake moved and a strange-looking rock slowly floated to the surface. The rock was jet black and it had a deep hole in the middle. It looked like a beast that was opening its mouth. Everyone freaked out. They looked hysterically happy. Here it comes, the immortal relic. A figure swooped down in the dark as it laughed maniacally. Ha, everyone, I'll be making the first move. Bye. The figure approached the rock hole. Suddenly, countless swords appeared in the air, stabbing the person until he looked like a porcupine. Some cultivators did not have the time to react to that. He should not have boasted. What a bad move. Chapter 180, Genie? A breeze blew. Everyone felt chilly, but when they looked at the cold dead body, they instantly felt better. That person deserved to die. He showed everyone the textbook definition of what not to do. An elder with white hair and green robes shook his head and sneered, "If he wasn't such an idiot, he wouldn't have died so suddenly." Everyone knows that the search for an immortal relic is dangerous. He was probably overjoyed and forgot about the danger. It's unbelievable that someone like that could be a cultivator. Everyone looked at each other and dissed the dead body without remorse. Suddenly, the calm water surface started to boil. The weird rock emitted something strange. Everyone felt the intense aura. The danger sent chills down their spines. Swoosh! Suddenly, countless light beams flashed from the hole. It was powerful and crazy. Everyone felt their hair standing. Everyone, watch out. Nobody needed his warning as every cultivator automatically cast their spells or used their defense items. Swoosh! The light beams touched the shields and faded into nothing. The light beams were everywhere. Thankfully, every cultivator there were forces to be reckoned with. They were all at least from the Yuanying realm. They were forced to retreat, but they could handle it. The light beams aren't as powerful as I thought. I have a defense item so I don't need to worry, chuckled an elder from the out-of-aperture realm. He looked proud and arrogant. He waved and enhanced his defense item to the max, then he slowly approached the rock hole. He was suddenly surrounded by a halo. He looked like a cool expert. Everybody, this is the first test of the immortal relic. You have to try harder from now on. I'll be making the first move. On to the second test. Ha, he laughed and stepped into the hole. However, his laughter was abruptly stopped. He was impaled to death instantly. Everyone shook their heads at the same time. Another cultivator who tried making the first move. The green-robed elder said, "This is an immortal relic. Why would anyone underestimate it? What an idiot with a death wish." Suddenly, a golden figure appeared and approached the hole. The figure did not say anything. He did not say a word that could jinx himself. He was wrapped in a golden bell which made loud noises while he flew. The light beams all disappeared before he got near the hole. He went into the hole. Countless swords flew out just like earlier, but the swords were swatted away easily. He was the first person who successfully went inside the hole. Everyone was ecstatic. Someone yelled, "Everyone, come on. The swords seem to be limited. If we work together to fight against it, its defense will become weaker. We can all go in within half an hour." Everyone felt enthusiastic as they hyped each other up. "Let's go, cultivators. A big opportunity awaits. Let's go, let's go. Cultivators, teamwork makes the dream work. Success is ours to take." Some of the cultivators were confident in their defense skills, so they approached the hole first. Everyone used their powers and did their thing. It was a cool sight. Meanwhile, far from the horizon, a normal raft with an awning slowly drifted toward them. Lin Mufeng and Lin Qingyun were still in serious mode. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Every single thing could be a threat to them. They were starting to sweat because they were too tense. Suddenly, they noticed something at the same time. They were looking at the immortal relic. Is that the immortal relic? Their eyes were wide in disbelief. They could not believe what they were seeing. They were sure that they did not move the raft. They did not even know where the immortal relic was. The raft drifted here on its own. The raft found the immortal relic? They flinched and felt shivers down their spine. Scary, too scary. They would never believe it if they did not experience it themselves. They could never picture something like this happening. Lin Qingyun felt a creepy chill shoot straight into her soul. She almost pulled out her hair as she asked in a trembling voice, "Father, do you know what's happening?" "No. Not really." Lin Mufeng was not in a better state than her. He was panicking, too. He cautiously looked at the awning, then immediately looked away. "Hold on, let me process it." He took a deep breath. He replayed his memories like it was a movie, recalling every single detail of what Li Nianfan said or did. He was thinking hard, but he could not figure it out. Did the expert want to come here? No way, the expert would have said so. Why would he do this? Ha, stupid, we did this. Lin Mufeng and Lin Qingyun almost jumped at the sudden voice. They looked at the awning of the raft. The lantern was swaying. They did not notice the ordinary lantern previously. They suddenly remembered that this was a lantern of the expert. How could it be ordinary? They terrifyingly realized that they could not figure out this lantern. Lin Mufeng felt his heart race as he mumbled, "Gee, genie? Wrong, we're firefly demons." The lights in the lantern flickered. Countless flecks of light danced inside the lantern as one of the demons said, "Ha, I'm so done with your intelligence. Can't you tell that my master wants to find the immortal relic?" Lin Mufeng was humiliated and embarrassed. He said, "I can't believe I thought the expert would say it directly. I'm so stupid. The expert gave obvious hints but I didn't get it. It's all my fault." The firefly demon said, "Thankfully, you have me today. I was created by my master and I never got the chance to repay him, so I'll have to do my best right now." Lin Mufeng quietly asked, "How are we going to get inside the immortal relic?" The firefly demon boastfully said, "Just stand by and watch. Don't let the outsiders disturb the master." Lin Mufeng was baffled. Stand by? The firefly demon proudly said, "Look at the word on the lantern, it's the writings of my master. Take a close look." Lin Mufeng focused and saw the big Fu word on the lantern. It was not that big of a deal with a glance, but when he stared at it, he felt like he was being sucked in. That word gave Lin Mufeng an illusion that the world was contained in it. This word. Gasp. Chapter 181, Luck. Lin Mufeng gasped and looked away. He was deeply shocked. He had seen the expert's words before. Of course, he knew his words contained insights, but this one word was stronger than the poem he saw from before. The poem contained an artistic conception that gave out insights. However, this one word somehow contained a sense of will. He could even tell that the expert was more serious writing this than when he wrote the poem. Fu. This word represented something that was not visible to the naked eye and the most important thing in the cultivation realm, luck. The expert made this lantern that was able to manifest luck. What concept was that? This was unbelievable. If someone else found out about this, the person would most likely faint. No wonder the boat was able to float to the immortal relic. With this manifested luck, one could get an immortal item before their eyes just by wishing for it. Damn! This was a treasure containing luck. This was definitely the greatest treasure. Lin Mufeng's brain went blank as his eyes rolled back and he almost died. The firefly demon said suddenly, "Call me Daddy and I'll make your wish come true." "Daddy!" Lin Mufeng called out sincerely without hesitation. The firefly demon said calmly, "Not bad, son. However, I only serve my master. It's no use if you call me Daddy." Lin Mufeng looked extremely awkward. He coughed softly and asked Lin Qingyun, "Daughter, did you hear anything?" "I didn't hear anything." Lin Qingyun glanced at Lin Mufeng and said, "Your reaction was too quick, or else I would have been the one calling it Daddy." As they spoke, the boat had inched closer to the immortal relic. In fact, it was already within the attacking range of countless sword chi. The brave cultivators who were battling the sword chi paused. They thought they were having a vision. A boat? A boat came at this hour? It seems that an ordinary man has entered this territory by accident. How unlucky. Wait, are those cultivators standing on the boat? Lin Mufeng and Lin Qingyun stood on the boat and cast a stronger noise-cancelling spell to make sure the expert was not being disturbed. As they were casting the spell, they looked down on the bunch of cultivators coldly. Now that they were the loyal dogs by the expert's side, they were powerful and must come off strong. An elder in green robes invited, "Brother, this is an immortal relic. A single man's power is impossible to make it through. Why don't you join us so you can have a share of the prize?" Lin Mufeng shook his head. He rejected, "Thank you, but no need." The elder in green robes stared at the boat that was floating further away from him. It was almost reaching the entrance of the cave. He called out, "Brother, please don't be foolish. The entrance is very dangerous. It's still not too late to join us." Lin Mufeng did not even look at him. His robes flew in the air, exuding an air of arrogance like he was someone important. "A bunch of ignorant fools. I have luck on board with me, how would the immortal relic harm me at all? Why is there a boat at this hour? Are they unconscious? Perhaps they're dream-walking? Sigh, what a pity. There seems to be a good-looking female cultivator on the boat. Someone's going to die first. Attention everyone, let's wish them a peaceful journey with our eyes." Without blinking, the bunch of cultivators watched the boat intently, anticipating it to be destroyed. The boat did not even have a protective shield and it was poorly made. It was undeniably easier to hide from the sword chi from the boat, yet, up until now, no trace of sword chi attacked it. It would be destroyed by the entrance without a doubt. It was getting closer. And closer. Somehow the cultivators watching were more anxious than the people on the boat. They held their breaths. Some were even hurt by the sword chi while they were distracted. It was right in front of the entrance, it was about to enter. Everyone cried out in their hearts. Lin Mufeng met with their eyes, and the exchanging of looks became a soundless duel between the two sides. It was as if both sides were saying the same thing, "How ignorant." Silently and shakily, the boat vanished out of sight. What happened? The cultivators were stunned. The looks of impending laughter were frozen on their faces. They were unable to laugh. What happened to the sword chi? Was it broken? How did such a long boat enter while small humans like them were unable to enter? "It's our chance. There's a bug in the immortal relic. Let's all take this opportunity to rush in." Someone called out with excitement. Instantly, he transformed into light and shot toward the entrance impatiently. Vroom. Countless long swords shot out in return. In a blink of an eye, yet another innocent cultivator failed. The elderly man in green robes started to doubt his life with disbelief. Does this entrance recognize faces? The entrance of the cave looked like a door with nothing behind. However, the truth was that someone had used supernatural powers to open up a layer of space in the middle of the clear moon lake. Once they entered the cave, they would enter this space. Inside was a dark world with a long and narrow stream. The stream seemed to glow from within, almost like a bright white lace stretching out in the darkness. The boat moved along the stream quietly. Plop. 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 In front of them, colorful waves and spiritual chi were flowing everywhere. They looked like fireworks exploding in the air. It was a battle, and the battle was very fierce. Looking ahead, there were 8 cultivators in the air battling with 5 spirits. These spirits seemed to be illusory, but their battling powers were strong. They were guarding the second entrance, each with a long sword in their hands that exuded powerful sword chi. When the 8 cultivators saw someone new coming in, they looked delighted. A boat? They were even more delighted. How cool. Did he enter the cave in a boat? This person must be so cool. With the help of this person, They thought it would be quite likely for all of them to break through this second entrance. One of them said with excitement, "Brother, this is an immortal relic. It's impossible to enter by yourself. Why don't you join us? We can share the prize." What he said was exactly the same as the previous cultivator. It did not sound very genuine. Lin Mufeng did not even bother replying. He merely looked at him dully as the boat continued moving. The 8 cultivators frowned in unison. Someone said, "Brother, these 5 spirits aren't a joke. Let's fight them together." Unintentionally, they directed the battle toward the boat. HMPH. This man thinks he'll be fine as long as the spirits are distracted? How innocent. The 5 spirits will kill anything they see. Once the spirits attack with him, he'll have no choice but to join us. Chapter 182, Obviously Cheating. The 8 cultivators scoffed coldly. They were certain that the boat would get dragged into the battle. However, in the next moment, they were all dumbstruck. The 8 of them were battling the 5 spirits fiercely. The battle happened all around the boat, but the boat was still calmly floating toward the entrance as if it was untouchable. Coincidentally, the aftermath of the battle spread out to its surroundings, helping the boat get away safely every single time. Whenever it seemed impossible for the boat to escape from harm, either a spirit or one of the 8 cultivators would somehow be at the right place to shield the boat from oncoming attacks. Finally, a cultivator could not help calling out, "Are the 5 of you blind? There's such a big boat that's about to go through the entrance." The spirit scoffed coldly and said with confidence, "Nonsense. Nobody's able to get past us. Don't you try to fool us." The 8 cultivators almost spat out blood as their faces flushed red. "Are you pretending or are you actually blind? They're cheating." "Humph. Nonsense." The spirit attacked more vigorously. Lin Mufeng and Lin Qingyun stood on the boat as they watched the battle in the air with enthusiasm, commenting on it from time to time. Suddenly, a cultivator narrowed his eyes and looked at the boat with envy. He made a gesture and the golden bell in his hand let out a loud ring. It was then followed by a long flame forming in the air, which was then transformed into a fierce-looking tiger that proceeded to attack the boat. "We're here fighting for our lives and you think you can simply float through so easily? What concept is that? How unfair. If I can't get through, neither can you." Lin Mufeng's face darkened as his heart rate increased. The 8 cultivators who managed to get to this stage were not weak at all. Although he was confident that he could withstand their attacks, he was worried about waking up the expert. This bunch of fools were asking for death. Did they have any idea who they were offending? Ignorance was scary. Lin Mufeng's look darkened with determination. He was prepared to perfectly block the blow even if he had to use up all his spiritual qi. However, a spirit appeared suddenly and used its sword to destroy the flaming tiger in the air. "How dare you miss your strike? Are you even serious about fighting us? This is insulting. I'll take your life." The spirit growled furiously. In a flash, it attacked that cultivator wildly. The cultivator was furious. He exuded a wave of flaming anger as he growled, "How unfair! How unfair! The immortal relics allowing them to cheat. How shameless!" The rest of the 7 cultivators glared at the boat with their reddened eyes. They stared so hard it was as if they wanted to glue their eyeballs on the boat. Under their envious gaze, the boat passed through the second entrance. Then, the third entrance. There were only 3 men there. They were gathered together, discussing a tactic to break through. This looked like a secret chamber with a stream flowing in the middle. It had snowy white walls all over. They had tried all kinds of ways but were still unable to break through. Meanwhile, one of the walls vibrated slightly and a boat appeared. The 3 cultivators were shocked at first. Then, they were delighted. The eldest of all said, "Brother, there's no way to attack the wall and there doesn't seem to be a mechanism operating it. There's no way to get out, why don't you?" Before he could finish his sentence, the boat bumped into the wall, causing a loud ping. The wall vibrated and the boat vanished. The 3 cultivators were dumbstruck as the words got stuck in their throats. The eldest man was feeling uncertain. Did a boat just pass through? I think so. Was it just a hallucination? Perhaps this was part of the test of the third stage? Possible. Lin Mufeng and Lin Qingyun stood on the boat, watching the scene unfold in front of their eyes. The lantern was glowing, illuminating the little boat with its glow. The boat moved shakily and freely down the stream. It would be a lie if they said they were not shocked. However, they did some mental preparation before this. Since they were gradually getting used to this, they managed to appear rather calm. "It's unlikely we'll find more cultivators ahead. Lin Mufeng sighed in relief as he glanced at the cabin. This was too exciting. Luckily, they did not wake up the expert. The boat continued to move down the stream. Fourth stage, fifth stage. Under the shocking gazes of both Lin Mufeng and Lin Qingyun, they discovered that there were 9 stages in total. They somehow felt sorry for the bunch of cultivators behind. Luckily, they had the help of the expert. If not, who would be able to pass through all the entrances? The person who set this immortal relic up must have been a super pervert. He obviously did not want anyone to pass through. Inside the cabin, Li Nianfan's eyes were shut. He was asleep. Daji was laying beside him. Her beautiful eyes were gazing at Li Nianfan as her cheeks flushed red. It was apparent that she was awake. She had been looking at Li Nianfan like a fangirl, sometimes shy, sometimes anxious, sometimes hesitant. Finally, her tongue reached out to lick the saliva that had oozed out from the corner of her lips. She then took a deep breath. It was her first time sleeping next to Li Nianfan. She could not lose this opportunity. She had to be brave. It would be too wasteful to let this chance slip away. Daji looked determined. Swiftly after, a long snowy white fluffy tail rose from her back, silently stretching toward Li Nianfan. The tail gently ruffled his face and then instantly retracted. Daji looked like a kid who had done a naughty thing. She blushed before shutting her eyes tight, acting as if she was asleep. After a moment, she opened her eyes again and realized Li Nianfan did not wake up. She was delighted. Now that she was slightly braver, she reached out with her tail again and gently rubbed Li Nianfan's face while another tail was placed on Li Nianfan's palm. She had an enjoyable look on her face. This reminded her of the time when she was still a fox. Li Nianfan always hugged her and ruffled her fur. It felt so comfy. Just as she was about to do more, Li Nianfan's nose twitched as his eyelashes fluttered slightly. Instantly, Daji retracted all of her tails. Her mind went black as panic filled her face. Daji, you're awake? Li Nianfan opened his eyes and looked at Daji with a smile. Daji looked suspicious. She simply mumbled, yes. Mr. Li, good morning. Li Nianfan did not mind. He took a sniff. What a scent. He gently rubbed his nose. His palm smelled the same? More importantly, this scent smelled so good. He took a sneak peek at Daji. Sleeping with a beautiful lady was indeed different. He was lucky he got to take advantage of her fragrant scent. Chapter 183, Bringing Home a Free Immortal. Li Nianfan walked Daji out of the cabin. He was slightly shocked at the sight. The clear moon, the lake he expected to see, was no longer in sight. Somehow, the boat had floated into what seemed to be a cave. It seemed like a whole new world that had a faint glow. The boat floated along with the current to a rocky shore by the side. Looking up, the top of the cave was formed by countless rocks hanging upside down. Water droplets were dripping gently from the sharp points. Drop. 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 The gentle dripping echoed throughout the cave. Taking another look at the surroundings, the stones on the cave walls were irregular and almost strange looking. Some weird-shaped stones were standing out from the rest. Lin Mufeng and Lin Qingyun were waiting outside cautiously. When they saw Li Nianfan walking out, they greeted, "Good morning, Mr. Li, Miss Daji." Li Nianfan nodded and replied, "Good morning, Brother Lin, Miss Qingyun." Swiftly after, he asked curiously, "Where are we?" Lin Mufeng replied, "Mr. Li, this is the inside of the immortal relic." "What? We're inside the immortal relic?" Li Nianfan was shocked. He took another look at his surroundings with excitement. The immortal relic. Regardless if it was in his past realm or this realm, the immortals represented something high above, like a Bigshot. Though he knew many cultivators, hearing about immortals still excited him. He was so close to meeting an immortal. How cool! How cool! Li Nianfan could not help saying, "Brother Lin, look at you. I already said you don't have to bring me to the immortal relic. You must have been at risk, eh? This father and daughter secretly brought me in here when I was sleeping. Although they want to thank me, I'm still very touched." Li Nianfan thought to himself. Meanwhile, he thought even more highly of this father and daughter. Perhaps their cultivation was way higher than he once thought. How cool it was to be friends with powerful cultivators. Li Mufeng had an awkward look on his face. He coughed gently, "Mr. Li, we arrived here by luck. The boat was floating and somehow, we found our way here. I didn't do much." Li Nianfan could not help laughing. "Ha ha ha. Funny. Brother Lin, I like your humor." Li Nianfan would have to be a fool to believe what he just heard. What was wrong with this man? He was even denying his credit? How humble. Li Nianfan said, "Right, you haven't eaten breakfast, right? Daji and I came out in a rush, so we only brought some fruits for breakfast. I hope you don't mind it?" Lin Mufeng and Lin Qingyun were delighted. They quickly repressed their joy. "Of course, we don't mind. We love fruits." Instantly, Li Nianfan took out some fruits and handed some to them. He said in a gratified tone, "Good, I was afraid that you might look down on the fruits." Munch. Once Lin Mufeng received the apple, he impatiently took a bite. Instantly, the sweet juice burst in his mouth and he could not help squinting his eyes. How nice was it to follow Li Nianfan around. Not only did he have all sorts of good food and drinks, every item was of the highest grade. How much nicer could life get? Yummy. Lin Mufeng praised. "Mr. Li's fruits are so sweet and delicious. How could we ever look down on the fruits?" Li Nianfan was pleased. "I'm not blowing my own whistle, but the taste of these fruits is something even the immortals would crave for." Lin Mufeng and Lin Qingyu nodded genuinely. "Exactly. Exactly." Li Nianfan smiled. This bunch of cultivators must have seen all kinds of precious items and yet, they always liked the food he made. He was pleased that his food was appreciated by them. It seemed that he had to do some research when he got home. He would like to find out if he could crossbreed the fruits with the spiritual herbs and somehow create a new species of fruits. Then, he would be able to impress more powerful cultivators. Li Nianfan took out more fruits with enthusiasm. "Have more if you like them. Help yourself." Lin Mufeng and Lin Qingyun were so delighted. They said, trembling with excitement, thank you so much." They glanced at the lantern in gratitude. It was all thanks to the firefly demons. Without them, they would not have understood the expert's hint and would end up missing out on this opportunity. It was apparent that the expert was pleased that they brought him to the immortal relic. Thus, the rewards. They had to pay more attention in the future. They could not afford to miss out on the expert's hints. After breakfast, Li Nianfan started visiting the immortal relic. Although its name had immortal in it, there was no immortal qi, nor did it look very special. Daji hastily took the opportunity to get closer to Li Nianfan. She held onto him and slowly walked out of the boat. "Mr. Li, slower." Li Nianfan took a sniff. It was indeed Daji's scent. He said suddenly, "Right, let's bring along the lantern." He and Daji were both ordinary people. It was better for them to have a lantern in this environment. Lin Mufeng called out, "Please, wait. I'll go and get it." Quickly, he brought out the lantern and walked beside Li Nianfan with the lantern. Li Nianfan said to the lantern, "It's too dark. Brighter." Instantly, the lantern became a notch brighter. The voice control was very intuitive. Li Nianfan liked it very much. Li Mufeng merely looked at the lantern with mixed feelings. This thing was such a bootlicker in front of the expert, and yet, they asked him to call them daddy? Most importantly, he actually called them daddy. Sigh, perhaps only the expert was in the realm where he did not have to impress anyone else. While they walked, there was nothing special. After walking for some time, a platform appeared in sight. On the platform was a milky white stone. The stone was extremely regular, and beside the stone was a snowy white long sword. The long sword emitted a soft glow, brightening up the dark cage. This is... Lin Mufeng and Lin Qingyun felt their throats getting dry. They were shocked and speechless. Based on the air around the long sword, its level was definitely at the peak of the immortal realm. Perhaps it was the same level as the Lingxian Palace's Tianqian zither. A pre-immortal item. A pre-immortal item. Definitely the most precious thing in this realm. No wonder this place was called the immortal relic. One sword in here could turn the entire immortal realm crazy. Most shocking of all, the stone by the sword was the ancestry stone of an immortal. No matter what sect it was, the one thing that every sect wished for was to own an ancestry stone. Owning an ancestry stone meant that this sect had an immortal who went to the immortal land. Through the ancestry stone, they could summon the immortal to fight for them. This was equivalent to bringing home a free immortal? How cool was that? Chapter 184, Golden Bee. Honey is good. Lin Mufeng was very excited. However, Li Nianfan merely looked at it dully and shook his head with disappointment. He thought he would be able to find some precious treasure in this immortal relic. Perhaps something like an elixir or a spiritual herb. Sigh, I was hoping to discover some treasure that could help me become a cultivator. But there are only 2 items here? How stingy. Lin Mufeng and Lin Qingyun had been closely observing Li Nianfan's facial expression. When they saw him shaking his head and looking disappointed, they were extremely shocked. Was that a look of disdain? As expected, this item was nowhere close to Li Nianfan's standards. He did not even bother giving it a second look. Li Nianfan said, "Brother Lin, hurry up and keep this." Lin Mufeng's heart thumped. He swallowed and tried his best to repress his excitement. "I won't say no to this, then." Li Nianfan could not help smiling. "Of course, you don't have to. This belongs to you. I only came here with you to look around." Lin Mufeng understood Li Nianfan's taboo. He nodded and walked toward the long sword, pulling it out from the stone with excitement. Instantly, flashes of light appeared all around them, projecting on the wall beside them. A string of words appeared. "My sword can kill an immortal." What an arrogant statement. Li Nianfan looked at it calmly. He was not impressed by it because he saw this statement too often in his previous realm. The immortal relic was not only stingy, it was making such a fuss. "So what if you can kill an immortal? If you change it to my sword can turn one into an immortal, then I'll be impressed," he thought. Lin Mufeng was impressed by the line of words, but after seeing the expression on Li Nianfan's face, he did not show too much emotion and quickly kept the items away. Both his hands were trembling with excitement. Following the expert did have many advantages. Perhaps even a hair he tossed away would be the most precious treasure anyone could only dream of. "From now on, I want to become the expert's #1 dog. Nobody can talk me out of it." Li Nianfan looked around, seemingly unperturbed. However, he narrowed his eyes. Is there another chamber in there?" Lin Mufeng and Lin Qingyun said instantly, "Mr. Li, why don't we go and have a look?" Li Nianfan nodded. "All right." The cave was very spacious. There was no light in it. Lin Mufeng and Lin Qingyun took the lead. They walked into the smaller chamber. After walking for 20 meters or so, the narrow path opened up. There was water, flower clusters, green plants, and flourishing trees. There was even sunlight coming in, giving one a sense of paradise. Splash! Looking above, there was a fountain at the highest point of the valley. It was not that striking, but it was still impressive. Lin Qingyun could not help exclaiming, "Who would have thought there'd be a paradise in here?" Lin Mufeng smiled. "It's not strange at all. Since it's an immortal relic, it means that an immortal used to live here. They can't just live in that cage, right?" Li Nianfan looked around and analyzed. "This is probably a mountain by the clear moon lake. They emptied the mountain and turned it into the cage. What an immortal. It's nice being powerful." Lin Mufeng and Lin Qingyun were surprised. "I see. Mr. Li's observant indeed. You can see through anything with just one look. How clever. So humble. Praising his competitor now, eh?" Li Nianfan smiled. Just as he was about to continue, he heard a soft hum. He looked around and realized that bees were flying around. He was delighted. He reached out without hesitation and gently squeezed a single bee with 2 fingers. He sized it up in front of him. As a saint farmer, catching a bee was a small deal. He then noticed that the bee was different from ordinary bees. Its head was slightly bigger, and although its outlook seemed ordinary, its wings were golden. It looked cool when it was flying as it reflected golden light. Furthermore, its stinger was bright red. What a terrifying sight. The father and daughter were acting normal until they saw the bee between Li Nianfan's fingers. Their pupils dilated and they froze. Their scalps were itching as if they saw something unbelievable. This was golden bee? Their hearts throbbed as they rubbed their eyes in disbelief. They took another look. They gasped. It was indeed a golden bee. This was a rare species. An extremely fierce species that had stingers filled with fire poison. Even an immortal had to stay away from it. Yet, Li Nianfan captured it with 2 fingers without even the slightest fear? They always knew Li Nianfan was powerful, but when they saw this sight, they were still very shocked. They held their breaths. It was like seeing a Bigshot fighting another Bigshot. It was a shocking sight that was beyond words. They looked at the courtyard full of golden bees. The last traces of rationality left in them kept them from running away. So terrifying. This was not the place for humans to stay. Li Nianfan played with the bee for a while before loosening his fingers to let it go. He said with a surprised tone, "I can't believe there are bees in here." Instantly, he looked around and his gaze fell on a tall tree not too far away. A beehive bigger than a human's head was hanging high up there, very eye-catching. He could not help licking his tongue. I wonder if there are bees inside the beehive? Bees were good. How did he forget about them before? He should catch some. Although there was nothing useful in this immortal relic, if he could bring home some bees, this trip would not be wasted. Another hint. The expert dropped a hint. However, this hint was risky. Lin Mufeng's heart tightened as his mind went blank after a loud humming. He forced a terrible smile that looked even worse than a cry. Biting his lip, he said, "Mr. Li, you want some honey?" Li Nianfan nodded. "Yeah, honey's good. I haven't tasted it for a long time." "Of course, we know honey's good. The point is, these are golden bees. Even if an immortal was stung by a golden bee, the fire poison would attack the heart and put one in danger. If anyone below an immortal was stung by a golden bee, the person would be dead instantly. However, in contrast to how terrifying golden bees were, the golden bee's honey was good. It was not just for healing, but drinking it over a long time would be able to change and improve one's body." Listening to the tone of the expert, it was obvious that he used to drink golden bee's honey in the past. What a big shot! Lin Mufeng took a deep breath and made up his mind. He bit his lip and said, "If Mr. Li would like to drink some honey, why don't I help you get some?" "That'd be great, thank you." Li Nianfan did not reject his offer. To him, it was merely catching some bees, so it must be easy for the cultivators to do so. Li Nianfan took out a square bucket with a lid on and handed it to Lin Mufeng. "Right, just use this square bucket to cover up the beehive. Don't hurt them, I want to raise them at home." The expert wanted to raise golden bees? A big shot living in a big shot world indeed. Lin Mufeng accepted the square bucket with his trembling hands. He seemed calm on the surface but he was terrified inside. He held on to his tears and his voice turned hoarse as he said, "Don't worry, Mr. Li. Please, wait a moment. I'll get it done quickly." Chapter 185, Lin Mufeng's Realization. Lin Qingyun walked forward. "Father, I'll go with you." The both of them walked to the bottom of the tree and looked up at the beehive with a shocking look on their faces. Lin Qingyun was very worried. She could not help asking in a low voice, "Father, are you really going to do it?" Lin Mufeng had made up his mind. He did not hesitate as he said, "Of course, I have to. It's my pleasure to be able to serve the expert." Lin Qingyun's face turned pale as her voice trembled. "They're golden bees. If you touch their beehive, you might risk your life." "Ha, Qingyun, how well do you think the expert treats us?" Lin Mufeng asked out of the blue. After a moment of thought, Lin Qingyun said, "Friendly and nice. He always gives us opportunities. Remember this, there's no such thing as free lunch in the world. Every expert has their weird tics. Mr. Li likes to live as an ordinary man and likes it when others act along with him. You have to remember, his tic is an opportunity for us. Therefore, it's our pleasure to have met the expert. Opportunity is given to us when we grab it." Lin Mufeng continued, his face was serious, "We've taken so many advantages of the expert throughout this trip. I'll feel bad if I didn't do anything." Lin Qingyun bit her lip. "Father, this is life-threatening. Don't you get it? This is another test from the expert." Lin Mufeng smiled and said, "Since the expert likes to act like an ordinary man, he would give us opportunities through his hints. The truth is that he's training his chess pieces. If I chicken out now, it shows that I'm not determined enough to serve him. What use is there in keeping me? Will the expert still ask me to work for him in the future?" Lin Qingyun went deep into thought. She still looked uneasy. "Your understanding is still too shallow." Lin Mufeng sighed and shook his head. "The expert gave us opportunities, so we owe him. Whatever he asks us to do, even if it's life-threatening, we can't hesitate. Although we still have fear as his chess pieces, we can't chicken out." With that, he gradually flew up in the air and approached the beehive. Buzz. Countless golden bees swirled in the air, buzzing loudly. Lin Mufeng's hair stood up all over him. He was extremely nervous. A few bees were flying around him. His heart was in his throat. He was overwhelmed with fear. If this happened in the past, he would have stopped moving right away. "I cannot disappoint the expert." Lin Mufeng took a deep breath and a look of determination appeared on his face. He started to approach the beehive. It was like asking a person to jump off a cliff without wearing a safety harness. If the person was told that it would not be life-threatening and that he would receive many rewards after the jump, how many people would actually jump? One would have to muster so much courage. Buzz. The buzzing became louder and closer. Many golden bees seemed to have noticed this uninvited guest and started to buzz louder as a warning. Lin Mufeng gritted his teeth and fought off the gigantic stress as he lifted the square bucket, ready to capture them. Instantly, countless golden bees moved faster. Suddenly, all the golden bees in the courtyard were now flying toward the bucket. All these years, the number of golden bees was uncountable. They flew toward Lin Mufeng like a strong current. It was such a terrifying sight that even an immortal's scalp would itch seeing this. Every time a golden bee slightly touched Lin Mufeng, he would feel a chill passing through him. Cold sweat was dripping from his forehead and his hands were trembling. He felt as if he could pass out any time. Yet, he had to keep calm and face it. He even had to put on a fake smile to act as if he was calm. This was because the expert was watching. He could not reveal his fear. The expert said these were ordinary bees. So, he had to play along with the expert. He did not dare to move at all. He watched the golden bees enter the bucket as they followed their beehive. Some golden bees even flew in slowly and nonchalantly along with the others. So terrifying. So nerve-wracking. So exciting. So life-threatening. Phew. It was indeed a test. I knew the expert wouldn't want me dead for no reason. What an expert. Even the golden bees had to listen to him. His power was beyond one's imagination. Li Nianfan looked at this with a shocked expression. He could not help praising, "Awesome. What a cultivator indeed. You can even suck in the bees with the bucket. I learned a new thing today." Lin Mufeng looked like a statue. He was frozen and his blood almost seemed to have stopped moving. It was not until all the golden bees had gone inside the bucket that he gradually loosened up. He then shakily sealed the bucket with the lid. As he landed from the tree, his legs went soft and he almost fell off. Luckily, Lin Qingyun quickly supported him. He handed the bucket to Li Nianfan. "Mr. Li, I'm glad to be alive." Li Nianfan accepted the square bucket and smiled. "Thank you so much for your hard work. Do come by to taste some honey." Lin Mufeng was delighted. He said hastily, "Surely." It seems that the expert was impressed by my performance. I have to work harder in the future to become an amazing chess piece. It's time to go. I still have to return this rented boat to that elderly man. Li Nianfan smiled and rowed the boat down the stream, leaving the immortal relic slowly. A few hours earlier, an orb of light rapidly flew from the Azureville toward the Ganlong immortal dynasty. It was Gu Changqing. He had a big golden feathered bird that had a flaming tail on his shoulder. This big bird was the firefinch demon from the immortal land. Now that the road between the two realms had opened up, with enough power, the immortal land would be able to exchange items with the immortal realm, just as they did back in the past. However, immortals still could not come over to this realm as easily and cultivators could not go over. The firefinch stood on Gu Changqing's shoulder and scoffed arrogantly, "Gu Yuan, you're so dead. How dare you send me to the ordinary realm? You're so dead." It was merely a Mahayala realm firefinch. Once it was sent to the ordinary realm, it would be impossible for it to get back to the immortal land unless it became an immortal. The air in this ordinary realm is so disgusting. Oh no, I can't breathe. Your name is Gu Changqing, right? Your ancestor is done for. You're done. Your entire family is so done. My sect master will be so pissed. What kind of rundown place is this? It's rubbish. Just you wait, I want all the peasants here to die. It was extremely arrogant and wore a look of disdain on its face. The immortal realm was deemed as low class to the firefinch demon. Being sent here was like an insult to its existence. Its grudge was so huge that it wanted to destroy this entire realm. Chapter 186, The Reason Why the Road is Broken. The truth was that it did so when it was first sent to this realm. If it was not for Gu Changqing's defense, the Azureville would have been filled with a sea of flames by now. Gu Changqing could not help frowning. I'd suggest you behave better. If you're behaving well at the expert's place and the expert likes you, you'll get a massive opportunity. If the expert's not happy, it'll end up badly. Nonsense. Why'd there be any expert in this ordinary realm? You low-class peasants haven't seen anything great. Massive opportunity? Do I look like I need an opportunity? The firefinch demon scoffed coldly. It flapped its wings at Gu Changqing and announced arrogantly, "I have the bloodline of the phoenix descendant. I'm born to be noble. Back in the immortal land, even immortals wouldn't dare point their fingers at me. What are you? How dare you speak to me like this?" Gu Changqing wanted to teach this arrogant and ignorant firefinch demon a lesson, but thinking of the possibility of it becoming the expert's pet, he had to hold in his anger. He had to keep calm. Once this firefinch demon became the expert's pet, its status would be so high up. He could not afford to offend it. However, if it was so arrogant, if it really became the expert's pet, would it not pee on the immortals' heads? Gu Changqing's head hurt from thinking. He took a deep breath to repress his bad mood. He raised his hand and held the jade pendant. His divine consciousness dived in and said, "Grandpa, are you sure you want to give this to the expert?" Sigh, I don't want to either, but all the birds in the immortal land are so sacred. They're all as arrogant. It's normal for them to look down on everyone. The pendant glowed as Gu Yuan's divine consciousness communicated with Gu Changqing. The truth was that this pendant cost Gu Changqing a fortune. He got this pendant in exchange for a lot of his treasures. This was so that a part of his divine consciousness could reside in it. Facing such an expert, of course, he had to do all he could to get to know him. Gu Changqing sighed. He understood. It was rare to meet demons with such a precious bloodline. Many Bigshots treated these demons as equals instead of keeping them as pets. For example, keeping a phoenix or a dragon as pets would be absurd. Gu Changqing could not help thinking of Li Nianfan. Perhaps only he would have the right to keep an actual dragon as a pet. Gu Yuan said in a serious tone, "Right, you said the expert killed an immortal. Where's his body?" Gu Changqing said, "It was taken away by the expert's woman. This woman even fought with an immortal from the immortal land." No wonder. An immortal emerged in this ordinary realm and an immortal's body was left here. Gu Yuan took a deep breath and said, "This big news is being widely discussed in the immortal land." Gu Changqing could not help asking, "Oh, right. Grandpa, why was the road between the immortal land and realm broken?" "This is no longer a secret in the immortal land. It's because of," Gu Yuan said with a serious tone. He said the final two words hopelessly, "Immortal Qi." "Immortal Qi?" Gu Changqing jolted slightly. "You can consider it as energy beyond the spiritual Qi. When one reaches the Mahayala realm, in theory, one can only become an immortal with adequate immortal Qi. It's the so-called baptism with immortal Qi." Gu Yuan paused for a while and then continued, "But, somehow, the amount of immortal Qi given out in the world kept decreasing. Do you know what that represents?" Gu Changqing said without hesitation, "The number of immortals decreasing?" Gu Yuan sighed, "Not only that. While one needs immortal Qi to become an immortal, one would still need the same immortal Qi after becoming an immortal. The decrease of immortal Qi resulted in the number of immortals decreasing, and the number of experts decreasing as well. Many immortals are facing the same difficulty as the cultivators in the immortal realm. There's no room for improvement." This. Gu Changqing's heart throbbed. He did not expect such a thing to happen in the immortal land. Gu Yuan continued, "Therefore, 10,000 years ago, countless powerful beings in the immortal land started planning. They had decided to keep the immortal land and give up on the immortal realm. Finally, the road between the two was broken. With immortal Qi being so limited, the more people fought for it, the more scarce it became. The best solution was to remove a portion of the people fighting for it." "I see." Gu Changqing nodded. He thought of the journey to the west story told by Li Nianfan and said, "Actually, the expert already told us about this some time ago." Instantly, he told the story and the analysis to Gu Yuan through the divine consciousness. Exactly. Gu Yuan sighed from within the pendant. When resources are scarce, this happens. Many cultivators with good connections are determined to become immortals, while the ordinary people. Gu Changqing could not help protesting with an unwilling tone, "Grandpa, does that mean I can't become an immortal? Right now, it's indeed impossible for one to immortalize in the immortal realm." Gu Yuan thought for a moment and said, "Unless you get hold of the immortal's body." Gu Changqing's face changed. His heart throbbed. Gu Yuan continued, "The body of an immortal contains immortal Qi. Once the immortal's dead, one can remove its immortal Qi from the body to immortalize." Gu Changqing's eyes widened. He felt his scalp pulsating. His face had a look of disbelief. To kill an immortal? Anyone in this immortal realm would be so shocked hearing this. An immortal? After being stunned for a moment, he gradually recomposed himself. This was what cultivation was all about. Even after becoming an immortal, one still had to fight, risking one's life. Gu Yuan sighed with a regretful tone. In the immortal land, there are obvious fights and hidden competitions all over. It's crueler than the immortal realm. Under the setting of the Bigshots, there are chess pieces everywhere. Without connections, it's impossible to progress. Therefore, we have to be even more careful and cautious now that we've met an expert. We cannot afford to lose him. Gu Changqing nodded. I know what to do. He suddenly recalled something and said, oh yes, the expert seems to enjoy living like an ordinary man. In the meantime, he expects the people around him to put on the act with him. After what you just said, I've no doubt he's indeed an expert. Gu Yuan let out a knowing smile. Every expert happens to have some unique tics. They have lived many years. Of course, they'd find some ways to entertain themselves. We can't guess what they're thinking, we merely have to cooperate with them to please them and to serve them. A simple gesture from them would mean a great opportunity for us. As they spoke, Gu Changqing had arrived at the Lingxian Palace. It was his first time visiting the expert. Of course, he needed someone to refer him. Soon, Yao Mengji walked out with Qin Manyun. Gu Changqing smiled. Sect Master Yao's looking good. Your cross-tribulation went well? Yao Mengji smiled. Ha ha ha. Thanks to the expert, I'm saved. Gu Changqing jolted slightly with a look of wonder. The expert was involved? Yao Mengji looked guilty on the surface, but he was in fact showing off. I'm a nobody. Thankfully the expert took me seriously. If not, I'd have turned into dust by now. Chapter 187, Showing Off Our Ancestors. Gu Changqing was curious. How did the expert help you with your cross-tribulation? It was nothing you can even imagine. Yao Mengji stroked his beard as he sighed. I'm guilty of how highly the expert thinks of me. I'll have to serve him better to pay back my debt to him. Anyone could tell that Yao Mengji was showing off. After all, being saved by the expert was something to be proud of. This showed that he had already become important to the expert. How proud! Gu Changqing's face twitched slightly. I'm asking, how did the expert help you? Yao Mengji made a mysterious face. I can't tell you, I can't tell you. All you have to know is that it was through a way you can't even imagine. Gu Changqing was almost shook to death by his arrogance. He glared at Yao Mengji with an unfriendly look. It seemed that this man had become very arrogant after passing his cross-tribulation. Gu Yuan said to him through the divine consciousness, grandson, no hurry. He just managed to bribe the expert earlier than we did. We still have plenty of time. I, your grandfather, have been around the immortal land for a long time. If I didn't have skills, I wouldn't be where I am today. We'll become the expert's best runners. The fact that he said such a thing to his grandson showed that Gu Yuan was a good bootlicker. Ha! Do you even have a draft before you tell lies? An unfriendly voice rang in the air. The firefinch demon jumped out and looked down at Yao Mengji as if looking at an ant. A mere cross-tribulated small ant so proud of himself. How funny! Gu Yuan, did you ask him to put on this act? You've put in quite some effort in sending me off to become someone's pet. You even tried to make up lies about this man helping someone to cross-tribulate? Don't you find it funny? There was no way someone could manipulate the cross-tribulation. It was common sense. Once someone manipulated the cross-tribulation, both sides would have to endure the punishment of the tribulation. As a result, the cross-tribulation would become even more destructive. Nobody could do it even in the immortal land. The firefinch demon wore an all-knowing look as it raised its head arrogantly. Having the bloodline of the phoenix, it was worshipped by tens of thousands of people over the past 10,000 years. What scene had it not seen before? This cheaply made, self-acted production in an attempt to arouse its emotions was something the bird had seen one too many times. This bunch of people spent so much effort trying to convince it to become some expert's pet? They even made up lies about how this so-called expert helped this old man pass his cross-tribulation? Their acting skills were not too bad after all. Unfortunately, it saw through their act. You can't tell? That's because it's impossible. The firefinch demon stated. This bird. Yao Mengji frowned as he noticed the firefinch demon. With one look, he was shocked. His pupils dilated as a look of surprise appeared on his face. This is a firefinch demon? The legendary firefinch demon with the phoenix bloodline. It was definitely one of the top demons in this immortal realm. It was very rare. The firefinch demon scoffed coldly. Ha, what an act. Continue. Yao Mengji stared at Gu Changqing blankly. You're giving this firefinch demon to the expert? This time around, Gu Changqing was the one being arrogant. He said proudly, this is my first visit. Of course, I'll have to bring a meeting gift. Last time, the expert said he wanted a flying demon as a pet. I don't know if this firefinch demon is up to his standards. Sigh, I'm nervous. Yao Mengji was stunned again. The expert said he wanted a flying demon? Yeah, The hint was very obvious when he was at the Azureville. Why? You didn't prepare one? Yao Mengji looked at Qin Manyun. Manyun, is this true? Qin Manyun nodded. This is true. However, the last time I came back, you were about to cross-tribulate, so I wasn't able to tell you in time. You're so silly. Yao Mengji's face flushed red. He pointed his trembling finger at Qin Manyun and said, "What's so important about my cross-tribulation? It doesn't matter if I die or not. Pleasing the expert's the most important thing. How can you neglect the expert's clue? You pissed me off." Gu Changqing laughed. "Brother Meng, it's okay if you don't have a bird. Waste no time. I'm in a hurry to visit the expert." Yao Mengji frowned. He could not help asking bitterly, "Where did you get this firefinch demon from? Who else could get it other than me?" Gu Yuan's voice projected out from the pendant. It was somewhat ethereal as it gave off a wave of aura. It made Yao Mengji's heart jump. "An immortal?" Yao Mengji asked in disbelief. "You're the Gu ancestor? You got in touch with the immortal land?" Gu Changqing smiled and nodded. No wonder they had a firefinch demon. They did make some effort to please the expert. What a bunch of bootlickers. Yao Mengji's face was changing. Instantly, he turned back and walked into the deeper end of the Lingxian palace. Wait for a moment. Quickly, he came to the ancestral hall of the Lingxian palace. He bowed. Spat blood. Lit incense. Summoned. "Ancestor, hurry up and show yourself. We're relying on you to become the best bootlicker of the expert. The bunch from the Azureville is winning," Yao Mengji mumbled. However, after the ancestry stone lit up for a while, it faded off again. He failed again? He bit his tongue and made up his mind. Again. He bowed. Spat blood. Lit incense. Summoned. "Ancestor, it's time to fight our ancestors. Hurry up and show up." This time, the ancestry stone did not even glow. Yao Mengji felt disheartened. His ancestor was offline at such a crucial time. How unreliable. Even if the ancestor could not bring out a firefinch demon, a firebird would be better than nothing. He frowned with his face that had turned pale after spitting too much blood. He walked out of the ancestral hall hopelessly. Gu Changqing laughed. "Brother Mengji, what are you waiting for? Let's go." Yao Mengji sighed and said, "Let's go." This was such bad timing. He was missing out on such a good opportunity to please the expert. What a miss! What a miss! He did not want to think about it. He was going to cry. Yao Mengji and Qin Manyun turned into orbs of light along with Gu Changqing. Soon, they had arrived at the bottom of the mountain. Qin Manyun said, "The expert lives up there. To show our respect, we'll have to walk up by foot." "Of course. Of course." Gu Changqing nodded diligently. He reminded the firefinch demon, "You'll have to present yourself well later on. Try your best to impress the expert." Ha! The firefinch demon scoffed coldly. It was watching them coldly by the side, watching the act put on by the three of them. I have to admit that their acting skills aren't bad at all. They managed to give the impression that an expert's living in a hidden place. If I wasn't as clever, I would have been fooled by them and even look forward to becoming a pet of this expert. With so much effort put in, it seems that they really need me to be here. Let's see how powerful this so-called expert is. Gu Changqing frowned. He always felt that this firefinch demon was unreliable. Chapter 188, "Oh no! Your bird is in trouble." They picked up the pace. Soon, a simple and elegant four-part architecture appeared in sight. Qin Manyun announced, "We're here." Gu Changqing's heart throbbed. Although he had met the expert before, this was the first time he visited his place. It was impossible not to be nervous. The jade pendant on his chest started to flash. It was apparent that Gu Yuan was uneasy. This was the man who could paint a third-legged golden crow to life. Even the sect master of the Azureville was a nobody in front of him. If this was the immortal land, even Gu Yuan would not stand a chance to meet him. Now he was about to visit him? So nervous. So uneasy. So exciting. The firefinch demon merely glanced at it with a judgmental look. The look of disdain worsened. This four-part architecture was boring and ordinary, far from the houses of the immortals. So bad. However, the couplet by the door was not as bad. It was as if some insights were circulating it. It was a not too bad door. Did they think this couplet would be able to win my heart? No way. I came from mortal realm, seeking for longevity. This isn't impressive enough. I have the bloodline of the phoenix. Even if I don't cultivate, my lifespan is 2,000 years. If I cultivate slightly, I can easily live forever. One has to seek longevity? Aren't we all born to live forever? The firefinch demon was very arrogant. Qin Manyun looked at the four-part architecture. She took a deep breath and asked, "Is Mr. Li home?" She was answered with a long silence. Qin Manyun paused. Then, she continued, "Mr. Li, it's me, Manyun." However, there was no response. Inside the four-part architecture, Blackie was snoring soundly. It did not even bother opening its eyes. Xiao Bei was doing the house chores. Master left for so many days and brought back a bunch of laundry expecting me to hand-wash them. Sigh, poor me. Outside, Yao Mengji sighed. It seems that the expert isn't home. Why don't we go back first? Even so, nobody moved. None of them intended to go back. Gu Changqing said, "Brother Yao, save it. Now's the time to test our sincerity. I'll be waiting here. Nothing can make me leave." Yao Mengji smiled. "All right then, let's wait here." They both exchanged a look and scowled at each other in their minds. Bootlicker. By the side, the firefinch demon watched them as they waited politely outside the gate. It had a look of disdain on its face. Ha! Idiots. It then looked at its surroundings and the four-part architecture. It sharpened its gaze. Nobody in the world had ever kept it outside a gate. Never in the past, and most certainly, never in the future. Expert? I'll meet you and see how legit you actually are. With that, it flapped its wings and turned into an orb of light, shooting toward the four-part architecture. Gu Changqing was still mentally fighting with Yao Mengji. Suddenly, he felt his shoulder getting lighter, but before he could react, the flaming red shadow had entered the four-part architecture. This. Gu Changqing was dumbstruck. He felt his scalp exploding with all his hairs standing. Without hesitation, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood to activate his quickest speed to run to the shadow. Rush. However, they were too close to the four-part architecture. As he was spitting out blood, the firefinch demon had gone out of sight. Yao Mengji was shocked. His mind went blank as he shivered in fear. He scolded with a trembling voice, "Gu Changqing. What did you do? Why'd you let that stupid bird fly in?" It was over. Over. The bird barged into the residence of the expert. It was the end of the world. They were so dead. He was about to cry as his face flushed red. "Gu Changqing. I'm about to be killed because of you." Qin Manyun was already crying anxiously. She stood by the side, not knowing what to do. Gu Changqing scowled. "This is none of my business. The stupid bird flew in itself. I knew the stupid bird isn't reliable." "Isn't the stupid bird yours? Isn't it your bird?" Yao Mengji continued mumbling illogically, "I shouldn't have brought you here. I didn't hurt you. Why are you trying to kill me with your bird?" "What now? What now?" Gu Changqing was anxious. His head was buzzing. "Grandpa, what now?" The bird had gone in and they could not follow behind it. Hoping for the bird to come back out was impossible. It was an impossible situation. "There's only one solution right now," Gu Yuan said after a long pause. Gu Changqing was delighted. "Please, tell us, Grandpa." "Ditch the soldier and keep the king." Gu Yuan continued, "This has nothing to do with me. I don't know anything. My good grandson, hang on there. I'll build a monument for you and crown you as the hero of the Gu family." Gu Changqing cursed instantly. "Grandpa, once the expert blames us, I'll sell you out right away. Don't you blame me. It's your bird after all. You have to take the responsibility." Gu Yuan panicked, the jade pendant was shaking. "What? My bird? Don't you make things up. It's clearly your bird." "Nonsense. Your bird. Yours." Even Yao Mengji joined in. "It's your bird. This has nothing to do with me anyway." While they were arguing outside, the inside of the four-part architecture was as peaceful and quiet as ever. The firefinch demon flew too fast. It passed through the inner yard and went straight to the backyard. Upon entering the backyard, it jolted. It felt that it was harder flapping its wings as they became heavier. The bird had a look of shock on its face. "The insights here are so thick. The insights were so strong in here that the law of nature seemed to have been messed up, forming a whole new and unique world. It had no choice but to rest on a tree. How could the insights be so strong here? This was not possible even in the immortal land. If a genius came here, He would only have to cultivate for 100 years before immortalizing. Even a noob would be able to turn into a dragon living in these conditions. What kind of godly place was this? It saw the corner of an ice mountain and the look of disdain disappeared on its face. In exchange, a look of respect slowly appeared. Could it be, this expert was legit? No way. How could such a thing happen in this ordinary realm? Its heart throbbed as it looked around cautiously. Its gaze then transfixed on an apple not far away. Swiftly after, a strange fruity scent rushed into its nose. The fruits grown in such conditions must be extraordinary. Its saliva was oozing out. It opened its mouth, ready to bite the apple. However, just as its mouth was about to touch the apple suddenly moved away from it. It missed the apple. Chapter 189, Here is scary. I wanted to go home. The firefinch demon halted and looked at the apple strangely. Did I miss it? It opened its mouth again. This time, it opened its eyes wide as it went forward to bite it. However, it saw the apple moving slightly. The apple turned away once again. The tree branch moves? This time, it saw the apple move with its eyes. It had chills all over, feeling shocked and amazed. The firefinch demon looked up and its soul instantly left its body in fear. Its feathers stood, making it look like a hedgehog. It saw that somehow, it was already surrounded by the tree branches. Countless branches were holding it like the claws of the devil, engulfing it entirely. The branches were so tightly packed together that it made one's scalp itchy. Meanwhile, a wave of laughter filled its ears which was terrifying. Spirits. These trees had turned into spirits. Gasp. The firefinch gasped loudly, its bird mouth opened. Instantly, a wave of yellow flames shot out like a flaming sea, washing over the tree branches. Outside the four-part architecture. The group who was still arguing outside shivered. Chin Manyan shrunk her head and asked, was that the firefinch demon, screaming? Should be. Yao Mengji nodded heavily. Gu Changqing shook his head. That's bad. I wonder what happened to the bird in there for it to scream like this. The world of the Bigshot was always beyond one's imagination. Therefore, he had to make sure he had nothing to do with the bird. That's your bird. Nonsense. The bird flew away from your shoulder. It's obviously yours. The bird belongs to the two of you. I'm innocent. The firefinch demon opened its eyes wide in fear. It was shivering thoroughly as it stared at the sky, watching the flames dissipating in the air. In the next moment, the fear in its eyes darkened. The tree branches remained unperturbed. They did not even flinch as they stood still without a trace of the flames. The firefinch demon jolted as it fell to the ground. It rolled its eyes and almost fainted. Its worldview had been flipped upside down. Fire destroyed wood. That was the law of nature. Furthermore, it had the bloodline of the phoenix. It used the phoenix flame. How was it possible for the leaves to remain unharmed? What kind of godly tree demons were these? Demons. These are all demons. Help. It covered its head with its wings. It was utterly terrified. It had started mumbling to itself. It then stretched out its wings and raced toward a small gap between the branches. However, a branch slightly moved and whipped it back down without the slightest effort. Whip. The firefinch demon was whipped back to where it was, its buttock falling on the tree branch. Before it could make sense of anything, countless branches shot out like vipers and tied the firefinch demon. They then pulled hard to stretch out its wings, making it hang in the air embarrassingly. Skin-prickling laughter resonated in the air, making the firefinch demon shiver. The flaming bath was quite comforting. Little bird. Give me another one, a mocking voice was heard saying. The firefinch demon then felt its scalp itching and organs exploding. Flaming bath. The firefinch demon jolted. Without further ado, it hastily opened its mouth and shot out a mouthful of flame. Phew. Instantly, it became like a flaming sea. However, the tree demons bathed in the flames. They even stretched their bodies, to the left and the right, as if they were enjoying it very much. This sight was too shocking to watch. Especially to the firefinch demon. Even its nightmares had never been this scary. Tears were pouring from its eyes uncontrollably. It was extremely helpless. Home. I wanted to go home. The firefinch demon had been spitting out flames for almost half an hour. The flame was getting smaller and smaller. Finally, its head tilted and the flame coming out from its mouth had turned to smoke. A voice so hoarse and blurry came out from its mouth as it said listlessly, I can't do it anymore. No more? Whatever. Toss it away. The tree demons were not pleased. A branch simply moved and tossed the firefinch demon into the pond. Drop. Gulp. Gulp. The firefinch demon instantly swallowed a few mouthfuls of the water from the pond. Right away, its throat was moisturized and its thirst was quenched. Suddenly, it jolted with a look of disbelief. This is spiritual water? However, before it could get over its shock, a gigantic figure rose from the pond, pushing the firefinch demon out of the water. The firefinch demon looked so tiny lying on the shell of the tortoise. It was not even as big as the patterns found on the shell. Terrified, it flew away from the shell and landed on the side of the pond. It staggered backward cautiously. So terrifying. So terrifying. This was definitely not a place to stay any longer, so dangerous. If it stayed here any longer, it might die of terror. As it was leaving, the firefinch demon secretly looked around. The more it looked, the more shocked it was. All the trees and plants here, even the soil, were more precious than anything back in the immortal land. I must have transgressed. I must have gone back to ancient times. I'm only a small bird. I'm sorry for my ignorance. I'm a fool. Please, let me go, please. Please. It mumbled in its head. Suddenly it saw something from the corner of its eyes and jolted. Its bird mouth opened so wide that its eyeballs almost popped out. It turned its head over and stared at the little sapling by the pond. Its brain had lost its ability to think. Disbelief. Excitement. Fear. Respect. All of these expressions flickered so fast on its face that its face was almost having a seizure. That's immortal chi? Exactly. It must be immortal chi. What kind of little sapling was that? It was able to produce immortal chi? Shockingly unbelievable. No wonder the road between here and the immortal land was rebuilt. This Bigshot was recovering immortal chi. There's such a big shot hiding in this ordinary realm. And what did I do? I barged into the backyard of this Bigshot. Its voice was trembling. Not only did I miss a great opportunity, but I also might. I might get killed and die a very horrible death. It's over. It's over. It's over for me. The firefinch demon felt its blood freeze. All of its feathers stood up and hardened. It was so terrified that it lost its rationality. Drop. The water in the pond gradually rose. Half of a golden head appeared and glanced at the firefinch demon with an unfriendly look. Instantly, it was as if the firefinch demon had been bewitched and it was unable to speak. It could only feel something stuck in its throat. Its brain was unable to handle more attacks. It became stunned. After all, this is someone's gift to the master. It's not nice if we eat it now. Furthermore, there's not much meat on this bird. It can't even fill the gap between my teeth. Whatever, just give it a lesson and let it go. As long as it doesn't make a fool of itself in front of our master. The tail of the golden dragon rose from beneath the pond. It flicked its tail as if flicking a fly, and tossed the firefinch demon out of the backyard, flying outward. Chapter 190, Why Cultivate? Just be a bootlicker. Fly. The firefinch demon left a beautiful trail in the sky before landing outside the four-part architecture. Bam! Yao Mengji and Gu Changqing, who were still arguing, stopped instantly. They all fixed their eyes on the firefinch demon. All they could see was that the firefinch demon was no longer arrogant like it once was. It seemed as if it had lost its soul and was shocked. Its body was soft as if it had lost all its bones. It lay flat on the ground listlessly. Its feathers were no longer bright, it was all messed up. It was not hard to imagine how much pain and suffering it had endured. It was a bird in its Mahayala realm, born with the bloodline of the phoenix. It was such a pity to see it end up this way. How shocking. The crowd looked in the direction of the yard with a look of terror. Terrifying. So terrifying. You did this to yourself. You did this to yourself. Gu Changqing picked up the firefinch demon with one hand and said in a sad tone, just because you want to die, why drag us into it? We're innocent. TSCZ. Meanwhile, footsteps were walking on the fallen leaves. He was here. The expert was here. Everyone lightened up. They rubbed their faces to fix their expressions and mindset with the quickest speed. Li Nianfan walked over with Daji gradually. Seeing the crowd in front of his gate, he said, Mr. Gu, Mr. Yao? Miss Manyun? What brings you all here? They smiled and greeted, Hello, Mr. Li. Sorry for coming uninvited. It's okay. Welcome. Li Nianfan smiled at them and nodded. When he saw the firefinch demon in Gu Changqing's hand, he said, "Wow, what a beautiful bird. Look at you. Just come empty-handed next time. Why did you bring me a wild animal?" "Bird? Wild animal? Me?" The firefinch demon was instantly dumbfounded. "I'm not a bird." Squeak. Squeak? Squeak? Wild animal? Gu Changqing's lips twitched. However, he reacted quickly and hastily repressed the firefinch demon that was turning crazy. He smiled, "Mr. Li, it's just a small gift for my first visit. Please, don't turn it down." Li Nianfan smiled. "Ha ha ha. I'll take it, then. Thank you. Your bird's chirping quite actively. The meat must be so tough. What species is this?" "This is a turkey." So, this was how turkeys looked like in the immortal realm. It must have been a special species bred by the cultivators. It must taste all right. "You're too kind. Too kind. I'll keep it this time. Please, no need to bring me anything the next time." Li Nianfan received the turkey from Gu Changqing happily. He walked to the door. "Xiao Bei, open the door." Click. Xiao Bei looked out from inside. "Welcome home, my master." Blackie walked out, wagging its tail. It then circled Li Nianfan's feet. Li Nianfan frowned. "Xiao Bei, there are guests here. Why didn't you let them in?" Xiao Bei looked at Gu Changqing and the rest. It then said in an innocent voice, "I didn't hear them knock. I think they just arrived, right?" Yes. Exactly. Exactly." Gu Changqing and the other two nodded hastily. Li Nianfan smiled. What a coincidence. He walked into the four-part architecture and tossed the turkey on the ground. He said, "Xiao Bei, bring out some soda water. Let the guests try some." "Yes, my master." Soon, Xiao Bei walked out with a tray and handed a glass of soda to each of them. This was different from the previous time. The drink was not orange in color from adding orange into it. This time, they added lemon to it. After mixing it, it was just like Sprite from his past realm. Bubbles were jumping in the drink, causing one to crave it just by looking at it. Qin Manyan received the glass from Xiao Bei. She thanked it, "Thank you." This time, Li Nianfan prepared a straw in each glass, bringing the presentation to the next level. Qin Manyan opened her mouth slightly and wrapped her lips around the straw. She then gently sucked on it. Although she did not use a lot of force, the Sprite shot up suddenly, attacking her tongue and giving her a sense of pleasure. She could not help taking another sip, repeating the sensation of pleasuring her taste buds. Meanwhile, the taste of the soda was exploding in her mouth. The bubbles were jumping around and giving off a numbing sensation. Cooling, pleasurable, refreshing. How refreshing. A mouthful of Sprite was able to make all her cells jump up in joy. This was indeed a drink that would make one happy. Yao Mengji and Gu Changqing followed swiftly. They bit on the straw and sucked on it. Their faces flushed slightly red. If they did not repress themselves, they would have moaned in pleasure after every mouthful. Gu Changqing covered his mouth and spoke with his divine consciousness, "Grandpa, let me tell you. This drink is so delicious. A mouthful of it would make you tremble with pleasure. This sense of satisfaction is beyond words. More importantly, this drink not only nourishes the soul, it contains insights, too. I wonder if you have anything like this in the immortal land?" Gu Yuan could not help swallowing his saliva. He pretended to be unaffected by it and said, "Ha, I'm old now. I don't really care for things like this. So, shut up." Just looking at the drink made him crave for it. Furthermore, the look of enjoyment on Gu Changqing and the rest when they drank the soda was the most natural advertisement already. Now, Gu Changqing was even trying to seduce him? If he could, he would have already rushed out of the jade pendant and asked for a glass. What an opportunity. A great opportunity. Who would have thought that a mere visit to the expert could earn one a glass of such a drink? It was indeed a huge opportunity. Was this the world of the Bigshot? What was the point of me cultivating? I should just be a bootlicker. Everyone became more determined than ever. It was not until then when they noticed Li Nianfan had a bucket in his hands. He was sitting by the side, knocking on it. There was a buzzing sound coming from the bucket. Out of curiosity, they could not help sneaking a peek from the corner of their eyes. Bees? What is it? Why do I feel a sense of horror when I see the bees? They took another look. Instantly, the three of them jumped as a chilling wave penetrated their bodies. They were so terrified that their limbs stiffened. Inside the jade pendant, Gu Yuan's divine consciousness was so shocked that he collapsed. Hastily, Qin Manyun covered her mouth with her hands as her body shivered. If it was not for the last trace of rationality left in her, she would have screamed out loud. They were the golden bees? Golden bees? The expert brought these home? He brought back their beehive as well? Gasp. Scalp itching. Terrifying. Keep calm. I have to keep calm. I can't expose my emotions. I can't offend the expert. They kept chanting to themselves inside their heads. They tried their best to repress their restless hearts and force themselves to calm down. However, the glasses they were holding in their hands were shaking vigorously.